The number of viewers in the live stream jumped to 3.2 million. Lin Yue's fingers barely moved across the keyboard, for all the real operations were being executed through the neural link device attached to the back of his head. His body lounged relaxedly in the gaming chair, yet his consciousness was wholly immersed in the world of Qingxue. God is going for the world's first clear this run. The comment stream surged madly and gift effects flashed so fast they left nothing but afterimages. In Lin Yue's field of view, his character, Yue, was crouched in the shadows. Before him loomed the final boss of the Wall of Sighs dungeon, the Shadow Dragon King. The dungeon had been online for 72 hours and no team in the world had managed to clear it. An old guard Japanese pro team had wiped out over 30 times in the Berserk phase, and that legendary European guild known as the Dragon Slayers had been annihilated again and again for an entire night. Everyone said there was a flaw in the dungeon's design, that the balanced designer ought to be fired. Lin Yue did not agree. His party composition was peculiar. There were only 2 of them. Yue, a Shadowblade class, ranked first on the server's assassin leaderboard. Qingxue, a Holy Spirit mage, ranked top 3 among all mages on the server, and also his in-game partner. The 2 of them had been married in-game for nearly a year, their coordination so seamless they no longer needed voice chat. Many people could not understand why, when top guilds around the globe could not beat this dungeon with full 10-man squads, he dared to enter it with only a single healer beside him. The answer was simple. Because the Shadow Dragon King's skill mechanics made it so that the more people there were, the more terrifying its area effect damage became. In a 10-man party, a single breath of dragon fire would obliterate half the team, leaving the healers utterly unable to keep up. But 2 people were a different story. Though the boss's numbers remained tuned for a full party with fewer targets to avoid and more room to maneuver, the space for dodging opened up. Of course, this also drove the mechanical demands on the 2 of them to a monstrous level. A single mistake from either one meant a full wipe. In 3 seconds, the boss will unleash dragon's might. Lin Yue said, his voice as calm as if he were reading a menu. You pop Holy Light Shield and take it Hedon. I'll flank. Su Muqing's voice came through his headset, tinged with a hint of laughter. How do you know I was going to use my shield? Because every time you fight a dragon-type boss, you open with your shield. Did you install a camera on my computer? The corners of Lin Yue's lips curved slightly, but he did not answer. He did not need a camera, he only needed to remember. Every habitual motion of Su Muqing's, every rhythm of her skill casts, even her quirk of tapping the spacebar to hop, once, whenever she was nervous. He remembered them all with perfect clarity. On the screen, the Shadow Dragon King threw back its head and roared to the heavens, of black dragon's might erupting outward from its body. Qingxue raised a golden shield of light, gritting through the blast. At the instant dragon's might exploded, Yuen's figure vanished. Not through invisibility, but through movement pushed to the very extreme. The Shadow Dragon King's aggro locked onto Qingxue, its massive claws lifting high. A heartbeat before the talons came crashing down, a jet-black dagger drove into the side of the dragon's neck, precisely wedging between 2 scales. Critical hit. 28470. That one number sent the chat into an uproar. The Shadow Dragon King's defense stats were public knowledge. Dealing more than 20,000 damage in a single strike meant Yuen's gear skill's critical rate and attack angle had all been pushed to the theoretical limit. The Shadow Dragon King let out a howl of agony, its tail sweeping sideways. Yuen released his grip and flipped backward, his dagger changing hands in midair before he landed and slashed again. Dragon blood sprayed. Beautiful. Su Muqing's voice rang with obvious excitement as she swung her staff, a judgment of holy light crashing down upon the dragon's head and knocking the boss into a stunned state. The comment stream went completely wild. What kind of god-tier coordination is this? Is God's movement something a human can actually pull off? That last strike at the gap between the scales, I went through it frame by frame. The margin of error was under 0.1 millimeters. Brothers, this isn't a game, this is art. When the boss's health dropped to 10%, the Shadow Dragon King entered its berserk phase. Dragon fire spewed in every direction as if it cost nothing, turning the entire battle platform into a sea of flames. Safe footholds on the ground vanished at a rate visible to the naked eye every second, birthing new pillars of fire from the depths below. Ordinary players would be wiped at this point. There was simply nowhere left to stand. But Yuen was no ordinary player. He wove through the firestorm, each step landing in the brief intervals between bursts of dragon fire, as though he already knew every attack zone in advance. His dagger stabbed again and again into the same wound on the dragon, the damage numbers growing ever more outrageous. Su Muqing's holy light shield had already shattered. She clung to life in the sea of flames through footwork and instant cast heals her health bar, dipping into the danger zone again and again, only to be pulled back at the last moment. So thrilling it made the audience's hearts nearly stop. The last strike, Lin Yue murmured. Yuen's figure split into 5, Shadow Dancer, a skill that created 5 clones lunging at the dragon from different directions at once. His true body was hidden among them, the dagger in his hand, gathering a ghostly blue radiance. The Shadow Dragon King seemed to sense the danger, its head turned draconic, eyes locking tightly onto Ma Yuan's real form. But it was already too late. The dagger plunged into the dragon's eye, piercing straight through its skull. With a thunderous crash, the Shadow Dragon King collapsed, dissolving into a skyfall of shimmering light. A system announcement appeared. Congratulations to Ma Yuan and Qingxue for becoming the first team in the world to clear Wall of Size. The livestream exploded. 3,200,000 people witnessed this moment together. The flood of comments grew so dense it made the server stutter, and gift effects smothered the entire screen until the game itself was barely visible. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Su Muqing's laughter rang in his headset. World first clear, you know. How are you not excited? Lin Yue took off his headset and rubbed his temples. After 3 hours of intense, uninterrupted play, his mind felt drained, yet a rare trace of a smile touched his face. It's okay. You're just being stubborn, Su Muqing replied, her voice carrying a softness only Lin Yue could hear. Logging off. I have to stream again tomorrow. Then, good night. Good night. Lin Yue exited the game and removed the Neuralink device. The rented room was so quiet that only the hum of the air conditioner could be heard. He glanced at his phone 2 in the morning. Rising to pour himself a glass of water in the kitchen, he felt the phone vibrate. Su Muqing had sent a message. By the way, have you ever thought about this? If the world inside the game were real, what would we be like? Lin Yue stared at the screen for a few seconds, then typed back. Then you'd definitely be the queen, and I'd be your guard. I don't want a guard. I want you to be the king. Lin Yue smiled again, this time leaving the message unanswered. He lay down on the narrow bed and closed his eyes. What surfaced in his mind was not today's world first clear, but Su Muqing's appearance in the game. Long silver hair, golden mage robes, eyes curving into crescents when she smiled. He had never seen what she truly looked like in reality. They had never video chatted outside the game, nor exchanged real photos. It was a tacit understanding between them both. Lin Yue turned over and soon fell asleep. 3:17 in the morning. A white light flared across the sky. No warning, no omen. The white light engulfed the entire city, then the entire nation, then the entire globe. Everyone fell into a brief spell of vertigo. Lin Yue was jolted awake by a strange sensation of weightlessness. It was not an alarm clock nor the vibration of a phone, but the feeling of something inside his body plummeting at high speed. He snapped his eyes open and found his ceiling glowing, not with lamplight, but with a cold, sourceless white radiance. The next second, a violent dizziness crashed over him. He braced himself against the edge of the bed, dry heaving twice his brain, feeling as if it had been stuffed into a spinning washing drum. The sensation was familiar. After wearing a Neuralink device for a long time and suddenly removing it, there would be a brief vertigo. But it had never been this intense before. What is going on? Lin Yue swung his legs off the bed, but the instant his feet touched the floor, he froze. The sensation was wrong. Under his soles was not the usual cool wooden flooring, but a smooth, faintly warm material. Looking down, he saw that he was stepping on a pair of black dragon scale boots. Black dragon scale boots. He jerked his head up toward the wardrobe mirror. The person in the mirror wore ink-black light armor that clung to his frame, the plates streamlined to his body, the joints wrapped in exceptionally tough dark leather. 2 daggers hung from his belt, one edge gleaming with a ghostly blue, the other entirely pitch black. On his left shoulder guard, a silver sigil was engraved. 2 crossed daggers beneath a crescent moon. This was his in-game character. Ma Yuan's gear. Impossible. Lin Yue stretched out his hand, his fingertips brushing the mirror's surface. It was icy cold, solid, undeniably real. He lowered his gaze to his own hand. Long, slender fingers, a faint layer of callus at the tips. It was not his real-world hand, it was the hand model of his game avatar. Screams drifted in from outside the window. Not one person's scream, but the combined shriek of an entire city. Lin Yue rushed to the window and yanked open the curtains. He lived on the 12th floor with a broad view. At this hour, the window should have framed the city's nightscape, a sea of lights. Now all he saw was chaos. There were monsters in the streets. Not metaphorical monsters, actual creatures. A 3-meter black dire wolf was charging down the main road, its jaws clamping down and ripping the roof off a sedan in one bite. Gargoyles with 5-meter wingspans wheeled through the sky, releasing wails like crying infants. In the distance, pillars of fire leapt into the air, whether from explosions or the breath of some fire-type creature, he could not tell. He recognized every one of those monsters. They were the common low-level mobs from the novice village of Qingxue. Within 5 seconds, Lin Yue's brain finished processing the situation. First, monsters from the game had appeared in reality. Second, he was wearing his in-game equipment. Third, this meant his in-game abilities might also have manifested. He raised his hand and drew a gesture to call up the system panel. A translucent floating window appeared before him, displaying his character's stats. Character Yue. Class Shadowblade. Level LV. 85. HP 28402840. MP 620,620. Strength 189. Agility 247. Intelligence 88. Constitution 112. Skills Shadow Assault, Backstab, Stealth, Shadow Clone, Shadow Step. All of it was real. Every number, every skill, every equipment attribute truly existed within his body. He could feel the lightness granted by his agility, the power surging through his muscles from strength to stealth skill, sheathing his skin like a thin membrane that could be triggered at will. Urgent pounding sounded from the hallway door, accompanied by a man's hoarse roar. Lin Yue. Lin Yue opened the damn door. There are monsters outside. Lin Yue recognized the voice, his neighbor Wang Hao, who lived opposite him. A fitness coach, they would occasionally nod in greeting when they crossed paths in the elevator. He opened the door. Wang Hao stood there in a gray tank top and athletic shorts, clutching a baseball bat, his face drained of color. The moment he saw Lin Yue, he froze, the bat nearly slipping from his grasp. What are you even wearing? Lin Yue had no time to explain. He grabbed Wang Hao's arm, yanked him into the apartment, and slammed the door shut. From the far end of the corridor came the sound of something crawling, heavy, fast. Listen, Lin Yue's voice was unervingly calm, so calm it startled even himself. The game has become reality. My gear and skills are all here. Right now you need to open your system panel. What panel? The interface you see when you check your level and equipment in the game. Focus and silently think status in your mind. Wang Hao shut his eyes, his expression twisting for a few seconds before he suddenly snapped them open, eyes bulging. Holy shit. I can really see it. LV. 8. Berserker. When did I get a class? Lin Yue quickly recalled. Wang Hao would occasionally play Qingxue, but his level was low, a casual player at best. The crawling noise in the hallway drew closer now, accompanied by a rank stench of decay. Lin Yue drew the daggers from his belt. The pitch-black blade glinted with a frigid light beneath the cold white glow. He tightened his grip on the hilt, a familiar sensation surging up from his palm. This was the weapon he had held thousands of times in game, yet now every breath, every whisper of air skimming the edge of the blade felt absurdly real. Hide behind the door. No matter what you see, do not come out, Lin Yue said. What are you going to do? Lin Yue did not answer. His figure warped slightly in the air, and then vanished. It was not invisibility magic, it was stealth. Wang Hao's jaw dropped, leaving him speechless. At the bend of the hallway, a 2-meter-tall carrion fiend crawled into view. It had a vaguely humanoid frame, but its skin was a sickly gray-green, marred by pustules and festering wounds, viscous fluid drooling from the corners of its mouth. This was a common monster in the level 510 zones of Qingxue. Lin Yue had slaughtered thousands of them in-game. But this was the first time he faced one in reality. He held his breath, not out of necessity, but instinct. The carrion fiend shambled past him less than a meter away, its stench so overpowering it made his eyes sting. Lin Yue moved. The dagger thrust out from the shadows, driving precisely into the joint gap at the back of the carrion fiend's neck. Its weak point, one he had discovered through countless battles, a spot he could now find without even looking. Backstab. A damage number exploded above the creature's head, 890. The carrion fiend did not even have time to scream. Its body locked up, then collapsed bonelessly to the floor, as if all strength had been drained from it. A few seconds later, its body began to dissipate, breaking apart into countless motes of light, exactly like the death animation in the game. On the floor remained a few copper coins and a piece of gray leather. Lin Yue bent down and picked up the coins. The chill of the metal was solid and real against his fingers. He lifted his gaze toward the far end of the corridor, where more crawling footsteps and bestial roars echoed. The entire building, the entire street, the entire city, everywhere was the same. Wang Hao peeked out from behind the door, his voice trembling. Lin Yue, what on earth is happening? Lin Yue slid the dagger back into his belt and looked out toward the night sky, where stars should have been. A gigantic, translucent panel hung suspended. It was a system announcement visible to everyone. System announcement: a new era has begun. Survive. Lin Yue and Wang Hao cleaned up 2 more flesh demons in the corridor. After their first kill, Lin Yue's experience bar increased slightly, and he also obtained more than 30 copper coins. He browsed the system shop and found that it was still there, but all items needed to be purchased with survival points, which could only be exchanged for real-world resources. Water, food, and medicine all had prices. A 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water cost 10 survival points. A piece of compressed biscuit cost 15 survival points. An ordinary iron sword cost 500 survival points. What does this mean? It means that from now on, resources are hard currency, more useful than money. Wang Hao squatted down to pick up copper coins and suddenly stopped, looking up at Lin Yue. Am I dreaming? Can you smell the stench of rotting flesh in your dream? Wang Hao lowered his head and sniffed his shirt, gagging slightly. He had been splattered with a lot of the flesh demon's bodily fluids, and the smell was a horrible mix of a dead rat and rotten eggs. The two decided to check the situation on the first floor. The stairwell was dark with emergency lights casting a dim yellow glow, and the walls bore dried bloodstains. Uncertain of whose blood it was, when they reached the 7th floor, they heard someone calling for help. The voice came from a room around the corner on the 7th floor, a woman's voice mixed with the cries of a child. Wang Hao rushed in first, and Lin Yue couldn't stop him. The door was half open, revealing 3 flesh demons surrounding a woman and a little boy huddled in the corner. The woman shielded the child with her body, her arms covered in blood. Wang Hao shouted, swinging his baseball bat at the nearest flesh demon, striking it on the back of the head. Critical hit. 45. The flesh demon turned around, its gray-green face expressionless as a boil burst splattering pus onto Wang Hao's face. With a swipe of its claw, Wang Hao was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the corridor with a dull thud. How go? Lin Yue charged forward, his dagger drawing an arc in the air. First he sliced the throat of the first flesh demon, then using the momentum stabbed into the eye of the second. 2 backstabs, 2 critical hits. 870, 912. The 2 flesh demons collapsed almost simultaneously. The third one reacted, lunging at Lin Yue, who kicked it in the knee, causing it to lose its balance. The dagger pierced upwards into its chin, penetrating its skull. 1024. In 3 seconds, 3 monsters. Leaning against the wall, Wang Hao stared at Lin Yue in disbelief. Are you Superman? Lin Yue ignored him and approached the woman and the little boy. The woman had 3 deep claw marks on her arm, blood flowing profusely, but her consciousness was still clear. The little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, was curled up in his mother's arms, crying uncontrollably. Can you move? Lin Yue asked. The woman bit her lip and nodded. With Lin Yue's support, she stood up. Lin Yue glanced at her wounds and decided to help bandage them first. He had no medical supplies on him, but he found that he could exchange survival points for a hemostatic bandage in the system shop. 50 survival points, exchange successful. A roll of bandages appeared in his hand out of thin air, leaving both him and Wang Hao momentarily stunned, but now was not the time to dwell on this. After bandaging her wounds, Lin Yue carried the woman on his back, while Wang Hao held the little boy, and the 5 of them continued downstairs. The situation in the lobby on the 1st floor was worse than they had imagined. The front door was shattered with broken glass and erect metal frames scattered all around. There were 7 or 8 people in the lobby, all residents of the building, using tables, chairs, and fire extinguishers as makeshift weapons to barely hold a corner. The monstrous corpses on the ground were slowly dissipating, and at least a dozen could be seen. A middle-aged man in pajamas noticed Lin Yue's equipment, his eyes brightening. You're a player. A high-level player. Lin Yue nodded. The man's expression shifted from fear to hope, a change so evident that it weighed heavily on Lin Yue. Great. You have skills, right? You can get us out of here, right? Others gathered around, chattering excitedly. Lin Yue raised his hand to signal them to be quiet, then walked to the door and glanced outside. The chaos in the streets was far worse than he had imagined. In the distance, the city center was ablaze, black smoke billowing into the sky. Monsters of all types roamed the streets. Flesh demons, shadow hounds, gargoyles, poison swarms. Some he could name, while others he had never seen before. The color of the sky was wrong, which should have been a night sky at 3 in the morning, but now it glowed with an eerie dark red hue. The moon had turned blood red, much larger than usual. Blood moon, Lin Yue murmured. In Sky Epic, a blood moon was a special weather phenomenon that increased monster spawn rates and aggressiveness. If it was the same in reality, then tonight would be the most dangerous time. He turned back to the people in the lobby. Including Wang Hao, the woman, and the little boy, there were a total of 11 people. There were elders, children, office workers, and students. Most were ordinary people, not players. Everyone. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, but clear. What I am about to say may be hard for you to believe, but the facts are right before your eyes. He raised his hand to point at the enormous system announcement panel in the sky. The game and reality have merged. The Sky Epic we played before has become reality, and the monsters from the game have appeared in the real world. Players' skills and equipment have been retained, but ordinary people and low-level players are in great danger. He continued, we have a few choices now. First, we can stay here, seal the building's doors, and wait for rescue. Second, follow me to a safer place. A young man raised his hand and asked, where is safer? Lin Yue thought for a moment and said, the safe zone in the game. Everyone fell silent because that meant they would have to leave the building and step onto the monster-filled streets. Wang Hao picked up an iron pipe that someone had left behind, weighing it in his hands and grinning. There was still blood on the corner of his mouth from crashing into the wall, but his smile was genuine. I will follow you. The child in the woman's arms had stopped crying and peered out with dark, bright eyes at Lin Yue. The woman kissed her child's forehead and softly said, we will follow you too. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then came the next and the next. 10 people had chosen to follow him. Lin Yue looked at these people, a strange feeling swelling in his heart. He had been a professional player for 3 years and a full-time streamer for 2, always alone. In the game, he could charge fearlessly into a horde of monsters because dying only meant losing experience. But now it was different. The lives of these people were real. All right. Lin Yue took a deep breath, gazing at the dark red street outside. Everyone stay close to me, keep quiet, and do not scream if you see a monster. I will lead the way, and Wang Hao will cover the rear. He drew his dagger, the black blade reflecting a dark red light under the blood moon. Let's go. The moment he stepped out of the building, the night breeze swept in, carrying the scent of char and blood. There was also an indescribable, unique stench belonging to the monsters. Lin Yue walked at the forefront, his figure flickering in and out of the shadows cast by the streetlights. It was the passive effect of his stealth skill. His body automatically blended with the shadows in the environment, as if he had found a narrow seam that belonged only to assassins at the boundary of light and dark. His footsteps were light, so light that Wang Hao walking behind him could hardly hear any sound, only the faint crunch of glass beneath his feet from time to time. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, some doors wide open, and dried blood could be seen on some rooftops. The streetlights were still on, but the light was dim and mixed with the glow of the blood moon, dyeing the entire street a sinister orange. Lin Yue suddenly stopped and raised his fist. This was the signal he had agreed upon with Wang Hao before setting out. 50 meters ahead, 3 shadow hounds were gnawing on something. They were about the size of adult Tibetan mastiffs, or even slightly larger, completely black with muscles bulging under their skin, and their fur stood up like steel needles. Their eyes were blood red without pupils, resembling 3 pairs of burning charcoal. Their teeth were uneven, some protruding from the corners of their mouths, glimmering with a yellowish-white light, with dark red liquid dripping onto the asphalt. Shadow hounds, level 15 monsters, fast and high in attack, but with very low defense. If this were a game, Lin Yue could easily take out dozens on his own. But now it was reality. He had no health bar to watch, no chance of resurrection. Every attack could be fatal. Every mistake meant death. He needed to readjust. Wait for me here, Lin Yue whispered, his figure vanishing into the air. It wasn't a gradual fading, but an instantaneous removal from sight, as if someone had pressed a delete button at his standing position. Wang Hao blinked, confirming he wasn't hallucinating, then swallowed hard. Stealth. Lin Yue moved in the darkness, each step landing in the blind spots of the shadow hound's vision. He could feel his heartbeat slowing, his breathing becoming shallow, and his body temperature dropping. This wasn't psychological, it was the physiological effect of the stealth skill, reducing his vital signs to the minimum, turning him into a temperatureless stone. The shadow hounds had a keen sense of smell, but the stealth skill not only concealed vision, but also masked scents and sounds. Lin Yue circled to the side of the 3 shadow hounds, choosing his angle. The first one backstab. The dagger pierced through the side of the shadow hound's neck, penetrating its windpipe. 1,240. The shadow hound didn't even have time to whimper before it fell, its corpse beginning to dissipate. The other 2 suddenly turned around, their blood-red eyes scanning the area, but Lin Yue had already moved to a new position at the moment of the assassination. The second one, side ambush. The moment he revealed himself, the shadow hound's massive maw lunged towards him. Lin Yue sidestepped, the fangs grazing his shoulder guard, producing a harsh metallic screech. The dagger was reversed, thrusting upwards into the jaw. 1,350. The second one fell. The third one had already begun to flee, but Lin Yue's shadow step was faster. He appeared at the side of the shadow hound, stabbing through its ribcage straight into its heart. 1,600. 3 shadow hounds, 9 seconds. When Wang Hao and the others arrived, the third shadow hound's corpse had just finished dissipating, leaving behind over 30 copper coins and a white piece of equipment, the shadow hound leather boots. Lin Yue picked up the copper coins and glanced at the boots, attributes green, equipment 5 agility. He casually handed them to Wang Hao. Put these on, they increase agility. Wang Hao took them, and the boots appeared on his feet out of nowhere, startling a nearby child who exclaimed, "Wow, this is too magical." Wang Hao stomped his feet. The boots fit, while lightweight, yet sturdy. The middle-aged man watching all of this had an increasingly hopeful look in his eyes. He approached Lin Yue and quietly asked, "Little brother, what level are you?" 85. The middle-aged man gasped in surprise. Though he was a casual player, he understood what level 85 represented. Since the public launch of Qingxue Era, the global average level was only around 50, making level 85 absolutely top tier. It was the pinnacle among the elite, existing within the top 0. One of the server. His gaze towards Lin Yue shifted from gratitude to awe, as if he were looking at a savior. "No wonder," the middle-aged man murmured. The group continued forward. Their destination was the Tianhong shopping mall in the city center, where Lin Yue often gathered teammates in the game. The mall had a sturdy structure, ample space, abundant supplies, and was easy to defend, but hard to attack, making it the ideal temporary stronghold. After walking for about 20 minutes, they encountered a wave of large-scale monsters. At least 30 rotting flesh monsters surged from all directions at the intersection. Their movement speed was not fast, but their sheer numbers blocked all paths. Wang Hao tightened his grip on the iron pipe, his palms slick with sweat. In the back of the group, a child began to quietly cry, and a woman covered his mouth, trembling. Lin Yu's mind raced. 30 rotting flesh monsters, a direct confrontation was impossible. His blue mana was only sufficient for 8 backstabs and 3 shadow steps. Skills had cooldowns, and once surrounded it would be over. He could kill 5 to 6 in 5 seconds, but the rest would rush over in that time, tearing Wang Hao and the others apart. He quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed a narrow alley to the right leading to an underground parking lot. The roll-up door at the parking lot entrance was partially open, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. "Follow me, run." Lin Yue scooped up the nearest elderly person and dashed towards the alley. Wang Hao snapped to attention, picking up another child and following suit. The others ran desperately, the rotting flesh monsters' roars and heavy footsteps sounding behind them. The sounds grew closer and denser, surging like a tidal wave. Lin Yue was the first to dive into the parking lot, setting the elderly person down and turning to assist the others. Wang Hao shoved 2 children inside, followed by the middle-aged man, the woman, and the young man. The last girl was a bit slow, and a rotting flesh monster's claw was almost reaching her back. Lin Yue burst out from the parking lot entrance, swinging his dagger to sever the claw's wrist. The rotting flesh monster let out a piercing howl, and Lin Yue thrust his blade into its mouth, pinning it to the ground. "Get in," the girl cried as she scrambled through the roll-up door. Lin Yue was the last to enter, pulling the door down with all his might. Outside, the sound of the rotting flesh monsters slamming against the door echoed, once, twice, 3 times. But the roll-up door was sturdy. After a few hits, there was no further sound, as if the monsters had lost their target and slowly dispersed. The parking lot was dark, with emergency lights flickering occasionally. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Not from exhaustion, but from the feeling of exhaustion after the adrenaline wore off. His dagger was still dripping with black blood. Wang Hao approached, patting his shoulder, saying nothing. Lin Yue looked towards the depths of the parking lot as something seemed to be moving in the dim space. It was not a rotting flesh monster. It was something of a higher level. "Everyone stay silent." Lin Yue's voice was low, barely audible except to a few people nearby. He raised a hand, signaling everyone to crouch against the wall. Deep in the parking lot, something was moving. It wasn't the heavy dragging sound of a corrupted flesh demon, but rather a light, rhythmic footfall. It sounded like high heels on concrete, but the frequency was wrong. Too fast, too quick for a human to achieve. Lin Yue pressed himself against the wall, slowly peeking out. The underground parking lot was vast, filled with hundreds of cars, the smell of dust and exhaust fumes mingling in the air. The emergency lights flickered every few seconds, and with each flash, he could see the position of that thing. On the first flicker, it was 50 meters away, standing atop an SUV. On the second flicker, it was 30 meters away, crouching on the hood of a sedan. On the third flicker, it was just 10 meters away, its outline becoming visible. A shadow cat. Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. The shadow cat, a level 25 elite monster, was incredibly fast and had blood-draining attacks, making it a nightmare for novice players. He had encountered it many times in the game, each time playing cautiously. But in reality, this was his first encounter. The emergency light flashed again. This time Lin Yue saw its full form. It was about the size of an adult leopard, its body covered in pitch-black fur that shimmered with a bluish hue under the light. Its eyes were golden, with vertical pupils burning like 2 coals in the darkness. The tip of its tail had a bony stinger resembling a scorpion's tail. It was staring at Lin Yue, not just looking at him, but fixing its gaze. Eye to eye. Lin Yue's right hand slowly moved to the dagger at his waist. The corners of the shadow cat's mouth twitched upward as if it was smiling. Then its body suddenly crouched low, gathering force. This was a precursor to its pounce. "Get down," Lin Yue shouted, pushing Wang Hao down to the ground with his left hand while drawing his dagger with the right, leaning backward. The shadow cat's leap passed over him, the rush of air from its claws ruffling his hair. It twisted midair, landing on the wall, using it to spring forward again. It was too fast. So fast that Lin Yue couldn't keep up with his reaction. The dagger was held horizontally in front of him, blocking the first claw, but the second claw came from below, tearing through the armor on his left arm. 3 bloody scratches appeared on his forearm, blood splattering. 84. He saw the damage number. It wasn't the floating, translucent number from the game, but a vivid red number that appeared directly at the edge of his vision, almost impossible to ignore. As if someone was reminding him, "You are hurt, you are really hurt." The pain arrived a second later than the damage number, but it was much more intense. It was a burning sensation, as if someone had drawn 3 lines with red-hot iron on his arm. Lin Yue gritted his teeth, his eyes never leaving the shadow cat. It landed on the roof of a van, licking the blood off its claws, its golden eyes filled with mockery. It was playing, not hunting, it was playing. This chilled Lin Yue's blood and snapped his mind into focus. He wasn't in a game. This was a fight for his life. The shadow cat lunged again, this time faster. Lin Yue did not evade, instead he met it head on. As the shadow cat pounced right before him, he sidestepped, allowing it to pass under his armpit, while clamping his left arm around its neck. Both man and cat fell to the ground, rolling twice. The shadow cat's claws frantically scraped against Lin Yue's chest armor, producing a harsh screeching sound. Its tail swung around the bony stinger, aimed directly at Lin Yue's face. Lin Yue tilted his head to dodge the stinger, reversing his grip on the dagger, plunging it towards the shadow cat's neck. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. The shadow cat's struggles grew weaker, its golden eyes slowly losing their luster. Finally, it convulsed once and lay still. The corpse began to dissipate. Lin Yue lay on the cold concrete floor, gasping for breath. The wound on his left arm was still bleeding, his armor was covered in claw marks, and his face was splattered with blood. He couldn't tell if it was the shadow cat's or his own. Wang Hao ran over to help him up. "Are you okay?" Lin Yue shook his head, stood up, and glanced at the experience bar. It had increased significantly, almost reaching level 86. The items left by the dissipating shadow cat were far greater than those of a normal monster. 2 silver coins, a small life potion, and a dagger glowing with a green light. Lin Yue picked up the dagger and took a look. Shadow's Fong Green equipment, attack power 4562, agility 8, special effect backstab damage 10. It was slightly inferior to the mainhand dagger he was using, but better than the offhand. He equipped it directly, wielding 1 black and 1 green dagger, both glimmering coldly in the dim light. A voice came from outside the rolling shutter door. It wasn't a monster, it was a person. "Is anyone inside? We are survivors and need help." Wang Hao wanted to shout, but Lin Yue covered his mouth. He signaled everyone to be quiet, then moved to the side of the rolling shutter door, peeking through the gap. Outside stood 5 or 6 people, the leader clad in silver armor, holding a longsword, clearly a warrior class. Behind them were a dozen corpses of corrupted flesh demons, clearly just cleared. The warrior class man shouted again. "We come from the Tianhong shopping mall. The players in the mall have established a safe zone and can shelter survivors. Is anyone there?" Tianhong shopping mall. Lin Yue frowned. He had thought about leading people there, and now those from there were out searching for survivors, logically making sense. But he felt something was off. He scrutinized the expression of that warrior man. It was too calm, too composed for someone who had just experienced an apocalypse. Moreover, his gaze kept darting towards the gap in the rolling shutter door, as if searching for something. Lin Yue took a step back and whispered to Wang Hao, "Something's not right." "What's not right?" His eyes are counting heads. Wang Hao was taken aback, peeking through the door gap, and when he returned, his expression had changed. "Shit, you mean? They are robbing us." Lin Yue didn't answer, but his hand had already tightened around the newly equipped dagger. Outside the rolling shutter door, the warrior man's smile faded. "Friends inside, I will say it again, Tianhong shopping mall safe zone welcomes survivors. However, joining requires a protection fee, 10 copper coins per person or equivalent supplies." Wang Hao's face turned crimson, grabbing a metal pipe and preparing to charge out, but Lin Yue yanked him back. "Not yet." Lin Yue spoke softly. "Let them leave first." Outside the rolling shutter door, the warrior man waited for half a minute, but received no response. He scoffed, unappreciative. "Let's go to the next building." Footsteps gradually faded away. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. His left arm still throbbed with pain. The smell of blood lingered at his nose. Monsters outside continued to howl, and a blood-red moon hung in the sky. This was just the first night. He opened his eyes, looking at the people curled up in the corner. Elders, women, children, office workers, students. They were all watching him, their eyes filled with fear and anticipation. Lin Yue stood up, walked to the rolling shutter door, listened for a moment, and after confirming it was safe outside, slowly pushed the door open. Moonlight streamed in blood red. "Let's go," Lin Yue said to the mall. "But what about those people just now?" A middle-aged man hesitated. "They are not from the mall. They are frauds." Lin Yue's tone was calm. "Those who truly establish a safe zone would not charge protection fees, nor would they come out at midnight to search for survivors. They were taking advantage of the chaos, specifically targeting isolated survivors." Everyone fell silent. Wang Hao looked at Lin Yue's back, suddenly realizing that this neighbor who usually just nodded in the elevator had completely transformed. No, not transformed. It was the true self finally revealed. The group set off again, advancing toward the Tianhong shopping mall under the glow of the blood moon. Lin Yue walked at the forefront, dagger in hand, his gaze sharp. He did not know what the situation was like at the mall, nor whether there would be more monsters, more frauds, or more dangers. But he knew one thing. He would ensure that these people behind him would live to see the sunlight of tomorrow. Lin Yue led the team under the blood moon for 15 minutes, finally catching sight of the outline of the Tianhong shopping mall. The blood moon hung low in the sky, casting a dark red light that smeared the earth like a thin layer of blood. The buildings on either side of the street appeared grotesque and unfamiliar under the red glow. Once familiar shop signs, bus stops, and lamp posts now resembled some distorted installation art. The glass curtain wall of the mall was shattered in large sections with shards of glass strewn across the ground, reflecting a dark red light under the blood moon, as if walking on broken ice. Yet the main structure remained intact. The entrance on the first floor was piled high with various debris, forming a makeshift barricade with sandbag shelves and wooden boards stacked haphazardly, leaving only an iron door in the middle. On the door, big letters painted in red read, "Safety Zone, players first. Players first." Wang Hao repeated, furrowing his brow. What does that mean? Lin Yue did not answer, for he had already seen the figures standing behind the door. Two young individuals, one male and one female, clad in gaming gear, wielding weapons. The male was a warrior dressed in chainmail, holding a one-handed sword. The female was an archer carrying a longbow on her back, her eyes vigilant. "Stop right there." The warrior raised his hand. "Who are you?" "Survivors." Lin Yue halted, ensuring those behind him were visible. 11 people, some players and some ordinary folks. The warrior scanned the team, his gaze pausing on Lin Yue's equipment, his expression subtly shifting. He turned to exchange a glance with the archer before nodding. "Players can enter. Ordinary folks must provide supplies." "What supplies?" Wang Hao asked. 10 pounds of food per person, or equivalent items. "You can enter without supplies, but you must work inside as compensation." Wang Hao's face flushed again, and Lin Yue pressed down on his shoulder. "We came here fighting our way through. We don't have food." Lin Yue said softly, "But I can help you clear the surrounding monsters in exchange for their entry." The warrior hesitated for a moment, and the archer leaned toward him and whispered a few words. The warrior nodded. "All right. If you can clear the Shadow Cat Den in the east parking lot, all 11 of them can enter for free." "Shadow Cats?" Wang Hao blinked. "We just killed one. Deal." Lin Yue interrupted Wang Hao, turning to the middle-aged man and saying, "You all go inside and wait for me half an hour." The middle-aged man opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately just nodded and led the others into the safety zone. Wang Hao stayed behind, holding an iron pipe beside Lin Yue. "I'm going with you. Your level is too low. A single paw from a shadow cat could take you out. Then I definitely can't let you go alone." Lin Yue glanced at him, but said nothing more. The two circled around to the east side of the mall's parking lot. Hundreds of cars were parked here, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of gasoline and decay. All emergency lights were extinguished, with only the dark red glow of the blood moon seeping through the vents, dyeing everything an ominous color. Lin Yue crouched down and spotted shadow cat footprints on the ground. Not just one, but at least 3, and they were not small. "Stick close to me and don't make a sound." He entered stealth mode, rendering himself invisible to Wang Hao, who could only follow based on feeling. Lin Yue moved slowly, stopping every few steps to listen. Shadow cats had extremely keen hearing, and any extraneous noise would expose their location. At the deepest part of the parking lot, they found the Shadow Cat Den. 3 shadow cats lounged atop an overturned truck, grooming each other's fur. One of them was significantly larger than the others, with darker fur and dark golden eyes. This was the Shadow Cat leader, a level 30 elite monster. Wang Hao gasped, and Lin Yue could hear his heartbeat pounding like a drum. "You retreat to the entrance and wait for me," Lin Yue said in a voice only the two of them could hear. "You plan to take on 3 alone. Not take on, but kill." Lin Yue's figure vanished into the darkness. He first circled to the left side of the Shadow Cat. It was dozing, its eyes half closed, its tail occasionally flicking. Lin Yue waited for 10 seconds, confirming that the other two were not looking this way, then he moved. The dagger shot out from the shadows, piercing through the Shadow Cat's throat, while his left hand covered its mouth. 1320. The Shadow Cat's body convulsed violently twice before going limp. The corpse began to dissipate, and Lin Yue moved to hide behind another vehicle. In the instant the light flared up. Meow. The second Shadow Cat sensed something amiss. Its ears perked up, and its golden eyes scanned the direction of its vanished companion. It jumped down from the truck, landing silently, and stepped toward Lin Yue's hiding spot. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Lin Yue darted out from behind the car, reversing his grip on the dagger, and plunged it into its eye. The Shadow Cat let out a shrill scream, its tail's bony spike whipping toward Lin Yue's face. He tilted his head to dodge, twisted the dagger in the Shadow Cat's eye socket, pulled it out, and stabbed again. 1480. The second one fell. The third, the leader, had already reacted. It leaped from the top of the truck, lunging at Lin Yue with such speed that Wang Hao only saw a black shadow from a distance. Lin Yue did not retreat, but instead met it head-on. As the Shadow Cat pounced at him, he crouched down, sliding beneath it while thrusting the dagger upward, slicing open its abdomen. The Shadow Cat stumbled as it landed, turning to pounce again. This time Lin Yue did not evade. He stood his ground, waiting until the Shadow Cat's claws were nearly touching his face, then sidestepped half a step, grabbing its front paw with his left hand while driving the dagger into its neck with his right. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. The Shadow Cat leader's golden eyes slowly lost their luster, and its body crashed to the ground. System notification: killed level 30 elite monster. Shadow Cat leader experience 1500 A gold coin, a medium life potion, and and a dagger glowing with blue light were left on the ground. Lin Yue picked it up and took a glance. Shadow Ripper Blue Equipment Attack Power 68, 89 Agility, 15 Critical Rate, 5 Effect Backstab Damage, 20, additional 10 damage to elite monsters. Better than his current 2 daggers. When Wang Hao ran over Lin Yue had already equipped the new dagger. The 2 old daggers were tucked into his waist, one glowing blue, the other faintly green. 9 minutes. Wang Hao looked at the dissipating corpse on the ground. Are you really human? Lin Yue did not answer, turning to walk toward the entrance of the mall. The warrior and the archer were still standing at the door, and upon seeing Lin Yue return, their expressions visibly changed. The warrior actively opened the iron door, stepping aside to let him pass. Please come inside. We have already arranged positions for your people. Lin Yue walked past him, pausing to glance at him. Next time you block ordinary people, I'll tear down your door. The warrior's expression changed, but he said nothing. The mall was larger than Lin Yue had imagined. The first floor, which had been the clothing and cosmetics section, had now been transformed into a public living area. The ground was covered with cardboard and blankets, and over 100 people were crammed in here, including the elderly, children, injured players, and frightened ordinary people. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant and sweat. Some people were quietly crying while others were watching downloaded TV shows on their phones. Seemingly, as long as the world on the screen continued to operate, reality wasn't so bad. Lin Yue found the people he had brought. A middle-aged man and woman were sitting in a corner, and they smiled upon seeing him return. Little brother, thank you. The middle-aged man stood up. The people inside said, you are a high-level player, Qingxue. I will stay here. Lin Yue interrupted him, at least for tonight. The middle-aged man sighed in relief and sat back down. Wang Hao leaned over and whispered, are you really going to stay here? Not leaving tonight. It's 10 times more dangerous outside, and they have medical supplies and food reserves, which is better than searching for a place ourselves. What about tomorrow? Lin Yue didn't answer because he saw someone coming down from the second floor. It was a young man in his early 20s, thin as a bamboo pole, wearing black-framed glasses, and his hair was in disarray like a bird's nest. The lenses were covered in dust and fingerprints, and through them one could see the deep dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for a week. He was wearing a wrinkled white t-shirt and plaid shorts with flip-flops on his feet. One strap of the left slipper had broken, tied with a red plastic string, making a slapping sound as he walked. He looked like he had been dragged straight out of bed. But his eyes were bright, so bright they seemed out of place in this dreary environment. It was a typical look of someone deeply engrossed in something, focused, obsessive, fiercely passionate about what they held in their hands. Lin Yue. The young man froze for a moment upon seeing Lin Yue, then hurried over. Is it really you? Mo Yuan. Lin Yue recognized him. Li Yifei ID, god of law in the world, a player ranked among the top 50 elemental mages in the Qingxue era, and also one of Lin Yue's regular teammates in the game. They had collaborated many times, exploring dungeons, farming, and competing in arenas, but had never met in reality. In the game, Lin Yue's impression of him was talkative, fast hands, and explosive damage. In reality, he looked like a college student who hadn't graduated yet. What are you doing here? Lin Yue asked. I live in the neighboring community. I was hiding in an internet cafe on the day of the fusion, and later I followed a group of people here. Li Yifei pushed up his glasses, excitement filling his eyes. You know, I studied the system panel and discovered many patterns. Wait a second. Lin Yue raised his hand to interrupt him. First, tell me who manages this safe zone. Li Yifei's expression changed slightly, lowering his voice. The security captain of the mall, named Zhou Tai LV. 53 warrior. He brought a few security guards and players to occupy this place, sheltering survivors, but he charges a management fee. So it's the one where you have to pay with supplies to get in. Exactly. And his men regularly go out to loot. Actually, just robbing the stranded survivors. Li Yifei's voice dropped even lower. I think he's just a local tyrant, but there's no choice. At least it's safe here. Lin Yue nodded, saying nothing. He found a corner to sit down and began to organize his thoughts. Wang Hao and Li Yifei sat beside him, the three of them whispering under the dim light. The emergency lights flickered slightly every few seconds, as if breathing, stretching, and shortening the shadows of the three. In the distance, someone was snoring loudly, drowning out the whispers of others. You just said you studied the patterns of the system panel? Lin Yue asked. Li Yifei's eyes lit up again. That unique fervor of a data enthusiast returned to his face. Yes, I found that the system updates every 7 days, and the update content appears 3 hours in advance in the backend code. It's not in the public announcements, it's in the underlying data streams of the system, as if someone deliberately left a hidden door there. I spent a full 2 days and nights figuring out the data format. He pulled out his phone, the screen filled with incomprehensible code, dense hexadecimal numbers, and symbols scrolling line by line. The next update will open up the guild system. Guild. Wang Hao interjected. Is it like the guilds in the game? Yes. And the guilds have exclusive skills, exclusive warehouses, and experience bonuses. Li Yifei looked at Lin Yue. If we can establish a guild before other factions, we can get the first completion reward, a random legendary skill book. A legendary skill book. Lin Yue certainly knew what that meant. In Qingxue era, the drop rate for legendary skill books was so low it could be ignored with fewer than 20 people in the entire server possessing legendary skills. And now these skills were not just game effects, they were real powers that could help one survive in the apocalypse. Lin Yue fell silent. Establishing a guild was not a one-person job. It required at least 10 people and a fixed base. He currently only had Wang Hao and Li Yifei with him, and the unknown people in the mall were far from enough. He needed to find more trustworthy individuals, a place that wouldn't be breached by monsters, and he needed food, water, medicine, and weapons. Too many things to gather enough to give even the top assassin in the server a headache. Moreover, he hadn't contacted Su Muqing. Since the fusion, he had sent her dozens of messages, all without reply. He didn't know where she was, whether she was safe, or even if she had donned her game gear and appeared in some corner of the real world. Lin Yue was not someone who got anxious easily. He had faced countless unfavorable situations in the game, being ambushed, backstabbed, and surrounded. He could always calmly find a way out. But this time was different. Death in the game meant just losing experience or repairing equipment. One could respawn after running to their corpse. In reality, however, death meant truly dying. No respawn points, no angelic sisters, no chances to start over. Let's rest first, Lin Yue said. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Wang Hao and Li Yifei said nothing more, leaning against the wall and closing their eyes. Lin Yue did not sleep. He sat on the ground, staring at the cracks in the ceiling, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the hilt of his dagger. The hilt of the Shadow Ripper had a shallow groove just right for his thumb to fit. This touch made him feel grounded, like the only thing he could grasp in a chaotic world. The last message Su Muqing sent kept replaying in his mind. If the world in the game is real, what will happen to us? At the time, he thought it was just a casual chat, tinged with sleepiness late at night. In hindsight, that sentence felt like a prophecy or a farewell. At 5:17 in the morning, before dawn broke, Lin Yue leaned against the wall, feigning sleep, with a dagger resting on his knee, the hilt pressed against his palm. Most people in the mall were asleep, with only a few night watch players whispering at the entrance, the occasional sound of a lighter, and the burnt smell of tobacco wafting through the air. The emergency lights emitted a dim yellow glow, casting flickering shadows on the walls, resembling something slowly writhing in the darkness. He couldn't sleep. His brain was like an overloaded machine, buzzing incessantly. System panels, guild systems, messages from Su Muqing, the hostility from Zhou Tai, all the information swirling like fragments in his mind, failing to form a complete picture. His phone vibrated. Lin Yue opened his eyes, almost instantly squinting at the screen's light piercing through the darkness. It wasn't a message from Su Muqing. It was a message from Li Yifei, who was lying just 3 meters away, but still insisted on sending a message. Such was Li Yifei's style. Li Yifei said he had scanned a person 500 meters west of the mall with the ID showing Mu Yucheng Feng. Lin Yue's fingers paused. Mu Yucheng Feng, Qingxue. She was among the top 30 players on the Sacred Priest leaderboard in Qingxue Yuan, and also one of Lin Yue's regular teammates in the game. Her healing skills were well known in the circle, but she was even more famous for another reason. She was one of the rare top-tier supports who completely avoided any conflicts. She didn't take sides, didn't hold grudges, didn't join guilds, as she played with whoever formed a team with her, and then parted ways after the game, clean and swift. Li Yifei sent her location and asked if he should go. Lin Yue did not reply, sheathed his dagger, and stood up. The warrior guarding the entrance hesitated when he saw Lin Yue heading out. He had clearly heard about Lin Yue clearing the Shadow Cat's den alone, and his attitude was noticeably more respectful than before, though laced with an indefinable element, both caution and wariness. Lin Yue simply said, "I'm heading out for a bit," and the warrior opened the iron door without asking further. It was much colder outside than inside the mall. The blood moon hung low in the western sky, casting a rusty hue over the streets. Lin Yue entered stealth mode and moved westward along his route. After walking for about 10 minutes, he heard voices. Not the roars of monsters, but human voices. Some were crying, others shouting, "Hold on," and another voice was chanting some kind of incantation, the syllables odd, and the intonation rising exactly like a priest casting a healing spell in Qingxue Yuan. The voices came from a small square. A group of survivors huddled behind a newsstand in the corner of the square, perhaps more than 20 people, including the elderly, women, and children. The iron exterior of the newsstand was battered and dented, but still barely standing. In the center of the crowd stood a young girl in a white priest robe, Qingxue. Lin Yue had seen her character countless times in the game, but this was his first time seeing her in reality. She was smaller than Lin Yue had imagined, appearing to be in her early 20s, with a baby face, shoulder-length hair tied into 2 small pigtails, and big round eyes with red rims, as if she had just been crying. Yet her hands did not pause. Holy light surged from her palms, landing on the chest of a middle-aged man in front of her. The man's left arm had vanished below the elbow, the stump a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, the skin dark and bruised. This was the wound inflicted by some corrosive monster. Holy light fell upon the wound, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Lin Yue canceled his stealth and stepped out from the shadows. A young man in a windbreaker brandished a steel pipe in front of the crowd. Lin Yue raised his hands to signal that he meant no harm, saying he knew her. The young man hesitated for a moment before stepping aside. Lin Yue crouched beside Qingxue and asked if she needed help. Qingxue looked up at him, her gaze shifting from his face to his gear. Jet black light armor, the blue glow of Shadow Ripper flickering on the hilt. Her pupils dilated suddenly, her lips trembled as she whispered Mo Yuan. Yet she did not cry. She took a deep breath, refocusing her attention on the wound, stating that the man's arm needed to be amputated, but her magical power was insufficient as the toxin had already spread above the elbow joint. Lin Yue opened the mall's exchange and obtained 3 medium healing potions. Qingxue said the potions could only sustain vital signs, and amputation still required someone to perform the procedure. "They'll do it," Lin Yue said, drawing out his dagger. The crowd around them stirred restlessly. The young man and 2 others held the middle-aged man's shoulders and legs. Lin Yue stuffed a wooden stick into the man's mouth, positioning the dagger 3 centimeters above the stump, and struck down cleanly. The middle-aged man let out a muffled groan and fainted. Qingxue's holy light almost simultaneously enveloped the area, alternating between healing and blood-stopping spells. Lin Yue poured all 3 healing potions onto the wound, the man's complexion shifting from ashen gray to a slight flush, his breathing stabilizing. Qingxue slumped to the ground, her magical power nearly depleted, leaving less than 5. "Thank you." She looked up at Lin Yue, her voice soft. "How did you know I was here?" "Li Yifei scanned for you." Lin Yue sheathed his dagger. "He's at Tianhong Mall." "Wang Hao is there too." Qingxue stood up, brushed the dust off her priest robe, and said she wanted to go to Tianhong Mall with Lin Yue. Lin Yue glanced at the crowd behind her and asked what would happen to them. Her tone was firm as she responded that she had promised to take them to a safe place. Lin Yue looked at her and suddenly felt a desire to smile. Su Muqing was like this, and so was Qingxue. They could very well survive on their own, yet they insisted on bringing along a group of ordinary people who would only slow them down, exhausting themselves to the brink of magical depletion. The team began to move. Lin Yue led the way, his dagger drawn, his figure flickering in and out of sight under the blood moon. Qingxue walked in the middle of the group, turning back every few minutes to ensure no one was left behind. Lin Yue was contemplating one thing. The next system update would open the guild system, requiring at least 10 people to form a guild. Currently, he had Wang Hao, Li Yifei, Su Muqing, and Qingxue, plus old Zhao, making 6. Yet looking back at those ordinary people behind him, he suddenly realized that the strongest guild was never about one person carrying the entire weight, but rather everyone standing together. As they reached the entrance of Tianhong Mall, the first streaks of gray-white light appeared on the horizon, and the blood moon finally descended. The warrior opened the iron door, seeing the more than 20 people following Lin Yue, and stepped aside to clear the path. Qingxue stepped into the mall and immediately spotted Wang Hao and Li Yifei lying in a corner. She smiled, a weary yet genuine smile. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, sheathing his dagger and closing his eyes. His mind was still chaotic, but it was slightly better than before. At least now he had someone by his side again. The mall was very quiet. The blood moon had set and dawn had yet to break, with everyone still waiting in the darkness. Lin Yue leaned against a pillar in the mall, eyes closed, though he was not asleep. The wound on his left arm throbbed faintly. The deep claw marks left by the shadow cat had been treated by Qingxue with a healing spell, but her magic was insufficient, only healing the surface. The deeper muscles still needed time. The mall was very quiet. After the blood moon fell, the activity of the monsters outside seemed to have decreased, with only the occasional distant howls echoing, as if some giant creature was feeding on the other side of the city. More than 100 survivors were crammed on the first floor, lying in disarray. Some were mumbling in their sleep, their voices indistinct, as if arguing with some non-existent person. Someone was crying softly, the sobs muffled to the point that only those beside them could hear. Wang Hao snored next to him, the sound loud like a drill. Lin Yue turned over, just about to kick him, when his phone vibrated. He looked down. It wasn't a text message, nor WeChat, nor any communication app he recognized. It was the private messaging interface of Zhang Yuan appearing out of nowhere on his phone screen. A dark background with silver borders, the sender's ID and level in the upper left corner, just like in the game. Sender Qingxue. The message was a single sentence. Mo Yuan, I am at the West City Gym, come find me. Lin Yue's pupils constricted sharply. His first reaction was not excitement, but suspicion. Having integrated into this world, he had seen too many opportunists taking advantage of chaos. The warrior at the mall entrance wanted to collect a management fee, while the group of scammers in the parking lot preyed on lone survivors, and there were those lurking in the shadows waiting for you to show a flaw. Impersonating acquaintances to set traps was a simple tactic, so simple that even novice players could think of it. But Qingxue was different. Lin Yue stared at the message for 10 seconds, then got up and walked to the corner, kicking awake Li Yifei. "Help me look something up." Li Yifei sleepily put on his glasses and took the phone. His eyes scanned the screen for a few seconds, and he instantly became alert. This isn't an ordinary private message. His fingers swiftly glided over the screen, pulling up strings of code that Lin Yue couldn't understand. "Look at this encryption format. This is a private chat protocol between players, something from the system's core. It cannot be forged. Can you trace the source?" "Yes." Li Yifei adjusted his glasses. "The IP address maps to the game server. But the current server is no longer just a server, it has a physical counterpart in reality. Speak plainly." The message indeed came from the West City Gym. Moreover, Li Yifei magnified a segment of code, his expression turning peculiar. "This encryption method is a unique format you and Qingxue agreed upon privately. Even if someone else got her account, they couldn't send such a message." Lin Yue fell silent. That encryption method was something the two had come up with in the game. One day, out of boredom, they designed a code system transforming common commands into specific sequences for whispering in the guild chat. The complexity wasn't high, but it was private enough, like two people conversing in a noisy crowd with a language only they could understand. It had never been made public. Besides Qingxue, no one else knew. "Are you going?" Qingxue, who had woken up at some point, stood 2 steps away, her white robe still stained with the blood of the man from last night. Lin Yue nodded. "It's getting bright outside, but the monsters are still active." Qingxue said, "The West City Gym is 3 kilometers from here, and we have to pass at least 5 intersections along the way, each of which could have monster packs." "I know. Then are you still going?" Lin Yue did not answer, lowering his head to glance at the line of text on his phone screen. "I am at the West City Gym, come find me." 6 words, 1 period, simple as saying the weather is nice today. But Lin Yue knew that being able to send that message meant she was still alive, still able to move, still capable of using the system panel. He recalled the last conversation they had in the game. "If the world in the game is real, what would happen to us? Then you must be the queen, and I will be your guard." "I don't want a guard, I want you to be the king." At that time, he thought it was just idle chatter in the deep night, a relaxation after finishing a dungeon, meaningless sweet talk between 2 people in a virtual world. Now that he thought about it, it could have been some kind of premonition, or perhaps something more terrifying, a truth he knew but dared not face. "I will go." Lin Yue tucked the dagger at his waist. "Wang Hao, come with me, you stay behind." "I'm going too," Qingxue said. "Your magic hasn't recovered, you'll be a burden." Qingxue opened her mouth, but didn't argue. She indeed had no mana left. All 3 medium potions had been given to that man with a severed limb, and now she couldn't even cast a minor healing spell. "Just be careful." She took a step back, looking into Lin Yue's eyes. "She is waiting for you." Lin Yue turned and kicked awake Wang Hao. 20 minutes later, the two appeared at the back door of the mall. It was already bright outside, but the sunlight was gray as if filtered through dirty glass. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and dried bloodstains, and in the distance black smoke rose, the source unknown. Lin Yue entered stealth mode, with Wang Hao trailing behind him, gripping an iron pipe, his palms sweaty. At the first intersection, 3 rotting meat monsters were gnawing on a deer carcass. Lin Yue signaled wait, circled to the side, and with one swift strike, each took them down in 3 seconds. At the second intersection, 5 shadow hounds basked on the car roofs. This time it took 15 seconds. Wang Hao only saw a few shadows flash by, and the 5 shadow hounds turned into a pile of copper coins on the ground. At the third intersection, there was nothing. But Lin Yue stopped. He crouched behind an overturned bus, staring at the road 50 meters ahead. There was a pool of blood. It wasn't monster blood. Monster blood was black or green. This was red human blood, still fresh, stretching from a side alley to the main road. "Someone has been here." Lin Yue whispered, "more than one, as someone is chasing them. Should we take a detour?" "There's no time." Lin Yue stood up, quickening his pace. Wang Hao jogged to catch up, gripping the iron pipe tighter. When the West City Gym came into view, Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. The gym's glass curtain wall was shattered, in large parts sandbags and barbed wire piled at the entrance, with someone standing guard. 2 players, one a warrior and the other an archer dressed in game gear, wore vigilant expressions. Lin Yue disengaged from stealth and approached. "Who are you?" The warrior raised his one-handed sword. "I am here to find someone," Lin Yue said, Qingxue. The warrior's expression changed, exchanging a glance with the archer beside him. "You are Mo Yuan. You know me. Sister Qingxue mentioned you." The warrior sheathed his sword, stepping aside. "Go in, she is waiting for you." Lin Yue entered the gym, his steps unconsciously quickening. The gymnasium was larger than Lin Yue had imagined. The basketball court, stands, changing rooms, and athlete rest areas created a spacious and clearly structured environment. The ground was covered with rubber mats, silent underfoot, which was a significant advantage in the apocalypse. Footsteps wouldn't attract monsters. A few players were patrolling at the entrance. Their equipment varied, but their eyes were all vigilant. Lin Yue noted their formation was methodical, not random, but rather created a crossfire net. No matter from which direction the monster charged in, at least two people would attack simultaneously. He had seen this defensive setup before. It was a common formation used by professional teams. Lin Yue paused for a moment before quickening his pace. He moved through the crowd, his gaze sweeping over each face. Some were watching him, some were eating, and others were tending to the wounded. None of them was her. He walked to the center of the basketball court and stopped. Su Muqing sat on the opposite steps. Her silver-white hair cascaded down her shoulders, shimmering softly in the gray-white daylight. It wasn't dyed, it was the result of her game character's manifestation. Lin Yue knew this because his own hair had also changed from black to deep gray. She wore a white mage robe with golden patterns on the collar and cuffs that glimmered faintly in the dim light. The hem of her robe was stained with dust and dried blood, yet the golden patterns remained clearly visible. She held a VR device, a standard neural link helmet for Sky Epic. Having just removed it, her hair was a bit disheveled with a red mark on her face left by the helmet. But as she sat there, she seemed like the only light in the entire bleak world. Lin Yue walked towards her. Wang Hao didn't follow. He stood at the entrance, arms crossed, wearing an expression that said him here for the show. Lin Yue stopped in front of Su Muqing. She looked up. The two locked eyes for 3 seconds. Her eyes were black, a deep kind of black. Not the golden spell-tinged eyes from the game, but real living black with blood vessels, fatigue, yet very bright. Lin Yue's throat moved. He wanted to say, "Are you okay?" Wanted to ask, "How did you get here?" Wanted to say, "I've been looking for you for so long." But all these words got stuck in his throat, not a single one could escape. Su Muqing spoke first. She tilted her head to glance at Lin Yue, her gaze moving from his face to his gear, then back to his face. "You are thinner than I imagined," she said. Lin Yue opened his mouth, saying something he hadn't expected himself. "You look better than in the game." The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Su Muqing stared for a moment, then smiled. When she smiled, her eyes turned crescent-shaped and the corners of her mouth had 2 shallow dimples. Her silver-white hair swayed gently in the gray-white light, resembling some kind of glowing aquatic plant. Su Muqing stood up and brushed off the dust from her robe. She was half a head shorter than Lin Yue, looking up at him with a light in her eyes that Lin Yue couldn't decipher. "Did you come alone, eh?" "I brought someone." Lin Yue tilted his head towards Wang Hao, the loud one. Su Muqing glanced at Wang Hao, then back at Lin Yue, her smile deepening. "Your friend? Neighbor?" "Oh," Su Muqing nodded, her tone very plain, but the dimples at her mouth betrayed her. "Is that the berserker who charges in to die every time in a dungeon you mentioned in the game?" Lin Yue fell silent for a second. He had indeed complained about Wang Hao's gameplay to Su Muqing in the game, saying he was a berserker, not a berserker who dies. "Can you check the healer's mana before aggroing? Why would you run into the crowd when the boss casts AoE?" But that was in the game. Casual chatter during team play, complaints after completing a dungeon. Su Muqing turned around and called out behind her, "Old Zhao." A man walked over from the other side of the basketball court. In his 40s, with a square face and some gray hair at his temples, but his posture was straight like a drawn sword. His steps were steady, each distance nearly equal, maintaining his center of gravity along his Bodhi's central axis. This was the result of long-term training, not something that could be achieved overnight. His ID floated above his head, Jian Xin. Level LV. 78. Lin Yue's pupils suddenly constricted. He recognized this person. Not the kind of know from the game, but a recognition engraved in his bones. Old Zhao Yuanzheng. 10 years ago, he was the champion player of the first professional league of Sky Epic, and after retiring, he coached multiple teams, nurturing 3 MVP-level players. Lin Yue's first professional team was the one led by Old Zhao. It was also Old Zhao who personally pulled him out of the training camp. At that time, Lin Yue was 17, introverted, sitting on the sidelines of the training camp for half a year. Everyone thought he had no talent. Only Old Zhao said one thing. "He has something in his eyes that I've seen before." Old Zhao walked up to Lin Yue and stopped. He looked at Lin Yue, scanning from head to toe, finally landing on the dagger at his waist. The blue blade of the Shadow Ripper glimmered coldly in the gray-white daylight. "Changed gear?" Old Zhao asked. "Oh, Shadow Ripper." Old Zhao's eyes narrowed, slightly dropped by the Shadow Cat leader. "How do you know?" "There's cat hair on the dagger." Old Zhao's tone was very calm, as if he were commenting on the nice, whether the blue-purple color. "Only the Shadow Cat leader has that kind of color." Lin Yue lowered his head. The dagger indeed had a few fine hairs, blue-purple, lodged in the gap between the blade and hilt. He hadn't noticed. Old Zhao had. "You're still so careless," Old Zhao said. Lin Yue did not retort. Old Zhao looked at him, silent for 2 seconds, then smiled. That smile was not a polite one, but it was sincere, filled with joy. "I didn't teach in vain," he said. Lin Yue's throat moved. He wanted to say master, wanted to say long time no see, wanted to ask, "What are you doing here?" But in the end, he only said 2 words, "Master." Old Zhao patted his shoulder. His hand landed on Lin Yue's shoulder armor, making a dull sound. The force was heavy, but Lin Yue did not move. "You've lost weight," Old Zhao said. "So have you." "I'm just getting old." Su Muqing stood by watching Lin Yue and old Zhao, her eyes holding a light that Lin Yue couldn't understand. Do you know each other? She asked. He is my master, Lin Yue said. I used to coach his team, old Zhao said. Both spoke simultaneously, then fell silent together. Su Muqing glanced at Lin Yue, then at old Zhao, and smiled. No wonder. No wonder what? No wonder your monster fighting style is exactly like his. Su Muqing said, shadow dancer, backstab, shadow step, from behind, the rhythm of skill, connections, angles of movement, even the action of sheathing the weapon, all identical. Lin Yue glanced at old Zhao. Old Zhao said nothing, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Wang Hao walked over from the entrance, standing beside Lin Yue. He looked at old Zhao, then at Lin Yue, asking a very Wang Hao-style question. So you learned to play the game from him? Not learned. Old Zhao said, it's stealing. Lin Yue. Su Muqing burst into laughter. 5 people stood on the basketball court in the gym. Lin Yue, Su Muqing, Wang Hao, and old Zhao. Qingxue was in the mall and Li Yifei was providing technical support in the mall. The core has been gathered. Su Muqing looked at Lin Yue, then at old Zhao, her tone becoming serious. What should we do next? Lin Yue pondered for a moment and replied with one word: return. Return to the mall. There are many people, their resources are concentrated, and the structure is suitable for defense. By the time the team set out from the gymnasium, the sky was completely bright. There were more survivors on Su Muqing's side than Lin Yue had anticipated, 47 people. Together with the 60 he had brought earlier, the total exceeded 60. Lin Yue walked at the front, his dagger unsheathed, the passive effect of his stealth skill, making his figure appear flickering. Su Muqing walked in the middle of the team, holding her staff, the sapphire at the tip, gently glowing. Old Zhao brought up the rear, sword drawn, his steps steady. Wang Hao walked on the side of the team, an iron pipe resting on his shoulder, looking around. He had the lowest level and the poorest equipment, but his momentum was the strongest. His presence made a noise like 10 people combined. Can you walk a little quieter? Lin Yue didn't even turn his head. I'm already very light. I can hear your footsteps from 3 streets away. That's because your hearing is too good. Lin Yue stopped speaking, but Wang Hao indeed quieted his footsteps. Suddenly 20 or so monsters appeared ahead. Putrid demons, shadow hounds, and 2 gargoyles circling low, blocking the path and sealing off the entire street. Lin Yue stopped and raised his fist, and the team immediately halted, everyone crouching in place, not daring to breathe. Wang Hao tightened his grip on the iron pipe, sweat pooling in his palms. How do we fight? Lin Yue did not respond. He was counting the monsters: 14 putrid demons, 7 shadow hounds, and 2 gargoyles, totaling 23. I'll clear the left side, you clear the right. Su Muqing walked to Lin Yue's side. Lin Yue glanced at her. Su Muqing had already raised her staff, the sapphire dazzlingly bright, her expression calm, as if she were playing a regular dungeon in a game. Trust me, she said. Lin Yue said nothing further, drawing his dagger and entering stealth. Su Muqing's spell fell first. A bolt of blue lightning struck precisely on a gargoyle, which let out a piercing scream as it fell from the sky, crashing to the ground, its wings broken and twitching. The second bolt, the second gargoyle fell. The third, fourth, fifth bolts, each one struck precisely on a monster's head, not a single one wasted. The putrid demon collapsed at the moment it was struck, its body emitting black smoke and a burnt stench. Su Muqing lowered her staff, sweat covering her forehead, her mana dropping from 80% to 40%, her face pale, yet smiling. Old Zhao chuckled from behind. This girl is fiercer than you were back in the day. Lin Yue exited stealth, looking at the dissipating monster corpses on the ground, remaining silent for 2 seconds. He had originally prepared a complete strategy. First to kill the gargoyles, then to clear the shadow hounds, and finally deal with the putrid demons, having planned every step, skill exchanges and retreat routes. But Su Muqing did not give him the chance. In 30 seconds, she single-handedly resolved all the monsters. You stole my kills, Lin Yue said. Su Muqing glanced at him and smiled. Next time, I'll let you go first. The team continued forward, and as they reached the entrance of Tianhong Mall, the sky began to darken. In the distance, the horizon glowed with a strange dark red. The blood moon was about to rise. The warrior guarding the entrance saw Lin Yue, his expression complex, as if to say, why are you back again? And yet also, why did you bring so many people? Lin Yue ignored him and led the team into the mall. The first floor atrium was already crowded with people. Originally over 100, with the 60 or so brought by Lin Yue and Su Muqing, nearly 200 were crammed in here. Zhou Tai stood in the center of the atrium, his face ashen. He looked at Lin Yue, then at the 60 or so survivors behind him. Lin Yue, did you ask me before bringing so many people back? Lin Yue stared at him, saying nothing. The atrium fell silent. Everyone was watching Lin Yue, and Zhou Tai, a subtle tension hanging in the air. Su Muqing stood behind Lin Yue, her staff in hand, the sapphire faintly glowing in the dim light. Old Zhao stood on the other side, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, thumb pressed against the guard. Wang Hao gripped the iron pipe, his knuckles turning white. Qingxue stood in the middle of the crowd, holy light gathering in her palms. Zhou Tai looked at the people next to Lin Yue, then at Lin Yue, his expression changing from ashen to a deep purple. He took a deep breath, turned, and walked away without saying a word. The atrium fell silent for a few seconds, then someone began to clap. Starting from a few people to a dozen, eventually, over half the atrium was clapping. Lin Yue did not smile. He looked in the direction Zhou Tai had disappeared, his gaze very cold. The crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, eyes closed with the dagger resting on his knee, the hilt pressed against his palm. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the grooves of the hilt, a habit he had developed in the game, touching the hilt when nervous. Su Muqing approached, sitting down beside him, very close, their shoulders nearly touching. Lin Yue could smell her scent. Not perfume, but a very faint aroma reminiscent of sun-dried blankets, particularly clear in this mall filled with blood and sweat. "Give me your hand," Su Muqing said. Lin Yue opened his eyes and glanced at her. "Your left arm," the shadow cat scratched at, "it's still not healed." Lin Yue looked down briefly. The 3 claw marks indeed had not completely healed, scabbed over, but still showing dark red blood beneath. He extended his arm. Su Muqing grasped his wrist, her other hand pressing on the wound, holy light pouring from her palm, warm, like soaking in hot water. Lin Yue's body stiffened, not from pain, but because Su Muqing's hand was very soft, her fingertips cool, like a warm piece of jade. Su Muqing's fingers moved from his wrist to his forearm, gently pressing around the wound. "Does it hurt?" "No." Liar. Su Muqing looked up and smiled. "Your muscles are tense like stone." Lin Yue said nothing, his ears turning red. "How long did you endure alone?" Su Muqing suddenly asked. Lin Yue froze for a moment. "What?" "From the fusion until now." Su Muqing did not look up, her fingers lightly pressing on his forearm. "How long have you been enduring alone?" Lin Yue was silent for 2 seconds. "From the fusion until now." Su Muqing's hand paused. She raised her head to look at Lin Yue. Her eyes were black, deep, and dark, as if they could draw people in. "You won't have to be alone anymore," she said. In the distance, the blood moon reached its peak, dark red light spreading over the entire city, engulfing the ruins, monsters, and survivors in the same crimson glow. In the mall, some were whispering, some were counting resources, and some were wide-eyed in the darkness. Su Muqing opened her eyes in the dark, looking in Lin Yue's direction. His profile appeared tranquil under the emergency light's dim yellow glow, not as cold as during the day, nor as sharp during battle. His eyelashes were very long. Su Muqing withdrew her gaze, closing her eyes, her lips slightly curling upwards. It was almost dawn. Amidst the rising sounds of snoring in the mall, the 2 individuals, each with their own thoughts, remained awake. Lin Yue pondered her words, "You won't have to be alone anymore," while Su Muqing reflected on what he had said, "I thought you were dead." The 2 phrases floated in the darkness, unable to find a place to land. Dawn broke. A grayish-white light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, casting shadows on the sprawled figures below. Some were snoring, others whispered, while a few counted the meager supplies. Lin Yue had not slept. Leaning against the wall, a dagger rested on his knee, his fingers casually draped over the hilt. The wound on his left arm had completely healed. The newly formed skin was slightly lighter than the surrounding area, almost indistinguishable upon closer inspection. Su Muqing's holy light surpassed Qingxue's healing technique by several levels. Though both involved healing, Qingxue could only mend superficial wounds, while deeper muscle injuries required time to recover. Su Muqing restored all injuries in one go, leaving no scars behind. The people in the atrium began to awaken. Food was being distributed, with each person receiving half a compressed biscuit and a small cup of water. The supplies were pitifully scarce, yet no one complained. Zhou Tai stood in the center of the atrium, surrounded by several subordinates, counting the resources. He glanced in Lin Yue's direction, his expression dark, but he did not approach. Lin Yue ignored him, standing up to stretch his shoulders. After a sleepless night, his body felt somewhat stiff, but his spirits remained high. "President," Wang Hao leaned in, lowering his voice, "the people by Zhou Tai are watching us." "I know. Should we?" "No need," Lin Yue interrupted. "They won't act just yet." "Why?" "Because we outnumber them." Wang Hao paused, turning to glance around. The survivors brought by Lin Yue totaled over 60, and with those who had followed him previously, the number had exceeded 200. Zhou Tai had only a dozen or so players, all barely above level 50. If they were to engage, they had no chance of winning. "But they will find a way," Lin Yue replied. "What way?" "I don't know. So keep an eye on them." Wang Hao nodded, moving to a corner, leaning against the wall with an iron pipe in hand, his gaze fixed on Zhou Tai. Su Muqing approached through the crowd. She had changed into a new outfit. Not the dusty robe from the night before, but a brand new white robe with golden patterns at the collar and cuffs that stood out under the grayish light. Holding her staff, the blue gem at its tip glimmered faintly. "There are monsters outside," Su Muqing said. "In the east parking lot, 3 shadow cats and 1 elite." Lin Yue glanced at her. "How do you know?" "Li Fei told me." He set up surveillance upstairs capable of scanning the distribution of monsters within a 200-meter radius. Su Muqing paused. He said those 3 shadow cats are blocking the parking lot exit. If we don't clear them out, those going out for supplies today won't be able to leave. Lin Yue stood up, drawing his dagger. I'll go. Let's go together, Su Muqing said. Let me show you my strength. Lin Yue glanced at her, but said nothing. The two walked out through the side door of the mall. Wang Hao attempted to follow, but was held back by a look from Lin Yue. Old Zhao stood at the entrance, a one-handed sword hanging at his waist. Seeing Lin Yue and Su Muqing come out, he nodded, but did not follow. Lin Yue had been to the east parking lot once before. Last time he had killed the leader of the Shadow Cats here and acquired the Shadow Ripper. 3 Shadow Cats lounged on the rooftops of cars at the parking lot entrance, basking in the sun. One of them was significantly larger than the others, its fur a darker shade, and its eyes a dark golden color. An elite Shadow Cat at level 60. Su Muqing stood at the parking lot entrance, raising her staff. The blue gem atop the staff began to glow, shifting from a gentle light to a blinding brilliance so intense that Lin Yue had to squint. Holy light judgment. A golden beam shot from the tip of the staff, half a meter in diameter, directly crashing into the largest Shadow Cat. The Shadow Cat didn't even have time to scream. Its body burst apart in midair, transforming into countless specks of light. The beam did not stop piercing through the first Shadow Cat, and continuing on to strike the second, then the third. In 1 second, 3 Shadow Cats, 1 elite and 2 ordinary, were all slain. After the light dissipated, the parking lot entrance was left with the fading corpses of the monsters and a pile of copper coins on the ground. Su Muqing lowered her staff and turned to look at Lin Yue, a slight smile gracing her lips. Lin Yue remained silent for 3 seconds. He had seen Su Muqing use this skill in the game. Holy Light Judgment, the ultimate single-target spell of the Holy Spirit Mage, dealt high damage, but had a long cooldown and high mana cost. Using this skill against Shadow Cats in the game was akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. But in reality, the significance of this skill was entirely different. Killing 3 Shadow Cats in 1 second meant she could eliminate any monster below level 60 before anyone could react. It meant that in team battles, she was the true heavy artillery. What do you think? Su Muqing asked. Lin Yue glanced at her. Not bad. Not bad. Su Muqing laughed. How long did it take you to kill 3 Shadow Cats? 9 seconds. I was 8 seconds faster than you. Your skill cooldown is 10 minutes, Lin Yue replied. My backstab has no cooldown. Su Muqing paused, then laughed. You never want to lose, do you? Lin Yue said nothing, bending down to pick up the copper coins that had fallen on the ground. The 3 Shadow Cats had dropped over 40 copper coins in total, along with a piece of green equipment. The Shadow Cat leather armor, which added 8 points of agility. He handed the armor to Su Muqing. You wear it. I'm a mage, I can't wear leather armor. Then give it to Wang Hao. Su Muqing took the armor, glancing at its attributes. Adding 8 points of agility isn't as good as gear that adds strength for a berserker. But it's still better than the plain gear he has now. When the two returned to the mall, there were even more people in the atrium. Several groups of survivors had arrived last night, bringing the total close to 300. Food and water were dwindling, and a sense of anxiety hung in the air. Zhou Tai stood in the center of the atrium, holding a piece of paper, reading something aloud. Several players stood nearby. Their equipment varied, but each held a weapon. From today onwards, all supplies will be managed centrally. Zhou Tai's voice was loud enough for the entire atrium to hear. Each person will receive 1 biscuit and half a cup of water daily. Player count will be halved. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Zhou Tai raised his hand, signaling for silence. I know you all have objections, but this is for fairness. Some work more while others work less, so we cannot distribute equally. He cast a glance in Lin Yue's direction, his voice rising. Additionally, from today onwards, all players must be organized into combat teams under unified command. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, remaining silent. Su Muqing stood beside him, whispering, He's targeting you. I know. Aren't you going to do anything? No rush, Lin Yue said. Let him talk. What should we do now? Wang Hao asked. Lin Yue pondered for a moment before uttering a single word. Wait. Wait for what? Wait for Zhou Tai to make a mistake. Wang Hao opened his mouth to say something, but caught the look in Lin Yue's eyes and swallowed his words. Zhou Tai's unified management only lasted half a day before problems arose. The issue did not stem from resource allocation, but from the rule of having the players. Players under Zhou Tai received only half a biscuit and a quarter cup of water each day, barely enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Some began to complain in private, some rummaged through their backpacks for supplies, and others directly approached Zhou Tai to argue. However, Zhou Tai remained resolute. Rules are rules. If you don't like it, you can leave. No one left, as outside lurked monsters, and leaving the mall meant certain death. Yet dissatisfaction spread like a smoldering fire among the crowd, neither burning bright nor extinguishable. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, eyes closed, absorbing all these sounds. Su Muqing sat beside him, nibbling on half a biscuit. Zhou Tai won't hold out for long, she said. Lin Yue did not open his eyes, simply responding, I know. Su Muqing pressed him on what he was waiting for, and Lin Yue replied that he was waiting for an opportunity to force Zhou Tai into a corner. Su Muqing laughed, saying that this was how he fought bosses in games, waiting for the boss to finish its ultimate move and for its skills to go on cooldown before striking. In the afternoon, Li Yifei came down from upstairs with a laptop. His glasses were askew on his nose, his hair a mess, yet his eyes shone brightly. He analyzed the communication records of Zhou Tai's group and discovered they were in contact with a player faction from the neighboring community called Iron Blood Alliance, about 30 members with an average level of around 50. Zhou Tai intended to unite with them to manage the Tianhong Mall, and the terms had already been agreed upon. Iron Blood Alliance would provide manpower and military force, while Zhou Tai would supply resources and territory, splitting the profits afterward. Wang Hao gripped an iron pipe ready to strike before they arrived, but Lin Yue stopped him. Lin Yue's reasoning was clear. Zhou Tai was now the manager of the mall, and although he lacked popular support, he represented order in the eyes of ordinary people. If they acted first, regardless of how justified they were, it would appear as seizing territory in the eyes of others. He decided to wait for the Iron Blood Alliance to arrive, allowing everyone to witness Zhou Tai inviting wolves into the fold. Su Muqing looked at Lin Yue and said, "You've changed a lot. You used to only play games and didn't care about all these messy affairs." Lin Yue fell silent for 2 seconds, then said something that startled Su Muqing. "There was no one I needed to care for before." Su Muqing lowered her head, a faint smile curving her lips. In the evening, the blood moon began to rise. The grayish-white daylight turned dark gray, and the distant horizon started to glow with an eerie dark red. The entrance to the mall was crowded with people. Some were reinforcing structures, while others were distributing weapons. Lin Yue stood behind a window on the 2nd floor, observing the unnaturally quiet street outside. No monsters, no survivors, not even a breeze, only ruins and dried bloodstains remained. Old Zhao approached, his expression serious, stating that something was off. It was too quiet. Lin Yue asked if it was the monsters, and Old Zhao shook his head, saying it was something else. He fell silent for a few seconds, and then said something that sent a chill down Lin Yue's spine. "Someone is watching this place. It's not Zhou Tai nor the Iron Blood Alliance, but from even further away. I cannot see them, but I know they are there." Lin Yue decided to go out and investigate. Old Zhao warned, "It's too dangerous to go out now." Lin Yue simply replied, "That's why it should be me." He then climbed out the 2nd floor window, entering stealth mode as he moved along the outer wall of the mall toward the east. The passive effect of the stealth skill allowed his body to automatically blend with the shadows, rendering him nearly invisible under the dark red light of the blood moon. He walked approximately 200 meters, stopping on the roof of an abandoned residential building. From his elevated position, he could see the entire layout of the mall. Then he spotted a group of unfamiliar strangers about 500 meters east of the mall. There were about 40 to 50 of them clad in game gear, their levels ranging from 30 to 50, standing on the roof of a half-finished building, gazing in the direction of the mall. Leading them was a man in dark red plate armor, wielding a two-handed sword. The blade was enveloped in dark red flames, appearing like a living snake under the blood moon's light. Lin Yue's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized that sword. There was a legendary weapon called Flame Demon Blade in Qingxue Era, of which only 3 existed across the entire server, all held by top players. If this person's weapon was indeed the Flame Demon Blade, then his level was at least 70. Lin Yue did not approach any closer, instead noting the location and number of people before silently retreating back to the mall. Su Muqing sighed in relief upon seeing him return. Lin Yue recounted what he had seen: 40 to 50 people, levels 30 to 50, and the leader possessing a legendary weapon. These were not people Zhou Tai could afford to hire. Su Muqing asked who they were, and Lin Yue shook his head, saying he did not know, but their target was not Zhou Tai. They were observing everyone in the mall, as if searching for something or someone. Old Zhao approached and asked could they be here to find Lin Yue. Lin Yue replied, "I've offended many people in the game, but no faction could organize a team of this scale, 40 to 50 players of levels 30 to 50, with the leader wielding a legendary weapon. Such a configuration could be managed by no more than 5 guilds across the entire server. Whoever they are, we need to be prepared." Su Muqing inquired, "Prepare for what?" Lin Yue drew out a dagger, the blue blade of the Shadow Ripper gleaming coldly under the dim emergency lights. "Prepare for a tough battle." The blood moon reached its zenith. The dark red light streamed through the shattered glass facade, dyeing the mall's atrium a rusty hue. Over 300 survivors were crammed on the 1st floor. Some were sleeping, some were whispering, and some were wide awake in the darkness. Lin Yue did not sleep. He stood behind the 2nd floor window, watching the group on the roof of the half-finished building, still standing in a line under the blood moon, like vultures waiting for prey. His fingers rested on the hilt of his knife, his fingertip tracing the grooves. He wanted to know who they were, what they intended, and when they would act. But what he wanted to know most was, did they have any connection to Zhou Tai? If not, Zhou Tai would merely be a small nuisance. If so, things would become complicated. Footsteps approached from behind. Su Muqing ascended to the second floor, standing beside him, her silver-white hair tinged a pale pink by the dark red glow of the blood moon. She asked Lin Yue, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Lin Yue countered, "Aren't you going to sleep?" She replied, "I can't sleep." The two fell into silence for a moment. Su Muqing asked, "If those people are really here to find you, what do you plan to do?" Lin Yue drew out his dagger, glanced at the reflection of the blood moon on the blade, and then sheathed it back at his waist. "No matter who they are looking for," he said, "this is our territory. Whoever comes here, we will fight." Su Muqing looked at him, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. She said nothing, but moved closer. The group spent the entire night on the rooftop of the unfinished building. Lin Yue also stared there all night long. The blood moon rose from the east to its zenith, then slowly descended towards the west. A dark red glow enveloped the entire city, staining the ruins and monsters with a rusty hue. The 40 to 50 people stood on the rooftop, like statues, unmoving. Around 4 in the morning, they began to retreat. It was not a frantic run, but an orderly, phased withdrawal like a well-trained army. The man in dark red armor leading the group walked at the back. Before leaving, he turned to glance in the direction of the mall. It was too far for Lin Yue to see his expression, but he could feel that gaze piercing through the distance like a knife. Lin Yue's hand rested on the hilt of his blade, his knuckles turning white. Dawn had arrived. A grayish-white light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling upon the disheveled crowd. Some were snoring, some were whispering, and others were counting the few supplies they had left. Lin Yue came down from the second floor, dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept a wink, but he still felt fine. "They've left," he said to Su Muqing. Su Muqing was adjusting the cuffs of her robe and looked up upon hearing this. "Left. They retreated at 4 in the morning. Do you know who they are?" Lin Yue shook his head, "But I know they will come back." Su Muqing fell silent for 2 seconds, not pressing further. She trusted Lin Yue's judgment, just as she believed in his movements in the game. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the courtyard. Lin Yue turned to see the iron gate at the entrance being pushed open and several players carrying someone inside. The person was covered in blood, their left arm hanging at an unnatural angle, their face pale and lips purple. "Make way! Make way!" the players shouted. The players carrying the injured person shouted loudly, and the crowd instinctively parted to let them through. Chen Siki rushed out from a corner, her white robe still stained with last night's blood. Her magical energy had already recovered substantially, and holy light glowed in her palm as she pressed it against the person's chest. "What happened?" Lin Yue asked as he approached. A group of survivors came from outside. A player said breathlessly, "More than 20 of them were chased by monsters. We only managed to bring back these few." The others. He didn't finish, but Lin Yue understood. "Are there still people outside?" "Yes. Trapped in the pharmacy across the street, at least a dozen of them. There are too many monsters, we can't break through." Lin Yue drew his dagger and turned towards the door. Su Muqing followed him. "I'll go with you. You stay here. If monsters come in, you'll be the main damage dealer. But you'll be alone." "I'm not alone." Lin Yue glanced at Wang Hao and old Zhao. "You two come with me." Wang Hao gripped his iron pipe and nodded. Old Zhao unsheathed his sword with one hand, saying nothing, but his gaze already answered. The 3 of them exited through the side door of the mall. The street outside was littered with abandoned vehicles and dried blood, the air thick with the smell of char and blood. Lin Yue entered stealth mode, with Wang Hao and old Zhao following closely behind, moving quickly along the wall. The pharmacy across the street was at the end of a narrow alley, its shutter half-drawn, and shadows of people could be faintly seen inside. But at the alley's entrance were at least a dozen monsters, flesh demons, shadow hounds, and a gigantic mutated spider. Lin Yue crouched behind an overturned bus, quickly assessing the situation. "I'll handle the flesh demon on the left, old Zhao will deal with the shadow hound on the right, and Wang Hao will block the alley entrance to prevent the monsters from rushing in." "What about that spider?" Wang Hao asked. Lin Yue glanced at the mutated spider lying at the pharmacy's entrance, its 8 legs spread wide more than 2 meters across, with dark red flesh hanging from its mouthparts. "I'll take care of it." The 3 of them moved simultaneously. Lin Yue emerged from stealth, his dagger slicing through the air in an arc, plunging directly into the throat of the nearest flesh demon. The backstab triggered a critical hit, dealing 1240 damage. The flesh demon didn't even have time to scream before collapsing. The second stab, third stab, fourth stab. His speed was so fast that only afterimages remained, each strike precisely targeting the monster's weak points. Old Zhao was even more straightforward. He lacked Lin Yue's flashy maneuvers, but every sword strike was as steady as driving a nail. 1 sword for each shadow hound, not a single strike missed, not a single attack wasted. Wang Hao blocked the alley entrance, swinging his iron pipe with great momentum. He had the lowest level and the worst equipment, but his presence was the most commanding, single-handedly stopping 3 monsters from advancing. The mutated spider moved. Its 8 legs pushed off, simultaneously propelling its body forward towards Lin Yue. Its mouthparts opened, revealing rows of teeth, dark red slime dripping from between them. Lin Yue did not retreat. He charged towards the spider, ducking at the instant it lunged, sliding beneath it. He thrust upward with his dagger, slicing open the spider's soft abdomen. Green bodily fluid gushed forth, splattering all over him. The mutated spider emitted a sharp screech, its 8 legs thrashing wildly. Lin Yue flipped up, reversing his grip on the dagger, and stabbed it into the spider's head. 2,350. Critical hit. The spider's body twitched twice before going still. Its corpse began to dissipate, transforming into countless shimmering light particles. Lin Yue wiped the green fluid from his face and turned to look at the pharmacy in the alley. Let's go. The three rushed into the pharmacy, which was crowded with a dozen people. There were elderly women, children, and several injured players. They huddled behind the shelves, eyes filled with fear. Come with us, Lin Yue said. No one moved. We came from Tianhong Mall. There's a safe zone over there with food and water. Is there? Are there still monsters outside? A middle-aged woman standing with a child asked, her voice trembling. No more. Lin Yue replied, it's all cleared out. His tone was very flat, as if he were saying the weather is nice today. But this calmness was more effective than any reassurance, because fear needs resonance while calmness does not. The middle-aged woman glanced at him and then nodded. A dozen people followed Lin Yue out of the pharmacy, through the alley, across the street, and jogged back to the mall. They encountered no more monsters on the way and occasionally dealt with a few stray flesh demons, which Lin Yue dispatched one by one. When they returned to the mall, there were even more people in the courtyard. A few more groups of survivors had arrived last night, plus the dozen or so Lin Yue had just rescued, bringing the total to over 350. Food and water were dwindling, and the air was thick with anxiety. Zhou Tai stood in the center of the courtyard, his face ashen. He looked at the dozen people Lin Yue had brought back, and then at Lin Yue, his mouth twitching slightly. Lin Yue, Zhou Tai's voice was not loud, but the entire courtyard could hear him. Did you ask me before taking people out? Lin Yue looked at him, saying nothing. The courtyard fell silent. Everyone watched Lin Yue, and Zhou Tai, a subtle tension hanging in the air. Su Muqing walked to Lin Yue's side, her staff held firmly in her hand, the blue gem at its tip faintly glowing in the dim light. Old Zhao stood on Lin Yue's other side, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, thumb pressed against the guard. Zhou Tai glanced at Su Muqing, then at Old Zhao, and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Yue. Lin Yue met his eyes steadfast, without retreating anger or even any expression. His eyes were very calm enough to resemble a still pond. But cold sweat broke out on Zhou Tai's back. There are people outside who need saving. Lin Yue finally spoke, his voice not loud, but every word clear. I will go to save them without needing to ask you. Zhou Tai's face shifted from ashen to purple. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end he said nothing. He turned away, his footsteps heavy, each step sounding like a stomp on the floor. The courtyard was quiet for a few seconds before someone started to clap. It began with just a few people, then a dozen, and finally most of the courtyard joined in applause. Lin Yue did not smile. He glanced again at the direction Zhou Tai had disappeared, then looked at Su Muqing. Get them seated, Lin Yue said, and give them some food and water. Su Muqing nodded and began to arrange the newly arrived survivors. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, closing his eyes, his dagger resting across his knees, fingers laid lightly on the hilt. He was thinking about the group of people standing on the rooftop of the unfinished building. Who were they? What were they here for? When would they come again? He didn't know. But one thing he did know, they would definitely come back. In the distance, the grayish-white daylight began to darken again. The blood moon was about to rise. 350 people. This is the total number of survivors in the Tianhong shopping mall. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, eyes closed, calculating something in his mind. Each person needs at least half a pound of food and a bottle of water per day, which amounts to 175 pounds of food and 350 bottles of water for 350 people in a day. The supplies in the mall won't last for 3 days. After 3 days, everyone will be starving. President Wang Hao walked over from the corner, lowering his voice. I just took a look in the warehouse. There are only 2 boxes of biscuits left, and not much water either. Lin Yue opened his eyes. What did Zhou Tai say? He said the supplies are under unified management, but his own people are secretly moving things into the warehouse. Wang Hao's voice dropped even lower. I saw it with my own eyes. They brought back several boxes of instant noodles and mineral water from outside unregistered and hid them directly. Lin Yue said nothing but squinted slightly. Su Muqing walked over from the crowd and sat beside Lin Yue. The hem of her robe was covered in dust, but the golden patterns were still clearly visible. Her staff leaned against the wall, and the blue gem at the top glowed faintly. This won't do. 350 people, the supplies won't last 3 days. We must go out and search. Su Muqing said, I know. What's your plan? Lin Yue thought for a moment and said a single word, search. Search where? Supermarkets, pharmacies, convenience stores, warehouses. Lin Yue stood up, drew his dagger within a 2-kilometer radius, search every possible location for supplies. Wang Hao tightened his grip on the iron pipe. When do we set off? Now. Su Muqing also stood up. I'll go with you. You stay behind. Lin Yue glanced at her. The mall needs people to guard it. In case any monsters charging you are our main output. Then who are you taking? Wang Hao, Old Zhao, Li Fei. Su Muqing frowned, but did not argue. She knew that staying behind was more useful than going out. 350 survivors needed someone to hold the fort. Zhou Tai was unreliable. Qingxue was too soft. Only she could hold her ground. Be careful, Su Muqing said. Lin Yue nodded and turned to leave. The four of them exited through the side door of the mall. Lin Yue led the way, dagger drawn, the passive effect of his stealth skill, making his figure flicker. Old Zhao brought up the rear, his sword drawn in one hand, his steps steady. Wang Hao walked in the middle, the iron pipe resting on his shoulder, looking around. Li Yifei walked last, holding a phone, the screen filled with maps and data Lin Yue couldn't understand. 200 meters ahead, there is a small supermarket. Li Yifei said, staring at the screen. I scanned it earlier. There are no monsters inside, but the supplies may have already been searched. Let's go take a look, Lin Yue said. The four of them moved quickly along the wall. The small supermarket was on the first floor of a residential building, the rolling shutter half drawn, and it was dark inside. Lin Yue led the way inside, dagger held in front of him, his eyes scanning every corner quickly. The shelves were toppled over, goods scattered everywhere, but most of them were still there. Instant noodles, biscuits, mineral water, canned goods. Though not much, it could at least last for 2 days. Move it, Lin Yue said. Wang Hao and Old Zhao began stuffing things into their backpacks. Li Yifei stood at the doorway, keeping watch, eyes glued to his phone screen, ready to report the distribution of nearby monsters. 100 meters ahead, there are 3 shadow hounds. Li Yifei suddenly said, they are moving this way. Lin Yue squeezed out from the supermarket, crouched at the doorway, staring at the mouth of the alley. 3 shadow hounds emerged from the corner, sniffing the ground with their heads down. They had caught the scent of humans. You all keep moving. Lin Yue drew his dagger. I'll handle this. He entered stealth mode, moving along the wall towards the shadow hounds. 3 level 35 backstab plus critical hit, 1 strike each. In 9 seconds, all 3 shadow hounds lay dead, their bodies beginning to dissipate. Lin Yue bent down to pick up the fallen copper coins and turned to head back. Then he heard a sound. It wasn't the growl of a monster, but the voice of a person. Someone was calling for help. The voice came from deep within the alley, faint, as if they had been shouting for a long time and were out of strength. Lin Yue stopped in his tracks and turned to look deep into the alley. At the end of the alley was an iron door, half open, dark inside. The voice was coming from there. There's someone, Lin Yue whispered. Old Zhao walked over, standing beside him, having heard the voice too. He glanced at Lin Yue, said nothing, but his hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. Lin Yue led the way into the alley, dagger held in front of him. Behind the iron door was the entrance to a basement. The steps were covered in blood, dark red, and already dried. He walked down. Inside the basement were 5 people huddled in the corner, covered in blood. An old man, 2 middle-aged women, a young man, and a 7 or 8-year-old girl. When they saw Lin Yue, their eyes were filled with fear. Don't be afraid. Lin Yue squatted down. I came from the Tianhong shopping mall. There's a safe zone over there. No one spoke. The little girl curled up in the old man's arms, her eyes wide open, staring at the dagger in Lin Yue's hand. Lin Yue sheathed the dagger and extended his hand, signaling that he was unarmed. Come with us. There's food and water. The old man looked at him, his lips moved, and finally said one sentence outside. There are monsters. Everything is cleared out. The old man was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Lin Yue led the 5 people out of the basement back to the supermarket entrance. Wang Hao and Old Zhao had already packed the supplies, each carrying a bulging bag. There are 5 more people. Lin Yue said, we'll take them back together. Wang Hao glanced at the 5 people, then at Lin Yue, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Lin Yue asked. President, our supplies are already insufficient. We can't take more people back. Wang Hao lowered his voice. Take them. Lin Yue interrupted him. If supplies are insufficient, we can find more. If people die, they're gone. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but swallowed his words back. The team began to head back. Lin Yue walked at the front, dagger drawn. Old Zhao brought up the rear, sword in hand. Wang Hao walked in the middle, carrying 2 large bags with the iron pipe tucked into his waist. Li Yifei walked last, the data on his phone screen flickering. The 5 people followed in the middle of the group, the old man holding the little girl, the 2 middle-aged women supporting each other, and the young man walking last, his steps unsteady. As they reached the entrance of the mall, the sky had already begun to darken. The gray-white light turned into a dark gray, and a strange dark red hue began to rise on the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. The soldier guarding the entrance saw Lin Yue. His expression changed slightly. It was not fear, but a complex, indescribable expression. It was as if to say, why are you bringing people back again? And also as if to ask, what did you bring back? Lin Yue ignored him and led the team into the mall. He handed the supplies they brought back to Su Muqing for counting, then arranged for the 5 newcomers to sit down. Su Muqing glanced at the supplies, then looked at Lin Yue, her brow furrowing. These things will last at most 2 days. I know. Including what was left before, at most 3 days. Lin Yue said nothing. He leaned against the wall, closed his eyes. The dagger lay across his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. He was thinking about one thing. There weren't enough supplies. He had to go out and search again. But going out to search requires people, and people need to eat. It's a vicious cycle. I'll go again tomorrow. Lin Yue said. Where to? To farther places. Supermarkets, pharmacies, warehouses, anywhere we can find supplies. Su Muqing was silent for a few seconds, and then said something that made Lin Yue open his eyes. I'll go with you. Lin Yue looked at her. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Su Muqing's tone was calm, so calm that it didn't sound like a negotiation, and my output is higher than yours. I can clear monsters faster. Lin Yue opened his mouth to argue, but found no reason. She was right. All right, Lin Yue said. In the distance, the blood moon reached its zenith. The dark red light from the shattered glass curtain wall poured in, falling on the group of people lying haphazardly. 350 people, supplies for 3 days. Lin Yue closed his eyes, fingers resting on the hilt of his dagger. Tomorrow he must find more. Before dawn, Lin Yue woke up. Not because someone called him, but because he was hungry. The crumbs of the compressed biscuit had long been digested in his stomach, and the sour sensation of his stomach walls rubbing against each other felt like a hand twisting his insides. He leaned against the wall, closed his eyes for a few seconds, and then stood up. Su Muqing was already standing in the center of the courtyard. She had changed into a lightweight robe, not the ceremonial white one with gold trim, but a gray, everyday outfit with the cuffs tied tightly with a rope. The staff was in her hand, and the blue gem at the tip faintly glowed. You didn't sleep? Lin Yue walked over. I did. 2 hours of deep sleep is more effective than 8 hours for an ordinary person. Su Muqing glanced at him, the passive skill of a holy spirit mage. Lin Yue did not respond. His passive skill was Nightwalker, increasing combat attributes at night, but reducing sleep quality. He hadn't had a full sleep in 2 days. Wang Hao and Old Zhao walked over from the corner, both carrying bulging bags. Wang Hao had replaced his iron pipe with a fire axe, its blade stained with dark red rust. Old Zhao's one-handed sword hung at his waist, the black cloth on the hilt worn down further. Li Yifei was holding a laptop, his glasses crooked on his nose, dark circles under his eyes, yet he looked very excited. I scanned again last night. Li Yifei placed the laptop on the ground, and the screen displayed a regional map densely marked with red and green dots. Within a radius of 3 kilometers, there are 6 supply points that haven't been searched. 2 convenience stores, a small supermarket, a pharmacy, and 2 warehouses. Lin Yue asked, which one is closest? Li Yifei zoomed in on a green dot, the convenience store. On this street, it is 800 meters from the shopping mall. However, there are 3 waves of monsters nearby, totaling about 15, with levels ranging from 15 to 25. Su Muqing spoke up. I'll go? 15 monsters, I can clear them with 2 AoE spells. You just need to finish off the stragglers. Lin Yue opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found no reason. The group spells of a holy spirit mage were indeed much more efficient at clearing monsters than an assassin's. All right, Lin Yue said. Wang Hao and Old Zhao will stay to guard them all. Li Yifei will provide remote support. Su Muqing and I will go. The 2 of them exited through the side door of the mall. The sky outside was still not fully bright, a grayish-white light filtered as if through a layer of dirty gauze. The streets were filled with ruins, and the air was thick with the smell of burnt materials and blood. Su Muqing walked beside Lin Yue, her center of gravity low, her strides, even every step taken in a position ready to unleash spells. The first convenience store was at the end of a narrow alleyway, its rolling shutters smashed, shelves toppled, but the goods remained. 3 shadow hounds. Lin Yue whispered. The 3 shadow hounds were dozing at the entrance of the convenience store, their levels around 50. Su Muqing raised her staff, but Lin Yue pressed down on her wrist. Too close, the spell's noise will attract more. Lin Yue drew his dagger and entered a stealth state. 9 seconds later, all 3 shadow hounds lay dead without a sound. The 2 began stuffing items into their backpacks. Su Muqing packed instant noodles and biscuits, while Lin Yue collected bottled water and canned food, working in perfect harmony without the need for words. The second convenience store was 2 streets away. When Lin Yue pushed open the door, a rustling sound came from inside. A man was curled up behind the counter, trembling all over, holding a broken utility knife. He was wearing a dirty security uniform, his face covered in dust. Don't kill me. His voice trembled. We came from Tianhong Shopping Mall. Lin Yue crouched down, sliding the dagger back into his waist. There's a safe zone over there with food and water. The man looked at him, his eyes filled with fear and distrust. His gaze jumped between Lin Yue's equipment and Su Muqing's staff, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Are you alone? Su Muqing asked. The man nodded. On the day of the fusion, I was on duty here with my colleagues. Monsters broke and they all died, and I was the only one who survived. I hid behind the counter for 3 days, too scared to go out. Lin Yue said, come with us. The man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He put away the utility knife, crawled out from behind the counter, and almost fell as his legs gave way. The third stop was a small supermarket located in a narrower alley. The rolling shutter was intact, and Lin Yue pried open the lock with his dagger. The inside of the supermarket was very dark. The shelves were neatly arranged, the goods untouched, and the tiles on the floor were clean enough to reflect light. This place seemed forgotten by time. As soon as the three entered, a low growl came from the mouth of the alley. For shadow hounds were blocking the entrance, their blood-red eyes staring into the supermarket. The largest among them was at least level 55. 55, the leader, Lin Yue whispered. Su Muqing raised her staff again, but he pressed down on her wrist. Too close. Let me handle this. Lin Yue drew his dagger and entered a stealth state. The first shadow hound was killed instantly by a backstab, the second was stabbed in the eye and fell, and the third and fourth lunged at him simultaneously. He ducked and slipped between them, turning back to stab the fourth in the neck. 12 seconds, 3 down. The shadow hound leader lunged at him. Lin Yue sidestepped, stabbing the dagger up through its chin and out through its skull. Critical hit, 2,400. The leader twitched twice and then lay still. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, panting heavily, 3 claw marks now etched into his chest armor. Su Muqing approached with holy light enveloping his wounds as the claw marks visibly healed at a rapid pace. You should have let me use magic, Su Muqing said, her tone slightly dissatisfied. Too close, you would have been injured. My holy light shield can withstand it. What if it can't? Su Muqing didn't reply, but her lips pressed together. Lin Yue bent down to pick up the equipment that had fallen on the ground. A blue-quality one-handed sword, adding 8 points to strength. He handed the sword to Su Muqing for old Zhao. Su Muqing took the sword, nodding. The three continued on their way back. When they returned to the mall entrance, the sky had begun to darken. The warrior guarding the entrance saw the bulging bag Lin Yue was carrying. His expression changed slightly, and he stepped aside to let them through. Lin Yue handed the supplies to Su Muqing for counting. With 3 days' worth of supplies plus what they found today, they could last for 5 days. He leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. The dagger lay across his knees, his fingers resting on the hilt. He was thinking about the group standing on the roof of the unfinished building. Where were they? When would they come? He was also pondering what to do about tomorrow's supplies. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Li Yifei. The Iron Blood Alliance has arrived. They are 800 meters east of the mall gathering. Lin Yue opened his eyes, slid the dagger back into his waist, and stood up. In the distance, dark red light began to engulf the entire city. The members of the Iron Blood Alliance arrived faster than Lin Yue had anticipated. Within 20 minutes of Li Yifei's message, more than 30 people gathered at the entrance of the mall. They wore a variety of gaming gear with levels ranging from 30 to 60, brandishing swords, clubs, and poles. Though their stances were unrefined, their sheer numbers created a daunting presence. Leading them was a bald man in his 30s with a scar that ran from the end of his brow to his chin. He donned a dark red chainmail and wielded a two-handed axe, its blade stained with congealed blood. His ID hovered above him, Iron Blood. Level LV. 68. Zhou Tai. The bald man's voice boomed, echoing throughout the courtyard. You called us here, and this is the best you can muster. Zhou Tai stepped out from the crowd, his face pale. He glanced at the bald man, and then at Lin Yue, his lips twitching slightly. Everyone is here. The supplies are here. As agreed, it's a 50-50 split. The bald man scanned the over 300 survivors crammed in the courtyard, pausing briefly on Lin Yue before shifting his gaze. He had never seen Lin Yue before and did not know who the young man in black light armor leaning against the wall was, but he instinctively felt that this person was not to be trifled with. 50-50 is not enough, the bald man said. Zhou Tai's expression changed. We agreed. What we agreed upon was when you had the numbers. The bald man interrupted him. Now look, how many men do you have left? Zhou Tai turned to look behind himself. A dozen players, the highest level, only 53, with uneven gear and low morale. Some looked down, afraid to meet anyone's gaze, while others furtively eyed the equipment of the Iron Blood Alliance. Zhou Tai's face turned from deep purple to a ghastly white. So what do you want? 70-30. The bald man raised 3 fingers. I take 7, you take 3. You, not agreeing is also an option. The bald man slammed his axe down onto the ground, the blade crashing onto the tiles and sending shards flying. We'll take it ourselves. The courtyard fell silent. The over 300 survivors huddled in the corners, afraid to breathe. Lin Yue opened his eyes. He remained still, but Su Muqing noticed the light in his eyes change, from calm to cold. The bald man and his group began to walk toward the warehouse. Zhou Tai's subordinates dared not stop them, and neither did Zhou Tai himself. He stood there, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Lin Yue stood up. He did not draw his dagger, but walked toward the bald man. His steps were light, yet each one was firm. The bald man halted and turned to look at him. Who are you? I'm one of the people in this mall. The bald man scrutinized him up and down. An assassin at level 85, but just one person. He had over 30 men with him, not thinking a single individual could stir up much trouble. What do you want? The supplies in the warehouse belong to over 300 people. If you take them, what will they eat? The bald man laughed. As he laughed, the scar on his face twisted like a centipede. What they eat has nothing to do with me. Lin Yue looked at him, remaining silent. The bald man's smile faded as he tightened his grip on the axe. Kid, I don't care what your status is in this mall. I'm here today, and the supplies here are mine. You'd best step aside. If you don't. He didn't finish his sentence for Lin Yue had moved. The dagger was drawn from his waist, tracing an arc in the air, and was directly pressed against the bald man's neck. The blade pressed against his throat, the skin indented slightly, just a millimeter away from the jugular. The bald man's pupils dilated sharply. He hadn't seen Lin Yue draw his weapon, nor noticed the trajectory of his movement, not even realizing when the dagger had appeared at his neck. Say that again, Lin Yue said. The bald man's throat moved slightly. His axe was still in hand, but he dared not move. Do you know who I am? His voice trembled slightly. Ironblood Alliance level 68 warrior. You have 32 subordinates, the highest level being 61 and the lowest 39. The average level is below 50. The bald man's expression changed. I alone can kill all of you within 30 seconds. Do you want to try? The courtyard was so quiet one could hear a heartbeat. The Ironblood Alliance members stood frozen, no one daring to move. Some gripped their weapons tightly, yet none dared to raise them. For they had seen Lin Yue's speed moments ago. It was not something they could contend with. Su Muqing stood behind Lin Yue, her staff in hand, the blue gem on its tip shining brightly. Old Zhao stood to one side, his sword drawn with the tip resting on the ground. Wang Hao stood amidst the crowd, gripping a fire axe, his knuckles turning white. The bald man looked at Lin Yue, then at Su Muqing and Old Zhao, his expression shifting from anger to fear, then to unwillingness. You just wait, he said. I'll wait. Lin Yue retracted his dagger and took a step back. But remember, next time you come I won't just be holding a knife. The bald man turned and left. The Ironblood Alliance members hurried after him. The only sounds left behind were footsteps and a belly full of resentment. Zhou Tai stood in place looking at Lin Yue, his mouth opening and closing. He wanted to say thank you, or you saved everyone, but those words caught in his throat. Lin Yue did not look at him. He turned and walked back to the corner, leaning against the wall, sheathing the dagger back at his waist. Su Muqing approached and sat beside him. You shouldn't have let them go. Killing them now is no different from being a bandit. Let them make the first move. Su Muqing looked at him, fell silent for 2 seconds, then smiled. You're still like this, always calculating everything. In the distance, the gray-white sky began to darken once more. Wang Hao walked over, lowering his voice. President looked at Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai stood at the warehouse entrance, his face pale, his lips trembling. He glanced at Lin Yue, then at the dozen or so players behind him before lowering his head. His subordinates had already begun to scatter. Some sat down in the corners, others looked for their backpacks, while some simply walked out of the mall. Zhou Tai stood there alone, no one paying him any mind. Lin Yue withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. He's finished, Su Muqing said. The phone vibrated. It was a message from Li Yifei. The Ironblood Alliance hasn't gone far. They stopped 300 meters west of the mall, seemingly waiting for someone. Lin Yue's eyes narrowed. Waiting for someone? Who? He recalled the group standing atop the unfinished building. 40 to 50 people, levels ranging from 40 to 60, led by someone in dark red plate armor wielding the flame demon blade. If the Ironblood Alliance was waiting for them, things could get troublesome. The blood moon had risen. Dark red light streamed in through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling upon the haphazardly sprawled crowd. Over 300 people, supplies for 3 days, and an enemy that could return at any moment. In the distance beneath the western skyline, someone was gathering in the darkness. After the bald man left, the atmosphere in the mall changed. It did not improve, rather it became heavier. Although the Ironblood Alliance had retreated, everyone knew they had not gone far. More than 30 armed players crouched 300 meters to the west, like a pack of hungry wolves ready to pounce at any moment. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, eyes closed. A dagger lay across his knees, his fingers resting on the hilt. He was waiting for Li Yifei's next message. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall, the blue gem at the top faintly glowing in the dim light. Her expression was calm, so tranquil it felt as if she were sitting in her own living room. Do you think they will come back? Su Muqing asked. They will. But not today. Lin Yue did not open his eyes. Why? Because they are waiting for someone. Su Muqing fell silent for 2 seconds, then asked a question that Lin Yue was also pondering. Waiting for whom? Lin Yue did not answer. He did not know the answer, but he had a guess. The group standing on the roof of the unfinished building. About 40 to 50 of them, levels ranging from 40 to 60, with the leader wearing dark red plate armor and holding the flame demon blade. If the Ironblood Alliance was waiting for them, then the group of more than 30 would swell to over 80. Over 80 players with an average level above 50. Lin Yue quickly calculated in his mind. He and Su Muqing could fight, but they needed time. Wang Hao and Old Zhao could help deal with the stragglers, but the main damage output would still rely on him and Su Muqing. The problem was there were only 2 of them. Are you thinking about how to fight? Su Muqing asked. Have you thought it through? No, but if they come we can only fight. Su Muqing did not speak, but she tightened her grip on her staff. The people in the atrium began to murmur. Some were saying that the move Lin Yue had just made was too beautiful, scaring away more than 30 armed players single-handedly. Others were saying the Iron Blood Alliance would not let it go easily and would definitely come back for revenge. There were also comments about Zhou Tai being finished, that his subordinates had scattered, and that he was now just a hollow commander. Zhou Tai stood at the warehouse door, his face pale and his lips trembling. He glanced in Lin Yue's direction, then looked back at the dozen or so players behind him before lowering his head. His subordinates had mostly left. Some sat down in the corners, some looked for their backpacks, and some walked out of the mall entirely. The remaining people hesitated, their eyes darting between Lin Yue and Zhou Tai as if deciding which side to take. No one chose Zhou Tai. Wang Hao walked over, lowering his voice. President, 6 people from Zhou Tai's side want to join us. They are all around level 40 with average equipment, but stronger than ordinary players. Let them come over. The 6 walked over, standing in front of Lin Yue with their heads bowed, not daring to look at him. Lin Yue told them to raise their heads, and only then did they slowly lift their faces. In their eyes was something Lin Yue was familiar with. It was not fear nor reverence, but hope. When he was still a professional player, the youth training team members waiting for their chance to play had the same light in their eyes. From today onwards, you will follow Wang Hao. Do whatever he tells you to do. The 6 nodded in unison. Wang Hao hefted the fire axe onto his shoulder, his chest puffed out proudly. In the evening, the blood moon was about to rise. The gray-white daylight turned dark gray, and on the distant horizon, that eerie dark red hue began to appear again. Lin Yue stood behind the window on the second floor, watching outside. Below the western skyline, the Iron Blood Alliance was still present. They had neither left nor attacked, just crouching there as if waiting for something. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Yue. The Iron Blood Alliance has started setting up tents. They do not plan to leave tonight. Lin Yue's eyes narrowed slightly. Setting up tents meant they were preparing for a long-term stay. If they were only here to loot supplies, they would not bother with tents. Setting up tents indicated they had a larger goal. Lin Yue, can you hear their conversations? Yes. Their communication channel is unencrypted. I've been listening in. Lin Yue's reply came quickly. They are waiting for someone named Red Wolf. The bald man is just the second in command. Red Wolf is the true leader. It is said he is above level 75 and wields an orange quality two-handed sword. Above level 75 with an orange quality two-handed sword. There are 3 weapons that fit this description: Flame Demon Blade, Frost Cry, and Sky Splitter. Among them, the Flame Demon Blade has a red flame effect identical to the one wielded by the leader of the group on the roof of the unfinished building. When will Red Wolf arrive? I don't know. But the Iron Blood Alliance members said the boss will arrive before noon tomorrow. Tomorrow at noon. From now until tomorrow noon, there are less than 20 hours. Lin Yue informed Su Muqing of the news. Su Muqing frowned. Above level 75 with an orange weapon. Can you handle it? I don't know, I haven't fought him before. What if you can't beat him? Lin Yue glanced at her. Then you can fight. That's a single target spell that requires a casting time. If he interrupts me, I'll help you block. Su Muqing's smile faltered. She looked at Lin Yue. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. The phone vibrated again. Another message from Lin Yue. Red Wolf has arrived. Lin Yue's pupils constricted sharply. Before noon tomorrow. There are still 20 hours until then. Where is he? 500 meters east of the mall at the unfinished building. He is alone without his subordinates. Red Wolf is the leader, standing on the roof of the unfinished building. His subordinates are already there, about 40 to 50 of them, just 500 meters to the east. Lin Yue put away his phone and turned to go downstairs. Su Muqing followed behind him. I'm going with you. Stay here. Why? Lin Yue stopped in his tracks, turned to look at her. Because if I don't come back, someone needs to guard the mall. Su Muqing's expression changed. It was not fear but anger. She stared at Lin Yue, her lips pressed into a line, the knuckles of her grip on the staff turning white. Say that again. Lin Yue opened his mouth but swallowed the words, let's go together. Su Muqing's expression softened somewhat, but her eyes remained cold. Next time you say something like that, I will strike you with holy light judgment. The 2 of them exited through the side door of the mall, entering stealth mode, moving quickly along the wall. After walking for about 10 minutes, they reached the base of the unfinished building. A figure stood on the rooftop, clad in dark red plate armor, wielding a two-handed sword with dark red flames flickering on the blade, appearing like a living serpent under the blood moon. Flame Demon Blade. The ID floated above his head. Red Wolf. Level LV. 78. 78, 7 levels lower than Lin Yue. But the attributes of a legendary weapon are enough to make up for the level difference. Su Muqing crouched beside Lin Yue, holding her staff. Should we engage? No. If we attack now, the Iron Blood Alliance will surround us. Wait until tomorrow. He will come with his subordinates, and we will deal with them all at once. Su Muqing glanced at him, but said nothing. The 2 crouched behind the rubble, watching Red Wolf on the rooftop. He stood under the blood moon for about 10 minutes, then turned and walked away. His footsteps were heavy, each step resonating with a dull thud on the cement slab. Lin Yue waited until he was far away before standing up. Let's go back. Upon returning to the mall, the people in the atrium had already fallen asleep. More than 300 people were crammed together, lying in disarray. Some were snoring, some were talking in their sleep, and some were staring into the darkness. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, the dagger resting on his knees, his fingers touching the hilt. He was thinking about tomorrow. Red Wolf, 78 level Flame Demon Blade. More than 30 members of the Iron Blood Alliance, 40 to 50 people on the roof of the unfinished building, a total of over 80 with an average level above 50. It would be a difficult battle, but Lin Yue was not afraid, because he was not alone. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall. Her breathing was light, so soft it was almost inaudible. In the distance, the blood moon rose to its zenith. The dark red light filtered through the shattered glass curtain wall, casting shadows on the sprawled bodies of the crowd. More than 300 people, 3 days' worth of supplies, and over 80 enemies. Lin Yue opened his eyes, glancing in Su Muqing's direction. She was resting her eyes under the dim yellow light of the emergency lamp, her silver-white hair cascading down her shoulders like a thin layer of moonlight. Her breathing was steady, as if nothing had happened. But Lin Yue knew she was not asleep. She was also thinking about tomorrow, just like him. The phone vibrated again. Lin Yue glanced at the screen. It was a voice recording sent by Lin Yue. He opened it, turned the volume down to the lowest, and held it to his ear. Inside was a man's voice, deep and carrying an unsettling calm. Strike at 4 in the morning. First empty the warehouse, then decide the fate of these people. The recording was short, lasting only a few seconds. Lin Yue listened to it once, then again, before putting away his phone. Su Muqing opened her eyes. She had already awakened while Lin Yue was using his phone, her silver hair shimmering softly in the dim light of the emergency lamp, her eyes bright. 4 in the morning. Yes, that's in 3 hours. Lin Yue remained silent, but he began calculating in his mind. 75 people, an average level above 50. He and Su Muqing could fight, but they needed time. Wang Hao and Old Zhao could help eliminate the stragglers, but the 6 newly recruited players were only around level 40 with mediocre equipment, unable to withstand a frontal assault for long. What's your plan? Su Muqing asked. Lin Yue paused for 2 seconds. Let them in. Let them in. The entrance of the mall is narrow, 75 people can't spread out. They'll come in waves and fight in waves. Set an ambush at the entrance, take down one group as they come in. Su Muqing looked at him, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. That's how you play defensively in the game. Yes. Block at the entrance, ranged attacks and healers to keep the health up. Lin Yue glanced at her. You're in charge of damage output in the game, and it's the same now. Su Muqing said nothing, but she tightened her grip on her staff. Lin Yue stood up and walked toward Wang Hao, who was sleeping in the corner. Wang Hao was curled up on a cardboard box, clutching a fire axe, drooling all over himself. Lin Yue kicked him, and Wang Hao jolted awake, already grasping the axe handle. What's wrong? Get up. Time to work. Wang Hao was instantly alert. Lin Yue then went to wake Old Zhao and the 6 new players. The 6 were terrified when they were awakened. They had no idea what was happening, but seeing Lin Yue's expression, they knew it wasn't good. The members of the Iron Blood Alliance will arrive at 4 in the morning. 75 people, levels 30 to 60, with a level 78 leader wielding a legendary weapon. The faces of the 6 turned pale simultaneously. Some gasped, some gripped their weapons tightly, and others had trembling lips. Are you afraid? Lin Yue asked. No one spoke. It's good to be afraid, Lin Yue said in a calm tone, but fear is useless. They are coming, and we will fight. If we win, the supplies remain, and we survive. If we lose everything. Old Zhao stood to the side, his one-handed sword hanging at his waist, his right hand resting on the sword hilt, thumb pressed against the guard. Wang Hao slung the fire axe over his shoulder and looked at the 6 new players. Stick with me, and don't fall behind. Lin Yue began to set up defenses. He instructed Old Zhao to take 3 people to guard the left side of the first floor entrance, and Wang Hao to take 3 to guard the right side. Su Muqing stood in the center of the atrium, responsible for ranged attacks. Chen Siki stood behind Su Muqing, ready to heal at any moment. Li Yifei set up surveillance on the second floor, relaying the enemy's positions in real time via his phone. As for himself, he positioned in the exact middle of the entrance. Your goal is not to kill, but to hold them off. Hold them until Su Muqing and I can take down the leader, then the rest will flee. It was 3:40 in the morning. A message from Li Yifei popped up. They are starting to move. The Iron Blood Alliance members are coming from the west, and the people from the unfinished building are coming from the east, expected to arrive simultaneously in 15 minutes. Lin Yue stood in the center of the mall entrance, his dagger drawn, the black blade glinting coldly under the dim light of the emergency lamp. Su Muqing stood in the center of the atrium, her staff raised, the blue gem at the tip glowing from soft to blinding. Old Zhao stood on the left side of the entrance, his one-handed sword drawn, the tip resting against the ground. Wang Hao stood on the right side of the entrance, the fire axe resting on his shoulder. The 6 new players' hands trembled, but none stepped back. At exactly 4 o'clock in the morning, Li Yifei's message flashed. They have arrived. Lin Yue raised his head and looked out at the street outside the mall. Under the dark red blood moon, 75 people surged from 2 directions. From the west came the Iron Blood Alliance members with a bald man leading the way. From the east came the people from the unfinished building led by a man in dark red plate armor wielding a flaming twin sword, Qingxue. The 2 groups converged at the entrance of the mall. Qingxue stood at the front glancing at the mall entrance, and then at Lin Yue who stood right in the center. "You are Lin Yue." Qingxue's voice was loud, echoing across the atrium. Lin Yue remained silent. "I've heard of you. The number 1 assassin in the game, level 85, Qingxue laughed. "But this is reality, not a game. How many can you take on alone?" Lin Yue looked at him and simply said 4 words, "Come in and try." Qingxue's smile faded. He raised the flame demon blade, and the dark red flames on the blade surged higher. "Go in and kill them all." The 75 people moved simultaneously. However, the entrance was only so wide. The Iron Blood Alliance members and the unfinished building people squeezed together, and only a few managed to push through the entrance, getting stuck and unable to advance or retreat. Lin Yue moved. The dagger shot out from the shadows, plunging into the throat of the first person. The backstab triggered a critical hit. That person fell without even a scream. The second stab went into the chest of the second person, and the third cut the throat of the third person. In 3 seconds, 3 people fell. The 6 new players stared at Lin Yue's back, their eyes filled with shock. Wang Hao shouted, swinging the fire axe down on the shoulder of the 4th person, who screamed as he fell backward. Old Zhao struck 1 person with each swing, not missing a single hit. Su Muking's spell came down. A golden beam shot from the tip of her staff, crashing into the center of the crowd, piercing through the bodies of 7 or 8 people. The struck individuals didn't even have time to scream before they dissolved into light points. The atrium fell silent for a full 2 seconds. The Iron Blood Alliance members looked at the disappearing corpses on the ground, their eyes filled with fear. The unfinished building members gripped their weapons tightly, but no one dared to charge forward. Qingxue stood at the entrance, his face pale. He had not expected Lin Yue to set an ambush here, nor had he anticipated the power of Su Muking's spells. "Retreat!" Qingxue shouted, "Get out!" The Iron Blood Alliance members and the unfinished building people began to fall back. The crowd at the entrance dispersed like a receding tide, leaving behind a dozen corpses dissolving on the ground. Lin Yue did not pursue. He stood in the middle of the entrance, blood dripping from his dagger, breathing somewhat heavy, but his gaze remained calm. Su Muqing lowered her staff, sweat beading on her forehead, her mana dropping from full to 60%, her face somewhat pale. "They retreated," she said. Lin Yue said nothing. He looked at the entrance where Qingxue stood outside, his face grim. The bald man stood beside him, gripping an axe with trembling arms. "We will attack again at 5 o'clock. Qingxue's voice was low, but Lin Yue heard him. "They can't hold out much longer." Qingxue led his men away. They didn't retreat, but fell back to the opposite side of the street, crouching behind the ruins like a pack of vultures waiting for food. Lin Yue turned and walked back into the atrium, leaning against the wall. The dagger rested on his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. Wang Hao approached, lowering his voice. "They are still outside." "I know. Next time they won't come in with just a few people." Su Muqing walked over, her staff leaning against the wall, the blue gem at the tip still faintly glowing. Lin Yue said nothing. He looked at the entrance where the dark red blood moon shone through the shattered glass facade, casting light on the dissipating remains of corpses on the ground. Over 300 people were sleeping behind them, while 75 waited outside. The phone vibrated again. It was a message from Lin Yue containing only 1 sentence: "They are starting to regroup." It was 4:23 in the morning. After the first wave of attacks had been repelled, the entrance of the mall fell silent. But everyone knew this was merely a temporary reprieve. The members of the Iron Blood Alliance and the Red Wolves crouched behind the ruins across the street, like a pack of lurking beasts waiting for the next strike. Lin Yue stood at the center of the entrance. The blood on his dagger had dried, leaving a dark red stain. He didn't wipe it off, for it would soon be stained anew. Lin Yue reported the situation. He spoke into his phone. "The Red Wolves are regrouping." Lin Yue's voice came through the receiver, accompanied by the clatter of a keyboard in the background. "The Iron Blood Alliance has lost 7 members, and 5 were lost at the unfinished building, leaving 63 remaining. The Red Wolves have divided them into 3 teams, each with about 20 members, preparing to attack in turns." Attacking in turns. The simplest tactic, yet the most effective. No matter how strong the explosive power of him and Su Muqing was, they couldn't withstand continuous depletion. His mana was only enough to execute a dozen backstabs and shadow steps, and Su Muking's mana was down to 60%, while Chun Siki's healing spells had only 30% left. They couldn't hold out for much longer. The Red Wolves were right. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside him. Her face was somewhat pale, but her gaze remained calm. "When will they come again?" "I don't know, but it won't be long. I can cast Holy Light Judgment 2 more times. After that my mana will be depleted." Lin Yue said nothing. 2 casts of Holy Light Judgment could kill a dozen enemies. But what about the remaining 40 or so? Old Zhao approached his one-handed sword covered in blood. His breathing was a bit rushed, but his hand was steady. They'll guard the entrance you rest inside. Lin Yue glanced at him. You can't hold it alone. But aren't they also here? Old Zhao nodded toward Wang Hao and the 6 players. Wang Hao was sitting in the corner, the fire axe resting on his knee, breathing heavily. He had just held off 3 enemies alone, sporting several scratch marks, yet he appeared to be in good spirits. The 6 players huddled beside him, hands still trembling, but none expressed a desire to retreat. Lin Yue remained silent for a few seconds. We will take turns to guard. Su Muqing and I will rest first, while Old Zhao and Wang Hao will take the lead for the first wave. Li Yifei, keep an eye on their movements and notify us immediately once they begin to attack. Old Zhao nodded and moved to the entrance, drawing his one-handed sword. Wang Hao stood up, shouldering the fire axe, and stood beside Old Zhao. The 6 players followed closely behind, gripping their weapons tightly. Lin Yue turned and walked back to the atrium, leaning against the wall and sitting down. His dagger rested on his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. He closed his eyes but did not fall asleep. He kept his ears perked, listening to the sounds outside. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall. She took out a potion from her backpack, twisted the cap off, drank a couple of sips, and then handed it to Lin Yue. Drink some. I don't lack mana. Not mana. It's stamina. The potion has sugar in it. It will sustain you for a while. Lin Yue glanced at her and accepted the potion, taking a couple of sips. It was very sweet, almost sickeningly so. He passed the potion back, and Su Muqing finished the rest, stuffing the empty bottle back into her backpack. Are you nervous? Su Muqing asked. Not nervous. You're lying. Lin Yue remained silent. Su Muqing looked at him, a slight smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. You were just like this when we were dungeon raiding in the game. Clearly nervous to death, yet showing no expression on your face. How do you know I was nervous in the game? Because your actions speed up. When others are nervous, their actions become erratic, but when you're nervous, your speed increases dramatically. I noticed it the first time we teamed up. Footsteps echoed from a distance. They were not monsters, they were people. The Iron Blood Alliance was on the move. Lin Yue's phone vibrated. Li Yifei's message, the first team of 20 is moving, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Old Zhao stood at the entrance, his one-handed sword held horizontally in front of him. Wang Hao stood to his right, gripping his fire axe. The 6 players stood behind, hands trembling, yet no one retreated. The first wave is coming, Old Zhao said. Across the street, 20 people charged out from behind the ruins, rushing toward the mall entrance. Leading the charge was a warrior in his 40s, clad in battered plate armor, wielding a rusty 2-handed sword. The fastest runner was often the first to die. Lin Yue dashed out of the shadows, plunging his dagger into the man's throat with a critical hit. 1,280. Old Zhao guarded the left side of the entrance, his sword cleaving into the shoulder of the second man. Wang Hao let out a roar, smashing his fire axe into the chest of the third man. The 6 players held the sides of the entrance. Some swung their swords, others thrust their blades, and some, terrified, closed their eyes, but still thrust their weapons forward. The first wave was repelled. 6 out of 20 had fallen, and the remaining retreated to the opposite side of the street, crouching behind the ruins, too scared to charge again. But Lin Yue knew this was just the beginning. The essence of attrition warfare was not to win, but to exhaust. Killing 6 left over 50 more. As the battle dragged on, their hands would weaken, their blades would dull, and their mana would run dry. The second wave came quickly, within less than 10 minutes. This time they split into 2 groups, one charging from the front and the other flanking from the side. But there was only one entrance to the mall. The side was a wall with no door. The flanking group found themselves trapped against the wall, unable to advance or retreat. Wang Hao led 2 people out through a window, taking down 4 from the side, and the remaining fled. The second wave was repelled, but Wang Hao had a gash on his arm. Qingxue rushed forward, casting holy light on his wound, dropping his mana from 30% to 20. Su Muqing did not take action. She had been waiting for the Red Wolves. The third wave arrived. The Red Wolves did not engage directly, but sent their highest level subordinates. A dozen players above level 50 charged into the mall entrance, their gear significantly better than the previous 2 waves. Lin Yue found himself surrounded by 3 enemies. One warrior faced him, Heat, and a rogue flanked him from the side, and an archer stood at a distance firing arrows. He killed the warrior and dodged the rogue's dagger, but could not evade the arrow. The arrow grazed his waist, slicing a wound and causing blood to spatter. Su Muqing's spell came crashing down. A golden beam struck the crowd, penetrating the bodies of 5 people. But this time the power was much less than before. Her mana was insufficient. Old Zhao's sword was blocked by a 52-level warrior, and the opponent's hammer struck his shoulder plate with a dull thud. Old Zhao retreated 2 steps, the tip of his sword resting on the ground to steady himself. Among the 6 players, 2 were felled, curled up on the ground, screaming. Qingxue rushed over, casting holy light on them, dropping her mana from 20% to 10. Lin Yue killed the leader of the third wave, a level 55 berserker. The dagger pierced through his eye with a critical hit. 2,300. As the corpse fell, the remaining enemies retreated. The third wave was repelled. The cost was steep. 2 were severely injured, 3 lightly wounded. Qingxue's mana was down to 10%, and Su Muking's mana was only at 20%. Lin Yue had a new wound on his waist, still oozing blood. Across the street, the figure of the Red Wolf appeared behind the ruins. He said nothing, merely watching the mall entrance, observing Lin Yue. The flames on the Inferno Demon Blade flickered under the blood moon, resembling a slowly blinking eye. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, his dagger resting on his knee, fingers on the hilt. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall, the blue gem at the tip glowing faintly in the dim light. Old Zhao approached, a large bruise on his shoulder from the hammer blow. How many more do they have? Over 50, Li Yifei's voice came from the phone. The Red Wolves have restructured the remaining members into 2 teams, each with around 25. Over 50, Wang Hao said from the corner, the fire axe resting on his knee, the wound on his shoulder just stopped bleeding by Qingxue. We can still fight. We can fight. Lin Yue opened his eyes, but we can't fight here. Su Muqing turned to look at him. What do you mean? Lin Yue stood up, sheathing his dagger back into his waist. He gazed at the ruins across the street where the figure of the Red Wolf still stood. Over 50 people crouched behind him, waiting for the command to attack. Next time I will go out to fight. Are you crazy? Su Muking's voice was not loud, but every word struck Lin Yue's ears like nails. Lin Yue did not look at her. His eyes were fixed on the street across, where the figure of the Red Wolf crouched behind the ruins, surrounded by more than 50 men. The battle of attrition was still ongoing, and the next wave could come at any moment. Staying in the mall was tantamount to waiting for death. Going out at least could disrupt their rhythm. I can go out alone. Wang Hao stood up from the corner, carrying a fire axe on his shoulder, the wound on his shoulder still seeping blood. You are not alone. Lin Yue glanced at him. Wang Hao's level was only 38, equipped with a fire axe and a set of shoddy armor, making him as fragile as paper in front of enemies over level 50. But his gaze was different, no longer afraid but determined. Lin Yue shifted his gaze back, twirling the dagger in his hand. You stay and guard the mall. Why, oi? Because if I don't come back, the mall needs someone to defend it. Wang Hao opened his mouth, took the fire axe off his shoulder, gripping it tightly, his knuckles turning white. You must come back. Lin Yue did not answer, turning to walk towards the door. Old Zhao followed, drawing his sword with one hand. I will go with you. You stay? Su Muqing stays. Wang Hao stays. I will go out alone. Do you want to leave everyone inside? Old Zhao said nothing, paused for 2 seconds, then uttered a phrase that tightened Lin Yue's throat. You are starting to sound like your master. Lin Yue did not respond, and walked out of the mall. The dark red blood moon hung overhead, dyeing the entire street a rust color. The Red Wolf sat among the ruins, the infernal demon blade embedded in the rubble beside him, its flames flickering. Behind him crouched more than 50 men, their knives and clubs glinting coldly under the blood moon. The Red Wolf saw Lin Yue emerge and stood up. One person. Lin Yue remained silent. An 85-level assassin taking on more than 50 alone, the Red Wolf laughed. Do you think you can win, or do you not care if you die? Lin Yue looked at him, twirling the dagger in his hand. Come in and try. The Red Wolf's smile faded. He drew the infernal demon blade, the dark red flames surging high. Go. More than 20 men charged out. Ranging from level 30 to 40, leading the pack was a 13-level warrior. Lin Yue met them heat-in, plunging his dagger into the warrior's throat, delivering a critical backstab. The second strike pierced another person's chest, and the third cut opened a third person's neck. 3 seconds, 3 people. But this time was different. Last time at the mall entrance, they had been bottlenecked with only a dozen able to enter at once. Now outside, the terrain was open, allowing more than 20 to surround him from all directions. He was encircled. A knife came slicing from the left, a sword thrust from the right, and an axe swung down from the front. He sidestepped the knife, ducked under the sword, and parried the axe with his dagger, but a cold arrow grazed his shoulder, leaving a cut. More than 20 people, like a pack of hungry wolves. Lin Yue's dagger did not stop. He killed one after another, but each kill came at a cost. He was stabbed in the shoulder, hit in the back, and his arm was slashed. The wounds were increasing, blood flowing, but his hands did not shake. 15 minutes. Over 20 people all collapsed to the ground, their bodies starting to dissipate. Lin Yue stood among the corpses, blood dripping from his dagger. The wounds on his shoulder, back, and arm bled, staining much of his light armor red. His breathing was heavy, but his body did not sway. The Red Wolf looked at him. 85 levels, indeed formidable. He drew the infernal demon blade, the dark red flames surging fiercely. He did not charge forward, but turned to the more than 30 people behind him. Altogether, more than 30 people moved at once. Lin Yue tightened his grip on the dagger and took a deep breath. His mana was less than 30%, stamina depleted, and wounds still bleeding. More than 30 people, levels ranging from 40 to 60, while the Red Wolf was at 78. He was alone. Then he heard footsteps. Not from monsters, but from people. Su Muqing emerged holding a staff, the blue gem at the top, shining blindingly. Old Zhao drew his sword with one hand, while Wang Hao carried his fire axe on his shoulder, and the 5 players still able to move followed at the back, their hands shaking, but no one retreated. What are you all doing out here? Lin Yue's voice was somewhat hoarse. What do you think? Su Muqing stood beside him, raising her staff. Her mana was only 10% left, her face pale as paper, but she did not back down. 6 people against more than 30. A 5-tune disparity in numbers with a significant level difference. But no one retreated. The Red Wolf looked at them, laughing. Interesting. He raised the infernal demon blade. Kill them all. More than 30 people charged forward. Lin Yue met them heat-in, plunging his dagger into the chest of the first person. Su Muqing's spell came down, a golden beam, piercing through 2 bodies, then stopped. Her mana had completely run out, and the blue gem on her staff dimmed. Old Zhao was entangled by 2 people. Wang Hao's fire axe was dodged by a thief, whose dagger plunged into his shoulder. After Lin Yue killed the 5th person, the Red Wolf made his move. The infernal demon blade came down, dark red flames wrapping around the blade. Lin Yue sidestepped, but lacked the stamina, his movement slowed by a beat. The blade grazed his abdomen, cutting a gash in his light armor. The Red Wolf did not give him a chance to breathe. The second strike followed immediately. Lin Yue blocked it, the dagger clashing with the infernal demon blade, sparks flying. His strength was no match for the Red Wolf, and he was pushed back 2 steps, his palms numb. When the third strike came down, Lin Yue did not dodge. He charged forward, dagger aimed at the Red Wolf's throat. An exchange of life for life, the only chance an assassin had against a warrior. The Red Wolf retracted his sword to block the dagger, striking the spine of the infernal demon blade. Lin Yue used the force to flip back, stumbling slightly as he landed, but steadied himself. The Red Wolf looked at him, but did not pursue. He turned to see that more than 30 of his men had already fallen, with the remaining still entangled in combat. Retreat. His men began to fall back. The Red Wolf walked at the end, the infernal demon blade held horizontally in front of him. Lin Yue did not chase. He stood in the middle of the street, blood dripping from his dagger, breathing heavily like a bellows. Su Muqing stood beside him, staff in hand, the blue gem completely dimmed. Old Zhao, Wang Hao, and the 5 players stood behind them, each bearing injuries. The Red Wolf retreated behind the ruins, looking at Lin Yue. Tonight was just a warm-up. Tomorrow I will bring more people. Lin Yue said nothing. He turned and walked back to the mall, his steps heavy, each leaving a bloodstain on the ground. Back in the atrium, he leaned against the wall and sat down. The dagger rested across his knees, fingers resting on the hilt. The wound on his waist was still bleeding, the one on his shoulder had scabbed over, but the one on his back still hurt. Su Muqing sat beside him, taking out a bottle of life potion from her backpack, twisting the cap, and handing it to him. Drink. You drink first. I have more. Su Muqing took out another bottle, twisted the cap, and took a sip. Her mana was still 0, her face as pale as paper, but her gaze was calm. In the distance, the blood moon sank. A gray-white light rose from the horizon, dyeing the sky the color of ashes. Daylight broke. Daybreak arrived. Grayish-white light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling upon the disheveled courtyard below. Over 300 survivors huddled in the corner, silent, all eyes fixed on Lin Yue. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, a dagger resting on his knee. The wound on his waist had stopped bleeding, yet the pain persisted. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall, the sapphire dim, her mana still at 0. Li Yifei rushed down from the 2nd floor, clutching a laptop, his glasses askew on his nose. The Red Wolf's men are regrouping. There are 53 left, divided into 2 teams. The Red Wolf is personally leading the first team. When will they come? Lin Yue asked. They are waiting for nightfall. When the blood moon rises, the monster's activity will decrease, making their assault easier. Lin Yue fell silent. There were still 10 hours or so until the blood moon rose. Su Muqing stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard, gazing at the group of survivors in the corner. Who can fight? Silence ensued. No one spoke. This isn't about fighting monsters, it's about fighting people. The Iron Blood Alliance and the Red Wolves will come tonight. They want to steal our supplies and kill our people. We need fighters. A middle-aged man stood up, wearing a jacket covered in dust. I was a soldier before. His voice was steady. What level? Level 12. Another person stood up, a young girl holding a kitchen knife. I'm level 6. One after another, more than 20 people stood up. The highest level among them was 15, armed with kitchen knives and wrenches. Yet they all stood up. Su Muqing divided the 20-plus individuals into 3 groups, 1 group to carry the injured, 1 to reinforce the fortifications, and 1 to distribute supplies. Old Zhao stood beside her, instructing the ordinary people on where the monsters would come from, how to hide, and where to run. Wang Hao approached and squatted next to Lin Yue. He rummaged through his backpack and handed Lin Yue a roll of bandages. Wrap it yourself. Lin Yue accepted it, winding it around his waist. The wound was constricted by the bandage, causing a sharp pain, then it numbed. You charged out alone just now, I thought you wouldn't come back. Wang Hao said. Lin Yue remained silent. Next time can you take me with you? All right, Lin Yue replied. In the afternoon, Qingxue's mana partially restored. She treated the injured one by one, with Lin Yue being the last. Her palm glowed with holy light as she pressed it against Lin Yue's waist, healing the wound slowly. "How many levels have you gained?" Lin Yue asked. 3 levels now, at 68. In the evening, the grayish-white daylight began to dim. A dark red hue appeared on the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the entrance. The streets outside were desolate behind the ruins. The Iron Blood Alliance and the Red Wolves were not there. But Lin Yue knew they hadn't left, they were hiding. Li Yifei ran over radar map displayed on his phone. They are 500 meters east of the mall, all gathered together. The Red Wolf stands at the front. How many of them? 53. Lin Yue turned and walked back to the courtyard. Su Muqing, Old Zhao, Wang Hao, Qingxue, the 5 players, and over 20 ordinary people stood in the courtyard waiting for him. The Red Wolves are 500 meters to the east, 53 in total, levels 40 to 60, with the leader at level 78. Our numbers are less than 40, the highest level being 85, which is me. Are you scared? No one answered. It's good to be scared. Lin Yue drew his dagger. They come, we fight. The blood moon rose. The dark red light streamed through the broken glass curtain wall, staining the courtyard with a rusty hue. Li Yifei's voice came from the phone. They are starting to move, expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Lin Yue stood in the middle of the entrance, the dagger drawn. Su Muqing stood behind him, gripping her staff. Old Zhao stood to the left of the entrance, his sword drawn. Wang Hao stood to the right of the entrance, a fire axe resting on his shoulder. The 5 players stood behind Old Zhao and Wang Hao. Over 20 ordinary people stood at the back, clutching steel pipes and kitchen knives. They have arrived. The Red Wolf led the way, the dark red flames of the Inferno demon blades slithering like a live snake under the blood moon. Over 50 people followed behind, marching in 2 lines, their footsteps heavy enough to shake the courtyard's floor. The Red Wolf stopped at the entrance, looking at Lin Yue. "You're still alive." Lin Yue remained silent. "Does your mage still have mana? Does your priest still have mana? Can your warrior still wield a sword?" The Red Wolf laughed. "I have many people." Lin Yue gazed at him, spinning the dagger in his hand. "Come in and try." The Red Wolf raised the Inferno demon blade, the flames on the blade flaring high. "Go in." Over 50 individuals began to crowd toward the entrance. The entrance was only so wide. The first batch to squeeze in consisted of just over 10 people. Lin Yue charged forward, the dagger thrusting into the throat of the first man. Old Zhao's sword struck the shoulder of the second person, while Wang Hao's fire axe smashed into the chest of the third. Su Muqing's spell fell, a golden beam crashing into the crowd, piercing through 4 bodies. Her mana was insufficient. The power of Holy Light Judgment was less than half of its peak, only killing 4 people. The 5 players took down 2. They weren't dead. They were severely injured, being dragged back by Qingxue. Wang Hao's fire axe slipped from his hand, deflected by a level 45 warrior. The warrior's blade grazed his shoulder. Lin Yue's mana dropped from 30% to 10%, unable to deal critical strikes, with backstab unable to use shadow step. He could only rely on normal attacks, stabbing 1 by 1. Old Zhao's sword broke. A half-blade flew out, embedding itself in the wall. He used the remaining half of the broken sword to stab into a berserker's throat, but 3 more people surrounded him. After killing his 12th person, Lin Yue's mana hit 0. He could only rely on normal attacks, 1 stab after another. The dagger pierced into the chest of a level 51 warrior, causing only over 200 points of damage. The man did not fall, countering with a punch to Lin Yue's face. Lin Yue stumbled back 2 steps, blood trickling from the split on his lip. Su Muqing's staff dimmed. She drew a short sword from her waist, standing beside Lin Yue. The 20-plus ordinary people charged forward. A steel pipe smashed against one person's head, while a kitchen knife struck another's arm. They were only at levels 10 several, or even 0, but they surged forward. The Red Wolf stood at the entrance, his face pale. Over 20 of his men had fallen, still more than 30 remained, but morale was already shattered. Lin Yue fixed his gaze on the Red Wolf, drawing the Shadow's Fong from his waist, the main hand wielding the Shadow Ripper, the offhand holding the Shadow's Fong, both daggers glimmering coldly under the blood moon. He approached the Red Wolf, his steps heavy, each footfall sinking into the pool of blood. The Red Wolf watched him, neither charging in nor retreating. Lin Yue stopped 3 steps away from him. "You killed more than 20 of my people," the Red Wolf said. "There are still over 30 left. Withdraw." The Red Wolf fell silent for 2 seconds. His men began to retreat from the mall entrance. The Red Wolf walked at the back, the Inferno demon blade held horizontally in front of him. Lin Yue did not pursue, but stood in the middle of the entrance, blood dripping from his dagger. The first wave of assault had been repelled, but everyone knew there would be a second wave, a third wave. Next time it wouldn't just be over 10 people. Next time the Red Wolf would push everyone forward at once. Lin Yue returned to the courtyard, leaning against the wall, the dagger resting on his knee, fingers atop the hilt. Su Muqing sat beside him, her short sword sheathed back at her waist, her staff leaning against the wall. Old Zhao squatted beneath a pillar, tossing the broken sword to the ground and drawing a spare one-handed sword from his waist. Wang Hao sat on the ground, the fire axe resting on his knee, the bandage on his shoulder soaked again with blood. Qingxue knelt beside the two severely injured players, casting holy light upon them, her mana dropping from 5% to 2. Only 2 of the 5 players could still stand among the 20-plus ordinary people. 7 or 8 had fallen, but not a single person retreated. Lin Yue gazed at the entrance, the dark red blood moon hanging high above. The next wave would be coming soon. The blood moon rose to its zenith. Dark red light seeped through the shattered glass curtain wall, casting a glow over the chaotic courtyard. Over 300 survivors huddled in a corner, not uttering a word, all eyes fixed on Lin Yue. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, a dagger resting on his knee. The bandage around his waist was soaked in blood, dark red fluid oozing from the edges, yet he remained silent. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff propped against the wall, the sapphire dimmed, her mana still at 0. Qingxue knelt beside 2 seriously injured players, holy light enveloping them, as her mana dropped from 5% to 4, then from 4 to 3. The wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, but her complexion was as pale as paper. Her lips trembled, yet her hands remained steady. Her hand pressed against the chest of one player, holy light surged from her palm, warm, like being immersed in lukewarm water. The player's pallor shifted from ashen to a hint of color, their breathing becoming steadier. She released her hand and turned to the second person. The holy light shone again, healing the wound, but her mana dropped from 3% to 2. Lin Yue watched her, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Qingxue's healing did not cease. She healed the second individual and turned to the third. Her mana fell from 2% to 1, the holy light dimmed to near invisibility, yet she still pressed her hand against the wound of the third player. "That's enough," Lin Yue said. Qingxue did not stop. Her lips trembled, sweat beading on her forehead, yet her hands did not withdraw. Holy light surged from her palm, faint as a candle flame, yet it still glowed. The last wound healed. Qingxue collapsed to the ground, her mana depleted, the sapphire on her staff utterly dimmed. She gasped for breath, her face pale as paper, but she smiled. Not a bitter smile, but a weary yet genuine one. "All done," she said. Lin Yue looked at her, his throat moving as if to speak, but he said nothing. Su Muqing stood up, walked to Qingxue's side, and pulled her up from the ground. The two exchanged glances, saying nothing, but Su Muqing's hand rested on Qingxue's shoulder for 2 seconds. Old Zhao squatted beneath a pillar, drawing a spare one-handed sword from his waist. He wrapped the hilt with a piece of rag, binding it tightly, knuckles turning white. His main sword had broken, leaving the one-handed sword that had accompanied him for an unknown length of time, with only half a blade. He did not discard it, but instead inserted the broken sword back into his waist. "Can you still fight?" Lin Yue asked. Old Zhao glanced at him. "When have you ever seen me retreat?" Wang Hao sat in a corner, a fire axe resting on his knee, the bandage on his shoulder soaked in blood. He looked down at his shoulder, then at Lin Yue, and flashed a grin. "I can still fight." Lin Yue looked at him, remaining silent. Wang Hao was not merely able to fight, he did not wish to retreat. It had been that way since day one. The lowest level, the poorest equipment, yet he had stayed, while everyone else had retreated. Among those 5 players, only 2 remained standing. The other 3 lay on the ground, their wounds healed by Qingxue, but their mana exhaustion had yet to recover, preventing them from rising. More than 20 ordinary people had collapsed, some lightly injured, others severely. Yet no one retreated, all crouching in the corners, clutching steel pipes and kitchen knives, waiting. Li Yifei dashed down from the second floor, a laptop cradled in his arms, his glasses askew on his nose. The radar chart displayed on his phone showed blinking red dots. The Crimson Wolf's members are regrouping. There are still 37 remaining, all forming into one team. Led by the Crimson Wolf himself, the next wave will come crashing down on us all at once. Lin Yue remained silent. 37 levels ranging from 40 to 60, with the Crimson Wolf at level 78. There were less than 30 people standing on his side. The highest level was 85, which was him. Su Muqing had no mana left, Qingxue had no mana left, Old Zhao's sword was broken, and Wang Hao's shoulder was still bandaged. "How long until they come?" Lin Yue asked. "I don't know. They are waiting." Li Yifei glanced at his phone screen. "Waiting for you all to tire out." Su Muqing stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. She looked at the group of survivors in the corner, over 300 people crammed together, no one speaking. Her voice was not loud, but the entire courtyard could hear her. "Who can fight?" Silence. No one spoke. "This is not about fighting monsters, it's about fighting people. The Crimson Wolf's next wave will come crashing down on us all at once. We need people who can fight." An elderly man stood up, over 60 years old, leaning on a mop handle. He wore a tattered jacket, his face lined with wrinkles. "I'm level 0, but I can help block a bit." Su Muqing looked at him and nodded. One by one, over 10 ordinary people stood up, not players with no levels, no skills, clutching fruit knives and wrenches that they had rummaged from the shopping mall. Yet they stood up. Lin Yue lifted the dagger from his knee and stood up. The Shadow Ripper glinted coolly under the dim emergency lights. He walked to the door, standing in the middle of the entrance. Behind him stood Su Muqing, Old Zhao Wang, Hao Qingxue, the two remaining players, and the 10 or so ordinary people who had just stood up. Across the street, the figure of the Crimson Wolf emerged from behind the ruins. He raised the blade of fiery demon, dark red flames shooting high. More than 30 people rushed out from behind him, fiercer and faster than before. Lin Yue took a deep breath. His mana had returned slightly enough for 3 backstabs. His stamina was gradually recovering, the wounds still ached. He charged out the dagger, thrusting out from the shadows, piercing into the throat of the first person. The backstab triggered a critical hit, and the person fell without a sound. The second stab plunged into the chest of the second person, and the third slice cut across the throat of the third. Mana was depleted. No more backstab, no shadow step, no shadow clone. Only the knife remained. He plunged into the crowd, stabbing one after another. The dagger stabbed into a person's shoulder, but that person did not fall, retaliating with a punch to his face. He staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he did not stop stabbing the dagger into that person's chest. This time the person fell. When Lin Yue killed the 7th person, a knife struck his back. It wasn't a fatal wound, but blood flowed profusely. He turned and stabbed into that person's eye, then continued. Su Muqing stood at the doorway, her staff grasped in hand, the sapphire dimmed. She couldn't unleash her holy light judgment, her mana was still at 0. She drew her short sword and charged into the crowd standing beside Lin Yue. Her swordsmanship was inferior to her magic, but she stood there thrusting, slashing, and blocking. Qingxue did not rush in. She stood at the doorway, a faint holy light illuminating her palm, her mana still at 0. She was waiting for someone to fall, waiting for someone to need her. The 10 or so ordinary people rushed in. Steel pipes smashed against a person's head, kitchen knives slashed at an arm, and mop handles stabbed into a chest. They were all level 0, yet they charged in. The Crimson Wolf stood atop the ruins, watching it all, the blade of fiery demon gripped in his hand, yet he did not move. His men began to retreat, not from being beaten back, but from fear of engaging. More than 30 people had collapsed, a dozen or so still entangled in battle. Yet morale had shattered, no one wanted to charge forward. Retreat. The Crimson Wolf's voice was low, yet everyone heard it. His men started to fall back, and the Crimson Wolf walked at the rear. Lin Yue did not pursue, standing amidst the corpse's blood dripping from his dagger. Su Muqing stood beside him, her short sword returned to her waist. Old Zhao and Wang Hao stood at the doorway, gasping for breath. Qingxue knelt on the ground, holy light enveloping a severely injured ordinary person, her mana rising from 0 to 1%, saving 1 life with that 1%. Lin Yue returned to the courtyard, leaning against the wall. The dagger rested on his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. The wounds ached, blood flowed, yet he did not close his eyes. He glanced at Qingxue. She knelt beside the severely injured ordinary person, the holy light dimming and brightening and dimming. Her mana rose from 1% to 2. Having leveled up, her mana capacity increased, hence the slight rise. She saved 1 person with that 2%. After the members of the Red Wolf retreated, the entrance of the mall fell into silence. Yet no one felt safe. They all knew they would return. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, a dagger resting on his knee, his fingers draped over the hilt. The wound on his waist had stopped bleeding, but still throbbed with pain. The bandage was soaked in blood, a dark red patch that hardened like a shell once dried. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall, the sapphire dim, with her magic power still at 0. Qingxue knelt beside the injured person, holy light pressing against the chest of an ordinary man. Her magic power dropped from 2% to 1%, and then from 1% to 0.5. With the last bit of her magic, she healed the man, and then collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Su Muqing stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. She looked at Lin Yue, then glanced at Old Zhao, and Wang Hao, finally gazing toward the entrance. Across the street, the shadow of the Red Wolf reappeared behind the ruins, the dark red flames on the infernal blade flickering under the blood moon. His subordinates squatted behind him with some further back. They are still waiting, Su Muqing said. Lin Yue did not open his eyes. Waiting for what? For dawn. Grayish-white light rose from the horizon. The dark red blood moon had not yet completely set, and the 2 lights intertwined, dyeing the sky a color reminiscent of rust and ashes. Su Muqing's staff brightened. It was not a gentle glow, but a blinding, scorching light, as if someone had stuffed a sun into the sapphire at the tip of her staff. The radiance grew brighter, forcing everyone in the courtyard to squint. The light spread from her staff, illuminating the entire courtyard. Over 300 survivors were blinded by the light. What are you doing? Lin Yue stood up and walked to her side. Su Muqing did not respond. Her eyes were closed, her brows furrowed, and her forehead drenched in sweat. The sapphire on her staff trembled violently, as if enduring some immense pressure. Her body was trembling, as well shaking from her fingertips up to her shoulders. Her magic power surged from 0 rising to 1%, 5%, 10%. She leveled up, her magic capacity increased, and her magic power was rapidly recovering. But it was not due to leveling up, as she was burning something else. Su Muqing. Lin Yue's voice grew louder. She opened her eyes and glanced at him. Her eyes were different from usual, with a golden light in her pupils, as if some ancient power was awakening within her. The legacy memory of the Holy Spirit Mage. She had unlocked this skill in the game. Forbidden spell Holy Light Judgment, the ultimate area spell of the Holy Spirit Mage. It was not Su Muqing's Holy Light Judgment, which was a single target spell. Forbidden spell Holy Light Judgment was an area spell with a damage radius of 50 meters, consuming 10 times the magic of Holy Light Judgment, taking 10 times longer to cast, and having a cooldown of an entire day. In the game, this skill was used to fight world bosses, not for fighting people. You are insane, Lin Yue said. Su Muqing said nothing. She raised her staff, and the sapphire at its tip shone to its utmost brilliance, the light so blinding that Lin Yue had to turn his head. She walked toward the entrance, and with each step the light grew brighter. Across the street, the Red Wolf's subordinates began to retreat. They were not afraid of Lin Yue's dagger, Old Zhao's one-handed sword, or Wang Hao's fire axe. But this light reminded them of the fear of being dominated by a boss in the game. The Red Wolf stood atop the ruins, raising the infernal blade. Charge in. Interrupt her. No one moved. His subordinates were all retreating. He shouted loudly and charged out. Su Muqing's staff came down. Forbidden spell Holy Light Judgment. A golden light beam descended from the sky, 50 meters in diameter, enveloping the entire street. In the instant the light beam struck, the entire mall trembled, the shattered glass curtain walls rattling, and broken glass fell from the second floor, shattering on the ground. The brilliance lasted a full 5 seconds. Then it dimmed. There was nothing left on the street. The ruins were gone, the people crouched behind the ruins were gone, the Red Wolf was gone, and the infernal blade was also gone. The entire street had been stripped of a layer, the asphalt surface burned into a glass-like substance reflecting light under the gray-white daylight. Where the Red Wolf and his subordinates had stood, there remained only a massive smoking charred pit. Su Muqing stood at the entrance, the sapphire on her staff completely dimmed. Her face was as pale as paper, her body trembling, barely able to stand. Her magic power plummeted from 100% to 0. The forbidden spell Holy Light Judgment consumed all her magic. Lin Yue rushed over to support her. You are insane, he repeated. Su Muqing leaned against his shoulder, a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. We won. Lin Yue said nothing. He helped her back to the courtyard, letting her lean against the wall to sit down. Chun Siki rushed over the holy light, pressing against Su Muqing, her magic power rising from 0 to 1%, which she used to stabilize Su Muqing's injuries. Old Zhao stood at the entrance, gazing at the charred pit outside, silent for a long time. This move could kill 100 people. Lin Yue said nothing. He looked at Su Muqing, her eyes closed, leaning against his shoulder, her breath light. She had leveled up 3 times, rising from level 78 to level 81. Her magic capacity increased, and her magic power had mostly recovered with the level up, but she was still in a deep slumber. Over 300 survivors stood up from the corners, walking to the center of the courtyard, looking at Su Muqing. Some cried, some knelt down, and some whispered their words inaudible. A middle-aged man who had been a soldier approached, stood before Lin Yue, and saluted. He said nothing and turned to leave. Wang Hao walked over and squatted beside Lin Yue. Is the Red Wolf dead? I don't know, Lin Yue replied. But even if he's not dead, he's done for. Old Zhao stood at the entrance, looking at the street outside. The gray-white daylight had completely replaced the dark red blood moon. There was nothing on the street, no monsters, no enemies, only the charred pit. They won't come back. Old Zhao's voice was low, but the entire courtyard could hear him. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. With the dagger resting on his knee, his fingers draped over the hilt. Su Muqing leaned against his shoulder, still in a deep slumber. Over 300 people stood in the courtyard, and no one spoke. Dawn broke. Not the kind of grayish-white dawn that resembled ashes, but a true dawn filled with warmth. The blood moon had completely set, and sunlight streamed in through the shattered glass curtain walls, falling on Su Muqing's silvery long hair, turning it golden. Lin Yue looked at her face. Her eyelashes were long, casting a small shadow on her face. Her breathing was steady, as if she were asleep. In the distance, something moved at the end of the street. It was not a monster, but a human figure. Not just one, but many, walking out from behind the ruins, approaching the mall. Lin Yue gripped the dagger tightly. Old Zhao stood up, drawing his one-handed sword. Wang Hao slung the fire axe over his shoulder. Those people stopped next to the charred pit, looking into the pit, and then at the entrance of the mall. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the entrance, dagger in hand. Those people raised their hands. We have no weapons. We are survivors. The one at the front, in his 40s, wore a dirty jacket, his face covered in dust. Lin Yue looked at him, then at the people behind him. More than 20 people, some elderly, some children, some women with no weapons. But Lin Yue did not lower his dagger. Where did you come from? From the west, we traveled for 2 days. The man's voice trembled not from fear of Lin Yue, but from exhaustion. We heard sounds from this side, so we came over. Lin Yue looked at him and was silent for a few seconds. Come in. He sheathed his dagger and turned to walk back into the courtyard. Old Zhao stepped aside, and Wang Hao stood at the entrance with the fire axe as more than 20 people passed by him entering the courtyard. The dawn broke. A grayish-white light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, landing in the chaos of the courtyard. Su Muqing leaned against the wall, still in a deep slumber. A staff rested on her knees, its sapphire tip dimmed. Her silver-white hair cascaded down her shoulders, and the sunlight bathed it in a pale golden hue. Chen Siki sat beside her, pressing her palm against Su Muqing's arm, the holy light flickering intermittently. Lin Yue stood at the doorway, gazing at the charred pit in the street outside, which was still emitting smoke. The Red Wolf and his subordinates left nothing behind. Is the Red Wolf dead? Old Zhao approached and asked. I don't know. What about the flame demon blade? It fell into the pit. Old Zhao paused for 2 seconds before saying something that took Lin Yue by surprise. You've become like your master. Lin Yue chose not to respond. More than 20 survivors from the west had settled in. Among them were the elderly, children, and women crouching in the corners. Some were holding crying babies while others kept their heads down in silence. The leader, a man in his 40s, walked over to ask Lin Yue if he was the person in charge. Lin Yue neither confirmed nor denied it. Thank you for taking us in. No need to thank me, this place belongs to everyone. Chen Siki approached and handed Lin Yue a bottle of life potion. Drink some, your wounds are still not healed. Lin Yue took a few sips and then returned the potion. You drink it. Chen Siki shook her head and put it away. Save it for the injured. Su Muqing stirred slightly. Lin Yue crouched down as she opened her eyes to look at him, then glanced at the charred pit outside. Did we win? Yes. What about the Red Wolf? I don't know, he might be dead, or he might have run away. Su Muqing smiled, the corners of her eyes wrinkling. Not from age, but from exhaustion. Next time I won't use forbidden spells. After using it, I ran out of blue energy. If you hadn't fought me, I would have been doomed. Lin Yue fell silent for 2 seconds. All right. Su Muqing smiled briefly, then closed her eyes to sleep. Old Zhao stood at the doorway looking outside. They won't come back. More than 300 people huddled in the corner, some holding children, others covering their faces, and some with their heads bowed. They had lost everything they once took for granted, but they survived because someone stood in front of them. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, a dagger resting on his knees, his fingers resting on the hilt. Su Muqing leaned against the wall beside him, breathing evenly. Old Zhao stood at the doorway, a single-handed sword hanging at his waist, his posture straight. Wang Hao crouched in the corner, a fire axe resting on his knees, the bandage on his shoulder oozing blood, yet he was smiling. Chen Siki knelt beside an injured person, holy light pressing against a stranger's chest, her mana decreasing, but her hand remained steady. The sun rose outside. Not the grayish-white light, but a truly golden and warm light. Sunlight streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the sprawled figures of people, shining on Su Muqing's silver hair, Old Zhao's shoulder, and Wang Hao's fire axe. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the doorway. The charred pit on the street outside was still smoking, but the distant ruins were bathed in a layer of warm golden sunlight. What do we do next? Old Zhao asked. Count the people, clear the mall, and reinforce defenses. Then look for supplies. Food, water, and medicine. We're running low on everything. More than 300 people with supplies for 3 days would not last long. Lin Yue drew the dagger from his waist, the blue blade of the Shadow Ripper glinting coldly under the golden sunlight. He stepped outside with Old Zhao following closely behind. The two walked for about 10 minutes before stopping at the entrance of a convenience store. The rolling shutter was half drawn, revealing a dark interior. Lin Yue squeezed inside. The shelves were toppled, goods scattered everywhere, but most were still intact. Instant noodles, biscuits, bottled water, canned food. Not much, but at least enough to last a day. The two stuffed their backpacks for 10 minutes, and after filling them, Lin Yue pulled up the rolling shutter to prepare to leave, but then halted. A figure was standing at the entrance. Dressed in dark red armor, the person had no weapon in hand. The armor was covered in scratches and charred marks, half of the left arm's armor shattered, revealing a bandaged arm soaked in blood. It was the Red Wolf. He was still alive. Lin Yue's right hand slowly moved to the dagger at his waist. The Red Wolf stared at him without speaking. The two locked eyes for 3 seconds. Then the Red Wolf turned and walked away. It wasn't a retreat, he was leaving. His steps were heavy, each footfall echoing on the ruins. Lin Yue did not pursue, but stood at the doorway watching the Red Wolf's silhouette disappear at the end of the street. Old Zhao approached. He's finished, no weapon, no subordinates. No matter how high his level, he's useless now. Lin Yue said nothing, but his fingers moved away from the hilt. He turned back into the convenience store, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and headed towards the mall. Old Zhao followed behind, with the two walking in tandem through the ruins. In the distance, monsters were howling, but their voices were far away. The The sunlight was warm, bathing them in comfort. Upon returning to the mall, Su Muqing was already awake. She stood in the center of the courtyard, a staff held in her hand, her silver hair shimmering with golden light in the sunlight. She looked at Lin Yue, then at old Zhao. You're back. What did you find? Instant noodles, biscuits, bottled water. Su Muqing nodded and began to count the supplies. Qingxue approached, holy light pressed against Lin Yue's waist, the wound slowly healing. Her mana decreased from 10% to 5%, but she did not stop. Wang Hao approached, the fire axe resting on his shoulder, grinning broadly. What about the red wolf? He left, Lin Yue said, alone and unarmed. Wang Hao paused for a moment, then laughed even more. He's finished. Lin Yue remained silent, leaning against the wall, the dagger resting on his knees, fingers resting on the hilt. He gazed outside. The sunlight was warm, the monsters howled in the distance, a cacophony. Yet he felt that this world didn't seem so bad anymore. In the distance behind the ruins at the end of the street, a man in dark red armor limped along, leaving 2 trails of bloody footprints. The red wolf left. It was not a retreat, but a departure. Alone, without weapons, half of his armor shattered, his left arm wrapped in bandages, blood seeping from beneath the dressing each step, leaving a dark red footprint on the ruins. Lin Yue did not pursue. Old Zhao said the red wolf was finished, lacking weaponry and subordinates, rendered useless regardless of his rank. But Lin Yue knew that being finished did not equate to being dead. In this apocalyptic world, a person without a weapon was not much stronger than an ordinary person, yet he had survived. Su Muqing stood in the center of the courtyard, gripping her staff, her silvery long hair glistening with golden hues under the sunlight. The supplies from the supermarket combined with what's left in the warehouse will last 4 days. After 4 days, everyone will go hungry. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, a dagger resting on his knee. 4 days is enough. Enough for what? To bring back everything edible within a 5-kilometer radius. Su Muqing looked at him, remaining silent for 2 seconds. All right. Qingxue walked over, the holy light pressing against Lin Yue's waist. The wound had already scabbed, but the deeper muscle was not yet healed. Her magic power had dropped from 10% to 5%, flickering between brightness and dimness. Your wound isn't healed, yet don't exert yourself. Lin Yue remained silent. Wang Hao squatted in the corner, a fire axe resting on his knee, the bandage on his shoulder soaked with blood, but it no longer hurt. Qingxue had healed his wound, leveling him up to 69. He tore off the bandage and tossed it to the ground. Old Zhao stood at the door, watching the street outside. It was very quiet, no monsters, no enemies, only the charred big pit remained. Smoke still rose from the pit, the asphalt surface burned into a glass-like state, glowing dark red under the sunlight. Are all the red wolf's subordinates dead? All dead. Li Yifei ran down from the 2nd floor, clutching a laptop, his glasses askew on his nose. I scanned within 500 meters, no life signs detected. The people in the courtyard began to move. Some stood up, others went to help transport supplies, some reinforced the fortifications, while others searched for their families. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, not due to someone directing them, but because everyone felt the need to do something. A middle-aged man who had served in the military approached, standing in front of Lin Yue. My name is Zhao Lei, I used to be a scout in the army. If you need manpower, I can help train those ordinary people. Lin Yue looked at him. How many people, eh? More than 20. Their levels aren't high, the highest is only level 15. But at least they'll know how to hide, how to run, and how to survive in front of monsters. Good. Zhao Lei nodded and turned to leave. Wang Hao approached, the fire axe resting on his shoulder. Scout. What level? Level 12. What can level 12 do? They can teach you how to run. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but did not refute. Su Muqing walked over, standing beside Lin Yue. Do you plan to have Zhao Lei train ordinary people? Lin Yue looked at her. Do you have any objections? No. Su Muqing's tone was calm. But have you considered that training them takes time? The food lasts only 4 days, there's no time for training. Lin Yue fell silent for a few seconds. So this afternoon we'll go look for supplies. I'll go with you. You stay here. Do you still have mana? Su Muqing did not respond. Her magic power had recovered to 30%, enough for 1 use of Holy Light Judgment. But after 1 use of Holy Light Judgment, she would be out of mana again. It's enough, she said. Lin Yue looked at her, remaining silent. It wasn't I'll go with you, but it's enough. This meant that regardless of whether it was sufficient, she would still go. In the afternoon, the sun tilted to the west. The grayish-white light turned to warm yellow, and the distant ruins were coated in a layer of gold. The monsters on the street began to increase. During the day, they hid in buildings, only coming out at night. But now it was not yet dark, and the monsters had already begun to stir. Lin Yue stood at the door, drawing his dagger. Su Muqing stood beside him, gripping her staff, the blue gem on the tip slightly glowing. Old Zhao stood behind him, drawing his one-handed sword. Wang Hao stood on the other side, the fire axe resting on his shoulder. Zhao Lei stood at the back, holding a steel pipe. You all stay here. Lin Yue glanced at Wang Hao. Your shoulder isn't healed yet. Wang Hao opened his mouth and took the fire axe down from his shoulder. Then come back quickly. Lin Yue did not answer and walked out. Su Muqing followed him, old Zhao behind her, and Zhao lay at the very back. The four moved swiftly along the wall. Lin Yue led the way, dagger drawn, his figure flickering in and out of the shadows of the ruins. Su Muqing walked in second, staff in hand, the blue gem at the head faintly glowing. Old Zhao walked in third, sword drawn, his steps steady. Zhao Lei brought up the rear, steel pipe in hand, scanning left and right. The first target was the pharmacy. Before the Red Wolf and the Iron Blood Alliance arrived, Lin Yue had been to this pharmacy and saved 5 people. The rolling shutter door was still open, dark inside. Lin Yue took the lead and slipped in, dagger held in front of him. Shelves had toppled over, medicine scattered everywhere, but most of it was still intact. Cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, tourniquets, bandages. Move, Lin Yue commanded. The four began stuffing items into their backpacks. After about 5 minutes, the backpacks were full. Lin Yue pulled up the rolling shutter door to exit, and there were monsters. 3 shadow hounds squatted on the street opposite, their blood-red eyes fixed on them. Their levels were around 20. Lin Yue drew his dagger, and Su Muqing raised her staff. I'll handle it. Lin Yue stepped forward. The 3 shadow hounds lunged simultaneously. Lin Yue sidestepped the first, stabbing his dagger into its throat, triggering a critical hit from the backstab. The second one lunged at him. He ducked and slid under it, thrusting the dagger upward, ripping open its abdomen. The third one turned to flee, but Lin Yue's shadow step was faster, appearing at its side and plunging a dagger into its ribcage, piercing its heart. 9 seconds, 3 shadow hounds. Lin Yue crouched down, blood dripping from his dagger. The wound on his waist throbbed, but it had not split open. Su Muqing walked over the holy light, pressing against his waist. I told you not to exert yourself. Lin Yue did not respond. Zhao Lei stood at a distance, looking at the corpses of the shadow hounds on the ground, then at Lin Yue's back. Was he a professional player before? Old Zhao nodded. The top assassin in the game, level 85. Zhao Lei fell silent for 2 seconds. No wonder. The four continued forward. The sun was about to set, the grayish-white light turning dark gray, and a strange dark red began to rise on the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue quickened his pace and stopped in front of a supermarket. The rolling shutter door was half raised, and something was moving inside. It wasn't a monster, it was people. Come out, Lin Yue said. No one answered. If you don't come out, I'll come in. The rolling shutter door was pushed open, and 5 people emerged from inside, 1 man, 2 women, an old man, and a child. They huddled together, fear evident in their eyes. Don't kill us, the man's voice trembled. Lin Yue sheathed his dagger at his waist. We come from Tianhong Mall, there's a safe zone over there. The man looked at him, then at Su Muqing and old Zhao, who were carrying bulging backpacks behind him. Really? Really? The man fell silent for a few seconds. We'll go with you. The sun had completely set, and the blood moon had risen. The dark red light spilled over the entire city, painting the ruins and monsters in a rusty hue. In the distance, monsters were howling, their voices close, but Lin Yue did not stop. The 5 followed in the middle of the group, the man holding the child, the woman supporting the old man walking at the back. Lin Yue walked in front, dagger drawn. Su Muqing walked in second, gripping her staff. Old Zhao walked in third, sword drawn. Zhao Lei brought up the rear, holding a steel pipe. When they reached the entrance of the mall, the blood moon had reached its zenith. The soldier guarding the entrance saw the 5 people Lin Yue brought back and stepped aside. Lin Yue entered the courtyard, handing the backpack to Su Muqing for counting. The 5 were arranged to sit in a corner, and someone brought them water and biscuits. Wang Hao walked over, the fire axe resting on his shoulder. You brought people back again. Are the supplies enough? Enough for 4 days. Wang Hao said nothing, but he looked at the 5 people, then at the 300 survivors in the corner, took the fire axe down from his shoulder, and walked over. He squatted down in front of the child, pulled out a biscuit from his backpack, and offered it. The child looked at him, hesitant to take it. Wang Hao smiled broadly. Eat, I won't hit you. The child took the biscuit, hiding in the old man's arms. Wang Hao stood up and walked to Lin Yue's side. President, what's wrong? Have you thought about how long we can hold out? Lin Yue looked at him, remaining silent. In the distance, the blood moon had reached its highest point. Dark red light streamed in through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling into the chaotic courtyard. Over 300 people with supplies for 4 days. After 4 days, how much longer could they hold out? Lin Yue leaned against the wall, closed his eyes. The dagger rested on his knee, his fingers laid on the hilt. He did not know. But he knew one thing. He had to keep the people behind him alive. Morning broke, but it was not the kind of bright day one might expect. Rather, it was a grayish light like that filtered through a layer of dirty gauze. The blood moon had set, yet the sun had not truly risen, casting the sky in a faded white hue. Lin Yue had not slept. Leaning against the wall, his dagger lay across his knees, fingers resting on the hilt. The wound on his waist no longer throbbed, but the scabbed area itched unbearably. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall, a sapphire glowing faintly. Her magical energy had restored to 60%. You haven't slept all night? Su Muqing asked. What are you thinking about? Lin Yue fell silent for 2 seconds, thinking about whether the red wolf will come back. Su Muqing looked at him. Do you think he will return? I don't know. He's weakened, but not to the point of immobility. A person without weapons and allies cannot survive long in this world. Su Muqing said nothing, but she gripped her staff tightly. People in the courtyard began to awaken. Some went to the warehouse to gather supplies, some were counting heads, and others were reinforcing fortifications. Zhao Lei stood in the center of the courtyard, holding a steel pipe, facing more than 20 ordinary people. From today on, you are under my command. His voice was not loud, but steady. I am not a master, just an ordinary person who has been a soldier. But I can teach you how to survive in front of monsters. Over 20 people looked at him, and no one spoke. Zhao Lei began to teach them how to hold a knife, how to stand, and how to dodge. The movements were simple, yet everyone learned diligently. Wang Hao walked over a fire axe slung over his shoulder. Scouts are indeed different. Everything they teach is practical. Lin Yue said nothing. Wang Hao squatted down, lowering his voice. President, should we check Zhao Lei's background? Lin Yue glanced at him. Check what? What if he is with the Red Wolf? The Red Wolf's people wouldn't salute you on the battlefield. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but remained silent. Li Yifei ran down from the second floor, cradling a laptop in his arms, his glasses askew on his nose. I've done some statistics. He placed the laptop on the ground, and the screen displayed a table. Since the fusion, we have taken in a total of 372 people. Among them, 58 were players, and 314 were ordinary people. The highest level was 85, while the lowest was 0. The death count was 0. Lin Yue looked at the screen, remaining silent. 0 deaths. From the fusion until now, everyone he had taken out had returned alive. It was not due to luck, but because he stood in front. But Lin Yue knew this was not the norm. One day someone would not return. He could only pray it wouldn't be today. Qingxue approached, holding a roll of bandages. Your wound needs new dressings. Lin Yue placed the dagger on his knees, and Qingxue squatted down to tear off the old bandage from his waist. The wound had scabbed over with deep red scabs, hiding fresh pink skin beneath. It's healing well enough. She wrapped the new bandage around, saying, one more change, and it won't need to be covered anymore. Thank you, Lin Yue said. Qingxue paused momentarily. What did you say? Thank you. Qingxue lowered her head and continued to wrap the bandage, silent. But her hands were gentle as she wrapped circle after circle, as if she were wrapping something fragile. Su Muqing stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. Everyone gather. Over 300 people stood up from the corners and assembled in the center of the courtyard. Su Muqing looked at them, her voice soft yet audible throughout the courtyard. From today on, everyone is assigned to the combat sequence. Players will join the combat team, and ordinary people will join the logistics team. No exceptions. There were murmurs among the crowd, but no one opposed. Su Muqing continued, the combat team is responsible for going out to search for supplies and clearing monsters. The logistics team will reinforce fortifications, transport supplies, and care for the wounded. Everyone must work. There is no free food. Over 300 people looked at her, and no one spoke. Old Zhao stood at the door watching the street outside. The street was quiet, without monsters or enemies, just that charred pit. The bottom of the pit had stopped smoking, but the asphalt surface remained black. The Red Wolf will not come again. Old Zhao's voice was low, but Lin Yue heard him. How do you know? Because his flame demon blade is gone. Lin Yue said nothing. The flame demon blade was a legendary weapon with only 3 in the entire server. The Red Wolf had spent who knows how much money and time to acquire it. Without the flame demon blade, he was just a level 78 ordinary warrior without equipment or subordinates. In this world, living was harder than dying. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the door. He gazed at the charred pit, remaining silent for a few seconds. If he is still alive, he will come looking for me. Old Zhao glanced at him. Why? Because his flame demon blade fell here with me. Old Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Supplies were running low. Su Muqing stood at the warehouse door, holding a notebook that recorded every transaction. There are still 12 boxes of instant noodles, 8 boxes of biscuits, and 40 boxes of mineral water. There are 30 cans of canned food, some medicine, and not many bandages left. Over 300 people, 4 days worth of supplies. After 4 days, everyone would go hungry. Lin Yue stood beside her, looking at the notebook in her hands. We must find more supplies within 4 days. I know. I'll go tomorrow. Su Muqing glanced at him. I'll go with you. Stay here. Your magic hasn't fully recovered. It has recovered. Su Muqing's tone was calm, 60%. Enough for one casting of holy light judgment. And what after that? Su Muqing said nothing. Lin Yue looked at her, remaining silent. The two locked gazes for a few seconds, then Su Muqing smiled. You never willing to concede an inch. In the evening, the sun was setting. The gray-white light turned dark gray, and on the distant horizon that eerie dark red hue began to emerge. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood at the door watching the street outside. The street was quiet, without monsters or enemies. But Lin Yue knew this was only temporary. Once the blood moon rose, monsters would surge forth from their hiding places. He could not venture out under the blood moon, but he could go out at dawn. Su Muqing walked to his side, her staff in hand. What are you thinking about? Thinking about tomorrow. What about it? Supplies. Medicine. Bandages. Su Muqing said nothing. She gazed at the gray-white sky outside, then looked at the more than 300 people. They were all alive, but they needed food, water, medicine, and hope for survival. Lin Yue leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. With the dagger resting on his knees, fingers resting on the hilt. Tomorrow he would have to go out to search. The day after as well, and the day after that too. He did not know how much he could find, but he knew one thing. He could not let those behind him starve. In the distance, the blood moon rose. Dark red light filtered in through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the chaotic courtyard. Over 300 people huddled in the corners. Some whispered, some stared wide-eyed in the darkness, and some cried out for their mothers in their dreams. Lin Yue opened his eyes and glanced in Su Muqing's direction. She was sleeping soundly under the dim yellow light of the emergency lamp, breathing steadily and softly. She was deeply asleep, because she was exhausted. Daylight broke. A grayish light filtered through the shattered glass curtain wall, casting on Su Muqing's face. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then she opened her eyes. Lin Yue sat beside her, a dagger resting on his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. He hadn't slept all night, but there were no dark circles under his eyes, and he looked quite spirited. You're awake? Lin Yue asked. Su Muqing looked at him, silent for 2 seconds. How long did I sleep? From yesterday afternoon until now, over 10 hours. Su Muqing sat up, her staff leaning against the wall. She picked it up and held it in her hands. The blue gem at the top of the staff glowed, its light shifting from soft to blinding, then dimmed. Her magical energy had recovered 70%. That's enough, she said. Lin Yue remained silent. He could probably guess what enough meant. Qingxue approached, her palm glowing with holy light as she pressed it against Su Muqing's arm. You've overdrawn your magical energy too severely. Although it has recovered, your body hasn't yet healed. I know, Su Muqing replied calmly. Another half day of rest will do. Qingxue looked at her, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing and turned to leave. Wang Hao walked over, a fire axe slung over his shoulder, the bandage on his shoulder already removed and his wound fully healed. Qingxue had healed him with her last bit of magical energy yesterday, leveling him up to 70. He took the fire axe down from his shoulder and leaned it against the ground. President, are we going out to look for supplies today? Yes, Lin Yue replied. He'll go with you. Lin Yue glanced at him. Wang Hao's shoulder was healed, and his level had risen to 40. He had replaced the fire axe with a better one, a blue-quality two-handed axe he found next to the corpse of a red wolf minion, which had decent attack power and added 8 points of strength. Good, Lin Yue said. Old Zhao walked over, a one-handed sword hanging at his waist. He had gotten used to the spare sword, and since his main sword was broken, he had no plans to repair it. I'm going too. You stay here, Lin Yue looked at him. The mall needs someone to guard it. Old Zhao said nothing, but walked to the door and stood at the entrance. Su Muqing stood up, staff in hand. Let's go. You stay here. Why, oi? Because your body hasn't recovered yet. Lin Yue spoke calmly, so calmly, it didn't seem like a discussion. Qingxue said to rest for another half day. Su Muqing looked at him, pressed her lips together, and then sat back down. She did not argue, as she knew Lin Yue was right. Her magical energy had recovered, but her body had not, and going out would only be a burden. Lin Yue turned and left. Wang Hao followed him, with Zhao Lei trailing behind. The three of them exited through the side door of the mall, Lin Yue leading the way, dagger drawn, his figure flickering in the shadows of the ruins. Wang Hao walked in second, the blue-quality two-handed axe resting on his shoulder, glancing around. Zhao Lei brought up the rear, holding a steel pipe, his reconnaissance instincts keeping him alert to the surrounding movements. After about 15 minutes, they stopped in front of a pharmacy. Lin Yue led the way inside, dagger held in front of him. Shelves were toppled and medications were scattered all over the place. They had been here yesterday, but only took part of the supplies. They continued to stuff their backpacks with cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, and hemostatic devices. Halfway through, they heard a sound from outside. It wasn't the roar of monsters, but the sound of footsteps. Lin Yue crouched down at the door, staring towards the alley. 5 people dressed in game gear with levels ranging from 20 to 30 were holding swords and knives. The leader was a man in his 30s, clad in black leather armor, holding a one-handed sword. Who are you? Lin Yue asked. The leader looked at him, then at Wang Hao and Zhao Lei behind him. Survivors. And you? From Tianhong Mall. The leader's expression changed, not from fear, but from surprise. Tianhong Mall. The one that repelled the Red Wolves and the Iron Blood Alliance. Lin Yue remained silent. Wang Hao lowered his axe from his shoulder, holding it in his hands. Have you heard of us? The leader nodded. After the Red Wolves fled, the news spread. They say Tianhong Mall has an 85-level assassin who killed over 20 people alone, and a mage cast a forbidden spell that blew up the entire street. Wang Hao grinned. Then do you know that the assassin is right in front of you? The leader's expression changed. He looked at Lin Yue, then at the two daggers at his waist. Shadow Ripper Blue quality adds 15 agility and 5% critical hit rate, with an additional 20% backstab damage. The leader swallowed hard. Do you need more manpower? Lin Yue asked him. We want to join you, the leader said, his voice a bit tense. There are 5 of us, our levels aren't high, and our equipment isn't great. But we can work, we can fight, we can carry things. Lin Yue looked at him silent for 3 seconds. Follow me. The 5 of them fell in line behind Wang Hao, walking alongside them, the two-handed axe resting on his shoulder. Where did you come from? The south. We walked for a day. The leader's voice was still tense, but steadier than before. Is there a safe zone over there? There is one, but it was breached by monsters. We managed to escape. Wang Hao said nothing, but watched the 5 people, then glanced at Lin Yue's back, taking his two-handed axe down from his shoulder and holding it in his hands. Their next target was a supermarket. 2 streets away, the roll-up door was closed, and something was moving inside. Lin Yue pressed his ear against the door, listening for a moment. It wasn't people, it was monsters. He took a step back, drawing his dagger. Open the door, Wang Hao said, pushing up the roll-up door. Inside was dark and the emergency lights were off. Lin Yue led the way inside, dagger held in front of him. Shelves were toppled, goods scattered everywhere, but most were still intact. Instant noodles, biscuits, bottled water, canned food. In a corner, a monster was crouching. It was quite large, resembling an enlarged lizard covered in dark green scales with yellow slit pupil eyes and drooling slime. Lin Yue recognized this monster. A poison lizard, a 30-level elite monster, its attacks infused with poison, causing continuous damage with each bite. The poison lizard moved. Its 4 legs propelled it, simultaneously launching itself at Lin Yue. He sidestepped, thrusting his dagger into its neck. The backstab triggered a critical hit, but its scales were too thick. The dagger only penetrated halfway, dealing insufficient damage. The poison lizard howled in pain, its tail sweeping across and striking Lin Yue's waist, sending him crashing into a shelf. Wang Hao charged in, bringing his two-handed axe down onto the poison lizard's head, embedding the axe blade in its scales. The poison lizard let out a sharp screech, turning to bite Wang Hao. He couldn't dodge in time, and Zhao Lei rushed in, striking the poison lizard in the eye with his steel pipe. The poison lizard's eye exploded, green fluid spraying all over Zhao Lei's hand. It released Wang Hao, thrashing its head wildly and lunging at Zhao Lei. Lin Yue scrambled up from the shelf, dagger reversed, and charged, stabbing into the poison lizard's other eye. Shadow Ripper pierced through the eye socket, penetrating its head, and the poison lizard twitched a couple of times before falling still. The corpse began to dissipate. Wang Hao sat on the ground, a cut from the poison lizard's teeth on his arm, blood gushing from the wound, black in color. The toxin had already spread. I'm poisoned. Lin Yue crouched down, rummaging through his backpack for an antidote. He had found it yesterday in the pharmacy, and there were 3 bottles left. He twisted off the cap and poured it over Wang Hao's wound. Wang Hao grimaced in pain, but didn't cry out. The blackness around the wound gradually faded, and the blood turned red. Zhao Lei crouched on the ground, the green fluid on his hands still unwashed, his hands trembling. You reacted quickly, Lin Yue remarked. Zhao Lei looked up. I'm a scout, so I'm used to it. Lin Yue said nothing. He put away the antidote and glanced inside the supermarket. Shelves were toppled, goods scattered everywhere, but most were still intact. They began stuffing things into their backpacks, working for about 10 minutes until the bags were full. Lin Yue pulled up the roll-up door to exit, and outside, it was very quiet. No monsters, no enemies. By the time they returned to the entrance of the mall, the sun had already shifted westward. The grayish light had turned to dark gray, and a strange dark red hue began to rise on the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. The soldiers guarding the entrance saw the 5 people Lin Yue brought back and stepped aside. Su Muqing stood in the center of the atrium, staff in hand. Her complexion had improved significantly, with her magical energy recovered to 80%. You're back. What did you find? Medications, instant noodles, biscuits, bottled water. Su Muqing nodded, beginning to tally the supplies. Qingxue walked over, applying holy light to Wang Hao's arm, the wound slowly healing. Does it still hurt? Not anymore, Wang Hao grinned, but your holy light is quite itchy. Qingxue said nothing, continuing her treatment. The 5 newcomers were arranged to sit in a corner, and someone brought them water and biscuits. The leader looked at the over 300 survivors in the atrium, then at Su Muqing standing in the center, and finally at Lin Yue leaning against the wall. He walked over and stood in front of Lin Yue. Thank you for taking us in. No need to thank me. The leader looked at him, stood for a few seconds, then turned and walked away. Wang Hao approached, two-handed axe resting on his shoulder. President, do you think what he said is true? That the southern safe zone was breached by monsters? Lin Yue glanced at him. It doesn't matter. Why not? If they come, we take them in. If they deceive us, we fight. In the distance, the blood moon rose, casting dark red light through the shattered glass curtain wall and onto the messy atrium. Over 300 people, 4 days' worth of supplies, and 5 newcomers. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, closed his eyes with the dagger resting on his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. They would need to go out searching again tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. He didn't know how much they could find, but he knew he couldn't let the people behind him starve. He knew he couldn't let Wang Hao take that hit for nothing, and he knew he couldn't let Zhao Lei swing that steel pipe for nothing. His phone vibrated, a message from Li Yifei. The southern safe zone wasn't breached by monsters. Lin Yue opened his eyes looking at the screen. Then how was it breached? By people. Li Yifei's message pierced Lin Yue's mind like a needle. It has been breached. Each word felt heavy. Lin Yue stared at the screen for a few seconds, then put away his phone without telling anyone. Wang Hao squatted in the corner sharpening his axe. Zhao Lei was teaching the 20-odd ordinary people to line up. Su Muqing was counting supplies in the courtyard, and Qingxue was attending to the injured. Everything seemed normal, like the calm before a storm. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the second floor, where Li Yifei sat beneath the window with a laptop resting on his lap. Explain in detail. Li Yifei adjusted his glasses. The southern safe zone at Hongxing Primary School has about 200 survivors. It was breached 3 days ago, not by monsters, but by a player faction calling themselves the Black Dragon Society. They stole supplies, killed people, and then drove the remaining ones away. Those 5 must have escaped. Lin Yue remained silent. He had never heard of the Black Dragon Society. But in the apocalypse, the name of a faction is unimportant. What matters is who is in charge, how many people there are, and their levels. How many are there? I don't know. But based on the levels of those 5, there are at least over 50, all between level 30 and 50. What about the leader? Unknown. Li Yifei shook his head. The 5 didn't see the leader. They only know he has a warrior over level 60 under him. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the dagger resting on his knee. A warrior over level 60 would have at least 50 people under him. This configuration is stronger than the Iron Blood Alliance, but weaker than the Red Wolves. But he wasn't afraid because he wasn't alone. Su Muqing was level 81, Old Zhao 78, Qingxue 70, Wang Hao 40, Zhao Lei 12, along with over 20 ordinary people. However, he needed to train these people well before the Black Dragon Society arrived. In the evening, the sun was setting. The gray light turned dark gray, and that eerie dark red hue began to rise on the distant horizon. Su Muqing stood at the door looking outside. What are you thinking about? Lin Yue walked over. Thinking about the Black Dragon Society. Su Muqing turned to look at him. The Black Dragon Society. A player faction from the south that breached a safe zone, stole supplies, and killed people. Su Muqing frowned. When did this happen? 3 days ago. Will they come looking for us? I don't know, but we need to be prepared. Su Muqing fell silent. She gazed at the gray-white sky outside, gripping her staff tightly, her knuckles turning white. The people in the courtyard had already fallen asleep. Over 300 people were crammed in the corner, lying in disarray. Some were snoring, some were talking in their sleep, and some were wide awake in the darkness. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the dagger resting on his knee, his fingers resting on the hilt. He was thinking about the Black Dragon Society, the supplies, and tomorrow. Su Muqing walked over and sat beside him. Can't sleep. Lin Yue didn't respond, and neither did Su Muqing. Are you thinking about the Black Dragon Society? After a long pause, she asked. Yeah. Do you think they will come? It's only a matter of time. Su Muqing looked at him. How will you fight? Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds. Like we did with the Red Wolves. Set an ambush at the entrance, attack in batches. The Red Wolves had legendary weapons, but the Black Dragon Society doesn't. But the Black Dragon Society has more people than the Red Wolves. Su Muqing remained silent. Lin Yue was right. The Red Wolves had only over 50 members, while the Black Dragon Society had at least over 50. Zhao Lei's 20-odd people haven't been trained yet either. Su Muqing added. So we'll continue training tomorrow. Su Muqing looked at him. You can't handle this alone. Even if I can, I have to try. Su Muqing didn't respond, but she tightened her grip on the staff. Morning broke. Gray-white light streamed in through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling on the disheveled crowd. Lin Yue opened his eyes. He hadn't slept all night, but he felt fine. Su Muqing was still sleeping against the wall beside him, her breathing steady and gentle. Zhao Lei stood in the center of the courtyard, holding a steel pipe, facing 20-odd ordinary people. From today on, you all belong to me. I'm not a master, just an ordinary person who has served in the military. But I can teach you how to survive in front of monsters. 20-odd people looked at him, and no one spoke. Zhao Lei began to teach them how to hold a knife, how to stand, and how to dodge. Wang Hao came over and squatted beside Lin Yue. President, should we check on the Black Dragon Society? Lin Yue glanced at him. Howie, go south and take a look. That's too dangerous. He'll go. Lin Yue looked at him. Wang Hao's expression did not seem like he was joking. You're going alone. Yeah. I'm low level, so they won't notice me. Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds. All right. But you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Come back alive. Wang Hao grinned. Of course. Wang Hao left. Alone, without weapons, carrying only a dagger. Lin Yue stood at the door, watching him disappear into the end of the street. Su Muqing walked over. You shouldn't let him go. He wants to go. You could stop him. Lin Yue didn't respond. He could have stopped him, but he didn't. Because Wang Hao was right, his low level made it hard to be noticed. Moreover, he needed to know exactly how many people the Black Dragon Society had their levels and who was in charge. In the afternoon, the sun was tilting westward. The gray-white light turned warm yellow, and the distant ruins were bathed in gold. Lin Yue stood at the door looking outside. Su Muqing came over and stood next to him. He hasn't come back yet. Just wait a bit longer. The sun was about to set. The gray-white light turned dark gray, and that eerie dark red hue began to rise on the distant horizon. Wang Hao still hadn't returned. Lin Yue's hand rested on the hilt of his knife, his knuckles turning white. Su Muqing looked at him. He'll go find him. You stay? Why, oi? Because if you go and he comes back, you won't be here. Su Muqing was silent. She looked at Lin Yue, her lips pressed together. In the distance, a figure appeared at the end of the street. One person walking slowly, each step heavy. Lin Yue's right hand moved away from the hilt. It was Wang Hao. Wang Hao reached the door, leaning against the frame, gasping for breath. His clothes were covered in dust, and he had a cut on his face where the blood had dried. Did you see anything? Wang Hao nodded. At least 60 people, the highest level among them is a level 65 warrior wielding a two-handed sword. There were several around level 50, and the rest were between 30 to 40. What about the leader? I didn't see him, but they called someone boss, not sure who it is. Lin Yue helped him inside, and Qingxue rushed over, applying holy light to the wound. Wang Hao grinned. I told you come back alive. Lin Yue didn't respond. The Black Dragon Society had over 60 people, the highest level being a level 65 warrior with several around level 50. This configuration was stronger than the Iron Blood Alliance, but weaker than the Red Wolves. But Lin Yue was not afraid because he wasn't alone. Su Muqing was level 81, Old Zhao 78, Qingxue 70, Wang Hao 40, Zhao Lei 12, along with over 20 ordinary people. There was a significant level gap, but he wasn't afraid. Lin Yue stood at the door looking at the street outside. It was quiet with no monsters and no enemies. But Lin Yue knew this was only temporary. The Black Dragon Society would come sooner or later. In the distance, the sun set. The dark red light began to engulf the entire city. The dawn broke. Not the kind of grayish light, but a true warm light. After the blood moon descended, the sun rose, casting golden rays through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the sprawled crowd in the courtyard and falling upon Su Muqing's silvery long hair. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, having not slept all night. The news brought back by Wang Hao yesterday pricked at his mind. A Black Dragon Society, at least 60 people, with the highest level being a level 65 warrior. They are to the south, the distance unknown. It's uncertain when they will come, but they will certainly come. Su Muqing opened her eyes, her staff leaning against the wall, the sapphire faintly glowing. Her magic energy had restored to 90% enough. She looked at Lin Yue, faint dark circles under her eyes. You didn't sleep? Couldn't sleep. Thinking about the Black Dragon Society. Yes. Su Muqing stood up, walking to the center of the courtyard, looking at the group of survivors in the corner. Everyone gather. More than 300 people stood up from the corner and assembled in the center of the courtyard. Su Muqing looked at them, her voice not loud, but echoing throughout the courtyard. From today onward, all players will be assigned to combat teams. Experience points will be distributed according to level, with higher levels receiving more and lower levels receiving less. No exceptions. Some whispered among themselves, some nodded, some shook their heads. Su Muqing continued, since the fusion, we have killed over 100 monsters, but experience has not been distributed. It's not that we didn't distribute it, but we didn't have time. Now we have time. Lao Zhao stood at the door, watching her, a slight smile playing on his lips. She has grown up. Lin Yue remained silent. Qingxue stepped out from the crowd, her palms radiating holy light. She had leveled up several times from 68 to 71, with healing spells used the most, gaining experience the fastest. I agree. Wang Hao rested his double-handed axe on his shoulder. I agree too. Zhao Lei clasped a steel pipe. He'll follow your lead. More than 300 people looked at them, no one speaking. The experience distribution began. Su Muqing took out a notebook, recording each player's level and kill count. Lin Yue was level 85, having killed the most, thus receiving the most experience. Su Muqing was level 81, having killed the second most, receiving the second most experience. Lao Zhao was level 78, and after distribution, he leveled up to 80. Qingxue was level 71, leveling up to 73 after distribution. Wang Hao was level 40, leveling up to 45. Zhao Lei was level 12, leveling up to 20. After experience distribution, more than 20 ordinary people mostly leveled up to above 10, some even reaching level 15. They were not players lacking skills, but their levels increased along with their physique and strength. At least they could run faster and wouldn't be caught by monsters. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, watching these people. Level is not everything, but it can help one survive. In the evening, the sun was about to set. The grayish-white light turned into a dark gray, and a strange dark red hue began to rise on the distant horizon. The system updated. Everyone received the announcement. System announcement: the guild system has been activated. Players can create or join guilds. The guild has exclusive skills, exclusive warehouses, and experience bonuses. First completion reward: random legendary skill book. Lin Yue stared at the screen silent for a few seconds. The guild system has finally opened. In the game, the guild system activated on the 7th day post-fusion, and the same happened in reality. The first completion reward is a random legendary skill book. Legendary skill books are possessed by no more than 20 players across the server. Now an opportunity lay before him, as long as he established a guild before other forces he could obtain it. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside him. What do you think? To build it. Now. Lin Yue opened the system panel and clicked on the guild creation interface. It required at least 10 people and a guild name. He glanced at Su Muqing, then at Lao Zhao, Wang Hao, Qingxue Zhao, lay the 5 players from the south, and the more than 20 ordinary people. Guild named Qingxue. System announcement: congratulations to Mo Yuan for creating the guild Qingxue and becoming the first player to establish a guild. Reward: legendary skill book, Qingxue Shadow Domain, has been issued. He opened it, and the skill book transformed into a beam of light entering his body. System notification: acquired legendary skill, Qingxue Shadow Domain. Effect: creates a shadow domain within a 30-meter radius around oneself, reducing all enemy movement speed by 30% and attack power by 20%. Increases own movement speed by 20% and critical hit rate by 15%. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. Lin Yue stared at the skill description, remaining silent for a long while. Legendary skills are indeed monstrous. They reduce enemy movement and attack speed, while enhancing his own speed and critical rate, covering a 30-meter range for 30 seconds. A godly skill for team battles, also strong and unknown. With this skill, he was confident he could take on 5 by himself, or even more. Su Muqing watched him. What skill did you get? Shadow Domain. Effect: E. Reduces enemy movement and attack speed, while increasing my own movement and critical rate. Su Muqing remained silent for 2 seconds. Monstrous. Lao Zhao approached. The guild is established. What's next? Recruiting people. Who to recruit? All willing players. Lao Zhao nodded. Wang Hao rested his double-handed axe on his shoulder. President, I want to join too. Join. Wang Hao joined Qingxue, Su Muqing joined Qingxue, Lao Zhao joined Qingxue, Qingxue joined Qingxue, Zhao Lei joined Qingxue. The 5 players from the south also joined, as did more than 20 ordinary people. The Qingxue Guild had fewer than 50 members, with the highest level being 85 and the lowest being 0. The system announcement sounded again. System announcement: the guild Qingxue has been leveled up to level 2. Unlocks guild warehouse and guild skills. Lin Yue opened the guild panel, finding the guild warehouse empty with 2 guild skills, 5% guild experience bonus, and 3% guild attack power bonus. Not much, but better than nothing. Su Muqing looked at him. What's the next step? Find supplies. Tomorrow. The sun set in the distance. The dark red light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the disorderly courtyard. Over 300 people, 4 days' worth of supplies, and the Black Dragon Society looming to the south, uncertain when they would arrive. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. A dagger rested on his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. Tomorrow they would search for supplies, the day after as well, and the day after that too. The Black Dragon Society would come eventually. He needed to arm everyone before that. His phone vibrated. A message from Lin Yue read: the Black Dragon Society members have started moving. Lin Yue opened his eyes, looking at the screen, then glancing towards the south. In the distance, the dark red light engulfed the entire city. The members of the Black Dragon Society began to move. When Lin Yue's message arrived, Lin Yue was watching the street from behind a window on the 2nd floor. The dark red blood moon had risen to its zenith, staining the ruins with a rusty hue, making it impossible to see anything in the distance. He put away his phone and turned to head downstairs. Su Muqing stood in the center of the courtyard, holding her staff, her silver-white hair shimmering softly in the dim yellow light of the emergency lamp. She looked at Lin Yue. What's wrong? The members of the Black Dragon Society have begun to move, Lin Yue replied. Su Muqing frowned. Which direction? I don't know. Lin Yue only detected that they started moving, but the direction is still uncertain. Old Zhao walked over from the entrance, a sword hanging at his waist. No matter which way they move, we must be prepared. Lin Yue remained silent, leaning against the wall with a dagger resting on his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. More than 300 people, 4 days' worth of supplies, over 60 enemies. He couldn't wait in the mall. They had to take the initiative. But he couldn't take everyone out. The mall needed defenders. What are you thinking about? Su Muqing asked. Thinking about how to fight. Have you thought it through? No. Wang Hao walked over, carrying a double-handed axe on his shoulder wound already healed thanks to Qingxue. He had reached level 45, and with the blue quality double-handed axe granting him an additional 8 points in strength, his attack should hurt. President, the Black Dragon Society members are coming. Should we engage? Engage? Then what are we waiting for? Lin Yue looked at him, waiting for them to arrive. Wang Hao opened his mouth, took the double-handed axe off his shoulder, and rested it on the ground. Qingxue stepped out from the crowd, her palm glowing with holy light. She had reached level 73, having used healing spells the most, gaining experience the fastest. But she wasn't a combatant, she was a healer, and her battlefield was among the wounded in the rear. What can I do? Lin Yue asked her. Take care of the wounded. What if there are wounded? Then you heal them. Qingxue nodded and went to sit in a corner, the holy light still glowing in her palm. Zhao Lei approached holding a steel pipe. He had reached level 20, although not a player, his level increase had also improved his physique and strength. At least he could run faster and not be caught by monsters. Can the more than 20 people I trained go up? Lin Yue asked him. No. Why not? Their levels are too low and their equipment is too poor. Going out there is just asking for death. Zhao Lei remained silent. Lin Yue was right. The highest level among those 20 people was only 15, armed with kitchen knives and wrenches. In front of over 60 players ranging from levels 30 to 50, they were just cannon fodder. But Lin Yue did not abandon them. He had them stand at the back. You are responsible for transporting the wounded, reinforcing fortifications, and distributing supplies. It's not just about charging forward to fight. Zhao Lei nodded. I understand. Su Muqing stood in the center of the courtyard looking at the group of survivors in the corner. Over 300 people were huddled together. Some whispered, some stared wide-eyed in the dark, while others shouted for their mothers in their dreams. Her voice was not loud, but it could be heard throughout the entire courtyard. Everyone assemble. More than 300 people stood up from the corner and walked to the center of the courtyard. Su Muqing looked at them. From today on, all players will be assigned to the combat team, and all ordinary people will be assigned to the logistics team. No exceptions. Some murmured quietly, but no one opposed. The combat team is responsible for going out to search for supplies and clearing monsters. The logistics team is responsible for reinforcing fortifications, transporting supplies, and taking care of the wounded. Everyone must work. There is no free food. More than 300 people looked at him, and no one spoke. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. He looked at the more than 300 people and was silent for a few seconds. The Black Dragon Society members are coming. Over 60 of them with levels ranging from 30 to 50, and the leader is a level 65 warrior. Some drew in a breath, some tightened their grips on their weapons, and some trembled. Are you afraid? Lin Yue asked. No one spoke. You should be afraid. Lin Yue drew the dagger from his waist, the blue blade of the Shadow Ripper glinting coldly in the dim yellow light of the emergency lamp. But if they come, we will fight. If we win, the supplies and lives remain. If we lose everything. More than 300 people looked at him, and no one spoke. Wang Hao rested the double-handed axe on his shoulder. President, it's your call. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue holding her staff. I'll go with you. Lin Yue looked at her. You stay? Your magic hasn't fully recovered. It has. 90% enough for 2 casts of Holy Light Judgment. What after that? Su Muqing did not respond. Old Zhao walked over. He'll go with you. You stay too. Lin Yue looked at him. The mall needs defenders. Old Zhao didn't say anything, but he went to stand at the entrance. Qingxue stood up from the corner, the holy light glowing in her palm. I can heal. You stay? The wounded need you. Qingxue did not reply. She sat down again. Wang Hao took the double-handed axe off his shoulder. He'll go with you. You come with me. Lin Yue looked at Wang Hao, whose shoulder had healed and whose level had also risen to 45. The blue quality double-handed axe had decent attack power. Okay. Zhao Lei walked over, gripping the steel pipe. I'll go too. You stay and train those 20-plus people. Zhao Lei remained silent. Lin Yue turned and left with Wang Hao following behind. The two exited through the side door of the mall. Lin Yue led the way, the dagger drawn, his figure flickering in the shadows of the ruins. Wang Hao walked in second, the double-handed axe resting on his shoulder, glancing around. Are you nervous? Wang Hao asked. Not nervous. Liar. Lin Yue said nothing. The two walked for about 20 minutes and stopped beneath a half-finished building. The message from Li Yifei indicated that the Black Dragon Society members were gathering here. Someone was moving on the rooftop, heavy footsteps indicating more than one person. Lin Yue crouched behind the ruins watching the rooftop. Wang Hao crouched beside him holding the double-handed axe. How many people, eh? Wang Hao asked. I don't know. Lin Yue counted the silhouettes on the rooftop, at least 20 with more inside the building. He couldn't determine their levels, but from their equipment, they were at least above level 30. The level 65 warrior leading them was not spotted. Let's go, Lin Yue said. Not going to fight. No. Let's go back and gather people. The two retraced their steps and entered the mall's courtyard. Su Muqing stood in the center holding her staff. Did you see them? At least 20 with more inside the building. What about the leader? Didn't see him. Su Muking's brows furrowed. Will they discover us? I don't know. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the dagger resting on his knee. The Black Dragon Society members were to the south, but how far away they were or when they would come he couldn't tell, but they would surely come. His phone vibrated. A message from Lin Yue. The Black Dragon Society members have stopped. They are 500 meters to the south and have not continued moving. Lin Yue looked at the screen silent for a few seconds. What are they waiting for? I don't know. Keep watching, Lin Yue replied with a single word. Okay. Lin Yue put away his phone, looking at the more than 300 people in the courtyard. For days' worth of supplies, over 60 enemies. He couldn't wait. He had to take the initiative. But he couldn't take everyone out. The mall needed people to guard the wounded, needed care, and logistics needed personnel to transport supplies. He needed helpers. He looked at Wang Hao, Su Muqing, Old Zhao Qinsiki, Zhao Lei, and the more than 20 ordinary people. These were all his people. What are you thinking about? Su Muqing asked. Thinking about how to fight. Have you thought it through? I have. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. Everyone assemble. Over 300 people stood up from the corners and walked to the center of the courtyard. From today on, everyone will be organized into the combat sequence. Players will be assigned to the combat team, while ordinary people will be assigned to the logistics team. No exceptions. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the courtyard. The Black Dragon Society members are coming. Over 60 of them levels 30 to 50, led by a level 65 warrior. We have fewer than 40 people, the highest level among us being 85, which is me. Are you afraid? No one answered. You should be afraid. Lin Yue drew his dagger. If they come, we will fight. In the distance, dark red light engulfed the entire city. Dawn broke. Grayish-white light poured through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the chaotic courtyard below. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, having not slept a wink all night. A dagger rested on his knee, fingers poised on the hilt. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall, a sapphire faintly glowing. Her magic energy had already recovered to 95%. You didn't sleep a wink? Su Muqing asked. I couldn't. Still thinking about the Black Dragon Society. Su Muqing looked at him, silent for a few seconds. You can't bear it alone. Even if I can't bear it, I have to. Su Muqing remained silent, but she tightened her grip on her staff. People in the courtyard began to awaken. Some went to the warehouse to gather supplies, others were counting heads, while some were reinforcing the defenses. Wang Hao walked over, a two-handed axe slung over his shoulder. He had slept well last night, his snoring echoing throughout the courtyard. President, are we still going out for supplies today? Yes, we are going out. They'll go with you. All right. Old Zhao approached, a single-handed sword hanging at his waist. I will go too. You stay? The mall needs guards. Old Zhao said nothing, but he walked to the door and stood at the entrance. Zhao Lei stood in the center of the courtyard, gripping a steel pipe, facing over 20 ordinary people. He had reached level 20, not a player, but his level up had enhanced his physique and strength. The more than 20 people he taught had a maximum level of only 15, armed with kitchen knives and wrenches. From today onward, you all belong to me, and I can teach you how to survive in front of monsters. The 20 or so people looked at him, no one spoke. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the door. Su Muqing followed behind him. I'm going with you. You stay? Why, oi? Because your magic energy hasn't fully recovered yet. It's recovered. 95%. That's enough. Lin Yue looked at her. You always say it's enough. Su Muqing said nothing, but her lips pressed together. Lin Yue turned and walked out, followed by Wang Hao and Zhao Lei. The three exited through the side door of the mall, Lin Yue leading the way, dagger drawn, his figure flickering in the shadows of the ruins. Wang Hao walked in second, his two-handed axe resting on his shoulder, glancing around. Zhao Lei brought up the rear, gripping the steel pipe, the habits of a scout, keeping him vigilant to the surrounding movements. After walking for about 20 minutes, they stopped in front of a supermarket. The roll-up door was half open, and it was dark inside. Lin Yue led the way inside, dagger held in front of him. The shelves had fallen, goods scattered everywhere, yet most items remained. Instant noodles, biscuits, bottled water, canned food. The three began stuffing items into their backpacks, filling them up in about 10 minutes. Lin Yue pulled up the roll-up door, preparing to exit, when he halted. A figure stood at the entrance, clad in black leather armor, holding a one-handed sword at level 35. It was a member of the Black Dragon Society. Behind him stood 4 others, all around level 30. Who are you? Lin Yue asked. We are from the Black Dragon Society. And you? From Tianhong Mall. The leading man's expression changed. Tianhong Mall. The one that repelled the Red Wolf and Iron Blood Alliance. Lin Yue said nothing. Wang Hao lowered his two-handed axe from his shoulder, gripping it tightly. Have you heard of us? The leading man nodded. After the Red Wolf members fled, the news spread. They said there was an 85-level assassin in Tianhong Mall who killed over 20 people alone, and a mage cast a forbidden spell that blew up the entire street. Wang Hao grinned. Then do you know that the assassin is standing right in front of you? The leading man's expression changed. He looked at Lin Yue, and then at the 2 daggers at his waist. Shadow Ripper Blue quality adds 15 agility, 5% critical hit rate, and 20% backstab damage. The leading man swallowed hard. What do you want? Lin Yue asked him. What do you want? The leading man said nothing. The four behind him tightened their grips on their weapons, but no one dared to move. Lin Yue stared at them silent for 3 seconds. Get lost. The leading man turned and walked away. The four behind him followed quickly. Wang Hao rested his two-handed axe on his shoulder. President, why not kill them? If we kill them, the Black Dragon Society will know where we are. Wang Hao said nothing. Lin Yue was right. Killing these 5 would alert the Black Dragon Society that there were people in Tianhong Mall, and they weren't weak. They would come early not to test, but to launch a full-scale attack. Lin Yue wasn't prepared, yet his supplies only lasted 3 days. His combat team had fewer than 40 people, and his logistics team was not yet trained. He needed time 3 days. Just 3 days, and he could arm everyone. Back at the mall, Su Muqing stood in the center of the courtyard, gripping her staff. Her magic energy had recovered to 95%, her silver-white hair shimmering golden under the sunlight. Did you encounter them? Members of the Black Dragon Society, 5 of them. Did you kill them? Let them go. Su Muqing looked at him. You shouldn't have let them go. If we kill them now, the Black Dragon Society will know where we are. We aren't ready yet, we need time. Su Muqing said nothing. She watched Lin Yue tighten his grip on the staff. Wang Hao walked over, his two-handed axe resting on his shoulder. President, will the Black Dragon Society find this place? They will. It's only a matter of time. What should we do then? Fight. Old Zhao stood at the door watching the street outside. The Black Dragon Society has more members than the Red Wolves, but they lack legendary weapons. We can hold them off. Lin Yue said nothing. Old Zhao was right. The Black Dragon Society lacked legendary weapons while the Red Wolves had them. But they had more people than the Red Wolves, at least over 60. The ones standing with him were fewer than 40, with him being the highest level at 85. You should rest, Old Zhao said. I'm not tired. You have dark circles under your eyes. Lin Yue said nothing. Chen Siki walked over, her palm glowing with holy light as she pressed it against Lin Yue's forehead. You need to sleep. Lin Yue looked at her. I can't sleep. Then let me help you. Chen Siki's holy light surged from her palm, warm, like being submerged in warm water. Lin Yue's eyes began to grow heavy, his body relaxed, and his consciousness started to blur. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. He dreamed a dream where he and Su Muqing were fighting a dungeon in the game, and the health of the Shadow Dragon King dropped to 10%, entering a berserk state. Dragon flames spewed forth without restraint, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of fire. Su Muqing's holy light shield shattered, and he stood in front of her, plunging the dagger into the Shadow Dragon King's eye. The system announcement sounded congratulations to Mo Yuan and Qingxue for becoming the first team globally to complete the Wall of Size. Su Muqing laughed in his ear. World first. Why aren't you excited? Lin Yue took off his headset. It's all right. You're just being tough. He opened his eyes. Grayish-white light poured in through the shattered glass curtain wall, landing on his face. His waist no longer ached, nor did his shoulders or back. Chen Siki's holy light had healed all his injuries and allowed him to sleep. Su Muqing stood in front of him, gripping her staff. You slept for 3 hours. That's enough. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the door. The street outside was quiet, devoid of monsters or enemies. But Lin Yue knew this was only temporary. The members of the Black Dragon Society were still to the south, and they would come eventually. He had to arm everyone before that. Wang Hao stood beside him, his two-handed axe resting on his shoulder. Zhao Lei stood behind him, gripping the steel pipe. Old Zhao stood at the door, a single-handed sword hanging at his waist. Su Muqing stood in the center of the courtyard, gripping her staff. Chen Siki sat in the corner, her palm glowing with holy light. The more than 20 ordinary people stood at the back, clutching kitchen knives and wrenches. Over 300 survivors huddled in the corner, no one speaking. In the distance, the sun was setting. The grayish-white light turned dark gray, and that eerie dark red began to rise on the horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood at the door, gazing into the distance. The members of the Black Dragon Society were still to the south, waiting for darkness for the blood moon to rise, for monster activity to diminish. Then they would come. Wang Hao walked over. President, they're coming. Figures appeared at the end of the street, at least 60 people, wearing game gear and wielding swords. The one at the forefront wore silver plate armor, wielding a two-handed sword. His level was indiscernible, but judging by the equipment, he was at least over level 60. Lin Yue's right hand slowly moved to the dagger at his waist. Prepare for battle. The members of the Black Dragon Society halted. They did not charge forward, but stopped 300 meters away from the mall. Over 60 individuals stood in the middle of the street, wielding swords and knives, their equipment varying in quality. However, their sheer numbers created an imposing presence. Leading them was a man clad in silver plate armor, wielding a dual-handed sword with a level of 65. Behind him stood several players of over level 50, while the rest ranged from levels 30 to 40. Lin Yue stood at the entrance, dagger drawn. Su Muqing stood behind him, gripping her staff, the blue gem on its tip faintly glowing. Old Zhao was positioned on the left side of the entrance, his sword drawn with one hand. Wang Hao stood on the right, shouldering a dual-handed axe. Zhao Lei stood behind Wang Hao, gripping a steel pipe. More than 20 ordinary people stood at the back, clutching kitchen knives and wrenches. The leading man looked at Lin Yue, then at Su Muqing and Old Zhao standing behind him. Are you Mo Yuan? Yes. I am Lei Hu, the vice president of the Black Dragon Society. Lin Yue remained silent. Lei Hu raised his dual-handed sword, its blade glimmering coldly under the blood moon. I've heard you drove back the Red Wolf, killing over 20 people single-handedly. You are quite formidable, but how many can you really take on? I have over 60 people here. Come inside and give it a try. Lin Yue watched him, twirling the dagger in his hand. Lei Hu's smile faded as he raised his dual-handed sword. Go in and wipe them out. The 60-plus individuals began to surge toward the entrance. The entryway was only so wide, and the first batch that pushed in numbered only a few. Lin Yue met them head-on, stabbing the first person in the throat with his dagger. The backstab triggered a critical hit, and the man fell without a sound. The second strike pierced the chest of the second individual, while the third slashed the throat of the third. Old Zhao defended the left side of the entrance, his sword striking down on the shoulder of the fourth person. Wang Hao shouted loudly as his dual-handed axe smashed into the chest of the fifth. Su Muqing's spell descended. A golden beam shot from the tip of her staff, crashing into the crowd and piercing through 4 bodies. Her mana dropped from 95% to 75%, her face slightly pale, but she did not stop. 7 or 8 of the first batch fell, and the remaining individuals retreated. Lei Hu stood at the entrance, his face darkened. He did not expect Lin Yue to set an ambush here, nor did he anticipate the power of Su Muqing's spell. Charge in. They only have a few. The 60-plus people began to press inside. Lin Yue's dagger did not pause, but his mana dropped from 100% to 80%. When he killed the 12th person, he felt a stab in his back. It wasn't a fatal wound, but a lot of blood flowed. Su Muqing's mana dropped from 75 to 50%, the gem on her staff dimming slightly. Old Zhao's sword was blocked by a level 52 warrior, while the opponent's hammer struck his shoulder armor. Wang Hao's dual-handed axe was dodged by a level 45 rogue whose dagger stabbed into his shoulder. The 20 or so ordinary people did not charge forward. They stood at the back, clutching kitchen knives and wrenches. It wasn't that they didn't want to rush in, they simply couldn't. To rush in would be to court death. Their levels were too low and their equipment too poor. But they were waiting for someone to fall, waiting for someone to need them. Lei Hu stood at the entrance, observing all of this. Over 20 of his subordinates had fallen, with still over 40 remaining, but their morale had already crumbled. Retreat. His men began to pull back, and Lei Hu walked at the rear. Lin Yue did not pursue. He stood at the entrance, blood dripping from his dagger. Su Muqing stood beside him, gripping her staff. Old Zhao and Wang Hao stood at the entrance, panting heavily. Zhao lay squatted on the ground, holding the steel pipe. Lin Yue turned and walked back to the courtyard, leaning against the wall and sitting down. His dagger rested on his knee. The members of the Black Dragon Society had retreated, but everyone knew they would come back. Next time it wouldn't be just a few coming in, and next time Lei Hu would bring everyone at once. You are injured. Su Muqing approached, and the holy light pressed on Lin Yue's back. The wound slowly healed, and her mana dropped from 50 to 40%. Qingxue knelt beside Wang Hao, and the holy light pressed on his shoulder. Wang Hao grinned. It doesn't hurt. Qingxue said nothing. Old Zhao walked over, and the area where he was struck by the hammer was bruised. They still have over 40 people. Next time it won't just be a few coming in. I know. How will you fight? Just like with the Red Wolf, set an ambush at the entrance and fight in batches. Your mana still sufficient? Old Zhao looked at him. Lin Yue did not respond. His mana had dropped from 80 to 60%, enough for several backstabs and shadow steps. But Su Muqing only had 40% mana left, enough for one holy light judgment. Qingxue had 5% mana left, enough for a few healing spells. Old Zhao had a large bruise on his shoulder, and Wang Hao had been stabbed in the shoulder. It will be enough, Lin Yue said. Su Muqing looked at him. You always have enough. Lin Yue said nothing. He stood up and walked to the entrance where the members of the Black Dragon Society squatted behind the ruins across the street. Lei Hu stood at the front, his dual-handed sword resting on the ground. He was waiting for dawn, waiting for the blood moon to set, waiting for Lin Yue and the others to tire. Wang Hao approached, shouldering his dual-handed axe. President, they are still outside. I know. Next time it won't just be a few coming in. I know. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside Lin Yue. What are you thinking? Thinking about how to fight. Have you figured it out? Yes. Lin Yue turned and walked back to the courtyard. Over 300 people were crowded in the corner, and no one spoke, all eyes fixed on him. From today onwards, all players will be organized into combat teams. All ordinary people will be organized into logistics teams. No exceptions. His voice was not loud, but it resonated throughout the courtyard. The Black Dragon Society members are outside, over 40 of them levels 30 to 50. We have fewer than 30 people, and the highest level among us is 85, which is me. Are you afraid? No one answered. It's good to be afraid. Lin Yue walked to the center of the courtyard, opened the system panel, clicked on the guild creation interface, and entered the guild named Qingxue. A system announcement sounded. System announcement: congratulations to Mo Yuan for creating the guild Qingxue and becoming the first player to establish a guild. Reward: legendary skill book, Qingxue Shadow Domain, has been issued. From today onwards, we are Qingxue. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the courtyard. The members of the Black Dragon Society are coming. We fight. If we win, the supplies remain and the people remain. If we lose everything. Over 300 people looked at him and no one spoke. Wang Hao shouldered his dual-handed axe. President Im joining. He joined Qingxue. Su Muqing joined Qingxue. Old Zhao joined Qingxue. Chen Siki joined Qingxue. Zhao Lei joined Qingxue. The 20 or so ordinary people joined Qingxue. Over 300 survivors looked at them and no one spoke. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, his dagger resting on his knee. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff propped against the wall. Are you nervous? Not nervous. Lying. Lin Yue said nothing. In the distance, the members of the Black Dragon Society were still there. Lei Hu stood behind the ruins, his dual-handed sword resting on the ground. Behind him squatted over 40 individuals. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the entrance. He drew his dagger, the blue blade of the Shadow Ripper glinting coldly under the blood moon. He looked at Lei Hu. Come in and give it a try. Dawn broke. Grayish-white light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the tangled mass of people lying in the atrium. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, having not slept a wink all night. The Black Dragon Society had retreated, but everyone knew they would return. Lei Hu crouched behind the ruins across the street, 40-odd men huddling behind him like vultures awaiting their prey. Su Muqing sat beside Lin Yue, her staff propped against the wall. The sapphire on it faintly glowed, her mana having recovered from 40% to 60%. You didn't sleep all night? Su Muqing asked. Can't sleep. Still thinking about the Black Dragon Society. People in the atrium began to stir awake. Wang Hao walked over, his battle axe slung over his shoulder. His shoulder no longer ached. Chen Siki had healed him. He had leveled up and was now at level 46. Chief, the Black Dragon Society is still out there. I know. We're outnumbered. Lin Yue said nothing. Wang Hao was right. The Black Dragon Society still had over 40 members ranging from level 30 to 50. On his side, fewer than 30 could stand, and he at level 85 was the highest among them. Su Muqing had 60% mana, enough for one cast of Holy Judgment. Chen Siki had 10% mana, enough for a few healing spells. Old Zhao had a massive bruise on his shoulder. Wang Hao's shoulder had just been healed. Zhao Lei walked over, a steel pipe in hand. The 20-odd ordinary people he had trained stood in a row, clutching kitchen knives and wrenches. Can they fight? Lin Yue looked at him. No. Why? Too low-leveled, too poorly equipped. Sending them in would be suicide. Zhao Lei remained silent. Su Muqing stood up and walked to the center of the atrium. She looked at the group of survivors huddled in the corner. Over 300 people packed together, some whispering, others staring with wide eyes in the darkness. Who can fight? Silence. No one spoke. It's not about fighting monsters, it's about fighting people. The Black Dragon Society is outside, over 40 of them levels 30 to 50. We need people who can fight. A middle-aged man stood up, wearing a dust-covered jacket. I used to be a soldier. His voice was steady. He was level 12. Another person stood up, a young girl clutching a kitchen knife, level 6. One by one, over 20 people rose. The highest level among them was only 15, and their weapons were kitchen knives and wrenches. But they stood up. Su Muqing divided the 20-odd people into 3 groups, one to move the wounded, one to fortify defenses, and one to distribute supplies. Old Zhao stood beside her, instructing the ordinary people on where monsters would come from, how to dodge, and where to run. Wang Hao crouched next to Lin Yue, pulling a roll of bandage from his backpack and handing it over. Wrap it yourself. Lin Yue took it and wound it around his waist. The wound throbbed under the pressure of the bandage, then went numb. Chen Siki approached, pressing a holy light against Lin Yue's waist. The wound slowly healed, her mana dropping from 10% to 5%. Your wound isn't fully healed yet. Don't exert yourself. Lin Yue said nothing. In the afternoon, the sun began to descend. The grayish-white light turned a warm yellow, gilding the distant ruins in a layer of gold. Lin Yue stood at the entrance looking out. The Black Dragon Society men were still there, crouched behind the ruins across the street. They hadn't left, nor had they attacked. They just waited, as if expecting something. Li Yifei, can you hear their conversations? Yes. Their communication channel isn't encrypted. I've been monitoring it. Li Yifei's reply was swift. They're waiting for someone. Lei Hu is only the vice president. The president of the Black Dragon Society hasn't arrived yet. What level is the president? Unknown. But Lei Hu calls him boss. He should be above level 70. Lin Yue's eyes narrowed. Above level 70, lower than Qi Lang, but higher than Lei Hu. He wasn't afraid because he wasn't alone. Su Muqing was level 81, Old Zhao was level 80, Qinsiki was level 73, Wang Hao was level 46, Zhao Lei was level 20, and there were over 20 ordinary people. But he needed to take out Lei Hu before the president arrived. What are you thinking? Su Muqing walked over. Thinking about how to take down Lei Hu. Have you figured it out? Yes. Set an ambush at the entrance, take them in waves. Same as with Qi Lang. Lei Hu doesn't have a legendary weapon, but he has more men than Qi Lang did. Su Muqing said nothing. Evening came. The sun was about to set. The grayish-white light turned a dark gray and a strange, ominous crimson began to tinge the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. The Black Dragon Society men were still outside. Lei Hu stood behind the ruins, his greatsword planted on the ground. Lin Yue stood at the entrance, his dagger drawn. Su Muqing stood behind him, her staff in hand. Old Zhao stood to the left of the entrance, his long sword unsheathed. Wang Hao stood to the right, his battle axe on his shoulder. Zhao Lei stood behind Wang Hao, a steel pipe in his hand. The 20-odd ordinary people stood at the very back, clutching kitchen knives and wrenches. Lei Hu raised his great sword. Go in. Kill them all. Over 40 men began to surge towards the entrance. The entrance was narrow, only about a dozen could squeeze in at a time. Lin Yue met them heat-in, plunging his dagger into the first man's throat. Old Zhao's sword cleaved into the second man's shoulder. Wang Hao's battle axe crashed into the third man's chest. Su Muqing's spell descended. A golden beam of light blasted into the crowd, piercing through 4 bodies. Her mana dropped from 60% to 40%. Of the first wave of a dozen men, 7 or 8 fell. The rest retreated. Lei Hu stood at the entrance, his face ashen. Charge in. They only have a dozen people. The second wave surged in larger than the first, at least 20 men. Lin Yue's dagger never stopped, but his mana plummeted from 100% to 80%. Su Muqing's mana dropped from 40% to 20%, the sapphire on her staff dimmed. Old Zhao's sword was blocked by a level 52 warrior. Wang Hao's battle axe was dodged by a level 45 thief. The 20-odd ordinary people didn't charge forward. They stood at the back, clutching their kitchen knives and wrenches. But they were waiting for someone to fall, waiting for the moment they were needed. By the time Lin Yue had killed his 15th enemy, his mana was depleted. Su Muqing's mana hit 0, the sapphire on her staff went completely dark. She drew a short sword from her belt and stood beside Lin Yue. Then the 20-odd ordinary people charged. Steel pipes smashed into heads. Kitchen knives hacked into arms. They were only level 15, level 12, level 6, but they charged. Lei Hu stood at the entrance, his face dark. Over 20 of his men had fallen. He had another 20 left, but their morale was shattered. Retreat. His men began to pull back, Lei Hu taking the rear. Lin Yue didn't pursue. He stood at the entrance, blood dripping from his dagger. Su Muqing stood beside him, sheathing her short sword. The Black Dragon Society had retreated, but everyone knew they would return. Next time Lei Hu wouldn't send in just a dozen men. Next time he would commit everyone at once. Lin Yue returned to the atrium and sat down against the wall. He laid his dagger across his knees, his fingers resting on the hilt. He needed people, needed to find more before Lei Hu's next attack. But he wouldn't wait inside them all. He would go out and search. Wang Hao, here. Tomorrow you're coming with me to find people. Who? Any player willing to join. Wang Hao slung his battle axe over his shoulder. All right. In the distance, the blood moon rose. Its dark crimson light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling upon the chaotic atrium. 300 people, 3 days' worth of supplies, over 40 enemies. Lin Yue closed his eyes, his fingers resting on the hilt of his dagger. He would go out to find people tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. He would find everyone he could before Lei Hu returned and drive the Black Dragon Society away. Dawn broke. A grayish-white light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, casting itself upon the scattered crowd of people lying around. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, having not slept a wink the entire night. The members of the Black Dragon Society had retreated, but everyone knew they would return. Lei Hu squatted behind the ruins across the street with more than 20 people huddled behind him, fewer than yesterday, yet still present. Su Muqing sat beside Lin Yue, her staff resting against the wall, the sapphire at its tip, faintly glowing. Her magical energy had recovered to 80%. You didn't sleep all night. I couldn't sleep. Still thinking about the Black Dragon Society. Yeah. The people in the courtyard began to awaken. Wang Hao approached, carrying a double-handed axe on his shoulder. The bandage on his shoulder already removed, the wound fully healed. Qinsiki had healed him with her last bit of magic, leveling him up, now at level 74. President, the Black Dragon Society is still outside. I know. We still don't have enough people. Lin Yue remained silent. Zhao Lei walked over holding a steel pipe. The more than 20 ordinary people he had taught stood in a line, clutching kitchen knives and wrenches. Can they go? No. Why not? Their levels are too low, their equipment too poor. Zhao Lei said nothing. Yet among the 20 or so people behind him, someone spoke up. We aren't afraid of death, said a young man in his 20s holding a kitchen knife. His level was only 8. Lin Yue looked at him. I know you're not afraid of death. But if you die, who will transport supplies? Who will take care of the injured? Who will alert us when monsters come? The young man opened his mouth, but said nothing. Zhao Lei looked at him, then at Lin Yue. Lin Yue was right. They couldn't rush in to die. They had more important tasks. Su Muqing stood up, walked to the center of the courtyard, and looked at the group of survivors in the corner. Who can fight? Silence. No one spoke. A middle-aged man stood up wearing a dust-covered jacket. His level was 12, and he held a steel pipe. I can. Another person stood up, a young girl holding a kitchen knife at level 6. One by one, more than 10 people stood up. The highest level among them was only 15. But they stood up. Su Muqing looked at them silent for a few seconds. You are responsible for transporting the injured, reinforcing the structures, and distributing supplies. It's not just about charging forward to fight. More than 10 people looked at her, no one spoke. In the afternoon, the sun tilted to the west. The grayish-white light turned warm yellow, the distant ruins covered in a layer of gold. Lin Yue stood at the door watching outside. The Black Dragon Society was still there, squatting behind the ruins across the street, neither leaving nor attacking, just sitting there. Lei Hu stood at the front, his double-handed sword resting on the ground, waiting for someone, waiting for their leader. Lin Yue turned and walked back into the courtyard. More than 300 people were crammed into the corner, some speaking softly, some staring wide-eyed in the darkness, and some calling for their mothers in their dreams. He leaned against the wall with a dagger resting on his knee. Su Muqing walked over and sat beside him. What are you thinking about? Thinking about how to fight. Have you figured it out? I have. Set an ambush at the entrance, attack in batches. Just like we did with the Red Wolf. Lei Hu doesn't have legendary weapons, but he has more people than the Red Wolf, Su Muqing said. I know. You can't handle it alone. Even if I can't handle it, I have to try. Su Muqing said nothing, but she tightened her grip on her staff. Wang Hao squatted down beside Lin Yue. President, I think we shouldn't wait in the mall. Then where should we go? Go out and fight. Take the initiative. Old Zhao walked over, his single-handed sword hanging at his waist. He's right. Staying here is too passive. Taking the initiative is too risky. We have too few people. Going out to fight is just sending ourselves to death. Wang Hao looked at him. So we're just waiting to die here. Lin Yue said nothing. Old Zhao looked at Wang Hao, then at Lin Yue. You two stop arguing. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but said nothing. Old Zhao was right. This wasn't the time to argue. There were still more than 20 enemies waiting outside, and over 300 survivors in the mall waiting for them to protect. I have a plan. Qingxue stepped out from the corner, a holy light glowing in her palm. What plan? They'll go south to find the survivors in the safe zone. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. They know me. I saved many people at Red Star Primary School. If I go find them, they might come back with me. Lin Yue looked at her silent for a long time. It's too dangerous. Qingxue looked at him. Wasn't it dangerous when you rushed out to fight over 50 people alone? Lin Yue said nothing. Su Muqing stood up. They'll go with you. You're going too. Qingxue looked at her. Two people can look out for each other. Su Muqing's tone was calm, so calm it felt like she wasn't negotiating. Lin Yue looked at them silent for a few seconds. All right, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Come back alive. Su Muqing laughed. Of course. Su Muqing and Qingxue left. The two of them exited through the side door of the mall, with Su Muqing leading the way, her staff held firmly in her hand, the blue gem at its tip glowing faintly. Qingxue walked second, a holy light shining in her palm. Lin Yue stood at the door watching them disappear at the end of the street. Wang Hao walked over carrying a double-handed axe on his shoulder. President, will they come back alive? They will. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the dagger resting on his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. He believed in Su Muqing and Qingxue. Su Muqing was at level 81, and her holy light judgment could take down any opponent below level 50. Qingxue was at level 74, and her healing spells could save any seriously injured person. They worked well together, needing no verbal communication. In the evening, the sun was about to set. The grayish-white light turned dark gray, and a strange dark red began to rise on the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. Su Muqing and Qingxue still hadn't returned. Lin Yue's hand rested on the hilt, his knuckles turning white. Old Zhao stood at the door watching outside. They should be back soon. Wait a little longer. In the distance at the end of the street, two figures appeared. Two people walking slowly, each step heavy. Lin Yue's right hand moved away from the hilt. It was Su Muqing and Qingxue. They were followed by a group of people, at least 20, including the elderly, children, and women carrying bags and luggage. Su Muqing reached the doorway, supporting herself against the frame, gasping for breath. Her magical energy had dropped from 80% to 40%, her complexion pale. Did you find them? Yes. 23 people, all survivors from Red Star Primary School. Qingxue stood beside her, holy light resting on Su Muqing's arm. Her magical energy had dropped from 10% to 5%. They had nowhere to go, so they came back with us. Lin Yue looked at her. Welcome. The 23 people entered the courtyard arranged to sit in the corner, with some being given water and biscuits. Leading them was an elderly man in his 60s wearing a tattered cotton jacket. He walked up to Lin Yue. Thank you for taking us in. No need to thank me. This place doesn't belong to me, it belongs to everyone. The old man looked at him silent for a few seconds then smiled. Wang Hao walked over carrying a double-handed axe on his shoulder. President, we have reinforcements now. Lin Yue said nothing. He looked at the 23 people, then at the more than 300 survivors in the corner, and finally, at Su Muqing and Qingxue. The sky darkened, the blood moon rose, and dark red light streamed in through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling upon the chaotic courtyard. More than 300 people, 3 days' worth of supplies, more than 20 enemies, and over 20 newcomers. Lin Yue leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. The dagger rested on his knee, fingers on the hilt. He would have to go out to search tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. He didn't know how much he could find, but he knew he couldn't let those behind him starve. By the time the 23 newcomers had been settled, the blood moon had risen to its zenith. A dark crimson light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling upon the crowd packed in the atrium. More than 390 survivors huddled together, some whispered, some stared blankly into the dark, some cried out for their mothers in their sleep. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, a dagger laid across his knees. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff propped against the wall, the sapphire at its tip giving off a faint glow. Her mana had recovered from 40% to 50%, her complexion remained somewhat pale, but she looked much better than when she had first returned. Are any of the people you brought back players? Lin Yue asked. Su Muqing nodded. 6 players. The highest is level 23, the lowest level 11. Lin Yue said nothing. Level 23, level 11. Mere cannon fodder before the Firmament Guild. Still, they were stronger than ordinary civilians. Qingxue came over and laid holy light on Su Muqing's arm. Her mana fell from 50 to 45%, but Su Muqing's color improved. There's an old man among them in his 60s. He used to be a teacher. A teacher? Yes. He says he can teach the children to read. Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds. All right. Wang Hao walked over, a two-handed axe slung across his shoulder. His shoulder no longer ached. Qingxue had used her last reserves of mana to heal him. Leader, are there any fighters among them? 3. A level 23 archer, a level 21 rogue, and a level 17 warrior. Wang Hao grinned. That's still some help. Lao Zhao stood in the doorway staring at the street outside. It was eerily quiet, no monsters, no enemies. Only that charred crater remained. Smoke no longer rose from the pit, yet the asphalt was still blackened. He turned and walked back into the atrium, a single-handed sword hanging at his waist. Is the Firmament Guild still lying in wait outside? Lin Yue looked at him. Yes. Lei Hu is still there with over 20 men. Lao Zhao said nothing. Li Yifei ran down from the second floor, a laptop cradled in his arms, his glasses askew on his nose. I intercepted their communications. The Firmament Guild's boss will arrive tomorrow. Lin Yue's eyes narrowed. When tomorrow? Before noon tomorrow. Lei Hu calls him boss. Level 75, wielding an orange quality, two-handed sword. Level 75, an orange quality, two-handed sword. Exactly what Lao Zhao had said before fighting Qi Lang. Su Muqing stood and gripped her staff. Level 75, an orange weapon. Can you beat him? I don't know. I've never fought him. Lin Yue looked at her. Then you will fight him. Su Muqing was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Are you serious? Yes. Your holy light. Judgment can strip away half his health. That's a single target spell and requires a casting bar. If he interrupts me, he'll cover you. Su Muqing's smile faded. She looked at Lin Yue, her lips moving as if to say something, but in the end she said nothing. Lao Zhao stepped forward. How do we fight tomorrow? Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds. Like the fight with Lei Hu, set an ambush at the entrance and attack in waves. Lei Hu will enter first. The Firmament Guild's boss will come in afterward. Take Lei Hu out first, then tackle the boss. What if Lei Hu and the boss come in together? Lin Yue said nothing. Wang Hao shouldered his two-handed axe. Leader, we don't have enough people. I know. Then what do we do? Recruit. Lin Yue rose and walked to the center of the atrium. Everyone assemble. More than 390 people rose from their corners and gathered in the atrium. The Firmament Guild's boss arrives tomorrow. Level 75, an orange weapon. We need fighters. Silence. No one spoke. Then the level 23 archer stepped forward, a young man in his early 20s, a longbow in his hands. Me. A level 21 rogue stepped forward, a young woman with 2 daggers. Me. A level 17 warrior stepped forward, a middle-aged man with a one-handed sword. Me. One by one, a dozen or so people came forward. The highest was level 23, the lowest level 8. Yet they had all stepped up. Lin Yue looked at them. You will handle ranged damage, flank ambushes, and hold the front line. The dozen or so stood in silence looking back at him. Su Muqing divided the group into 3 teams, one stationed behind the second-floor windows, one flanking the entrance, and one in the center of the atrium. Lao Zhao stood beside her and instructed the others on where the monsters would come from, how to hide, and where to run. The 20-odd ordinary people stood at the rear clutching kitchen knives and wrenches. They would carry the wounded, reinforce defenses, and distribute supplies. Lin Yue leaned against the wall again, a dagger across his knees, his fingers resting on the hilt. He needed more people, but he could not wait in the mall. He had to go out and find them. Wang Hao, here, come with me tomorrow to recruit. Find who? Any players willing to join? Wang Hao slung his two-handed axe across his shoulder. Fine. Su Muqing came over and sat beside him. You're going out tomorrow? Yes. The Heiress Guild's boss will arrive before noon. If you leave, who will guard the mall? Lin Yue asked. You? Su Muqing said nothing. Lin Yue leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. The dagger lay across his knees, his fingers on the hilt. He believed in Su Muqing and Lao Zhao and Wang Hao and Chen Siki and Zhao Lei and the 20-odd ordinary folk and in the more than 300 survivors. He could not wait in the mall. He needed to go out and gather more people to bring everyone back before the Heiress Guild's boss arrived. In the distance, the blood moon sank and a gray-white light rose from the horizon, staining the sky the color of ash. Dawn had come. Lin Yue stood and walked to the door. Wang Hao followed, his two-handed axe on his shoulder. Let's go. The two left through the mall's side entrance. Lin Yue led with his dagger unsheathed, his silhouette flickering in the shadows of the ruins. Wang Hao walked, second axe on his shoulder, eyes scanning left and right. They walked far and found 3 people huddled in an alley. 2 men and a woman crouched behind a trash bin, trembling. When they saw Lin Yue and Wang Hao, their faces were full of terror. We're from Tianhong Mall. There's a safe zone over there. The man's voice shook. Really? Really? The 3 fell in behind them, Lin Yue at the front with his dagger drawn. Wang Hao remained and second, his axe on his shoulder. The 3 trailed at the rear, a man carrying a woman holding a child. By the time they reached the mall entrance, the sun was already leaning west. The gray-white light darkened to a dull gray on the distant horizon. That strange, sinister dark red began to stir again. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue walked into the atrium and handed the 3 over to Su Muqing to settle. Wang Hao approached, his axe on his shoulder. Leader, we only found 3 people. That's enough. In the distance, the Heiress Guild still crouched behind the ruins across the street. Lei Hu stood there, his two-handed sword planted in the ground. He was waiting for their boss. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the dagger across his knees, his fingers on the hilt. He waited. Dawn broke. A grayish-white light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling upon the crowded people in the courtyard. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, having not slept all night. The 3 individuals Wang Hao brought back yesterday had settled in. 2 men and 1 woman, with the highest level being only 9. But he did not mind. He needed people even if they could only help with carrying things. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff resting against the wall, the sapphire faintly glowing. Her magical energy had recovered from 50% to 70%. You didn't sleep all night. I couldn't sleep. Still thinking about the Black Dragon Guild leader? Yes. Level 75 orange weapon arriving in the afternoon. Su Muqing said nothing. She looked at Lin Yue, gripping her staff tightly. The people in the courtyard began to awaken. Wang Hao approached, a double-handed axe resting on his shoulder. He had gone out all day yesterday, exhausted, but after a nap, he felt revitalized. Guild leader, are we still going out to find people today? Not today. Why not? The Black Dragon Guild leader is arriving in the afternoon. We need to prepare. Wang Hao removed the double-handed axe from his shoulder and leaned it against the ground. All right. Old Zhao stood at the door watching the quiet street outside. There were no monsters, no enemies. Thunder Tiger squatted behind the ruins across the street with over 20 people crouching behind him like a group of vultures waiting for food. He turned and walked back into the courtyard. Thunder Tiger is still outside. I know. He won't come in. He is waiting for the guild leader. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. Everyone gather. More than 300 people stood up from the corners and assembled in the center of the courtyard. The Black Dragon Guild leader will arrive in the afternoon. Level 75 orange weapon. We need people who can fight. Silence. A level 23 archer stepped forward, a young man holding a longbow. I will. A level 21 rogue stepped forward, a young girl holding 2 daggers. I will. A level 17 warrior stepped forward, a middle-aged man wielding a one-handed sword. I will. One after another, more than a dozen people stepped forward. The highest level being 23, the lowest being 8. But they stood up. Lin Yue looked at them. You will be responsible for ranged damage, side ambushes, and holding the front line. A dozen people looked at him, no one spoke. Su Muqing divided the dozen people into 3 groups. 1 group stood behind the second-floor windows, another on either side of the entrance, and 1 in the center of the courtyard. Old Zhao stood beside her, instructing the people on how to fight, how to dodge, and where to run. Zhao Lei approached, holding a steel pipe. The more than 20 ordinary people he had taught stood in a line, gripping kitchen knives and wrenches. Can they go? No. Why not? Their levels are too low and their equipment is too poor. Zhao Lei said nothing. Lin Yue was right. The highest level among the more than 20 people was only 15 wielding kitchen knives and wrenches. In front of the level 75 Black Dragon Guild leader, they were merely cannon fodder. But they stood at the back responsible for transporting the injured, reinforcing fortifications, and distributing supplies. In the afternoon, the sun tilted to the west. The grayish-white light turned dark yellow, and the distant ruins were coated in a golden hue. Lin Yue stood at the door watching outside. Thunder Tiger was still squatting behind the ruins with over 20 people crouching behind him. But beside Thunder Tiger was an additional figure clad in black plate armor wielding a two-handed sword. The blade was adorned with dark red flames glimmering in the sunlight like a living serpent. Lin Yue's pupils constricted suddenly. The flame demon blade. The weapon of the Red Wolf lay in that charred pit. He thought there was nothing left in the pit, but it had been picked up by someone. The Black Dragon Guild leader has arrived. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, but Su Muqing behind him heard it. She walked over to stand beside him looking at the man in black plate armor outside. Flame demon blade. Yes. Level 75, orange weapon. Can you fight him? I don't know. I haven't fought him before. Then you should fight him. Lin Yue glanced at her. Your holy light judgment can take away half of his health. That's a single target spell and needs to be channeled. If he interrupts me, I'll help you block. Su Muqing looked at him silent for 2 seconds. All right. The Black Dragon Guild leader stood in front of the ruins, the flame demon blade propped on the ground. He looked at the entrance of the mall staring at Lin Yue. Are you Mo Yuan? Yes. I am the Black Dragon Guild leader He Shan. Lin Yue remained silent. He Shan raised the flame demon blade, and the dark red flames on the blade surged high. I've heard you drove back the Red Wolf, killing more than 20 people by yourself. You are quite formidable, but how many can you take on? I have over 60 people plus the flame demon blade. Lin Yue looked at him, spinning the dagger in his hand. Come in and try. He Shan's smile faded. He lifted the flame demon blade. Go in and kill them all. Over 60 people began to push toward the entrance. Thunder Tiger led the charge, the two-handed sword gripped in his hands. The first batch that squeezed in only had a dozen people, just like last time. Lin Yue met them, stabbing his dagger into the throat of the first person. Old Zhao swung his sword down on the shoulder of the second person, while Wang Hao's double-handed axe smashed into the chest of the third. Su Muqing's spell came down, a golden beam, crashing into the crowd, piercing through 4 bodies. Her magical energy dropped from 70% to 50%. 7 or 8 from the first batch of over 10 fell, and the remaining ones retreated. Thunder Tiger stood at the entrance, his face ashen. Charge in. The second batch rushed in more than the first, at least 20 people. Lin Yue's dagger did not stop, but his blue mana dropped from 100% to 80%. Su Muqing's magical energy fell from 50% to 30%, the sapphire on her staff dimming. Old Zhao's sword was blocked by a level 52 warrior, while Wang Hao's double-handed axe was dodged by a level 45 rogue. The more than 20 ordinary people still stood at the back, gripping kitchen knives and wrenches, waiting for someone to fall, waiting for someone to need them. He Shan moved. He stood at the entrance, the flame demon blade raised above his head. The dark red flames on the blade surged higher, more vigorous than when the Red Wolf used it. Lin Yue watched him, his right hand slowly moving to the dagger at his waist. Shadow Domain. Lin Yue's figure vanished into the darkness. It was not stealth, it was the Shadow Domain. Within a 30-meter radius, all enemies had their movement speed reduced by 30% and attack power diminished by 20%. His movement speed increased by 20% and critical hit rate by 15%. 30 seconds enough. He appeared behind He Shan, plunging the dagger into his back. The backstab triggered a critical hit. The flames of the flame demon blade dimmed momentarily. He Shan turned, sweeping the flame demon blade towards him. Lin Yue ducked, stabbing the dagger into his side. With the second, third, and fourth strikes, He Shan's health began to drop, but his sword was still swinging. The flame demon blade struck Lin Yue's shoulder, the flames scorching his skin. Lin Yue gritted his teeth and did not retreat, stabbing the dagger into He Shan's throat. Critical hit. He Shan's health bar emptied, his body froze, and the flame demon blade slipped from his hand. The corpse began to dissipate. Lin Yue stood amidst the body, blood dripping from the dagger. The wound on his shoulder was smoking, but he did not fall. Thunder Tiger watched the body of He Shan dissipate, his face pale as paper. Retreat. His people began to fall back. Lin Yue did not pursue. He stood at the entrance, the dagger positioned in front of him. The courtyard fell silent. Over 300 people were crammed in the corners, no one spoke. Lin Yue turned and walked back into the courtyard, leaning against the wall to sit down. The dagger rested across his knees, the wound on his shoulder still smoking. Su Muqing walked over, placing her holy light on his shoulder, the wound slowly healing. You killed him. Yes. Old Zhao approached. What about the flame demon blade? It fell on the ground. Wang Hao ran in from the door holding a sword. The blade was adorned with dark red flames. Guild leader, I retrieved it. He handed the flame demon blade to Lin Yue. Lin Yue took the flame demon blade, the flames on the blade flickering. He handed the sword to Wang Hao. You hold it. Wang Hao was taken aback. Me, you are a warrior wielding a two-handed sword. Wang Hao grinned. All right. In the distance, Thunder Tiger led his people running away. More than 20 people followed closely behind him, running fast. The blood moon rose with dark red light streaming through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling upon the chaotic courtyard. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. The dagger rested on his knees, his fingers resting on the hilt. The Black Dragon Guild leader was dead, the flame demon blade was retrieved, and Thunder Tiger had fled. But he knew this was just the beginning. The leader of the Black Dragon Society is dead. The flame demon blade rests on Wang Hao's shoulder, the dark red flames flickering on the blade, casting alternating shadows on his face. Thunder Tiger ran away with the remaining members, sprinting without looking back. Lin Yue stood at the door, blood dripping from his dagger and the wound on his shoulder still smoldering. Su Muqing approached, a holy light shining on his shoulder. The wound slowly healed, and his mana dropped from 30% to 20%. You killed Heishan. The flame demon blade was recovered. Wang Hao is holding it. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade off his shoulder, gripping the hilt with both hands. The dark red flames on the blade flickered, his hands trembled. Leader, this sword is heavy. You lack strength, a level up a few times, and it will be easier. Wang Hao grinned. Then I need to kill a few more monsters. Old Zhao walked over, eyeing the flame demon blade in Wang Hao's hands. Legendary weapons, there are only 3 in the whole server. One belongs to the Red Wolf, one to Heishan, and the other is unknown where it is. No matter who has it, as long as they don't come looking for us. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the dagger resting on his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. The members of the Black Dragon Society fled, but everyone knew they would return. Thunder Tiger was still alive with over 20 people following him. Although he didn't have the flame demon blade, he had more than 60 people. Next time, he wouldn't let Heishan take the lead. Next time, he would come himself. The people in the courtyard began to move. Some headed to the warehouse to gather supplies, some were counting heads, and others were reinforcing the fortifications. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Wang Hao leaned the flame demon blade against the wall and crouched down to clean his double-head axe. Leader, will Thunder Tiger come back? He will. When? I don't know, but he will definitely come. Su Muqing approached, her staff in hand. What are you thinking about? Thinking about Thunder Tiger. He is not scary. He is not scary, but he has many people. We don't have enough. Zhao Lei walked over holding a steel pipe. The 20 or so ordinary people he trained stood in a line, gripping kitchen knives and wrenches. Can they go up? Yes. Zhao Lei paused for a moment. Yes. But they can't rush in to die. They are responsible for guarding the warehouse, guarding supplies, and alerting when monsters arrive. Zhao Lei nodded. All right. In the evening, the sun was about to set. The grayish-white light turned dark gray, and a strange dark red hue began to rise on the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood at the door, watching outside. The streets were quiet, with no monsters and no enemies. Thunder Tiger had taken his people far away, not a shadow in sight. His phone vibrated. A message from Li Yifei read, Thunder Tiger ran south. They stopped 500 meters to the south and did not continue running. Lin Yue stared at the screen, silent for a few seconds. What are they waiting for? I don't know, but they mentioned someone in their communication channel. Who? Myth. Lin Yue squinted. Myth Qingxue. He was the leader of the Myth Guild in the game, a Dragon Knight class, one of the top 10 players in the server. Lin Yue had crossed paths with him in the game, winning some and losing some, but in reality, they had never met. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside him. What's wrong? Thunder Tiger is contacting Myth. Qingxue. Yes. His guild is called Myth, and he is the leader. Su Muqing frowned. Do you have a grudge against him? I've beaten him a few times in the game. Su Muqing remained silent. Wang Hao approached, his double-head axe resting on his shoulder. Leader, what is Myth? A guild. Is it powerful? Top 10 in the server. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but said nothing. Old Zhao walked over, his one-handed sword hanging at his waist. I've heard of Qingxue. He's arrogant, but has strength. After losing to you in the game, he chased you for several days. Lin Yue remained silent. Old Zhao was right. After Qingxue lost to him in the game, he pursued him relentlessly for several days. From the arena to the wild, from the wild to the dungeons, as long as Lin Yue was online, Qingxue would come looking for him. Eventually, Lin Yue got annoyed and blacklisted him. Will he come? I don't know, but Thunder Tiger is contacting him. If Qingxue comes, can you defeat him? I don't know. I've never fought him. Su Muqing looked at him. You've beaten him in the game. That was the game. This is reality. Su Muqing remained silent. Day broke. Grayish-white light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the chaotic courtyard. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, having not slept all night. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff resting against the wall, the sapphire faintly glowing. Her mana was restored to 80%. You didn't sleep all night. I couldn't sleep. Still thinking about Qingxue? Yes. The people in the courtyard started to awaken. Wang Hao walked over, his double-head axe on his shoulder. He had slept well last night, his snoring echoing throughout the courtyard. Leader, has Qingxue come? Not yet. When will he come? I don't know. Old Zhao stood at the door looking at the quiet street. The streets were still with no monsters and no enemies. Qingxue won't come. Why? He is one of the top 10 players in the server. He won't listen to Thunder Tiger. If Thunder Tiger calls him, he might not come. Lin Yue remained silent. Old Zhao was right. Qingxue was among the top 10 players in the server, and his myth guild ranked top 10 in the game. He wouldn't take orders from a warrior over level 60. Thunder Tiger was not worthy. His phone vibrated again. A message from Lin Yue read, Qingxue has arrived. Lin Yue's pupils constricted sharply. He stood up and walked to the door. Outside on the street, a figure rode a horse. Not a horse, but a dragon. A black dragon with a wingspan of 10 meters covered in glossy black scales, its eyes blood red. On its back sat a figure dressed in black dragon scale armor holding a long spear. The spear tip was enveloped in dark blue flames glistening like an ice snake under the sunlight. The dragon knight, Qingxue. His level was indiscernible, but judging by his gear, he was at least above level 80. The black dragon landed at the entrance of the mall, and Qingxue jumped down from its back. He looked at Lin Yue, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mo Yuan, long time no see. Lin Yue remained silent. Qingxue thrust the spear into the ground, the dark blue flames at the tip flickering. I heard you killed the Red Wolf, and then Heishan. You fight well, but how many can you take on? I have the Myth Guild, one of the top 10 in the server. Lin Yue looked at him, spinning the dagger in his hand. Come in and give it a try. Qingxue's smile faded. He drew his spear, the dark blue flames at the tip flaring high. I am not here to fight you. Then what are you here for? To discuss cooperation. Lin Yue stared at him. Cooperation? Qingxue nodded. Thunder Tiger sought me out to deal with you, but I refused. I want to join forces with you to deal with the Black Dragon Society. Thunder Tiger has over 20 people. He fled, but he will return. If you and I join forces, we can eliminate him. What are the terms? The terms are, after eliminating Thunder Tiger, his territory belongs to me. Lin Yue remained silent. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside Lin Yue. You can't agree to him. Why? He is more dangerous than Thunder Tiger. Qingxue looked at Su Muqing, a slight smile gracing his lips. You are Qingxue, the top 10 mage in the server. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Muqing said nothing. Qingxue turned to Lin Yue. Think it over. I am not in a hurry. He turned and jumped back onto the black dragon, flying away. Lin Yue stood at the door, the dagger crossed in front of him. Qingxue left. The wind and sand kicked up by the black dragon's flapping wings settled for a long time before stopping. Lin Yue stood at the door holding a dagger with his thumb resting in the groove of the hilt. Su Muqing stood beside him holding a staff with a blue gem at its tip that flickered briefly before dimming again. She gazed in the direction the black dragon had disappeared, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you really going to cooperate with him? Lin Yue remained silent. He turned and walked back to the courtyard, leaning against the wall with the dagger resting across his knees. Su Muqing followed and sat beside him. Qingxue is more dangerous than Lei Hu. I know. Then why are you still considering working with him? Lei Hu will come back. He has more than 20 people. We don't have enough men. Su Muqing fell silent. Wang Hao approached, shouldering the flame demon blade. The dark red flames flickered on the blade, and his hands had steadied. His power had risen 2 levels from 45 to 47. President, can we trust Qingxue? Not really. Then why are you working with him? I need him. Old Zhao stood at the door, a one-handed sword hanging at his waist. He gazed in the direction where Qingxue had vanished, remaining silent for a long time. I've heard of Qingxue. He's arrogant, but he doesn't deceive people. When he says cooperation, he means cooperation. Lin Yue glanced at him. How do you know? I've dealt with him in the game. When he loses, he admits it without making excuses. Lin Yue remained silent. Old Zhao was right. After losing to him in the game, Qingxue had chased him for several days, but never resorted to underhanded tactics. Losing is losing, he never makes excuses. But that was the game, this is reality. His phone vibrated. A message from Li Yue. The people of Lei who have camped 500 meters to the south. They haven't left or attacked, they're just sitting there. Lin Yue stared at the screen, silent for a few seconds. What are they waiting for? Unknown. But their communication channel keeps mentioning myth. Lin Yue put his phone away. Qingxue rejected Lei Hu, and they are still waiting. Waiting for Qingxue to change his mind. Don't know. Su Muqing stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. She looked at the group of survivors in the corner. Over 300 people squeezed together, some whispering, while others kept their eyes wide open in the darkness. Everyone gather. Over 300 people stood up from the corner and assembled in the center of the courtyard. From today on, all players will join the combat team, and all ordinary people will join the logistics team. No exceptions. Some murmured quietly, but no one opposed. The combat team is responsible for going out to search for supplies and clearing monsters. The logistics team is responsible for fortifying defenses, transporting supplies, and caring for the injured. Everyone must work. There is no free food. The more than 300 people looked at her in silence. Old Zhao stood at the door watching the street outside. The street was quiet with no monsters or enemies. Lei Hu is still to the south. I know. He doesn't dare come. He doesn't dare come, but he won't leave. He is waiting. Lin Yue stood up and walked to the door. He gazed southward where nothing was visible behind the ruins. But he knew Lei Hu was there with over 20 people lurking behind him like a flock of vultures waiting for food. Wang Hao approached the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder. President, I'm going to check the south. It's too dangerous. I won't get close, but I'll just take a look. Lin Yue looked at him silent for a few seconds. Be quick and come back. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade off his shoulder and gripped it in his hand. All right. He left. Alone without any weapons, just a dagger. The flame demon blade remained in the mall leaning against the wall, the dark red flames flickering. Lin Yue stood at the door, watching Wang Hao disappear at the end of the street. Su Muqing approached. You shouldn't have let him go. He wants to go? You could have stopped him. Lin Yue said nothing. He could have stopped him, but he didn't. Wang Hao was right, his level was low, making him less noticeable. Besides, he needed to know what Lei Hu was waiting for. In the afternoon, the sun tilted to the west. The gray light turned warm yellow, and the distant ruins were bathed in a golden hue. Wang Hao had not returned. Lin Yue's hand rested on the hilt, his knuckles turning white. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. He's back. A figure appeared at the end of the distant street. A person walked slowly, each step heavy. Lin Yue's right hand moved away from the hilt. It was Wang Hao. He reached the door leaning against the frame and gasping for breath. His clothes were covered in dust, and his face bore no new injuries. Did you see anything? I did. Lei Hu has camped 500 meters to the south with more than 20 people. They are waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Qingxue. Lin Yue remained silent. Su Muqing helped Wang Hao inside, and Qingxue rushed over, casting a healing light upon him. His mana dropped from 10% to 5%. Are you hurt? No. Then why are you breathing so heavily? I ran back. Qingxue said nothing. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the dagger resting across his knees, fingers resting on the hilt. Lei Hu was waiting for Qingxue, but Qingxue had refused. He had refused, yet Lei Hu was still waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for Qingxue to change his mind. Qingxue would not change his mind. His phone vibrated again. A message from Li Fei. Qingxue has camped 300 meters north of the mall. He brought over 30 people, all above level 50. Lin Yue stared at the screen silent for a few seconds. What is he waiting for? Waiting for your reply. Lin Yue put his phone away. Qingxue was waiting for his reply, and Lei Hu was waiting for Qingxue's reply. Both were waiting, and he was caught in the middle. Su Muqing approached. What are you thinking about? Thinking about Qingxue. Is he still saying the same thing? Cooperation. Yes. Su Muqing looked at him. Do you plan to agree? I won't agree. Why not? He is more dangerous than Lei Hu. Su Muqing fell silent. She looked at Lin Yue, gripping her staff tightly. In the evening, the sun was nearing the horizon. The gray light turned dark gray, and the distant horizon began to glow with that eerie dark red. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood at the door, gazing northward. Qingxue was there with over 30 people lurking behind him, all above level 50. He was waiting for a reply. Lin Yue turned and walked back to the courtyard. He approached Wang Hao, picking up the flame demon blade that leaned against the wall. The dark red flames flickered on the blade. President, you go north and find Qingxue. What for? Tell him that I agree to cooperate. But he must first eliminate Lei Hu. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade and gripped it in his hand. All right. He left. Lin Yue stood at the door, watching Wang Hao disappear at the end of the street. In the distance, the dark red light rose from the horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. Wang Hao went north. Lin Yue stood at the doorway, watching him vanish at the street's end. The dark red flames of the Yanma blade flickered like a serpent under the blood moon, disappearing from sight as he walked away. Su Muqing approached, her staff gripped firmly, the blue gem atop it faintly glowing. You shouldn't have let him go. He must go. You could stop him. Lin Yue said nothing. He leaned against the wall, a dagger resting across his knees, fingers brushing the hilt. He waited. Waiting for Wang Hao's return, Qingxue's reply, and news from Lei Hu. Waiting is a tormenting ordeal, yet he had no other choice. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall. Are you nervous? Not nervous. Lying. Lin Yue remained silent. In the distance, the blood moon reached its zenith. Its dark crimson light streamed through shattered glass walls, casting chaos upon the courtyard below. Over 390 people huddled in corners. Some whispered softly, some stared wide-eyed into the darkness, others called for their mothers in dreams. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, eyes closed, fingers resting on the dagger's hilt. He heard footsteps, not monsters but humans. He opened his eyes. Wang Hao stood at the doorway, Yinma blade resting on his shoulder, the dark red flames flickering once. Qin Haoyan agreed. What are the conditions? He will first eliminate Lei, who then you two will join forces. No fighting over territory or resources, only alliance. Lin Yue looked at him. He said that he did. He also said that if you doubt him, he can first eliminate Lei, who before discussing cooperation. Lin Yue said nothing. Qin Haoyan was arrogant, but not deceitful. Su Muqing stood up. What do you think? It's worth a try. What if he's deceiving you? Then we fight. Old Zhao walked over from the door, a one-handed sword hanging at his waist. I trust Qin Haoyan. He admits defeat. When he loses, never makes excuses. Lin Yue glanced at him. How do you know? I've dealt with him in the game. He lost to me 3 times and accepted it each time. Lin Yue remained silent. Wang Hao leaned the Yinma blade against the wall and squatted down to clean his double-handed axes. President Qin Haoyan said he will attack Lei, who tomorrow. And us? We wait. Lin Yue said nothing. Dawn arrived. Grayish light filtered through the broken glass walls, falling upon the scattered bodies lying in disarray. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, having not slept all night. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff resting against the wall. Her mana had recovered to 90%. You didn't sleep? Couldn't. Still thinking about Qin Haoyan? Yes. The people in the courtyard began to awaken. Wang Hao approached, his double-handed axes resting on his shoulder. He had slept well last night, his snoring echoing throughout the courtyard. President Qin Haoyan is going to attack Lei, who today? Yes. Are we going? No. Why? He said he's going alone. Old Zhao stood at the door watching the quiet street outside. The street was silent, no monsters, no enemies. Qin Haoyan has arrived. Figures appeared at the far end of the street. Over 30 people clad in game armor carrying swords and blades. Leading them was a man riding a black dragon, Qin Haoyan. The black dragon halted at the mall entrance as Qin Haoyan dismounted. He looked at Lin Yue. Lei Hu's group is 500 meters south. I'll eliminate them, you stay here and wait. Lin Yue stared at him. You're going alone. I brought 30 men. Lei Hu has over 20. That's enough. Qin Haoyan turned and leapt onto the black dragon. The dragon flapped its wings, stirring up a gust of sand and wind. Lin Yue stood at the doorway watching Qin Haoyan disappear at the street's end. Wang Hao approached, Yinma blade resting on his shoulder. President, did he really go alone? He brought 30 men. 30 against 20-something, that's enough. Su Muqing came over. Do you think he can win? He can. Qin Haoyan is one of the top 10 players on the server, an 80-level Dragon Knight, with over 30 subordinates above level 50. Lei Hu only has over 20 men, the highest level being 65. They don't stand a chance. From the south came shouts and battle cries. Not monster roars, but human voices, someone shouting, others calling out, some cursing. The noise lasted for over 10 minutes before ceasing. Lin Yue stood at the doorway gazing south. Wang Hao approached, Yinma blade resting on his shoulder. Is it over? Unknown. Figures appeared at the street's end. One person riding the black dragon. Qin Haoyan had returned his dragon scale armor, stained with blood, though it was unclear if it was his own or others. The black dragon stopped at the mall entrance as Qin Haoyan dismounted. A scar ran across his face, blood dried. Lei Hu is dead. Over 20 men, 12 killed, several fled. Lin Yue looked at him. Are you injured? Minor wounds. Qin Haoyan planted his spear into the ground, the dark blue flame at its tip flickering. Don't forget what you promised. Lin Yue watched him. I won't. Qin Haoyan turned, leaped onto the black dragon, and flew away. Wang Hao took the Yinma blade off his shoulder and rested it on the ground. He really went alone to fight. Yes. And he won. Yes. Su Muqing approached, staff in hand. He's more dangerous than Lei Hu. I know, and you still cooperate with him. I won't forget what I promised. Old Zhao stood at the doorway watching the direction Qin Haoyan disappeared. Qin Haoyan is trustworthy. Lin Yue glanced at him. How do you know? He admits defeat. When he loses, never makes excuses. He doesn't boast when he wins. Lin Yue remained silent. In the distance, the sun tilted westward. The grayish light shifted to warm yellow, casting a golden glow over the ruins. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood at the doorway gazing south. Lei Hu was dead, over 20 fled, and the Black Dragon faction would disperse. But Qin Haoyan remained. He was more dangerous than Lei Hu, but he was honest. Lin Yue turned and walked back into the courtyard, leaning against the wall, dagger resting across his knees, fingers on the hilt. Extinguished. In the distance, a dark red glow rose from the horizon. The blood moon was rising. Qin Haoyan departed. The black dragon vanished beneath the northern horizon, and the dark blue flames flickered on the spear before completely disappearing. Lin Yue stood at the door, the dagger returned to his waist, lingering for a long time. What are you thinking? Su Muqing approached. Thinking about Qin Haoyan. Is he still saying that? Not to seize territory or resources, just to join forces. Su Muqing looked at him. Do you trust him? Trust. Lin Yu's answer was brief, but Su Muqing did not ask again. The people in the courtyard began to move. Some went to the warehouse to gather supplies, some were counting heads, and others were reinforcing the defenses. Zhao Lei stood in the center of the courtyard gripping a steel pipe, facing over 20 ordinary people. Their levels had all risen, the highest from level 15 to 18 and the lowest from level 6 to 9. It was not because they killed monsters, it was because they moved supplies, cared for the injured, and reported information, and the system allocated experience to them. From today on, you are responsible for patrolling. Pair up in twos, patrol around the mall, report if you see monsters, and bring back any people you find. Over 20 people looked at him, and no one spoke. Zhao Lei began to divide them into groups, 2 in each group, patrolling for 2 hours. Wang Hao approached the blade of flame demon resting on his shoulder. His strength had risen another level from 47 to 48, with the dark red flames on the blade flickering steadily. President, do you really trust Qin Haoyan? Trust? Why? He admits defeat without making excuses when he loses. Wang Hao remained silent. Old Zhao stood at the door watching the street outside. The street was quiet, devoid of monsters or enemies. The Thunder Tiger was dead, over 20 people had fled, and the Black Dragon Society had disbanded. But Qin Haoyan was still there, camping in the north with more than 30 people squatting behind him, all above level 50. What are you thinking? Lin Yue approached. Thinking about Qin Haoyan. He won't come. How do you know? If he wanted to seize, he wouldn't have left today. Old Zhao said nothing. In the afternoon, the sun tilted to the west. The grayish-white light turned to warm yellow, and the distant ruins were coated in gold. Li Yifei ran down from the second floor, clutching a laptop, his glasses askew on his nose. I monitored Qin Haoyan's communications. He was chatting with his subordinates, not mentioning us. What were they talking about? Talking about the Thunder Tiger. Saying he was too weak, over 20 people weren't enough to fight. Lin Yue remained silent. Qin Haoyan was right. The Thunder Tiger was too weak, and over 20 people weren't enough to fight. But he was not the Thunder Tiger. He was Lin Yue. Su Muqing walked over holding her staff. What are you thinking? Thinking about Qin Haoyan. Will he come? No. At least not now. Why? Because he thinks we are too weak to warrant his attention. Wang Hao approached the blade of flame demon resting on his shoulder. President, what level is Qin Haoyan? I don't know, but at least level 80. Is he lower than you? 5 levels lower than me. But he is a dragon knight with a mount and legendary weapons. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but said nothing. In the evening, the sun was about to set. The grayish-white light turned to dark gray, and the distant horizon started to show that eerie dark red. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood at the door watching the street outside. It was very quiet, without monsters or enemies. But Qin Haoyan was in the north waiting. The phone vibrated. A message from Li Yifei. Qin Haoyan's people have started moving. They headed north, not towards us. Lin Yue looked at the screen, silent for a few seconds. Is he retreating? It doesn't seem like a retreat. It seems like he is searching for something. Searching for what? I don't know. Lin Yue put away his phone. What was Qin Haoyan searching for? Several of the Thunder Tiger's subordinates had fled. He didn't know where they had gone. He was looking for them. Su Muqing approached. Is Qin Haoyan looking for the Thunder Tiger's subordinates? What if he finds them? Kill them. Then what? Then come back. Su Muqing looked at him. Are you afraid he will return? Not afraid. Why? He can't defeat me. Su Muqing said nothing. In the distance, the blood moon rose. The dark red light streamed in through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the messy courtyard. More than 390 people were squeezed into a corner, some whispering, others wide-eyed in the darkness. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, a dagger resting on his knee, his fingers resting on the hilt. Qin Haoyan was in the north waiting. Waiting for Qin Haoyan to return, waiting for the Thunder Tiger's subordinates to be found, waiting for everything to end. The phone vibrated again. A message from Li Yifei. Qin Haoyan found the Thunder Tiger's subordinates. 1,000 meters to the south, 5 people hiding in a half-finished building. Lin Yue looked at the screen. Did he kill them? No. He asked if they were willing to join Myth. Then what? 5 people agreed. The rest ran away. Lin Yue put away his phone. Qin Haoyan was recruiting, his subordinates were increasing. Wang Hao approached the blade of flame demon resting on his shoulder. President Qin Haoyan is recruiting people. I know. We are also recruiting people. We can't recruit anyone. Why? Because we are too weak. High-level players are unwilling to come, and low-level players are useless even if they do come. Wang Hao said nothing. Lin Yue was right. They were too weak. The highest level was 85, him followed by Su Muqing at 81, Old Zhao at 80, Qingxue at 74, and Wang Hao at 48. The rest were players below level 20 and ordinary people. In front of Qin Haoyan, they were just cannon fodder. But we will grow stronger. Lin Yue said. Wang Hao looked at him. How will we grow? Fight monsters. Level up. Pick up equipment. Wang Hao took the blade of flame demon off his shoulder, holding it in his hand. Good. In the distance, the blood moon sank. The The grayish-white light rose from the horizon, staining the sky in the color of ashes. Daylight broke. Lin Yue stood at the door, looking north. Qingxue should be returning soon. The dawn broke. A grayish-white light filtered through the shattered glass facade, casting shadows on the chaotic courtyard. A dagger rested on his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. Qingxue did not return last night. His men had set up camp in the north, more than 30 of them crouching there like a pack of vultures waiting for food. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall, the sapphire at its tip, faintly glowing. Her magical energy had recovered to 95%, her silver hair shimmering with a cold light under the grayish dawn. Did you not sleep all night? I couldn't sleep. Still thinking about Qingxue. The people in the courtyard began to awaken. Wang Hao approached, his flame demon blade resting on his shoulder. Dark red flames flickered along the blade. He had reached level 48, his strength sufficient, and he held the sword steadily. President Qingxue has not yet returned. I know. He won't come back, will he? He will. Just not today. Wang Hao lowered the flame demon blade from his shoulder, resting it against the ground. What shall we do today? Lin Yue stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. Everyone gather. More than 300 people rose from the corners and assembled in the center of the courtyard. Some rubbed their eyes, some yawned, and some held children. But everyone stood their ground. From today onward, all players will be assigned to combat teams, and all non-combatants will join the logistics team. No exceptions. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, but it resonated throughout the courtyard. Qingxue is in the north with more than 30 men, all above level 50. We have fewer than 40 people, the highest level being 85, which is me. Are you scared? No one answered. Good, you should be scared. Lin Yue drew the dagger, the blue blade of the Shadow Ripper glimmering coldly in the dim emergency light. But if they come, we will fight. If we win, our supplies remain, and we remain. If we lose, everything is lost. More than 300 people looked at him, and no one spoke. Old Zhao stood at the door, a one-handed sword hanging at his waist. He had reached level 80, he had become accustomed to the spare sword, and had not replaced it since his main sword broke. You speak well. If we lose, everything is lost, but if we win, Qingxue will still come. Lin Yue looked at him. Then we will fight until he dares not come. Old Zhao said nothing, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Zhao Lei walked over holding a steel pipe. The more than 20 ordinary people he trained stood in a row gripping kitchen knives and wrenches. Their levels had all risen, the highest from level 15 to 19, the lowest from level 6 to 10. Can they join the fight? Zhao Lei asked. Lin Yue looked at the more than 20 people and paused for a few seconds. They can, but they cannot rush in to die. They are responsible for guarding the warehouse, protecting supplies, and reporting when monsters arrive. Zhao Lei nodded. Good. The more than 20 people looked at Lin Yue, some tightened their grips on their kitchen knives, some clenched their wrenches, and others' lips trembled. But no one stepped back. Qingxue emerged from the crowd, her palm glowing with holy light. She had reached level 74 using her healing spells, the most, gaining experience the fastest. But she was not a combatant. Her battlefield was not on the front lines, but among the injured in the rear. What can I do? She asked. Take care of the injured. What if they are injured? Then you heal them. Qingxue nodded and sat down in the corner. The holy light in her palm flickered bright and dim. Wang Hao squatted down beside Lin Yue. President, we have too few people. Qingxue has more than 30 men, all above level 50. We have fewer than 40, and only you, Su Muqing, Old Zhao, Qingxue, and I are above level 50. You are level 48, not yet 50. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but said nothing. But we have one thing that Qingxue does not have, Lin Yue said. What is it? Ordinary people. Wang Hao was taken aback. What can ordinary people do? They can move supplies, take care of the injured, and deliver messages. Qingxue has no ordinary people. All 30 of his men have to carry things, care for the injured, and deliver messages themselves. We are different. We have more than 300 ordinary people to help us carry things, care for the injured, and deliver messages. Wang Hao rested the flame demon blade on his shoulder. Are you saying that even though our numbers are small, our logistics are stronger than theirs? Exactly. Su Muqing approached holding her staff. Are you thinking about how to deal with Qingxue? Have you thought it through? I have. It will be like dealing with the Red Wolf, setting an ambush at the entrance and attacking in waves. Qingxue is not the Red Wolf. He has a dragon and can fly. Lin Yue remained silent. Su Muqing was right. Qingxue had a dragon and could fly. The construction at the entrance of the shopping mall could not stop him. He could descend from the sky. How do we attack then? Lin Yue asked. Su Muqing looked at him. Can your shadow domain prevent him from flying? Lin Yue was taken aback. The shadow domain reduces the movement speed and attack power of all enemies within range. However, its effect on flying units is halved as stated in the skill description. No, Lin Yue replied. Then we need to find a way to make him land. Lin Yue was silent for a long time. How do we make him land? Su Muqing raised her staff, the blue gem at its tip suddenly shining brightly. I will use Holy Light Judgment on him. He won't be able to dodge in the air and will have to land. Your Holy Light Judgment requires a casting time if he interrupts you. You protect me. Lin Yue looked at her, swallowing hard. Okay. Old Zhao walked over, his one-handed sword hanging at his waist. Have you come to an agreement? We have. Lin Yue stood up. Qingxue arrives, and Su Muqing uses Holy Light Judgment on him. He can only land once he lands. I will trap him with the Shadow Domain. Then you all attack together. Old Zhao nodded. Simple, crude, and effective. Wang Hao rested the flame demon blade on his shoulder. What about his subordinates? Zhao Lei will take people to guard the entrance and block his subordinates. Zhao Lei gripped the steel pipe. Can we block them? Even if we can't block them, we must try. Zhao Lei said nothing, but he stood at the entrance. In the evening, the sun was setting. The grayish-white light turned dark gray, and a strange dark red hue began to rise on the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood at the entrance looking northward. Qingxue Ocean's men were still there, more than 30 of them crouched behind the ruins like vultures waiting for food. His phone vibrated. A message from Li Yifei. Qingxue Ocean's men have started to move. They are heading south, not towards us. Lin Yue glanced at the screen. Heading south. What's in the south? I don't know, but they mentioned a word in their communication channel. Ruins. Lin Yue's pupils contracted sharply. Ruins. In Sky Epoch, there is a special map called Ruins which contains rare equipment and a vast amount of experience. If there are ruins in reality, there must be good things inside. Are they searching for ruins? Lin Yue typed. It seems so. Qingxue said before finding the ruins, do not provoke the people of Tianhong Shopping Mall. Lin Yue put away his phone. Qingxue was not coming, he was just not coming for now. He was searching for ruins and would only come after finding them. Su Muqing approached. What's wrong? Qingxue is looking for ruins. Su Muqing's brows furrowed. Ruins. Those ruins in the game. Yes. If he finds legendary equipment in the ruins, then he will be even harder to defeat. Su Muqing said nothing. She looked at Lin Yue, gripping her staff tightly. Lin Yue turned back to the courtyard, leaning against the wall, the dagger resting on his knee, fingers on the hilt. Qingxue was searching for ruins. He could not let Qingxue find them first. Wang Hao. Here. Tomorrow come with me to look for ruins. Wang Hao rested the flame demon blade on his shoulder. All right. Su Muqing approached. I will go with you. You stay? The mall needs people to guard it. Why is it always you going out while I stay? Lin Yue looked at her, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Because you are more important than I am. Su Muqing was taken aback. Her lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. In the distance, the blood moon rose. Dark red light streamed through the shattered glass facade, falling upon the chaotic courtyard. Lin Yue leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. The dagger rested on his knee, fingers on the hilt. Qingxue was searching for ruins. He must search too. Whoever finds them first will have half the victory. His phone vibrated again. A message from Li Yifei containing only one sentence. Qingxue has found the ruins. 2 kilometers underground to the south. Qingxue has found the ruins. When the news from Li Yifei arrived, Lin Yue was leaning against the wall, pretending to doze off. He opened his eyes, stared at the text on the phone screen for 3 seconds, then picked up the dagger from his knee and sheathed it at his waist. Wang Hao. Here. Wang Hao stood up from the corner, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder, its dark red flames flickering under the blood moon. Qingxue has found the ruins. 2 kilometers to the south underground. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade off his shoulder and held it in his hand. What should we do? Go. Now. Now. Su Muqing stood up, her staff gripped tightly in her hand. They'll go with you. You stay behind. Why? Because the mall needs someone to guard it. Although Qingxue has gone to find the ruins, his subordinates are still in the north. If his people come while we're not around, I understand. Su Muqing interrupted him, her tone calm, but her eyes betraying her unease. You go. He'll stay. Lin Yue looked at her, nodded, and turned to leave. Wang Hao followed behind him, and Lao Zhao did too. Are you going too? Lin Yue asked. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Lao Zhao's one-handed sword was sheathed at his waist, his steps steady, his voice soft but firm. The 3 of them exited through the side door of the mall. The blood moon hung overhead, casting a dark red light that dyed the ruins a rusty color. The streets were quiet, devoid of monsters or enemies, only the sound of 3 people crunching on broken glass. Lin Yue walked at the front, his dagger drawn, his figure flickering in and out of the shadows of the ruins. Wang Hao followed second, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder, its dark red flames resembling a living snake under the blood moon. Lao Zhao brought up the rear, his one-handed sword drawn, his steps steady. After walking for about 20 minutes, Li Yifei's voice came through the phone. Have you arrived? Almost there. Lin Yue crouched behind a collapsed residential building, looking ahead. Where are the ruins? 50 meters ahead of you underground. The entrance is beneath an abandoned office building. Lin Yue raised his head, and indeed there was an office building ahead. The glass curtain wall was mostly shattered, the building riddled with cracks, but the main structure remained. The entrance was a rusty iron door half open, revealing a pitch-black interior. Where are Qingxue's people? They went in. They entered 10 minutes ago. More than 30 people, all of them went in. Lin Yue fell silent for a few seconds. More than 30 people all inside. The space inside the ruins was limited. More than 30 people couldn't stretch out. If he set an ambush inside, let's go. The three of them burst out from behind the ruins and ran toward the office building. Behind the iron door was a staircase leading down the steps covered in dust, but marked with many fresh footprints, at least 30 pairs. Lin Yue led the way down, dagger held in front of him. The staircase was long, twisting 3 times, taking about 5 minutes to reach the bottom. Below was a vast underground space with a high ceiling and walls inscribed with incomprehensible characters and patterns. The ruins in the game were just like this. We've arrived. Lin Yue crouched at the entrance looking ahead. The underground space was large, at least the size of a football field. Inside were piles of boxes, weapon racks, bookcases, and some glowing crystals embedded in the walls, emitting a ghostly blue light. Qingxue's people were inside. More than 30 people were scattered throughout the ruins, some rummaging through boxes, others moving weapons, and some dismantling the glowing crystals on the walls. They are moving things. Wang Hao lowered his voice. What should we do? Lin Yue observed the distribution of the people. More than 30 people were divided into 6 groups, each consisting of 5 to 6 individuals. Qingxue was not present. He must be deeper inside. Let's go in. Focus on moving the items, no fighting. The 3 of them slipped in through the entrance, moving along the walls. Lin Yue entered a stealth mode, with Wang Hao and Lao Zhao following closely behind, trying to remain silent. They approached the nearest pile of boxes. Lin Yue opened one, revealing a box full of life potions. Not small bottles, but medium-sized ones, each capable of restoring 500 health points. Move it, Lin Yue whispered. Wang Hao leaned the flame demon blade against the wall and started stuffing potions into his backpack. Lao Zhao also crouched down to fill his backpack. Lin Yue stood watch, dagger in hand, keeping a close eye on Qingxue's people. They did not notice them. They emptied the first box and reached for the second. The second box contained mana potions, medium-sized, each capable of restoring 500 mana points. Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he stuffed them in faster. The third box contained equipment. Lin Yue opened the box to find 5 pieces of blue-quality armor neatly stacked inside, 2 leather armors, 2 chain armors, and 1 plate armor. He stuffed the leather armor into his own backpack, handing the chain armor and plate armor to Wang Hao and Lao Zhao. That's enough, Lin Yue said quietly. Let's withdraw. The 3 of them retraced their steps back the way they came. As they reached the entrance, a voice called from behind them. Stop! Lin Yue halted and turned around. A level 40 warrior stood behind him, one-handed sword in hand, eyes vigilant. 4 others stood behind him, all around level 40. Who are you? Lin Yue looked at him, remaining silent. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade off his shoulder, holding it in his hand. The dark red flames flickered across the blade, casting alternating shadows on the warrior's face. The warrior's pupils contracted sharply. Flame demon blade. You are from Tianhong Mall. Yes, Lin Yue replied. The warrior's expression changed. He looked at Lin Yue, then glanced at the flame demon blade in Wang Hao's hand, swallowing hard. What are you here for? To move things. We discovered this first. Lin Yue regarded him, twirling the dagger in his hand. And then, oi. The warrior opened his mouth, but remained silent. The 4 behind him tightened their grips on their weapons, but no one dared to move. We will leave, Lin Yue said. He turned around and walked away. Wang Hao followed closely, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder. Lao Zhao brought up the rear, his one-handed sword drawn. The warrior did not pursue. As the 3 of them exited the office building, the blood moon had shifted westward. The dark red light from the west stretched their shadows long. They didn't chase us, Wang Hao said. They don't dare to. The 3 of them quickened their pace, retracing their steps. After about 10 minutes, Li Yifei's voice came through the phone. Qingxue has come out. Lin Yue stopped. Did he notice? I don't know. But when he came out, he found several boxes missing and looked very grim. And then, oi. Then he had someone count the number of people and found that no one was missing and no one was injured. He said one thing. Tianhong Mall's people have been here. Lin Yue remained silent. Qingxue had guessed it. He knew that Tianhong Mall's people had been there, but he did not pursue. Why? What is he saying? Lin Yue asked. He is saying move things first, don't fight. Tianhong Mall's people are smarter than I thought. Lin Yue put away his phone and continued walking. When they returned to the entrance of the mall, the sky had begun to brighten. Gray-white light rose from the horizon, dyeing the sky a bone-ash color. Su Muqing stood at the entrance, staff in hand, her silvery white hair gently swaying in the morning breeze. She looked at Lin Yue, then glanced at his bulging backpack. Did you find it? Found it. Lin Yue placed his backpack on the ground and opened it. Inside were more than 20 medium-sized life potions, 15 medium-sized mana potions, and 3 pieces of blue-quality leather armor. Wang Hao also set his backpack down, which contained even more potions and equipment. Lao Zhao's backpack was filled with mana potions. Su Muqing crouched down to count the supplies, lightly tapping her fingers on the potion bottles. These will last us a long time. And more, Lin Yue added. There are plenty more in the ruins. Qingxue's people can't move them all. Su Muqing looked up at him. Do you want to go again? Yes. When oi. Tonight. Su Muqing remained silent. She stood up, staff in hand. They'll go with you. You stay behind. Why is it always you who goes out, and I who stays? Lin Yue looked at her. Because you are more important than I am. Su Muqing pursed her lips. She wanted to argue, but didn't know what to say. In the distance, a dragon's roar came from the northern direction. Lin Yue turned to look. A black dragon soared up from behind the ruins, its wingspan 10 meters, its body covered in pitch-black scales with blood-red eyes. On the dragon's back sat a person holding a spear with dark blue flames flickering at its tip. Qingxue. He did not fly over, but circled once in the air before heading south. He is demonstrating his power, Lao Zhao said. He wants to tell us that he knows we have been here, but he doesn't care. Lin Yue remained silent. He watched the black dragon disappear below the southern horizon, sheathing his dagger at his waist. Are we going tonight? Yes. What if Qingxue is inside? Lin Yue looked at him. Then we fight. In the distance, the gray-white light grew brighter. The blood moon sank and the sun was about to rise. Su Muqing stood at the entrance watching Lin Yue's silhouette tightly gripping her staff. She had something to say but didn't voice it. You are not alone. Qingxue did not come. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, waiting from day to night, and from night until the blood moon rose. The northern direction was silent without the sound of dragon's footsteps or any movement. He's not coming. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall, the blue gem at the top glowing faintly in the dim light. Why? Lin Yue fell silent for a few seconds. Because he found the ruins. The treasures within the ruins are more valuable than those in the market. He doesn't need to come and rob us. Su Muqing said nothing. She looked at Lin Yue, her fingers lightly tapping on the staff. Wang Hao walked over, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder. He leveled up to 14, his strength increased again, and the dark red flames on the blade flickered steadily. President, are we going to the ruins tonight? Yes. When oi. Now. Lin Yue stood up, inserting the dagger back into his waist. Su Muqing also stood up, grasping her staff. I will go with you. You stay behind. Why oi? Because we might not return tonight. Su Muqing looked at him, her gaze changing. It was not fear but anger. Just like the last time he said, if I don't return. Say that again. Lin Yue opened his mouth, but swallowed the words. Let's go together. Su Muqing's expression softened slightly, but her gaze was still cold. She struck the staff against the ground, the head smashing into the tiles and scattering debris. Wang Hao and Old Zhao followed. The 4 of them exited through the side door of the market. The blood moon hung overhead, and the dark red light stained the ruins a rust color. The street was very quiet with no monsters or enemies in sight. After walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived at the office building. The iron gate was still open, and it was pitch black inside. Lin Yue led the way down, the dagger held before him. The staircase was long, and it took 5 minutes to reach the bottom. The underground space was illuminated by a ghostly blue light. The glowing crystals on the walls were still there, but many boxes were missing. Most had been moved by Qingxue's people. They took quite a lot. Wang Hao said in a low voice. But there are still some left. The 4 of them moved along the walls. Lin Yue entered stealth mode, with Su Muqing following closely behind, staff in hand. Wang Hao and Old Zhao brought up the rear, the flame demon blade, and one-handed sword drawn. They reached the innermost part of the ruins. There stood a massive stone door intricately carved with patterns emanating a faint golden light. The door was half open, brighter light spilling out from within. What's inside? Wang Hao asked. I don't know. Lin Yue crouched by the door and peeked inside. Behind the door was a circular hall, at least 50 meters in diameter. In the center of the hall stood a stone platform on which a sword floated. The sword was entirely black with a dark purple glow clinging to the blade like a layer of flowing liquid. A legendary weapon. Lin Yue's pupils constricted suddenly. That is, Su Muqing's voice dropped low. A legendary weapon. There are only 3 in the entire server. 1 for the Red Wolf, 1 for Black Mountain, and this is the 3rd. We take it. Wang Hao's eyes brightened. Lin Yue led the way into the hall. The dagger was drawn, maintaining stealth. Su Muqing followed closely, raising her staff, the blue gem at the top beginning to shine. The hall was very quiet. There were no monsters, no traps, and no movement. Only the sword floated above the stone platform, the dark purple glow flickering. Lin Yue approached the platform, reaching out to grasp the hilt. The hilt was cold, like holding a piece of ice. System prompt: acquired legendary weapon Dark Night Lament. Attributes not unlocked. Binding task must be completed. Dark Night Lament. Lin Yue pulled the sword from the platform, the dark purple glow on the blade flickering. Wang Hao leaned in closer. What are its attributes? Not unlocked. Binding task must be completed. What task? Unknown. Su Muqing walked over looking at the sword in Lin Yue's hand. Put it away for now. We'll talk about it later. Lin Yue inserted the sword back into his waist, turning to leave. Then he heard footsteps. They were not the footsteps of the four. There were many people. The sound came from outside the hall, growing closer. Qingxue stood at the door. He wore a black dragon scale armor, holding a long spear with dark blue flames flickering at the tip. Behind him stood over 30 people, all above level 50. He looked at Lin Yue, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I knew you would come. So you came too. Lin Yue's right hand slowly moved to the dagger at his waist. I've had my eye on that sword for a long time. Qingxue planted the spear into the ground, the dark blue flames at the tip flickering. But you got it. I won't rob you of killing you will make it drop. You can try. Qingxue laughed, pulling the spear from the ground, pointing the tip at Lin Yue. Your numbers are too few. For against over 30 you can't win. Lin Yue looked at him, spinning the dagger in his hand. What if I join? Su Muqing raised her staff, the blue gem at the top, shining blindingly. Old Zhao drew his one-handed sword, while Wang Hao hefted the flame demon blade on his shoulder. For against over 30. Qingxue looked at them silent for 3 seconds. Interesting. He did not rush forward. He turned and walked away, followed by the more than 30 people. The footsteps grew distant, then faded away. Wang Hao lowered the flame demon blade from his shoulder, panting heavily. He didn't attack. No. Why? Lin Yue looked towards the direction Qingxue had disappeared. Because he lacks confidence. He has more than 30 people, but he knows that if he makes a move, at least half will die. Lin Yue returned the dagger to his waist. Let's go. The four of them retraced their steps. When they exited the office building, the blood moon had already risen to its highest point. The dark red light flooded the entire city. Su Muqing walked beside Lin Yue, staff in hand. Why didn't he make a move? Because he is afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid of your holy light judgment. Afraid of old Zhao's sword. Afraid of Wang Hao's flame demon blade. Afraid of my shadow realm. Su Muqing said nothing. She looked at Lin Yue, gripping her staff tightly. By the time they returned to the entrance of the market, the sky was beginning to brighten. A gray-white light rose from the horizon, dyeing the sky the color of ash. Lin Yue entered the courtyard, leaning against the wall. He drew Dark Night Lament from his waist, the dark purple glow on the blade shimmering coldly in the dim yellow light of the emergency lamps. System prompt: legendary weapon Dark Night Lament. Binding task: kill 100 elite level monsters. Current progress 0-100. 100 elite level monsters. Lin Yue returned the sword to his waist. 100 elite monsters would be enough for him to level up several times. Su Muqing approached, looking at him. What task? Kill 100 elite monsters. Where to kill? I don't know, but there should be many outside the city. Are you going alone? That's too dangerous. Not dangerous. I can handle 100 elite monsters. You stay behind. Why? Because the market needs to be guarded. Su Muqing said nothing. She looked at Lin Yue, her lips pressed together. In the distance, a dragon's roar came from the northern direction. Lin Yue turned to look. A black dragon flew up from behind the ruins, its wings spanning 10 meters, covered in dark scales. A man sat on its back, holding a long spear. Qingxue. He was back again. The black dragon stopped at the entrance of the market. Qingxue jumped down from the dragon's back and walked up to Lin Yue. I've changed my mind. What mind? Cooperation. Qingxue planted the spear in the ground. You help me kill someone, and I will help you kill 100 elite monsters. Who to kill? Lin Yue asked. The Oracle. Who is the Oracle? The leader of the order. Qingxue's expression turned serious. He is stronger than me. I can't defeat him alone. You help me, and I will give you 100 elite monsters. Lin Yue fell silent for a long time. When? Tomorrow. Where? North of the city. The headquarters of the order. Lin Yue looked at him, spinning the dagger in his hand. All right. Qingxue smiled. He turned and jumped onto the black dragon, flying away. Su Muqing approached. You shouldn't have agreed to him. Why? The Oracle is stronger than him. You help him deal with the Oracle. If you win, he will come back to deal with you. If you lose, you die. Lin Yue said nothing. He knew Su Muqing was right. But 100 elite monsters would be enough for him to complete the binding task for Dark Night Lament. With the legendary weapon in hand, he was not afraid of Qingxue. In the distance, the blood moon sank. The sun rose. The gray-white light turned golden. In the courtyard, over 300 people were crowded together. Some were whispering, while others were wide-eyed in the darkness. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the dagger resting on his knee, fingers resting on the hilt. Tomorrow, north of the city. The Oracle. He closed his eyes. Dawn broke. Lin Feng sat on the bed in the hostel for an entire night without closing his eyes. The photo Qin Mingyao had given him was pressed under a water glass. In it, a man in a black suit held a syringe, standing beside Zhao Tianlong. Li Mu, the true ruler of Hope City. Lin Feng folded the photo, tucked it into his pocket, picked up the iron pipe, and left the room. 2 armed soldiers followed behind him. The 3 of them traversed the corridor and walked out of the hostel. The sun had already risen, casting a golden light upon the gray concrete ground. The fighting pit was in the basement behind the office building. The stairs were steep, made of iron, and creaked underfoot. The spectator stands were packed. Some people were smoking, others drinking. The atmosphere was less like a life-or-death duel and more like a grand performance. Zhao Tianlong stood beside the boxing ring, his fiery red hair like a blazing flame under the lights. Qin Mingyao stood behind him, her face wrapped in bandages, leaving only her eyes visible. Lin Feng, where's Su Xiaoyu? Zhao Tianlong asked. In the dorm. She should be here to watch. Today is either the day she gains her freedom or the day you die here. Lin Feng stepped into the ring, holding the iron pipe before him. Zhao Tianlong pulled an iron box from his pocket and opened it, revealing a row of syringes inside. An inhibitor refined from crimson particles. Without it, my powers would backlash. He took out a syringe and plunged it into his arm, pushing the pale red liquid into his veins. Then he closed the iron box, placed it on the ground, and waved his hand. Zhang Hao walked up from the stairwell, a cleaver resting on his shoulder, blue-white arcs of electricity dancing along its blade. Lin Feng, long time no see. The bell rang. Zhang Hao charged forward, the cleaver swinging toward Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng dodged sideways, and the iron pipe smashed into his ribs. Zhang Hao blocked with his arm. Electricity exploded, and Lin Feng stumbled back several steps. Zhang Hao gave him no time to catch his breath, swinging the cleaver again. This time Lin Feng did not dodge. He held the iron pipe horizontally to block. The cleaver and pipe clashed, electricity and frost erupted simultaneously, sending both men reeling backward. Lin Feng drove the iron pipe into the ground. The ice burst forth and solidified into a wall of ice. Zhang Hao slammed into the wall, shattering it, and collapsed. Lin Feng's iron pipe pressed against his throat. You lose. Zhang Hao tossed the cleaver aside. You win. The bell rang again. The second person stepped up, Qin Mingyao. She wore a black bodysuit and carried a long sword as she entered the ring. Lin Feng, Zhao Tianlong sent me. He said if I win, hell, let my mother go. Qin Mingyio's voice trembled. You believe him? No, but I have no choice. She charged. The long sword thrust toward Lin Feng's face. He dodged sideways, swinging the iron pipe at her ribs. Qin Mingyao withdrew her sword to block. The pipe and blade collided, sending sparks flying. She swung again. Lin Feng raised the iron pipe to block, and the sword blade bit into the pipe, getting stuck. Lin Feng twisted hard, wrenching the sword from her grip. The iron pipe pressed against her throat. Give up. Tears fell from Qin Mingyio's eyes. Lin Feng withdrew the pipe. I'll save your mother. I promise. She glanced at him, then climbed down from the ring. Zhao Tianlong stepped into the ring, his palms open, flames leaping between his fingers. Come on. Ice crystallized on the surface of Lin Feng's iron pipe, and over a dozen ice shards hovered before him. Zhao Tianlong pushed his hands forward, and a wave of flame surged toward Lin Feng. The ice shards shattered and evaporated upon hitting the flames. The fire passed through the fragments, rushing at Lin Feng. He sidestepped, and the flames grazed past his shoulder. Zhao Tianlong thrust out another palm. The flames coiled like a fire dragon, charging at Lin Feng. Lin Feng drove the iron pipe into the ground. Ice burst forth and congealed into an ice wall. The fire dragon struck the ice wall. The wall shattered, and the dragon vanished. Zhao Tianlong stumbled back several steps, the flames in his palms dimmed slightly. Lin Feng closed in the iron pipe, smashing into his shoulder. Zhao Tianlong fell to one knee, the pipe pressing against his throat. You lose. Zhao Tianlong looked up. You win. Lin Feng withdrew the pipe, stepped out of the ring, and walked out of the basement. Su Xiaoyu stood at the entrance, holding Lin Shi in her arms. The baby was awake, her bright black eyes fixed on him. Her tiny hand reached out from the swaddling and grasped his finger. Su Xiaoyu's eyes reddened. Did you win? I won. Su Xiaoyu handed Lin Shi to him. Lin Feng took the baby and held her close to his chest. Let's go. Su Xiaoyu said. Where? North. Like you said before, head north and don't stop. Lin Feng looked at her and nodded. They turned and walked north. Behind them, the gray walls of Hope City stood like a tombstone in the morning light. At the city gate, Zhao Mengli stood in the shadows, watching their retreating figures, but did not follow. In the distance on the northern horizon, a black wall appeared, stretching across the skyline, endless to the eye. Lin Feng stopped and stared in that direction. What is that? Su Xiaoyu asked. I don't know, Lin Feng said, holding Lin Shi tighter. But that's where we're going. He took a step forward. Su Xiaoyu followed behind him. They walked across the barren land with Hope City behind them and the black wall ahead. The sun reached its zenith, casting golden light upon the two of them. Lin Shi fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms, her little hand still clutching his collar, holding on tightly. In the distance on that black wall, something was moving. It was not human nor a zombie. It was something older, vaster. Blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness watching them. By the time Lin Feng and Su Xiaoyu stepped out of Hope City, the sun had already dipped toward the west. Golden light streamed from behind them, stretching their shadows long across the barren land ahead. She slept soundly in Lin Feng's arms, her tiny fingers clutching his collar, her breath soft and steady. Su Xiaoyu walked on Lin Feng's right, gripping an iron pipe, her gray combat suit still stained with blood from the previous day that had not been washed clean. She did not look back. Neither did Lin Feng. Behind them, the gray wall had become a black silhouette against the setting sun. The searchlights on it had not yet been lit, but he could sense their muzzles aimed at their backs like unopened eyes. After about an hour of walking, Su Xiaoyu stopped. Lin Feng, Yilinger and Lin Yue are still in the city. Lin Feng halted and turned to face her. The sunset gilded her face with a layer of gold, but her eyes were cold ice blue, like a river in winter that had not yet frozen. Qin Mingyao took them away, Lin Feng said. She left last night. Are you sure? Yes. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. Qin Mingyao left this for me. A map of the warehouse outside the city along with the location of Zhao Tianlong's inhibitor stash. She said she would take Lin Yue and Yi Linger out through the north gate and wait for us at an abandoned gas station 30 li outside the city. Su Xiaoyu took the paper and unfolded it. On it was a detailed map of the warehouse outside the city along with a line of small script, exit through the north gate, follow the road north for 30 li to the abandoned gas station. Wait for you until dark. If you don't come, I'll take them further north. Su Xiaoyu folded the paper and tucked it into her pocket. Can Qin Mingyao be trusted? No, Lin Feng said. But she likes you. Someone who likes another person won't harm them. Su Xiaoyu looked at him and said nothing. They continued north. The sky gradually darkened and the moon rose blood red, even larger than the night before. Under the moonlight, the wilderness on both sides of the road had turned into a gray-white desert. There were no trees, no grass, no houses, nothing at all. Only the wind blowing from the north carried an indescribable scent. Neither the smell of blood nor decay, but something else fainter, colder, more like winter. Lin Feng, Su Xiaoyu called out. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid that Zhao Tianlong will catch up. Afraid of Li Mu. Afraid of that black wall. Lin Feng was silent for a long time. I am afraid. But fear is useless. Su Xiaoyu asked no more. After another hour of walking, an abandoned gas station appeared ahead. Half of its canopy had collapsed, 2 fuel pumps were rusted into scrap, and the convenience store's doors and windows were gone, leaving dark, gaping holes like a wide-open mouth. But someone was standing at the entrance. Not one person, 3. Yilinger stood on the platform of the gas station, clutching pebbles in her hand. When she saw Lin Feng and Su Xiaoyu, she jumped down and ran toward them. She stopped in front of Su Xiaoyu, panting heavily, her eyes rimmed with red, but she did not cry. Why are you so late? We got delayed on the way. Su Xiaoyu looked at her, then passed her. Where's Lin Yue? Yilinger pointed inside the convenience store. She's in there. Her leg injury hasn't healed, yet she can't walk fast. The 3 of them walked into the store. Lin Yue was sitting against the wall, her leg wrapped in fresh bandages. Her face was still pale, but better than when she was in Hope City. When she saw Su Xiaoyu, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. You're here. Su Xiaoyu sat down beside her, took she from Lin Feng's arms, and placed her next to Lin Yue. The baby woke up, her dark, bright eyes fixed on Lin Yue. A tiny hand reached out from the quilt and grasped Lin Yue's finger. Qin Mingyao stood at the entrance of the convenience store, a longsword in her hand. The bandage on her face had been changed white and gleaming under the moonlight. She looked at Lin Feng, then at Su Xiaoyu. Zhao Tianlong won't come after you, Qin Mingyao said, her voice very soft. He lost. Li Mu won't let him off. He's in enough trouble himself now, though he doesn't have time for you. Lin Feng looked at her. What about Li Mu? I don't know. Qin Mingyao sheathed her longsword. But he wants you. Alive or dead. He won't give up. Su Xiaoyu's fingers tightened around the iron pipe. Yilinger pulled pebbles from her pocket and clenched them in her palm. Then we'll wait for him. We'll kill 1 if he comes and kill 2 if a pair shows up. Lin Feng looked at her. How many have you killed? Yilinger was taken aback. What? In Hope City, how many did you kill? Yilinger lowered her head. 1. One of Zhao Tianlong's men. When they were chasing us, I smashed his head with a pebble. Lin Feng said nothing. He walked to the entrance of the convenience store and gazed at the blood-red moon outside. Qin Mingyao came up beside him, pulled a cigarette from her pocket, put it in her mouth, lit it, and took a drag. Lin Feng, do you know what that black wall is? No. That's a corpse wall. Qin Mingyao flicked away the ash. Li Mu piled it up with zombies. He drove hundreds of thousands of zombies from outside the city together, using crimson particles to glue them into a wall. What's locked inside that wall are his experimental subjects. Lin Feng turned to look at her. What kind of experimental subjects? Awakened ones. Qin Mingyao tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, and crushed it under her foot. Awakened individuals he captured locked inside the wall drained of their crimson particles every day. When they're drained dry, they're thrown out to feed the zombies. Su Xiaoyu's face turned pale. Yi Linger's hand clutching the pebbles trembled. Lin Yue held Lin Shi tighter. Lin Feng stared at the black wall that stretched across the northern horizon. Under the moonlight, it resembled a slumbering behemoth lying upon the earth, blocking everything to the north behind it. You're going to that wall? Qin Mingyao asked. Yes, Lin Feng said. Lin Yue and Yi Linger can't go back to Hope City, and neither can Su Xiaoyu. Our only way is north. There's nothing north but that wall. Then we'll climb over it. Qin Mingyao looked at him silent for a long time. Lin Feng, you're insane. Maybe. Lin Feng turned and walked back into the store. But between being insane and being dead, I choose to be alive. At dawn, Lin Feng roused everyone. Let's move. Head north to the foot of that wall. Lin Yue stood up, bracing herself against the wall. Her legs still ached, but she could walk. Yi Linger stuffed the pebbles into her pocket and walked over to Su Xiaoyu. Qin Mingyao, longsword in hand, led the group. 6 people and 1 baby walked toward the black wall in the north. The sun rose in the east, casting golden light across the desolate land. The wall grew closer and taller, transforming from a black line on the horizon into a colossal black barrier. After walking for about 3 hours, Lin Feng stopped. Lying on the ground ahead was a person. Not a zombie, a living person. A man in a military uniform lying face down, covered in blood. Bandages were wrapped around his arms, soaked through with blood. His hair was fiery red, but it had dulled like a flame about to die out. Zhao Tianlong. Lin Feng crouched down and turned him over. Zhao Tianlong's eyes were closed, blood at the corner of his mouth, his face as pale as paper. His right hand still clutched a syringe half filled with a pale red liquid. Su Xiaoyu walked over and looked down at Zhao Tianlong. What's wrong with him? Qin Mingyao crouched down and checked his breathing. He's still alive. Ability backlash. Not enough inhibitor. Lin Feng took the syringe from his hand, examined it, then placed it back in his grip. Save him. Su Xiaoyu was silent for a long time. Save him. Lin Feng hoisted Zhao Tianlong onto his back and continued north. The black wall drew ever closer. At the foot of the wall, something was waiting for them. Not a person, not a zombie. A pair of blood-red eyes glowing in the darkness. By the time Lin Feng carried Zhao Tianlong to the foot of the towering black wall, the sun had already tilted westward. The wall was taller than he had imagined, at least 20 meters high, built from countless piled-up zombie corpses fused together with crimson particles. The faces of those zombies were still exposed, some snarling, others weeping. Su Xiaoyu held Lin Shi in her arms, tilting her head back to gaze at the wall, her face pale. Yi Linger clenched a stone in her hand, her fingers trembling. Qin Mingyao gripped her longsword, standing at the forefront. Zhao Tianlong stirred on Lin Feng's back. Put me down. Lin Feng set him down, propping him against a rock. Zhao Tianlong looked up at the black wall, a bitter smile curling at the corner of his lips. Li Mu built it. Used hundreds of thousands of zombies. Am no match for him, and neither are you. Who exactly is Li Mu? An agent of the precursor civilization. Zhao Tianlong coughed. The crimson particles were sent to Earth by the precursor civilization. Li Mu is in charge of harvesting, extracting the supernatural abilities from awakened individuals and sending them back to the precursor civilization. Yi Linger's hands trembled. You mean, humans are just their crops? Yes. The awakened ones are the well-grown crops. Zhao Tianlong looked at her. Li Mu gave me suppressants on the condition that I capture awakened individuals for him and build this wall. Lin Yue walked over and felt Zhao Tianlong's forehead. He has a fever. Supernatural backlash. Without suppressants, he won't survive the day. Lin Feng stood up and stared at the wall. What's behind it? Li Mu's experimental base. The captured awakened individuals are locked inside and crimson particles are extracted from them every day, Zhao Tianlong said. Qin Mingyao walked back from the front. There's a door on the wall guarded by at least 20 people. Lin Feng looked at her. Can you get us in? Qin Mingyao was silent for a few seconds. I can. But once we're inside, there's no guarantee we'll get out. Then let's find a way in first. Qin Mingyao turned and walked toward the wall. After walking about 200 meters, an iron door appeared ahead with 2 soldiers standing guard. They froze for a moment when they saw Qin Mingyao, but her longsword was already pressed against one's throat. Open the door. The other soldier raised his gun, but Lin Feng's iron pipe smashed down on his wrist. Su Xiaoyu's ice spike pressed against his throat. Qin Mingyao found the keys on them and unlocked the iron door. Behind the door was a corridor, its walls black, built from the corpses of zombies. The faces of those zombies were embedded in the walls, their lips moving as if speaking. Lin Yue's face was as white as paper. Su Xiaoyu buried Lin Zai's face against her own chest. After walking for about 10 minutes, another iron door appeared ahead, sealed with a strip bearing the imprint of a blood-red eye. Qin Mingyao pushed it open. Behind the door was a vast circular hall filled with instruments and cages. Inside the cages were people, men and women dressed in white prison uniforms, curled up in corners, their eyes hollow. At the center of the hall stood a massive cylindrical glass tank filled with a pale red liquid in which a woman floated. Su Xiaoyu stared at the woman, her pupils suddenly contracting. "Mom." Her voice was very soft, but Lin Feng heard it. He turned around, and Su Xiaoyu's tears fell. "She went missing 3 years ago. How is she here?" Qin Mingjio's expression changed. "She was Lin Yue's first experiment. The precursor civilization needed a human receptor to release the crimson particles, and your mother was that person." Su Xiaoyu handed Lin Shi to Lin Yue, walked up to the glass tank, and pressed her palm against the glass. Frost formed, and a thin layer of ice spread across the surface, but it didn't crack. She conjured an ice spike and stabbed at the glass, but the spike shattered, leaving only a white scratch. "It's useless," Zhao Tianlong said, leaning against the doorframe, his legs trembling. "The glass is specially made to withstand the energy of the crimson particles. Your ice abilities can't break it." Su Xiaoyu turned around. "You knew she was here?" "I knew, but I couldn't save her." Zhao Tianlong lowered his head. "Her body has been too eroded by the crimson particles. Even if we rescued her, she wouldn't live long." Lin Feng walked up to the glass tank and pressed his palm against it. Ice spread along the surface, but the glass didn't crack. He tried again, the ice shattered and his palm was cut. "Lin Feng, that's enough." Su Xiaoyu grabbed his wrist. Lin Feng looked at her. "I won't give up. Not on your mother, not on you, not on Lin Yue, you linger, Qin Mingyao. Not a single one." Footsteps sounded in the distance. Soldiers poured in from another door, at least 30 of them, their guns aimed. A man in a black suit walked out from behind the soldiers holding a syringe. "Li Mu." He walked up to the glass tank and reached out to touch it. "Su Xiaoyu's mother was my first experiment. 3 years ago, the precursor civilization chose her. She was the most perfect receptor I've ever seen." He turned to look at Lin Feng. "Your ability is replication. You are the perfect individual the precursor civilization has waited 3,000 years for. Join me, and together we'll lead humanity into the next era." Lin Feng thrust his iron pipe into the ground. Ice exploded outward, forming a wall that blocked Li Mu and the soldiers. "Su Xiaoyu, take them and go." "What about you?" "They'll hold them off." Su Xiaoyu looked at him, tears streaming down her face. Lin Feng did not look back. An ice wall rose abruptly between Lin Feng and Li Mu, the white chill winding like a serpent under the light. The ice layer was thick, at least 30 centimeters. Through the ice wall, Li Mu's figure could be seen swaying, accompanied by the muffled sound of soldiers' hurried footsteps, as if separated by thick glass, dull and indistinct. Su Xiaoyu stood still behind Lin Feng, gripping an iron pipe tightly, her knuckles turning white. Lin Yue held Lin Shi, standing beside Su Xiaoyu. Yi Linger clutched a stone, standing next to Lin Yue. Qin Mingyao wielded a long sword stationed at the outermost edge, with the sword tip aimed at the unsealed passage on the other side of the hall. 5 people, 1 infant, separated from Li Mu's laboratory by over 30 soldiers and an ice wall. "Su Xiaoyu, go." Lin Feng did not turn back. "What will you do?" "I will hold them off while you exit through another door. Qin Mingyao knows the way." Su Xiaoyu looked at him, noticing his slightly trembling right hand, the scorched fabric on his back, and the unhealed wound on his shoulder. Tears streamed down her face, but she did not cry out. "Lin Feng, if you dare to die, I won't die." Lin Feng turned to face her, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I haven't married you yet." Su Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Yi Linger whispered something beside Lin Yue, who glanced down at Lin Shi in her arms. The baby awoke, dark bright eyes gazing at Lin Feng, tiny hands reaching out from the blanket, grasping at the air. Qin Mingyao dashed back, the blood on her sword still not wiped clean. "The other door leads to the warehouse, which has a back exit to the outside. Li Mu's people are few, I can clear them out." Su Xiaoyu picked up Lin Shi and followed Qin Mingyao towards the other door. Lin Yue and Yi Linger trailed behind. Lin Feng stood before the ice wall, watching them disappear at the end of the passage before turning back to face the ice wall. The ice wall began to crack. It was not shattered by Li Mu, it broke of its own accord. Chunks of ice fell away, crashing to the ground and scattering white fragments. Li Mu stood behind the ice wall, still holding the syringe, a smirk lingering at the corner of his mouth. "Lin Feng, did you let them go?" "Yes." "Do you know they can't escape?" Li Mu stuffed the syringe into his pocket. "Beyond this wall lies the wilderness, where zombies roam, night demons lurk, and my mutated beasts await. They won't get far, 5 people and 1 infant." Lin Feng positioned the iron pipe in front of him. "That's their concern." Li Mu stared at him for a long time. "Lin Feng, you are a smart man. Smart men do not act foolishly." He extended his hand. "Join me. Your ability is duplication. I can provide you with the best female awakeners to pass their abilities on to you. Ice, fire, lightning, telekinesis, healing space. Whatever you desire, I can grant you." Lin Feng looked at the hand extended toward him, but did not grasp it. "What is the price?" "The price is that you help me harvest." Li Mu retracted his hand. For every awakener you harvest, you can duplicate her powers. The stronger you are, the faster you can harvest. The faster you harvest, the stronger you become. It's a virtuous cycle. Lin Feng looked at him. Those awakeners will die. They won't die. They will merely lose their abilities. Li Mu pulled out a photograph from his pocket and handed it to him. Look, do you recognize this person? Lin Feng took the photograph. And it was a woman dressed in a white prison uniform confined within a cage. Her hair was long, cascading across her face, obscuring her features, but Lin Feng recognized her. Su Xiaoyu's mother, the woman floating in the glass jar. She is still alive, Li Mu said. As long as you join me, I will release her. Lin Feng clenched the photograph in his palm. What if I refuse? Then she will die. Li Mu's tone was calm as serene, as if discussing the weather. Su Xiaoyu will hate you for life. Lin Feng stared at him in silence. Li Mu turned and walked toward the other end of the hall. Lin Feng, I will give you 3 days to decide. 3 days from now, if you still refuse to join, Su Xiaoyu's mother will die. Then you followed by Su Xiaoyu, Lin Yue, you linger, Qin Mingyao, and that infant. He left. The soldiers followed suit. Lin Feng stood alone in the empty hall, clutching the photograph. The woman in the glass jar continued to float, the pale red liquid glowing under the light, her hair swaying like seaweed. He shoved the photograph into his pocket and hurried after the direction Qin Mingyao and the others had taken. The passage was long and twisted through several bends. The walls were black, made of piled zombie corpses, just like the outer walls. The faces of the zombies were embedded in the walls, eyes closed, yet their mouths moved as if trying to say something. As Lin Feng ran past one zombie, suddenly opened its eyes, a sickly green staring at him. He did not stop. At the end of the passage was an iron door ajar leading to the wilderness. Moonlight poured in, as white as frost. Qin Mingyao stood at the door, the blood on her sword now wiped clean. Su Xiaoyu stood beside her holding Lin Yue, while Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the bandage on her leg seeping blood again. Yi Linger crouched on the ground, counting the stones at her feet one by one. Did everyone get out? Lin Feng rushed over. Everyone is out, Qin Mingyao replied, looking at him. Li Mu didn't make things difficult for you. No. He gave me 3 days to decide. Su Xiaoyu looked at him. Decide on what? To join him and help him harvest awakeners. Lin Feng pulled the photograph from his pocket and handed it to her. He said that if I join, he will release your mother. Su Xiaoyu took the photograph, gazing at the woman floating in the glass jar, tears streaming down her face. She clutched the photograph tightly, her nails digging into the paper, wrinkling it and tearing its edges. Lin Feng, you cannot join him. I know. Then what will happen 3 days from now? Lin Feng gazed at the distant black wall, the searchlight on the wall illuminating its beam, sweeping across the night sky. 3 days from now, we will enter and rescue your mother. Qin Mingyao looked at him. You are insane. Li Mu has over 30 soldiers with guns and awakeners. We only have 6 people, 1 infant. That is why I need your abilities. Lin Feng looked at her. Su Xiaoyu's ice, Yi Linger's telekinesis, your wind powers. Qin Mingyio's fingers paused for a moment. How do you know I am a wind user? When you swing your sword, there's wind. Lin Feng jabbed the iron pipe into the ground. Zhao Tianlong's sister is not just an ordinary swordsman. Qin Mingyao stared at him, silent for a long time. Su Xiaoyu is right, you see through everything. Su Xiaoyu holding Lin, she stepped closer to Lin Feng. Where to next? North, around that wall. Lin Feng looked towards the north. Behind the wall is Li Mu's laboratory, and beyond the laboratory are mountains. If we cross the mountains, perhaps there will be a way out. Perhaps. 6 people and 1 infant headed north. Beneath the moonlight, the black wall lay like a slumbering giant resting on the earth. The searchlights on the wall swept across the night sky, their beams passing above their heads before moving away. After about an hour of walking, Lin Feng halted. Ahead on the ground lay a person in military attire, fiery red hair glimmering in the moonlight like a flame about to extinguish. Zhao Tianlong. He was not dead yet. Leaning against a rock, his eyes closed, breathing weakly, the rise and fall of his chest slow but steady. Lin Feng crouched down, checking for his breath. He is still alive. Su Xiaoyu approached. Should we bring him? Yes. Lin Feng hoisted Zhao Tianlong onto his back and continued north. Zhao Tianlong stirred slightly on his back, letting out a faint groan. Lin Feng, why are you saving me? Because you are not a bad person yet. Zhao Tianlong fell silent for a long time. I am not a good person. I know. You still save me despite knowing. Because Su Xiaoyu said to save you. Zhao Tianlong did not speak further. At dawn, the group stopped in an abandoned village. The village was small, with a dozen houses, most of which had collapsed. Lin Feng found a relatively intact adobe house, laid Zhao Tianlong down, and let him sit against the wall. Lin Yue retrieved bandages and anti-inflammatory medicine from her backpack to tend to Zhao Tianlong's wounds. Zhao Tianlong looked at Lin Yue, the corners of his mouth twitching. Do you hate me, oi? Yes. Then why did you save me? Because Su Xiaoyu said to save you. Lin Yue finished binding the wound, stood up, and walked aside. Su Xiaoyu holding Lin, she stood at the doorway gazing at the black wall outside the window. The wall was high, blocking the northern sky and the northern road. Lin Feng walked over to her. What are you thinking? Thinking of my mother. Su Xiaoyu's voice was soft. She has been soaking in that jar for 3 years. For 3 years no one knew she was there, and no one rescued her. Now you know. Su Xiaoyu turned to look at him. Lin Feng, do you think we can rescue her? Lin Feng stared at the black wall. We can. When 3 days from now. In the distance, the searchlight beams on the black wall began to sweep again. Lin Feng watched the light beams gripping the iron pipe tightly. 3 days. He only had 3 days. Zhao Tianlong leaned against the corner of the mud brick house with his eyes closed. Lin Yue replaced his bandages and gave him 2 anti-inflammatory pills. His complexion was a little better than yesterday, but still as pale as paper. Lin Feng stood at the doorway gazing at the distant black wall. It was already bright outside, but the sunlight could not reach here. The wall was too high, completely blocking the northern sky. Su Xiaoyu walked over with Lin Shi in her arms. Lin Feng, we have 2 days left. What will we do in 2 days? Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds. Go in. Save people. Come out. Zhao Tianlong's voice came from behind. You can't get in. He opened his eyes, a bitter smile on his lips. Lin Yue's experimental base is divided into 3 levels. The first level is the detention area, the second level is the experimental area, and the third level is his residence. Lin Feng walked back and squatted down in front of him. Where is your inhibitor? You help me get the inhibitor, and I'll help you get in. A fair deal. Zhao Tianlong took a key from his pocket and threw it to Lin Feng. In the drawer of my office, the code is 0927. There are 3 inhibitors inside. Qin Mingyao walked in from outside. There are patrols outside, 3 men from Li Mu. I've dealt with them. But they have walkie-talkies. If they can't reach him, Li Mu will send someone to look for them. How long? At most half a day. Lin Feng looked at the people in the room. Su Xiaoyu, Lin Yue, Yi Linger, Qin Mingyao, Zhao Tianlong, and a baby, half a day of time. Zhao Tianlong, draw a map. Zhao Tianlong began to draw on the ground with a stick. The first level is surrounded by iron cages, and the second level experimental area has stairs leading to the first and third levels. He drew a question mark for the third level. Su Xiaoyu's mother is on the third level. The glass jar can go up and down. Lin Feng looked at the map. Where is the entrance? On the eastern side of the wall there is an iron door guarded by 4 soldiers. Qin Mingyao walked over. The key is on Li Mu. He'll go steal it. He won't suspect me. Lin Feng looked at her. Are you sure? Sure. Qin Mingyao turned and walked out. After Qin Mingyao left the mud brick house, fell silent. The sun moved from east to west. Lin, she woke up twice, drank some water, and fell asleep again. In the evening, Qin Mingyao returned and took a key from her pocket, throwing it to Lin Feng. I'll find out tomorrow morning. We only have tonight. Lin Feng stood up. Prepare. We'll set off once it gets dark. The night fell quickly. Lin Feng walked at the front with Zhao Tianlong strapped to his back with a backpack. The group moved along the base of the wall towards the eastern side. After walking for half an hour, an iron door appeared ahead. 4 soldiers stood at the entrance. Qin Mingyao emerged from the shadows and threw Li Mu's cigarette case. One soldier caught it, his expression changed. Open the door. The soldier took out a key and opened the iron door. Qin Mingyao walked inside and Lin Feng rushed out using an iron pipe to knock one down. Su Xiaoyu's ice spear pierced one, Yi Linger's stone hit another, and Qin Mingyio's sword stabbed the last one. The 4 fell to the ground. Behind the door was a staircase leading down. After 5 minutes, an iron door led to the first-level detention area. The circular corridor was lined with iron cages holding people dressed in white prison uniforms. Su Xiaoyu carried Lin Shi past, and the people in the cages reached out their hands silent. At the end of the corridor was a staircase leading up. The second level was brighter, filled with instruments in the hall, and on a surgical table in the center lay a young woman with tubes inserted in her arm. She's still alive. Qin Mingyao checked her breath. Lin Yue glanced at the tubes. She's being drained of scarlet particles. Lin Feng looked at the staircase leading up. Let's go. There was a door at the top of the third staircase, and it was open. Li Mu sat in a chair with a wine glass in hand, smiling at Lin Feng. You came earlier than I expected by 2 days. He set down the wine glass and stood up, drawing a pistol from his waist. Do you think stealing my key will let you in? Su Xiaoyu stepped out from behind Lin Feng, her ice spear floating in front of her. Yi Linger's stone also floated up. Qin Mingyao drew her sword. Li Mu placed the pistol on the table and extended his hands. 2 flames erupted from his palms, larger, brighter, and hotter than Zhao Tianlong's. Fire elements glass. Naturally born, not implanted. The flames rushed towards him. Lin Feng raised an ice wall, and ice clashed with fire. The ice wall was melting, but the steam blocked the flames. Su Xiaoyu, take them to find your mother. Lin Feng shouted. Su Xiaoyu bit her lip, picked up Lin Shi, and ran deeper into the room. Lin Yue followed behind, while Yi Linger and Qin Mingyao flanked them. Li Mu tried to chase, but Lin Feng's iron pipe swung towards his back. Li Mu dodged sideways, and the flames surged again, igniting Lin Feng's clothes. He rolled on the ground to extinguish the fire, stood up with the iron pipe positioned before him. Lin Feng, you can't defeat me, Li Mu said. Even if I can't defeat you, I will still fight. Lin Feng charged forward. The moment Lin Feng charged forward, flames had already engulfed the area before him. He did not dodge. A metal pipe lay horizontally in front of him, and an ice layer had formed into a wall blocking the first wave of flames. But Li Mu's flames were far stronger than Zhao Tianlong's. Glass innate, not a counterfeit sustained by suppressants. The ice wall was melting, steam filled the room, making it as stifling as a steamer. Lin Feng was knocked over by the blast of flames, his back crashing against the wall, and the metal pipe slipped from his grasp, rolling into the corner. He propped himself up against the wall to stand, his right hand skin burned red, a crack forming at the base of his thumb, blood dripping down his fingers. Li Mu did not pursue. He stood in place, his hands hanging at his sides, the flames in his palms gradually extinguishing. He looked at Lin Feng, a smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. I told you, you can't defeat me. Lin Feng remained silent. He bent down to pick up the metal pipe, the ice layers spreading from his palm back onto its surface. Do you want to continue fighting? Li Mu tilted his head. Yes. Lin Feng charged again. This time he did not use the ice wall, but concentrated all his ice powers into the tip of the metal pipe, forming a slender ice blade. The ice blade stabbed towards Li Mu's chest, but Li Mu sidestepped, flames erupting from his palm, burning Lin Feng's left arm. He gritted his teeth and did not retreat. The ice blade turned, slashing at Li Mu's throat. Li Mu blocked with his arm, the flames colliding with the ice blade, shattering it. Li Mu's sleeve was scorched, but his arm remained uninjured. Li Mu looked down at his burnt sleeve, then glanced at Lin Feng. Aren't you afraid of death? I am. Lin Feng extinguished the flames on his left arm, leaving a charred mark on his skin, but Su Xiaoyu is inside. Li Mu stared at him, silent for 2 seconds, then laughed. How long have you known her? A month. You would be willing to die for her after just a month. Lin Feng did not answer. Li Mu retracted the flames, picked up a wine glass from the table, and took a sip. Lin Feng, I admire you. It's not because of your powers, but because of your character. You are not afraid of death, but you do not seek it. You are willing to die for others, but you desire to live even more. He set the wine glass down and pulled a key from his pocket, turning it in his hand. Su Xiaoyu's mother is in the next room. The glass jar has been lowered and she is inside. You can see her if you go in. Lin Feng looked at him. What are the conditions? There are no conditions. Li Mu tossed the key to him. I've changed my mind. I don't need you to join me. I only need you to survive. Your ability is to replicate, and as long as you are alive, your ability will be passed down among humanity. One day someone just like you will appear. By then I will harvest him again. Lin Feng took the key, clenching it in his hand. You will not succeed. Maybe not. Li Mu turned and walked to the window, gazing at the black wall outside. But I will try. Lin Feng did not say anything more, turning to walk deeper into the room. At the end of the corridor was an iron door which was not locked, but bore a seal, imprinted with a blood-red eye. Lin Feng tore off the seal and pushed the door open. Behind the door was a round room, somewhat smaller than the outer living room. In the center of the room stood a cylindrical glass jar filled with a light red liquid, within which floated a woman. Her long hair spread out in the liquid, drifting like seaweed. She lay with her eyes closed, her face as pale as paper, lips purple with tubes inserted into her arms, the other ends connected to a machine. Su Xiaoyu stood in front of the glass jar, her hand pressed against the glass, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yue held Lin, she beside her, the baby asleep, oblivious to everything. Yi Linger stood at the door, a stone clenched in her palm. Qin Mingyao gripped a long sword, standing by the window, staring at the black wall outside. Lin Feng walked over and stood beside Su Xiaoyu. Your mother is still alive. Su Xiaoyu did not respond. She pressed her face against the glass, feeling the coldness making her lips turn pale. Mom, I'm here. I came to rescue you. The woman in the glass jar showed no reaction. Her eyes remained closed, the corners of her mouth slightly downturned as if caught in a bad dream. Lin Yue handed Lin Shi to Yi Linger, approached the machine and examined the tubes and instruments. This machine is extracting her scarlet particles. If we stop it abruptly, her body won't be able to bear it. What should we do? Su Xiaoyu asked. We need to slow it down. Lin Yue began adjusting the knobs on the machine, and the flow of the light red liquid slowed slightly. It will take time, at least an hour. Su Xiaoyu nodded, turning to look at Lin Feng. You are injured. Just superficial wounds. Lin Feng hid his left arm behind him. Su Xiaoyu walked over, grasped his wrist, and pulled his hand forward. The skin on his arm was charred black, blistered with some areas already cracked, revealing the pink flesh beneath. Tears fell from her eyes again. It doesn't hurt, Lin Feng said. You're lying. Lin Yue approached, taking iodine and bandages from her backpack, starting to treat Lin Feng's wounds. Her movements were gentle, but Lin Feng still gasped in pain. Endure it, Lin Yue said. Lin Feng remained silent. Zhao Tianlong stumbled through the door. His legs were still trembling, his face pale, but somewhat better than yesterday. He laid Zhao Tianlong down against the wall. Zhao Tianlong had his eyes closed, breathing heavily. He's not going to last much longer, Zhao Tianlong said. The suppressants won't hold out for too long. Lin Feng pulled out the suppressants he had taken from Lin Yue's office and tossed them to Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong caught them, glanced at the label, and shook his head. This isn't Zhao Tianlong's. This is Lin Yue's own. The purity is too high and Zhao Tianlong's body can't handle it. What do we do then? Zhao Tianlong was silent for a few seconds. He'll go find them. Zhao Tianlong's office is in Hope City. He'll go get them. Are you going now? Lin Yue's men will catch you. Li Mu won't catch me. Zhao Tianlong propped himself against the wall to stand. He doesn't know I've betrayed him. He thinks I'm still his puppet. Lin Feng looked at him. Are you sure? Sure. Zhao Tianlong walked to the door, paused without looking back. Lin Feng, if I don't come back, take good care of Zhao Tianlong. He's not a good person, but he is my brother. He left. Qin Mingyao walked over from the window, watching the direction where Zhao Tianlong disappeared. He will come back. Lin Feng did not respond. An hour passed. Lin Yue turned the knob on the machine down to the minimum, and the flow of the light red liquid had nearly stopped. She turned off the machine and pulled out the tubes. The liquid in the glass jar began to lower from Su Xiaoyu's mother's chest to her waist, from her waist to her ankles, until it was completely drained. The jar door opened. Su Xiaoyu rushed in and pulled her mother out of the jar. The woman's body felt very light, as if it were just a pile of bones. Her skin was cold, her lips purple, her eyes still closed, but her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Mom. Su Xiaoyu held her in her arms, tears falling onto her mother's face. The woman's eyelids flickered a few times, slowly opening. Her eyes were black, just like Su Xiaoyu's, but clouded over, as if shrouded in mist. She looked at Su Xiaoyu, her lips moving slightly, producing a very faint sound. Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu broke down in tears. Lin Feng squatted down, checking the woman's pulse. It was weak, but still beating. She's still alive. Lin Yue helped her with an examination. Lin Yue approached and began to check the woman. Listening to her heartbeat, measuring her temperature, checking her pupils. Her expression grew increasingly grave. How is she? Su Xiaoyu asked. Her body is very weak. She needs to replenish nutrients and fluids. Most of the scarlet particles have been extracted and her powers are almost gone, but her life can be saved. Su Xiaoyu sighed in relief. Lin Feng stood up and walked to the window, looking at the black wall outside. The spotlight's beams swept back and forth across the night sky. We need to go, Lin Feng said. Li Mu could return at any time. Su Xiaoyu picked up her mother. Lin Yue held Lin Shi Linger, clutched the stone, and Qin Mingyao gripped the longsword. 5 people, 1 baby, and 1 unconscious woman walked towards the door. When they reached the doorway, Lin Feng paused, glancing back at the empty glass jar. Li Mu had said that Su Xiaoyu's mother was his first experimental subject. 3 years ago, the pioneer civilization had chosen her. 3 years later, she had finally been rescued. But Li Mu was still there. The black wall remained, and the harvesting by the pioneer civilization continued. Lin Feng turned and walked out of the room. The corridor was long, the lights dim. As they reached the staircase, they heard footsteps. It wasn't just one person's footsteps, it was many. The sound came from downstairs, growing closer. Qin Mingyu's expression changed. Li Mu's men. Lin Feng positioned the metal pipe in front of him. Fall back. Several people retreated into the room and shut the door. Lin Feng wedged the metal pipe in the door handle. The ice layer exploded from his palm, freezing the door. The footsteps grew nearer. Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoyu. You take your mother and Lin Shi out through the window while Qin Mingyao and I hold them off. What about you? I will cover your retreat. Su Xiaoyu looked at him, tears streaming down her face. Lin Feng, you always cover the retreat. Because I run fast. Su Xiaoyu bit her lip, carrying her mother to the window and pushing it open. Outside was a wasteland, the moonlight shining on the desolate land as white as frost. Lin Yue followed behind her, holding Lin Shi. Yilinger gripped the stone, standing by the window, refusing to leave. Yilinger, go, Lin Feng said. I won't go. I will stay to help you. You staying is a burden. Yilinger bit her lip, climbed out the window, and ran after Su Xiaoyu. Only Lin Feng and Qin Mingyao remained in the room. The banging from outside grew louder and cracks appeared in the ice layer. Qin Mingyao stood beside Lin Feng, gripping her longsword. Lin Feng, do you think we will die? No. Why? Because Su Xiaoyu is still waiting for me. The door was suddenly smashed open. Soldiers surged in, their guns aimed at them. Lin Feng positioned the metal pipe in front of him, the ice layers swirling over its surface. Qin Mingyao drew her longsword, its blade shimmering coldly in the light. 2 people faced over 30 soldiers. Lin Feng charged forward. The moment Lin Feng charged forward, the ice wall shattered utterly before Li Mu's flames. It did not fall away in sheets, but burst like smashed glass, as shards of ice scattered in every direction, some slashing Lin Feng's face, blood dripping from his chin to the floor. He did not retreat. The iron pipe lay across his front and the ice began to reform, but this time only a thin film could be conjured. His power had been exhausted. From the moment he entered Hope City, he had barely rested. He had fought Zhang Hao, Qin Mingyao, Zhao Tianlong, Li Mu fight after fight. His body had reached its limit. Li Mu could clearly see it too. He did not unleash another technique. He simply stood where he was watching Lin Feng struggle like a trapped beast. The flame in his palm leapt and sputtered, casting the room in flickering light. Lin Feng, you have no strength left, Li Mu said evenly. You cannot even form an ice spike. What can you possibly use to fight me? Lin Feng did not speak. He thrust the iron pipe into the ground and braced himself against it. The web between the thumb and forefinger of his right hand had split, blood running down his wrist. His left arm was charred, and every movement sent a stab of pain. His right knee trembled. An old sprain from vaulting the wall had flared up again. But he did not fall. Su Xiaoyu was still in the depths of the room. Lin Yue, Yilinger, Qin Mingyao, Lin Shi, they were all there. If he collapsed, they would all be finished. Li Mu looked at him for several silent seconds. You are stubborn, he said. He drew the flame back, shoved his hands into his pockets, turned, and sat down in a chair. I will not kill you. If I kill you, Su Xiaoyu's mother truly cannot be saved. Lin Feng's pupils narrowed slightly. What do you mean? Li Mu picked up a remote from the table and pressed a button. From the far end of the room came the whir of machinery. The glass jar rose from where Lin Feng could not see, ascending to the third tier, lifting from the floor to hover steadily in the center of the chamber. Inside the jar floated a woman in a pale red fluid. Long hair, a white face, purple lips, tubes affixed to her arms. Su Xiaoyu's mother. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the iron pipe. She is still alive, Li Mu said, setting the remote on the table. If I press this button, the fluid will be drained from the jar within 10 seconds. She will awaken in 10 seconds and discover she has not used her legs for 3 years. What do you want? I want you to leave alive. Li Mu rose and stepped in front of Lin Feng, patting his shoulder. Take Su Xiaoyu, take Lin Yue, take Yilinger, take Qin Mingyao, take that infant. Leave alive. Lin Feng looked at him. What are the conditions? No conditions, Li Mu withdrew his hand. I do not need you to join me. I only need you alive. As long as your ability remains in your body for a single day, humanity has hope. Those who have hope will fight to live. Those who fight to live will evolve. Lin Feng stared into his eyes. There was no malice, no cruelty. Only something deep and indefinable. Not kindness, but expectation, as if one waited for a seed to sprout. You will regret this, Lin Feng said. Perhaps, Li Mu replied, lifting a wine glass to his lips and taking a sip. But that is a matter for later. He turned and walked to the window, his back to Lin Feng. Go now before I change my mind. Lin Feng said nothing more. He turned and walked toward the rear of the room. The woman in the glass jar still floated. Su Xiaoyu stood before the jar, her palm pressed to the glass, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yue held Lin Shi in her arms at her side. Yilinger clutched a stone. Qin Mingyao gripped her long sword. Lin Feng stepped forward and pressed his hand against the glass. Frost seeped from his palm and formed a thin sheet upon the surface. Can you freeze it open? Lin Yue asked. No, Lin Feng withdrew his hand. But Li Mu said he would let us leave. Su Xiaoyu turned to look at him. Do you trust him? No, but we have no choice. Su Xiaoyu bit her lip and pressed her face to the glass. Mother, I will come back for you. When I return, I will take you away. The woman in the jar gave no sign of response. Qin Mingyao sheathed her sword and walked over. Go, before he changes his mind. 6 people and an infant left the room. The corridor was long, the light dim. At the stairwell, Lin Feng paused and glanced back. Li Mu still stood at the window, his back to them, a wine glass in hand. The painting on the wall, the blood-red eye, seemed alive under the light fixed upon them. When they stepped through the iron gate, the moonlight pierced their eyes. Lin Feng squinted, leaning against the wall as he breathed heavily. Su Xiaoyu supported him. She slept in Lin Yue's arms. Yilinger squatted, counting stones one by one. Qin Mingyao held her sword, vigilant against the night. In the distance atop that black wall, searchlights swept across the sky. Where to? Su Xiaoyu asked. Back to the village first to fetch Zhao Tianlong. Lin Feng braced on the iron pipe and rose. Then we head north. Is there a road to the north? Climb over that wall, and there are mountains. Beyond the mountains there might be a way. Su Xiaoyu did not ask further. The 6 retraced their path beneath the moon. The black wall lay across the land like a sleeping leviathan. After about an hour they reached the ruined village. Zhao Tianlong still leaned against the corner of an earthen house, eyes closed and breathing heavily. He clutched an empty syringe, the needle still embedded in his arm, but the vial drained. Qin Mingyao stepped over, knelt, and checked his breath. He's alive. Lin Yue came over and examined the syringe. He used a suppressant, but not his usual one. The purity is too high. His body cannot tolerate it. Will he die? Yes. Without a suitable suppressant, he won't last 3 days. Su Xiaoyu stood at the doorway holding Lin Yue watching Zhao Tianlong. This was the man who had imprisoned her in Hope City, forced her to marry Zhang Hao, who had threatened Lin Yue and Yi Linger. Now he lay here near death like a dog abandoned by its master. Save him, Su Xiaoyu said. Lin Yue looked at her. Are you sure? Yes. Lin Yue nodded, took bandages and anti-inflammatory medicine from her pack, and began to treat Zhao Tianlong. Lin Feng crouched and took the empty syringe from Zhao Tianlong's hand, reading its label and then looking at the countless puncture marks along his arm. How many years has he been using it? Lin Feng asked. Qin Mingyao was silent for a few seconds. 10 years. Since the day Hope City was founded, he has been using it. 10 years. A body controlled by chemical drugs for a decade, hardened veins, failing organs, dying nerves. Even with the right suppressant, he would not live long. Lin Feng. Su Xiaoyu called to him. Yes. How long can a person live? Lin Feng looked at her in the moonlight. Her face was pale and her eyes bright. I don't know, but whatever time one has, one must live it well. Su Xiaoyu did not ask more. At dawn, Zhao Tianlong woke. He opened his eyes to see Lin Yue changing his bandage and blinked in surprise. You saved me. Su Xiaoyu asked us to. Zhao Tianlong turned his head and looked at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu stood at the doorway holding Lin Yue back to him as she stared toward the distant black wall. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Lin Feng approached and crouched beside him. Can you walk? I can. Then let's go. Lin Feng helped him to his feet. Zhao Tianlong's legs still trembled, but he gritted his teeth and stood. Qin Mingyao returned her sword to its sheath and stepped forward to support his other arm. Brother, let's go. Zhao Tianlong looked at her, his eyes rimmed with red. 7 people and an infant set out northward. The sun rose in the east, scattering golden light over the barren land. The black wall loomed closer, taller with each step. After about 2 hours, Lin Feng halted. Ahead on the ground lay a person, not a zombie but alive. A young woman in a white prison uniform curled on the earth, blood staining her body. A tube protruded from her arm, the other end had been severed, and the pale red fluid dripped from the torn opening. Su Xiaoyu went over, knelt, and rolled her over. The woman's eyes were shut, her face as white as paper. Her lips moved as if whispering. Su Xiaoyu put her ear close and heard a faint voice. Run. Run fast. Su Xiaoyu lifted her head and looked at Lin Feng. In the distance on the black wall, all the searchlights flared to life at once. Beams of light pinned the 7 to the waist, exposing them like hunted quarry. Li Mu stood atop the wall holding a tin megaphone. Lin Feng, I've changed my mind. His voice boomed down with the calm of a cat playing with a mouse. None of you will leave. The iron gate in the wall swung open. Soldiers poured out, not 30 but hundreds, forming ranks, rifles raised as they advanced on Lin Feng and the others. Behind them, something moved upon the black wall. Not men, not zombies, but something more terrifying than both. A pair of blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness. Su Xiaoyu held Lin Yue close. When the blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness, Lin Feng's first reaction was not fear, but coldness. This coldness did not come from the surface of his body, but rather surged from within his bones, as if something was extracting the warmth from his body. He tightened his grip on the iron pipe, ice spreading from his palm, but much slower than usual. His abilities were nearly exhausted. What is that? Yi Linger's voice trembled. Qin Mingyao held her long sword, standing in front of everyone. Her face was as pale as paper, yet the tip of her sword did not shake. It's the Corpse King raised by Li Mu. The searchlights on the wall all turned towards them, the beams pinning the 7 of them in the wilderness like moths illuminated in the light. Soldiers surged out from the iron gate, not 30, but hundreds. They formed ranks, raising their guns, advancing towards Lin Feng and the others. The sound of footsteps was synchronized, shaking the ground beneath them. Su Xiaoyu clutched Lin Yue tightly, ice spikes floating in front of her, but there were only 3 and they were half as thin as usual. Lin Yue supported Zhao Tianlong, who leaned against her shoulder, his legs trembling, yet his eyes sparkled. Yi Linger gripped a stone which spun rapidly above her palm. Lin Feng stood at the forefront, the iron pipe held out in front of him. Lin Feng, you take them and go, Qin Mingyao said softly. What about you? I'll cover you. Lin Feng looked at her. Under the moonlight, her face was very pale, the bandages wrapped from her cheekbone to her chin, revealing only her eyes. Those eyes were black and bright, like 2 stars. You can't fight against hundreds of soldiers alone. Even if I can't win, I must fight. Qin Mingyao crossed her long sword in front of her. Su Xiaoyu's mother is still inside. Zhao Tianlong is still alive, and Lin Yue is still so young. You can't die here. Su Xiaoyu stepped up beside Qin Mingyao. I'm not going either. Qin Mingyao turned to look at her. Su Xiaoyu held Lin Yue, ice spikes floating in front of her, glimmering with an icy blue light under the moon. Her lips trembled, but her eyes did not shy away. Su Xiaoyu, you saved me. In Hope City, you stole the key, you took Lin Yue, and Yi Linger away, you took bullets for me. Su Xiaoyu's voice was soft, but resolute. Now it's my turn. Qin Mingyao looked at her, her eyes reddening. The soldiers were getting closer. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. Lin Feng plunged the iron pipe into the ground, and ice exploded from the tip of the pipe, forming an ice wall on the ground. The ice wall was thick, but half as thin as what he could conjure in the fighting arena. His abilities were truly running low. Li Mu stood on the wall holding a metal megaphone. Lin Feng, you can't defeat me. Your abilities are exhausted. Su Xiaoyu's ice spikes can't form anymore, and Yi Linger's stones can't penetrate bulletproof vests. What do you have to fight me with? Lin Feng remained silent. He pulled the iron pipe from the ground, ice flowing over its surface. Qin Mingyao. He called her name. Moi. Can your wind abilities disrupt their formation? Qin Mingyao paused for a moment. How do you know I'm a wind user? When you swing your sword, there is wind. Lin Feng gazed at the soldiers. I need you to create a wind gust to blow their front lines open. Su Xiaoyu will freeze the ground to make them slip. Yi Linger will strike their eyes with stones. Lin Yue will withdraw with Zhao Tianlong and Lin Shi. Qin Mingyao looked at him. And you? I'll rush in and drag Li Mu down from the wall. Su Xiaoyu grasped his wrist. Are you crazy? Not crazy. Lin Feng pried her hand off. Li Mu stands on the wall. All the soldiers follow his commands. As long as he falls, the soldiers will be thrown into chaos. Once they are in chaos, we have a chance to escape. Su Xiaoyu looked at him, tears streaming down her face. Lin Feng, you always do this. Do what? Leave the most dangerous tasks to yourself. Lin Feng looked at her, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Because I run fast. The soldiers were already 30 meters away. Lin Feng could see their faces. Young old men, women, all wearing the same gray combat uniforms, holding the same guns. Their expressions were the same, devoid of fear or hesitation, only a mechanical, numb obedience. Qin Mingyao raised her long sword, the tip pointing to the sky. The wind rose from beneath her feet, not a gentle breeze, but a fierce gale. Her hair stood on in the hem of her windbreaker, rustling in the wind. A green light coalesced on the long sword, growing brighter, illuminating the entire wilderness. Wind rise. Qin Mingyao shouted. The long sword swung down, a green wind blade shot from the tip, striking the front row of soldiers. Dozens were toppled by the wind blade, both people and guns flying out, colliding with the soldiers behind, instantly disrupting their formation. Su Xiaoyu's iron pipe was plunged into the ground. The ice exploded, forming a layer of thin ice on the surface. The soldiers stepped on the ice, slipping underneath them, falling one after another. Yi Linger's stones were shot out, not hitting eyes, but targeting the guns in the soldiers' hands. The stones struck the barrels, sending the guns flying from their grips. She threw another stone, and another. The soldiers left without weapons could only block with their hands. Lin Feng dashed out. He wove through the chaotic soldiers the iron pipe, knocking down those in his way, gliding on the icy surface. Su Xiaoyu conjured another layer of ice behind him, making him slide even faster. 10 seconds, 20 meters. He rushed to the wall's base, plunging the iron pipe into the crack, the ice forming between the pipe and the wall, securing it. He grabbed the iron pipe and began to climb. The wall was straight with no handholds, but he had ice. With each step, he formed an ice lump on the wall as a foothold. The soldiers reacted. Someone fired at him, the bullets striking the wall, sending shards flying. Su Xiaoyu's ice spikes shot over, knocking the soldier's gun away. Qin Mingyio's wind blade struck again, toppling another row of soldiers. Lin Feng climbed to the top of the wall. Li Mu stood in front of him, weaponless, simply standing there with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng, you made it up. Lin Feng jumped down from the wall, swinging the iron pipe towards Li Mu's face. Li Mu sidestepped. Flames erupted from his palm. Lin Feng's iron pipe was deflected. The ice shattered. The two stood face to face on the narrow wall. Below them were hundreds of soldiers. In the distance were 7 people and a baby. The wind was strong, whipping their clothes wildly. Lin Feng, you can't defeat me, Li Mu said. Even if I can't, I must fight. Lin Feng charged forward. The iron pipe swept. Li Mu bent down to dodge flames shot from his palm, igniting Lin Feng's clothing. He did not retreat, changing the direction of the iron pipe to smash down on Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu let out a muffled grunt, retreating several steps, his heel stepping off the edge of the wall. He looked down at his shoulder and then at Lin Feng. That hurt quite a bit. There's worse to come. Lin Feng charged again. Below the wall, Su Xiaoyu held Lin, she watching the two figures entangled above. Ice spikes floated in front of her, but she dared not shoot, afraid of hitting Lin Feng. Yi Linger also dared not throw stones. Qin Mingyao's wind blades were also held back. Su Xiaoyu. Zhao Tianlong's voice came from behind. He leaned against Lin Xue's shoulder, his face as white as paper, but his eyes shone brightly. Li Mu's weakness is his right hand. His fire abilities are released from his right hand. The left hand is just for show. How do you know? Su Xiaoyu turned to look at him. Because I've seen him fight. Zhao Tianlong coughed. In the fighting arena, he only used his right hand. His left hand never attacked. Su Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the iron pipe. She looked at Lin Feng on the wall. His left arm was charred black, while the right hand's iron pipe was covered in ice. His physical strength was depleting, each step slower, each move weaker. Lin Feng, Su Xiaoyu shouted, his weakness is his right hand. Lin Feng on the wall heard this. He switched the iron pipe to his left hand, conjured ice spikes with his right hand, and shot at Lin Yue's right hand. Limu dodged, but Lin Feng's right hand had already grasped his right wrist. The ice exploded from Lin Feng's palm, freezing Lin Yue's right hand. Flames struggled beneath the ice, melting and solidifying, and melting again. Limu gritted his teeth, pulling a syringe from his pocket, aiming for Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng turned his head to dodge the syringe, stabbed into his shoulder. A light red liquid was injected into his veins, and he felt something burning within his body. It was not the burning of flames, it was something else. It felt like blood boiling, like bones growing, like every cell was dividing. He released Lin Yue's hand and retreated several steps. Limu looked at him, smiling. Lin Feng, do you know what that is? Lin Feng looked down at the syringe on his shoulder. That is the raw liquid of scarlet particles. It was extracted from your girlfriend's mother. It took 3 years to extract such a small vial. Lin Feng felt the power within him, swelling, not restoration, but transcendence. His ice abilities had never been this strong. He could even sense the location of every water molecule in the air. Why did you inject me with this? Because I want to see where the limit of humanity lies. Limu pulled out another syringe from his pocket, injecting it into his own arm. Now let's have a fair fight. The flames in his palm exploded. Not red, but blue. The temperature was more than doubled compared to before. Lin Feng held the iron pipe in front of him, and ice began to form on its surface. This was not ordinary ice. It was black ice, harder than steel. On the wall, the two charged towards each other simultaneously. A black ice blade clashed with azure flames atop the wall. Lin Feng's iron pipe struck Lin Yue's right wrist, shattering the ice layer, his flames freezing for a fleeting instant. But only for an instant. The azure flames burned hotter than crimson ones. The ice melted rapidly, releasing billowing steam that enshrouded both figures in a veil of white mist. Limu stepped back, lowering his gaze to his frostbitten wrist. A thin glaze of ice coated his skin, beneath which blisters had already risen, pale and seared. He lifted his eyes to Lin Feng, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his lips. That strike was far heavier than your last. Lin Feng remained silent. His right arm trembled, not from fear but from the side effects of the crimson particle serum coursing through his veins. His blood boiled, his bones radiated heat, every muscle fiber convulsed violently. Yet he could not fall. Below the wall stood Su Xiaoyu, Lin Yue, Yiling Qin, Mingyao Zhao Tianlong, and Lin Shi. If he fell, they would all perish. Lin Feng, do you know the side effects of the crimson particle serum? Limu rubbed his wrist, his tone conversational. It grants a temporary surge in your abilities, but at the cost of accelerated bodily decay. 1 dose will shorten your life by at least 5 years. 5 years for their lives. Worth every second. Lin Feng leveled the iron pipe before him. Limu watched him in silence for 2 long seconds. You truly are mad. He raised his right hand. The azure flame erupted with greater intensity. No longer bursting in clusters, it lashed forth in whip-like tendrils, striking toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng sidestepped the first, ducked beneath the second, but the third struck his back. His combat suit burned through, blistering his skin instantly. He made no sound. Clenching his teeth, he drove the iron pipe deep into the mortar between the wall's bricks. Black ice exploded from its tip, coalescing into a jagged barrier before him. The flame whips slammed into the ice wall. Half of it shattered, yet it held. From behind the fractured barrier, Lin Feng lunged forward and brought the pipe crashing down upon Lin Yue's ribs. Limu grunted, stumbling backward. His heels slipped over the wall's edge. His body tilted backward into empty air. Lin Feng shot out his hand and seized his wrist. Limu hung suspended in midair, dozens of meters above the ground. He glanced downward, then lifted his gaze to Lin Feng. Let go. No. Release me and I die. Kill me and your friends live. If you live, so do mine. Limu studied him. The smile vanished, replaced by something ineffable, neither anger nor sorrow. Lin Feng, you're too kind. Kindness doesn't last long in the apocalypse. Then I'll live, just to prove you wrong. With a sharp, decisive yank, Lin Feng hauled Limu back onto the wall. They collapsed atop the wall, breathing raggedly. Limu lay on his back, staring up at the moon, a vast blood-red orb hanging low like an unblinking eye. He smiled faintly. Lin Feng, do you know why I built this wall? No. To protect some people. His voice softened. Before the apocalypse, I had a daughter. She was about your age, studied fine arts. Her paintings were exquisite. After the collapse, she died, bitten by a zombie. I buried her beneath this wall and used the corpses of the dead to reinforce it so wild dogs could never unearth her. Lin Feng looked at him. Moonlight washed over Li Mu's pale face, tracing the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. You kept my girlfriend's mother imprisoned in a tank for 3 years, draining her crimson particles. Was that also to protect your daughter? Yes. Li Mu did not deny it. I needed those particles to refine an inhibitor, to suppress my ability's backlash. I had to stay alive, to guard her grave. Your daughter is already gone. I know. Li Mu turned his head to meet Lin Feng's gaze. But I didn't want her to be alone. Lin Feng said nothing. He slid the iron pipe back into his belt, and walked to the wall's edge. Below, Su Xiaoyu cradled Lin, she in the wasteland, gazing upward, her face lifted toward him. Moonlight bathed her features. Her eyes shimmered with quiet brilliance. Li Mu, Lin Feng said, still not turning. What was your daughter's name? Li Mu was silent for a long while. Lin Yen. Lin Yen. Nian as an unforgettable. Yes. Lin Feng leapt from the wall. Not a fall, but a descent, carving a smooth ice slide from parapet to earth. Su Xiaoyu rushed forward and steadied him as he landed. You're hurt. Just surface burns. She stared at the charred fabric along his back. Tears spilled silently. Lin Feng reached up and gently wiped them away. Don't cry. I'm fine. In the distance, the soldiers had withdrawn. Li Mu stood motionless atop the wall watching them, his fingers curled around an empty syringe. Qin Mingyao strode forward, longsword drawn, and took position beside Lin Feng. Let's go, before he changes his mind. 7 survivors, 1 infant, began walking northward. After roughly an hour, Lin Feng halted. Ahead loomed the ruins of an abandoned gas station. Its roof half-collapsed, fuel pumps rusted into skeletal husks. Yet the convenience store's walls remained intact, and its doors still hung on its hinges. We'll spend the night here, Lin Feng announced. Su Xiaoyu entered first, cradling Lin. Lin Yue supported Zhao Tianlong behind her. Yi Linger followed last, clutching a smooth stone in her fist. Qin Mingyao stood sentinel at the store's threshold, sword ready, her gaze fixed on the road behind them. Lin Feng joined her. He won't pursue us. How can you be certain? Because he must protect his daughter's grave. Qin Mingyao turned to him. Did he tell you that? Yes. She fell silent for a long time. Lin Feng, do you think Li Mu is good or evil? Lin Feng gazed toward the distant black wall. I don't know, but he is at the very least a father. Qin Mingyao asked no more. Inside the store, Lin Yue changed Zhao Tianlong's bandages and administered 2 anti-inflammatory tablets. Zhao Tianlong's pallor had eased slightly since yesterday, but his complexion remained wan. Leaning against the wall, eyes closed, his breathing had grown steadier. Su Xiaoyu placed Lin Shi gently atop her backpack. The infant slept peacefully, tiny fist clenched around the corner of her blanket. She sat beside Lin Feng. Your shoulder wound, it doesn't hurt. Ignoring him, she took iodine and gauze from Lin Yue and began tending to the injury. Her touch was gentle, but Lin Feng still drew a sharp breath. Bear it, she murmured. He said nothing. Lin Yue approached and settled beside her. Su Xiaoyu, your mother's condition is deteriorating. Her body is too weak. She needs proper nourishment. We have no formula, and Lin Shi won't last more than a few days. Su Xiaoyu's hand stilled. I know. What will you do? She paused for a long while. Tomorrow, I'll search for supplies. Lin Feng met her eyes. I'll go with you. You're injured. So are you. She held his gaze, silent. At dawn, Lin Feng and Su Xiaoyu emerged from the store. They walked north along the cracked highway. After 30 minutes, a small town appeared ahead. It was modest, dozens of houses most reduced to rubble. A dozen shambling zombies wandered the streets. Lin Feng crouched behind a low wall and counted. 12, standard variants. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Together they burst from cover, ice spikes and iron pipe striking in unison. In under 2 minutes, the 12 zombies lay still. At the town's center stood a small supermarket, its roll-up shutter half-lowered. Lin Feng slipped inside, shelves toppled, goods scattered across the floor. Instant noodles, biscuits, bottled water, canned goods, and crucially, infant formula and diapers. Enough, Su Xiaoyu said, stuffing formula into her pack. They filled their packs for 10 minutes, until both bulged with supplies. Lin Feng raised the shutter and froze. A figure stood outside. Qin Mingyao. Sword drawn, she stood at the center of the street watching them. Li Mu is coming. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Far away, the black wall glowed once more. The searchlights swept the night sky. Li Mu stood atop the ramparts, a tin megaphone in hand. Lin Feng, I told you none of you will escape. The wall's iron gate groaned open. Soldiers poured forth, not hundreds, but hundreds. They advanced in disciplined ranks, rifles raised, marching steadily toward the town. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the iron pipe. Su Xiaoyu hugged her pack tighter. Qin Mingyao's knuckles whitened around her sword hilt. 3 figures stood alone in the town's main street, facing down an army. Behind them, inside the store, waited 5 more, and 1 sleeping infant. When the soldiers surged out from the iron gate, Lin Feng's first reaction was not to count how many there were, but to find cover. The The streets of the town were too narrow with collapsed buildings and shops on both sides, leaving no place to hide. If the soldiers set up machine guns at the street corner, they would have nowhere to run. Retreat. Lin Feng grabbed Su Xiaoyu's wrist and ran into an alley. Qin Mingyao followed behind, drawing her sword. The three of them passed through the alley, climbed over a collapsed wall, and landed in a clearing behind the town. The clearing was small, cluttered with abandoned farming machinery and rusty barrels, and beyond that lay a field of withered corn. Can the cornfield stop bullets? Su Xiaoyu gasped as she asked. No, Lin Feng squatted behind the wall, peeking out, but it can block their line of sight. If they can't see us, they won't dare to fire recklessly. Qin Mingyao pulled something from her pocket and tossed it to Lin Feng. It was a walkie-talkie small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, stained with blood. I got it from one of the soldiers. The channel is already set to Lin Yue's command frequency. Lin Feng took the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. Lin Yue's voice came through, accompanied by static. Team 3 is flanking from the east. Team 4 is stationed to the north. Don't let them escape. Lin Feng turned off the walkie-talkie and looked to the north. To the north was the cornfield, and behind it was the road leading to that black wall. They've set up an ambush to the north. Where do we go? Su Xiaoyu asked. Lin Feng opened the map he found in the town's supermarket, using the moonlight to see. To the east of the town was a river, not wide, but very deep. On the opposite bank was a forest, and behind the forest was a mountain. If they could cross the mountain, they might circumvent that wall. East, cross the river and head into the mountains. Qin Mingyao glanced at the map. Is there a bridge over the river? Yes. But Lin Yue's men have surely seen the map, and they will set up an ambush on the bridge. So how do we cross the river? Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds. Swim across. Su Xiaoyu's face paled. Lin Shi was still in the convenience store, and Lin Yue was holding her. The river water was so cold, how could a baby swim? Lin Feng seemed to have thought of this too. He looked at Su Xiaoyu. You go back and get Lin Shi and Lin Yue. I will hold off Lin Yue's men with Qin Mingyao. Then we will meet by the river. Are you going to cover us again? This time it's not covering, it's buying time. Lin Feng crossed the iron pipe in front of him. Run faster, and we will delay them for less time. Su Xiaoyu looked at him, bit her lip, and turned to run. After Su Xiaoyu ran away, Lin Feng and Qin Mingyao crouched behind the wall, listening to the sounds from the walkie-talkie. Li Mu was deploying his troops. There were people to the east, west, and north, but not to the south. The south was that black wall, which had searchlight soldiers, and Li Mu. He intentionally left the south unguarded. Qin Mingyio's voice was soft. Yes, he wants to force us back under the wall. What do we do then? Lin Feng looked towards the east. The river was to the east, and the bridge was also to the east. Li Mu had set up an ambush in the east, but there was no ambush by the riverside. He hadn't expected anyone to swim across. It was autumn now, and the river water was icy cold. A normal person wouldn't choose to swim. But Lin Feng was not a normal person. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards the west. The stone struck a metal barrel, producing a crisp sound. The voice of a soldier came through the walkie-talkie. There's movement to the west. Pursue. Footsteps surged towards the west. Lin Feng stood up and ran eastward. Qin Mingyao followed closely behind. The two of them crossed the alley, climbed over a wall, and jumped over a ditch. After running for about 10 minutes, they encountered a river ahead. The river was wide, at least 30 meters across, with a strong current. The bridge was upstream about 200 meters away. There were lights on the bridge, and figures were moving. Lin Yue's men. There are no other bridges. Qin Mingyao said. Then we swim across, Lin Feng said, tucking the iron pipe behind his waist and removing his combat uniform, leaving only a short-sleeved shirt. Qin Mingyao looked at him. Can you swim? Yes. You have injuries. If the wounds touch the water, they will get infected. Infection is still better than getting shot. Lin Feng jumped into the river. The water was very cold, sharp as needles. He gritted his teeth and paddled his arms, swimming towards the opposite bank. Qin Mingyao followed behind him, her sword strapped to her back, with Cloth swimming slower than him, but not falling behind. When they reached the opposite bank, both were shivering all over. Lin Feng's back was soaked, the wounds reopened, and blood flowed down his back. Qin Mingyao supported him as they stumbled ashore and crawled into the forest. The trees were dense, the canopy blocking the moonlight, making everything unclear. Lin Feng leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Su Xiaoyu and the others haven't arrived yet, Qin Mingyao said. Wait. After about 20 minutes, figures appeared on the opposite bank. Su Xiaoyu was holding Lin Shi, and Lin Yue was supporting Zhao Tianlong, while Yi Linger clutched a stone. The five of them stood by the river looking across. Lin Feng emerged from the forest and stood by the river. Under the moonlight, his face was pale and his lips were purple. Swim over, he shouted. Su Xiaoyu handed Lin Shi to Lin Yue, removed her coat, and was the first to jump into the river. Lin Yue followed behind, and Yi Linger was last. Zhao Tianlong was being floated on the water by Qin Mingyio's wind ability, resembling a piece of driftwood. When the 5 of them reached the opposite bank, they were all so cold that they couldn't speak. Lin Yue was held above Lin Shue's head, keeping dry, but the cold wind blew over, causing the baby to cry. Let's go. Lin Feng led the way deeper into the forest. Behind the forest was a mountain. The mountain wasn't high, but it was steep. 7 people, 1 baby, groped their way upwards in the darkness. Lin Feng walked in the front using the iron pipe as a cane. Su Xiaoyu followed closely behind with Lin Yue supported, Zhao Tianlong, Yi Linger clutched a stone, and Qin Mingyao held her sword in the rear. When they reached halfway up the mountain, Lin Feng stopped. Ahead lay a clearing with a wooden cabin. The cabin was small, the door was open, and it was dark inside. Is anyone there? Lin Feng called out. No one answered. He walked in holding the iron pipe in front of him. Inside the cabin were a bed, a table, a chair, and a photo hanging on the wall. The photo showed a young woman holding a child, smiling beautifully. Qin Mingyao walked in and looked at the picture. This is Lin Yue's daughter. Lin Feng turned to look at her. How do you know? It's written on the wall. Qin Mingyao pointed at the words below the photo. Lin Yin, 3 years old. Lin Feng looked at the child in the photo. 3 years old with a round face and big eyes, smiling like a flower. She was dead, bitten to death by a zombie. Her father built a wall made of hundreds of thousands of zombies to guard her grave. Lin Feng, Su Xiaoyu called him. Are we staying here tonight? Yes. Lin Feng leaned the iron pipe against the wall. Li Mu won't chase us here. This is his daughter's cabin. He won't let his soldiers come in. The 7 of them spent the night in the wooden cabin. Su Xiaoyu placed Lin Shi on the bed. The baby fell asleep, her little hand grasping the corner of the blanket. Lin Yue changed Zhao Tianlong's bandage and gave him medicine. Yi Linger squatted in the corner of the wall, counting stones one by one. Qin Mingyao stood at the door holding her sword, watching the direction of the mountain below. Lin Feng sat by the bed, gazing at the photo on the wall. Lin Yin, 3 years old. If she were still alive, she would be about the same age as Su Xiaoyu. Lin Feng, Su Xiaoyu approached and sat down next to him. Do you think Li Mu will still chase us? Lin Feng was silent for a long time. Yes, but he won't chase us here. Why? Because this is his daughter's cabin. He doesn't want his soldiers to defile this place. Su Xiaoyu didn't ask again. She leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder and closed her eyes. She turned over in bed, her little hand stretching out from the blanket, grasping at the air. At dawn, Lin Feng was awakened by a sound. It wasn't gunfire nor footsteps, but crying. A woman's cry came down from the mountain, soft and drifting like the sound of wind passing through leaves. Lin Feng stood up, picked up the iron pipe, and walked out of the wooden cabin. In the woods on the mountain, there was a woman crying. She wore a white prison uniform, her hair disheveled, and her face streaked with tears. She squatted under a tree, hugging her knees, her shoulders shuddering. A tube was stuck in her arm, the other end of the tube broken, and pale red liquid dripped from the break onto the ground. Su Xiaoyu walked out of the wooden cabin, saw the woman, and her pupils dilated in shock. Mom. The woman looked up at her. In her black eyes there was no light, only something murky like stagnant water. Xiaoyu. The woman's voice was soft. You've come. Su Xiaoyu ran over, knelt before her, and hugged her. The woman's body was very light as a pile of bones, so fragile, she seemed like she would fall apart at any moment. Mom, I'll take you away. I can't escape anymore. The woman reached out her hand, touching Su Xiaoyu's face. My body has already been drained. The crimson particles are gone, the abilities are gone, and so is life. No, Lin Yue is a healer, if she can save you. Lin Yue rushed out of the wooden cabin, squatting in front of the woman, her palm glowing with holy light. The holy light pressed against the woman's chest, her complexion improved slightly, but Lin Yue began to sweat on her forehead. Her body is too weak. Lin Yue's voice trembled. My healing technique can only maintain her temporarily, it can't save her. Su Xiaoyu's tears fell. Mom, don't speak, I'll take you to find a doctor. Xiaoyu. The woman interrupted her, pulling something from her pocket and placing it in Su Xiaoyu's hand. It was a small silver key engraved with a string of numbers. This is the key to Lin Yue's safe. The woman's voice was soft. There are things your father left inside. He was also a person from the pioneer civilization. Su Xiaoyu's pupils dilated in shock. The woman closed her eyes, her hand slipping from Su Xiaoyu's face. Mom. The sound of Su Xiaoyu's cries echoed in the wilderness. Lin Feng stood at the door of the wooden cabin, clutching the key. Li Mu stood on the wall at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the mountain, the tin horn in his hand hanging by his side. He did not shout or pursue, he just stood there like a gravekeeper. 3 days after the battle, Lin Yue finally completed the damage assessment. The bodies left behind by the Myth Guild had completely dissipated, but the dark red bloodstains on the ground remained, stretching from the entrance of the shopping mall to the end of the street like a dried-up river. Over 300 survivors were squeezed into the courtyard, and no one spoke. Everyone was looking at him. Lin Yue stood behind the window on the second floor, holding the data compiled by Li Yifei, staring for a long time. 5 sacrificed, 12 severely injured, 37 lightly injured. Li Yifei's voice came from behind, hoarse with fatigue. The 5 sacrificed were all ordinary people injured by stray arrows. No players died, but Wang Hao's shoulder was pierced, old Zhao's sword was broken, and Qingxue's magical power was still depleted. Lin Yue folded the data and stuffed it into his pocket. Where's Wang Hao? He's downstairs. Qingxue is treating him. Lin Yue turned and headed downstairs. In a corner of the courtyard, Wang Hao sat against the wall, his left shoulder wrapped in thick bandages, soaked in blood, dark red, looking like a giant bruise under the dim light of the emergency lamp. Qingxue squatted beside him, her palm glowing with faint holy light. Her magic power dropped from 5% to 3%, then from 3% to 1%, but her hand did not pull back. Wang Hao forced a smile, looking rather unpleasant. President, I'm fine. Your shoulder is pierced. That doesn't affect my eating. Lin Yue looked at him without speaking. He squatted down beside Wang Hao, pulling out 5 lists, 5 names, 5 ages, 5 addresses. They were all ordinary people, none were players, all survivors who had followed him from campus to the shopping mall. They died at the moment before dawn under the stray arrows of the Myth Guild and the rain of arrows he failed to block. President. Wang Hao called his name. It's not your fault. Lin Yue did not reply. He stood up, walked to the center of the courtyard, and looked at the more than 300 people crowded together. Some were crying, some were dazed, some were whispering, and some were sleeping. They all wore the same expression, not sadness, but fatigue. A fatigue that seeped from the bones, an inescapable weariness. Everyone gather. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, but the entire courtyard could hear him. More than 300 people stood up from the corners and assembled in the center of the courtyard. Some rubbed their eyes, some yawned, some held children, and some leaned on crutches. But everyone stood there. 5 people sacrificed. Lin Yue said, all ordinary people. Li Qingxue, 43 years old, electrician. Wang Xiufan, 58 years old, retired teacher. Zhang Xiaowei, 19 years old, sophomore student. Lu Yang, 31 years old, delivery worker. Chen Hao, he paused. Chun Hao, 22 years old, 4th-year sports student. Qingxue's hand paused. Wang Hao lowered his head. Old Zhao closed his eyes. They all followed me out from campus. Lin Yue's voice was calm, as flat as a frozen lake. They had no supernatural abilities, no equipment, no combat experience. But they did not retreat. When the Myth Guild charged in, not a single one of them ran back. The courtyard was so quiet that one could hear the heartbeat. I promised to bring you all to Hope City alive. Lin Yue said, I broke my promise. Su Muqing stepped out from the crowd, standing beside him. She did not speak, merely standing there, her silver-white hair glowing softly in the dim yellow light of the emergency lamp. But the war is not over. Lin Yue raised his head, looking at everyone. The Myth Guild has retreated, but they will come back. Qin Haoyan will not give up easily. We need to become stronger. Starting today, all players will receive experience based on their contributions. Kill counts, healing amounts, and material transport quantities will all be converted into contribution points. Those with high contribution points will receive more experience. Those with low contribution points will receive less. Some whispered among themselves, but no one objected. Lin Yue opened the system panel, bringing up the guild experience distribution interface. He changed the experience distribution plan to be based on contribution. Kill count accounting for 40%, healing amount 30%, material transport 20%, and other contributions 10%. System prompt: the guild Songqiong experience distribution plan has been updated. In the courtyard, everyone's system panels simultaneously displayed this prompt. Some looked down at their screens, some looked up at Lin Yue, and some did nothing, just standing still, as if they had not yet returned to their senses from the earlier battle. Su Muqing walked up to him, lowering her voice. By doing this, those with lower levels will never receive experience. Those with lower levels can transport materials first. Lin Yue looked at her. Transporting materials also earns contribution points. Su Muqing fell silent for 2 seconds. You want to turn everyone into combat personnel. Not combat personnel, Lin Yue said, but warriors. In this apocalypse, there are no ordinary people. To survive, everyone must fight. After the experience distribution, Lin Yue's level rose from 85 to 87. Su Muqing rose from 81 to 83. Old Zhao rose from 80 to 82. Qingxue rose from 74 to 76. Wang Hao rose from 49 to 51. Zhao Lei rose from 20 to 25. Among those more than 20 ordinary people, some rose to level 15, some to 18, and the highest one rose to 22. An elderly person who had knocked down a Myth Guild player with a mop on the battlefield. Lin Yue called Wang Hao to the second floor. Wang Hao's left shoulder was still bandaged, but had regained movement. Qingxue used her last bit of magic to heal his wound, leveling up from 76 to 77. President, you called for me. Lin Yue took out a skill book from his backpack and handed it to him. The cover of the skill book was dark gold with 4 characters written on it: Flame Demon Blade. Wang Hao was taken aback. Isn't this the weapon of the Red Wolf? It's not a weapon, it's a skill book. Lin Yue stuffed the book into his hand, found it in the ruins. A warrior-exclusive skill flame enchantment, which can add fire damage to a weapon. Your flame demon blade is inherently fire attribute, and with this skill the damage can double. Wang Hao opened the skill book and the book transformed into a beam of light entering his body. He spread out his right hand, and a dark red flame pulsed in his palm identical to the flame on the blade of the flame demon blade. So hot. Wang Hao shook his hand, the flame extinguished, but his hand was unharmed. Because you've already learned it. Lin Yue looked at him. Try it with your flame demon blade. Wang Hao drew the flame demon blade, and the dark red flame danced on the blade. He pressed his right hand against the blade, the flame in his palm, and the flame on the blade merging together, causing the flame on the blade to surge high, the temperature so intense that even Lin Yue standing 2 meters away felt the heat wave. Damn! Wang Hao looked at his sword, his eyes shining. Lin Yue turned to look out the window. In the distance the Myth Guild's camp was still there. Qingxue's men had not retreated. They were waiting for reinforcements for supplies for the next attack. President. Wang Hao approached him, standing beside him. Do you think the myth will come again? They will. When Lin Yue looked at the distant gray skyline. When Qingxue thinks he can win. In the evening the sun was about to set. The gray-white light turned into dark gray, and on the distant horizon that eerie dark red began to emerge again. The blood moon was about to rise. Su Muqing stood at the door looking outside. Old Zhao was clearing the battlefield, collecting the weapons and supplies scattered on the street. Qingxue was taking care of the injured while Lin Yue helped her. Yilinger was training the more than 20 ordinary people, teaching them how to use telekinesis to move materials. Qin Mingyao stood on the wall holding a longsword, vigilantly watching her surroundings. Zhao Tianlong leaned against the wall, eyes closed. His suppressants were running low. Lin Yue had changed his bandages twice today, but the infection of his wound was still not fully controlled. Lin Feng. Su Muqing called his name. Lin Yue walked down from the second floor, standing beside her. What are you thinking? Thinking about Qingxue. You won't give up easily. I know. Lin Yue looked at the distant black skyline. So we must be prepared before he comes again. Su Muqing turned to look at him. What preparation? Expand. Establish 3 departments: combat, logistics, and intelligence. The combat department is responsible for external purges and base defense. The logistics department manages supplies and cares for the wounded, and the intelligence department monitors enemy movements and gathers information. Su Muqing was silent for a few seconds. Didn't you say you didn't want to be a leader? Even if I don't want to, I must be. Lin Yue sheathed his dagger. More than 300 people depend on us to survive. I can't let them die. In the distance the blood moon rose. The dark red light shone through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling into the chaotic courtyard. More than 300 people huddled in the corners, some whispering, some wide-eyed in the dark. Li Yifei ran down from the second floor, clutching a laptop, his glasses askew on his nose. President, I intercepted communications from the Myth Guild. Qingxue is summoning reinforcements, at least 200 people expected to arrive in 3 days. Lin Yue's pupils slightly constricted. 200 people, 3 days. Su Muqing tightened her grip on the staff. Old Zhao inserted the broken sword back into his waist. Wang Hao tightened his grip on the flame demon blade. 3 days. Lin Yue's voice was calm. That's enough. He turned and walked back to the center of the courtyard, standing in front of everyone. In 3 days the Myth Guild will come with 200 people. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. We need to turn ourselves into an army in these 3 days. More than 300 people looked at him, and no one spoke. In the distance the blood moon reached its zenith. The dark red light spread across the entire city. 3 days. They only had 3 days. Lin Yue stood in the center of the courtyard, facing over 300 weary, yet no longer fearful faces. 3 days. 200 enemies. Qingxue would not give them a chance to catch their breath. The last time the Myth Guild came with over 100 people, they fought all day, losing more than 20, and then retreated. Next time he would bring 200 people, attacking in a single wave, not allowing Sangxiong any chance to pick them off one by one. I need 3 people. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, but every word was clear, to be responsible for combat, logistics, and intelligence. These 3 people will report directly to me, how everyone else will be under their command. The courtyard fell silent. Some whispered softly, others looked up at Lin Yue, while some searched the crowd for those who might step forward. Wang Hao slung the flame demon blade over his shoulder, its dark red flames flickering on the blade, casting shifting shadows on the faces around him. Combat Department Wang Hao. Lin Yue looked at him. Wang Hao was taken aback. Me. You are level 51 with the flame demon blade in hand, have fought 3 city defense battles, and have killed more than anyone here. Lin Yue's tone was calm. If you are not responsible for combat, then who is? Wang Hao opened his mouth, took the flame demon blade off his shoulder, gripped it tightly, his knuckles turning white. All right. Logistics Department Qingxue. Qingxue stepped out from the crowd, her palm glowing faintly with holy light. Her magical energy had only recovered 30%, her face still pale, but she stood tall. You will manage the wounded, supplies, food, and water. Lin Yue looked at her. Can you do it? Qingxue nodded. I can. Intelligence Department. Li Yifei rushed down from the second floor, cradling a laptop in his arms, his glasses askew on his nose. I'm here. He pushed up his glasses. I have cracked the communication channel of the Myth Guild. I can monitor Qingxue Ocean's every move. Lin Yue looked at him. Not just Qingxue. I need to know the movements of all nearby forces. Li Yifei nodded and rushed back to the second floor with his laptop. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue, gripping her staff, her silvery hair shimmering softly in the dim emergency light. She said nothing, but everyone knew her position, the vice president's position where she held authority in Lin Yue's absence. From today, everyone will be divided into 3 departments. Lin Yue addressed the more than 300 people. Players will be assigned to the combat department under Wang Hao's command. Ordinary people will be assigned to the logistics department under Qingxue's command. Those with special skills such as knowledge of electronic devices, driving, or repair abilities will be assigned to the intelligence department under Li Yifei's command. Someone raised their hand. It was Zhao Lei, who had been a scout. Can't ordinary people be assigned to the combat department? They can, Lin Yue replied, but not now. Your levels are too low and your gear is too poor. Going in would be suicide. First move supplies, strengthen fortifications, and care for the wounded. Once you reach level 20, you can join the combat department. Zhao Lei nodded and did not ask further. After the expansion order was issued, the entire shopping mall began to operate like a machine that had been restarted. Wang Hao divided the combat department into 3 squads. The first squad, responsible for frontal defense, would be led by him personally with members from the basketball team and Old Zhao. The second squad would provide flank support led by Zhao Lei, consisting of those ordinary people who had reached level 15 or above. The third squad would be responsible for long-range output, composed of several archers and mages stationed behind the windows on the second floor, specifically tasked with shooting down the enemies charging at the front. Qingxue divided the logistics department into 4 groups. The first group, responsible for caring for the wounded, would be led by Lin Yue. The second group, managing supplies, would be led by Li Tingting. The third group would handle food distribution, led by Lu Jie, who had been a head nurse. The fourth group would focus on fortification, made up of several strong, ordinary people. Li Yifei set up a surveillance system on the second floor. He connected several laptops and phones he had salvaged from the ruins to monitor the movements of the Myth Guild through the cracked communication channel. Qingxue is camped 30 kilometers to the east, waiting for reinforcements. At least 200 people are expected to arrive the day after tomorrow evening. Li Yifei's voice came through the intercom, accompanied by the clatter of a keyboard. Lin Yue stood behind the window on the second floor, gazing at the distant gray horizon. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about how to use 300 ordinary people to defeat 200 players. Su Muqing looked at him. You can't win. I know. Then why are you fighting? Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds. If we don't fight, they will kill. They will steal supplies, murder ordinary people, and capture players as slaves. This was what Qingxue had done in the game, and he would do it in reality as well. Su Muqing tightened her grip on the staff. Do you know Qingxue? I have crossed swords with him in the game. Lin Yue drew a dagger from his waist. The blue blade of the Shadow Ripper glinted coldly in the dim light. He has lost to me 3 times. Each time he lost, he would say, next time I will win. But he has never won. This time is different. This is reality, not a game. So this time I won't give him the chance. Lin Yue sheathed the dagger and turned to go downstairs. In the evening, the sun was about to set. The grayish light turned into a dark gray, and the distant horizon began to glow with an eerie dark red. The blood moon was about to rise. Wang Hao stood in the center of the courtyard, facing over 30 members of the combat department. They wore an assortment of gear and wielded various weapons, some trembling with nerves, some with excited shining eyes, and some expressionless, as if they had become numb. 3 days from now, the Myth Guild will come with 200 people. Wang Hao's voice was loud enough for the entire courtyard to hear. We only have over 30 people. But we will win. No one spoke. Because we are Sanqiu. Wang Hao raised the flame demon blade, its dark red flames flickering on the blade. Qingxue has dragons, legendary weapons, and hundreds of people. But he lacks one thing. What thing? Someone asked. Wang Hao grinned. He doesn't have Lin Yue. Over 30 pairs of eyes turned simultaneously to Lin Yue, who stood behind the window on the second floor. Lin Yue did not turn around. He simply stood there with his back to everyone, gazing at the gray horizon outside. Old Zhao walked over and stood beside Wang Hao. His primary sword was broken, and the backup sword felt awkward in his hand, but the tip was steady. Wang Hao is right. Qingxue has dragons, legendary weapons, and hundreds of people. But he doesn't have Lin Yue. He paused, nor does he have Su Muqing, Qingxue, Li Yifei, or any of you. The courtyard fell silent for a few seconds before someone began to applaud. It was not a wild or frenzied applause, but a slow, steady heartbeat like clapping. Zhao Lei stood among the crowd, clapping vigorously. His palms turned red, but he did not stop. Lin Yue stood in the corner, holding Lin Xia. She did not clap, but she smiled. That smile was faint, almost imperceptible, yet her eyes shone brightly. Qingxue stood next to the pile of supplies, holding a ledger. She did not clap, but closed the ledger and looked up at Lin Yue's back. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue, gripping her staff, saying nothing. In the distance, the blood moon rose. Dark red light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the chaotic courtyard. Li Yifei's voice came through the intercom. President Qin Haoshan's men are starting to move. They are coming our way, not too fast, expected to arrive tomorrow afternoon. Lin Yue picked up the intercom. How many people? At least 200. More are gathering. The air in the courtyard froze. The flames on Wang Hao's flame demon blade flickered. Old Zhao's fingers rested on the sword hilt. Qingxue tightened her grip on the ledger. Lin Yue held Lin Xi tighter. Zhao Lei tightened his grip on the steel pipe. Su Muqing turned to look at Lin Yue. Lin Yue put down the intercom, turned around, and faced everyone. Tomorrow afternoon the Myth Guild will arrive. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. Tonight no one is allowed to sleep. Reinforce the fortifications, move supplies, and check weapons. Tomorrow we will fight the final battle. No one spoke. No one asked, can we win? No one said I'm scared, and no one stepped back. More than 300 people stood in place looking at Lin Yue. Lin Yue drew the dagger from his waist. The blue blade of the Shadow Ripper gleamed coldly in the dark red light of the blood moon. Sanxiong, prepare for battle. More than 300 people raised their weapons simultaneously. Steel pipes, kitchen knives, baseball bats, fire axes, single-handed, swords, long bows, staffs. They had everything, but they raised them up. In the distance, something moved along that gray horizon. It was not the Myth Guild's people. They were still far away. It was something else, older, larger, and more terrifying. A pair of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness. Su Muqing held Lin Xi tightly. When the blood moon reached its zenith, Lin Yue stood alone behind the window on the second floor of the mall. Outside it was eerily quiet. The members of the Mythical Guild were still camping 30 kilometers away, and Qin Haoyan showed no intention of marching overnight. Li Yifei's surveillance showed that they had set up tents, made a fire somewhere on patrol, while others were sleeping. Everything seemed normal. However, Lin Yue felt that something was amiss. Qin Haoyan was not someone who wasted time. He had waited the entire day, certainly for something. Footsteps approached from the staircase behind him, light and subtle, unlike Wang Hao's heavy thuds that seemed to threaten to break the floorboards, nor the steady rhythm of Su Muqing's footsteps. Lin Yue did not turn around, but he recognized the presence. Qingxue. She stood beside him holding no staff, and the holy light did not shine in her palm. She simply stood there gazing at the blood-red moon outside, her white priest robe shimmering with a cold white light under the moonlight. Aren't you going to rest? Lin Yue asked. I can't sleep. Qingxue's voice was soft. Wang Hao is snoring. The entire courtyard can hear him, but his injuries aren't healed, yet I can't use healing magic to silence him. Lin Yue's lips twitched slightly, but he remained silent. The two stood in silence. The wind poured in through the shattered glass curtain wall, causing Qingxue's priest robe to flutter. Her hair was blown into her face, yet she did not brush it aside. Lin Feng, Qingxue called his name. Do you think we can win? Lin Yue remained silent for a few seconds. Yes. Why are you so sure? Because if I'm not sure, they will be even less sure. Qingxue turned her head to look at him. Under the moonlight, her face was pale, her eyes bright, her lips slightly chapped with a small cut at the corner of her mouth that was not fully healed, a wound from earlier battles. She stared at him for a long time, long enough that Lin Yue had to turn his head to look at her. What's wrong? Lin Yue asked. Qingxue opened her mouth, then closed it again. She lowered her head, pushing her hair behind her ear, her fingers trembling. Lin Feng, her words caught in her throat as if something was blocking them. Lin Yue did not urge her, merely watching her quietly. The wind rushed in again, making both their clothes flap. In the distance, the blood moon glowed even brighter. Qingxue took a deep breath, lifted her head, and looked into Lin Yue's eyes. I like you. Lin Yue's fingers paused momentarily. It started back in the game. Qingxue's voice trembled, but her eyes did not shy away. At that time you were the #1 assassin in the entire server, and I was just an ordinary priest. You never formed fixed parties, you went wherever you were called, and after each battle you dispersed without leaving contact information. I had added you as a friend, you accepted the request, but never initiated a single conversation with me. Then you got together with Qingxue. You two got married in the game, and the entire server exploded with excitement. The world channel was flooded for a whole day. Qingxue's lips curled slightly, not a smile, but an indescribable expression. I also spammed it. What did you spam? I wished you happiness. Lin Yue's throat moved slightly. I initially thought that the game was the game and reality was reality. You had Qingxue in the game, and I had my own life in reality. We wouldn't intersect. Qingxue lowered her head, looking at her hands. Then the convergence happened. You brought Qingxue back from the gym, and I was rescued by you from outside the mall. You stood at the door covered in blood with dark blood dripping from your dagger looking at me and saying, Qingxue, come in. At that moment, I knew it was over for me. Lin Yue reached out wanting to say something, but Qingxue stepped back and shook her head. Don't speak. Let me finish. She wiped her tears. I won't compete with Qingxue for you. She is stronger than me, more beautiful, and met you before I did. Moreover, she likes you, and you can tell. I'm not here to confess who I am here to. She paused. I am here to tell you that I will always be with you. No matter how many people the mythical guild brings tomorrow, no matter how strong Qingxue is, no matter how this world changes, I will always be by your side. Not as a lover, but as a teammate, as a friend, as someone. She raised her head looking at Lin Yue. As someone willing to die for you. In the courtyard, Wang Hao's snoring ceased. It was unclear whether it had truly stopped or if he had been awakened. A faint sound of footsteps approached the staircase, very light, as if someone had been standing there listening for a long time. Lin Yue looked at Qingxue for a long time. Qingxue, he called her name. I won't let you die. Qingxue froze for a moment, then smiled. This time, it was a genuine smile with tears still hanging on her face, but the corners of her mouth lifted, revealing 2 small canine teeth. You really don't know how to speak. I know. The two fell silent again. The wind stopped, and the blood moon hung in the sky, casting dark red light upon the two. Lin Feng, Qingxue called him again. If I really die one day, will you remember me, eh? Lin Yue looked at her. You won't die. What if? There is no what if. Qingxue sighed. You are really unreasonable. In the distance at the mythical guild's camp, the bonfire was still burning. Qingxue stood in the center of the camp, holding a spear, the dark blue flame at the tip flickering under the blood moon like a slowly blinking eye. He too was looking toward the direction of them all. Lin Yue stepped back from the window, sheathing his dagger at his waist. Let's go rest. We have a battle tomorrow. Qingxue nodded and turned to leave. As she reached the staircase, she paused and did not look back. Lin Feng. Don't tell Qingxue about what I just said. Why? Because she will get jealous. Qingxue descended the stairs. The footsteps grew fainter until they disappeared. Lin Yue stood by the window gazing at the blood moon. Behind him, footsteps approached again. Not Qingxue, nor Wang Hao, it was Su Muqing. She walked to his side and stood still, holding her staff, her silver-white hair cascading over her shoulders. She did not speak, only stared out the window. Did you hear? Lin Yue asked. Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds. She said not to tell you. She said not to tell you, not to tell me. Su Muqing's tone was calm. Moreover, she has already told you. Whether you tell me or not is your business. Lin Yue remained silent. Su Muqing turned her head to look at him. Will you tell her? No. Why? Because she said not to tell. Su Muqing looked at him for 2 seconds, then the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. You really don't know how to lie. She turned and walked away. As she reached the staircase, she paused and did not look back. Lin Feng. Qingxue is a good person. I know. Don't let her die. I won't. Su Muqing descended the stairs. The footsteps grew fainter until they disappeared. Lin Yue stood alone by the window. In the distance at the mythical guild's camp, the bonfire had extinguished. Qingxue had planted his spear into the ground, sitting beside it, eyes closed. He was not asleep. He was waiting for dawn. After dawn, he would lead 200 men towards the mall. Lin Yue drew his dagger. The blue blade of the Shadow Ripper shimmered coldly under the blood moon. He looked at the reflection of his face on the blade, gaunt with deep dark circles under his eyes and a cut at the corner of his mouth that had not yet healed. He recalled Qingxue's words, I will always be with you. He remembered Su Muqing's words, don't let her die. He sheathed the dagger back at his waist and turned to descend the stairs. In the courtyard, over 300 people were huddled together, sleeping in disarray. Wang Hao's snoring resumed louder than before. Qingxue leaned against the wall, eyes closed, her priest robe stained with blood. Su Muqing sat beside her, her staff leaning against the wall, her silver-white hair draped over her shoulders. Lin Yue sat down opposite them, leaning against the wall, closing his eyes. Outside the window, the blood moon had shifted westward. Dawn was approaching. Tomorrow, Qingxue would come with 200 men. The mythical guild would unleash their full force. This would be the hardest battle. But he was not afraid, because those standing behind him would not let him bear it alone. In the distance, something was moving on the gray horizon. It was not the mythical guild's members. They were still far away. It was something else, faster, lighter, and more dangerous. It ran through the darkness like a shadow rushing toward the mall. No one saw it. At dawn, Lin Yue discovered that Su Muqing was missing. He searched the courtyard, but could not find the silver-white figure. Wang Hao was still snoring. Qingxue was resting against the wall with her eyes closed. Lin Yue was curled up in a corner, holding Lin. Shi Linger placed a stone beside her pillow, and Qin Mingyao leaned against the entrance with her sword, half asleep. Old Zhao stood behind the window on the second floor, gazing at the distant hazy wilderness. Have you seen Su Muqing? Lin Yue approached and asked. Old Zhao did not turn around. On the rooftop. Lin Yue turned and walked towards the rooftop. The stairs were long, the emergency lights were still on, casting a pale green glow onto the gray walls, illuminating the corridor like a tomb. The iron door to the rooftop was ajar, and the morning wind blew in through the crack, chilling to the bone. Lin Yue pushed the door open and saw Su Muqing standing at the edge of the rooftop, leaning against the railing, her silver-white hair blown loose by the wind, resembling a fluttering flag. "Aren't you sleeping?" Lin Yue walked over and stood beside her. "I can't sleep." Lin Yue followed her gaze. In the distance, the Myth Guild's camp was still there. The bonfire had gone out, but he could see figures moving. 200 people were gathering. Qingxue stood in the center of the camp, holding a spear, the dark blue flame at the tip glimmering in the morning light like a blue needle. Can he see Lin Yue? At such a distance, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to. But Qingxue was not ordinary. He was a dragon knight equipped with a steed and legendary weapons. Perhaps he possessed an eagle-eye skill, or perhaps he was simply standing there waiting for Lin Yue to look at him. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Yue asked. "Thinking about Qingxue," Su Muqing replied without turning her head. "Thinking about why he is coming here. Because he wants to prove he is stronger than me." "Is that all?" Lin Yue fell silent for a few seconds. "What do you think?" Su Muqing turned to look at him. The morning light illuminated her face, giving it a golden hue, but her eyes were cold ice blue, like a river in winter that had not yet frozen. "I think he is afraid of you." Lin Yue's fingers hesitated. "Afraid of me? You have defeated him 3 times. In the game, you are the only one who has made him lose. He is unwilling, yet he is also afraid. He fears losing to you again, which is why he has brought twice as many people this time." Su Muqing's voice was soft, but every word was clear. "He is afraid of you, so he wants to kill you. If he kills you, he will no longer be afraid." Lin Yue remained silent. Su Muqing withdrew her gaze and continued to look into the distance. "What did Qingxue tell you last night?" Lin Yue's fingers hesitated again. "Did you hear?" "No, but I saw." Su Muqing's tone was calm. "She went up to look for you and came down a long time later. When she came down, her eyes were red." Lin Yue remained silent for a long time. "She said she would always be with me." "And what else?" "She said she wouldn't compete with Qingxue." Su Muqing's lips curled slightly, not into a smile, but into an indescribable expression. "She called you Qingxue." "In the game, only I call you Qingxue." Su Muqing's voice became even softer. "She is telling me she will not overstep her bounds." The wind picked up again, blowing Su Muqing's long hair across her face, which she did not brush aside. "Lin Feng." She called his name. "Do you know why I returned from City of Hope?" "Because you escaped." "No." Su Muqing turned to look at him. "Because you were there." Lin Yue's throat tightened. "My father is Su Guoyang, CEO of Qingxue Technology. He was involved in the Qingxue project. He knew the fusion would happen. He told me." Su Muqing's voice trembled, but her eyes did not get wet. "He told me to find someone I can trust before the fusion happens. He said find someone who is willing to die for you, and someone you are willing to die for. I searched for you in the game for a year, and I found you." Lin Yue looked at her. "When you raid dungeons, you never wait for healing. You charge to the front, taking all the damage. Qingxue said you wouldn't mind hurting yourself." Su Muqing's lips slightly curved upward. "But you do care about others. You care about Wang. How about Qingxue, about Old Zhao, about Lin Yue, about Yilinger? You also care about me. You saved me 3 times. The first time in the game, when the Shadow Dragon King's flame came at me, you stood in front of me. The second time in the gym, you walked 3 kilometers with Wang How to pick me up. The third time in City of Hope, you brought me out from Lin Yue's lab." Su Muqing lowered her head, looking at her hands. "Every time you stood in front of me. Because you are a mage and I am an assassin." Lin Yue replied. "Assassins have thicker blood than mages." "Liar." Su Muqing raised her head to look at him, tears finally rolling down her cheeks. "Assassin's blood is only 200 points more than mages. Every time you stand in front of me, it's not because of thick blood, it's because you don't want me to die." Lin Yue remained silent. Su Muqing reached out, grasping his collar, pulling his face closer. The two faced each other less than 10 centimeters apart. He could clearly see the tears on her lashes, the blood vessels in her eyes, and the cracked lines on her lips. "Lin Feng." Her voice was soft, so soft that half of it was blown away by the wind. "You are not alone." "I know. You don't know." Su Muqing released his collar and took a step back. "You think you can bear everything alone. You went to the ruins alone. You went to City of Hope alone. You went to negotiate with Qingxue alone. When will you learn to let others help you?" Lin Yue looked at her. "I won't let you face Qingxue alone." Su Muqing grasped her staff. "I won't let you fight this battle alone. If you die, I die. If you live, I live." In the distance, the horns sounded from the Myth Guild's camp. Qingxue's men began to line up, 200 people arranged in formation, heading towards the mall. At the forefront was Qingxue, riding a black dragon, the black wings spreading out, covering half the sky. The dark blue flames on the spear looked like a blue sun under the sunlight. Lin Yue drew his dagger from his waist. The blue blade of the Shadow Ripper glimmered coldly in the morning light. "They are coming." Su Muqing looked into the distance, raising her staff. The blue gem at the tip began to glow. I know. The two walked down from the rooftop. In the courtyard, everyone was awake. Wang Hao shouldered the flame demon blade, the dark red flames dancing on the blade. Old Zhao unsheathed his sword with one hand, the tip resting on the ground. Qingxue stood beside the injured, her palm glowing with holy light. Li Yifei held a laptop, the red dot on the screen flashing. Myth Guild, 200 people expected to arrive in 15 minutes. Li Yifei's voice was steady. Lin Yue walked to the center of the courtyard, standing before everyone. The Myth Guild is coming. 200 people with dragons and legendary weapons. We only have 300 people, over 200 of whom are ordinary folks. Are you afraid? No one answered. It's good to be afraid. Lin Yue drew his dagger. But they are coming, we will fight. If we win, the supplies remain, and we remain. If we lose everything. More than 300 people looked at him, no one spoke. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade off his shoulder, gripping it in hand. President, you decide. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue, gripping her staff. I will stand with you. Qingxue stepped out from the crowd, standing on Lin Yue's other side. I will stand with you too. Lin Yue held Lin, she standing behind. Yi Linger clenched a stone, standing next to Lin Yue. Qin Mingyao held her sword, standing at the entrance. Zhao Lei held a steel pipe, standing among the crowd. More than 300 people stood in place, looking at Lin Yue. In the distance, the roar of the black dragon echoed from the horizon. Lin Yue positioned the dagger horizontally in front of him. Sangqiong, prepare for battle. More than 300 people charged out of the mall. The members of the Myth Guild did not arrive. Lin Yue stood at the entrance of the mall with over 300 people for a full hour, from early morning until the sun had completely risen. In the distance, the skyline was empty, devoid of dragons' formations or even a single shadow. Wang Hao lowered the flame demon blade from his shoulder, resting it on the ground as he gasped for breath. It was not exhaustion, but the feeling of emptiness after the tension. Li Yifei, what's going on? Lin Yue asked into the walkie-talkie. The sound of rapid keystrokes came through Li Yifei's voice, tinged with an unexplainable urgency. They've retreated. After gathering at 4 in the morning, they went east, not toward us. East? What's in the east? I don't know, but their communication channel mentioned a term. Dungeon. Lin Yue's pupils constricted sharply. Dungeon. After merging, he had seen monsters, ruins, and walls made of corpses, but he had never encountered a dungeon. In Sky Epic, dungeons are closed spaces independent of the main world, filled with stronger monsters, richer rewards, and higher mortality rates. If there are dungeons in reality as well, then they must be hiding something. Equipment, skill books, experience, or perhaps something even more terrifying. Are they looking for dungeons? Lin Yue inquired. They should be. Qin Haoyan said the dungeon entrance is 20 kilometers east. Whoever finds it first will receive the first completion reward. Lin Yue put down the walkie-talkie and turned back to the courtyard. Over 300 people still stood in place, watching him in silence. Wang Hao followed behind the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder, the dark red flames flickering on the blade. President, what is a dungeon? It's a special map in the game. An independent space where monsters are stronger, but the rewards are also better. What about the first completion reward? Legendary equipment or a legendary skill book? Wang Hao's eyes brightened. Then what are we waiting for? Lin Yue looked at him, silent for 2 seconds. Waiting for Li Yifei to find the dungeon's location. Half an hour later, Li Yifei ran down from the second floor, a laptop clutched to his chest, his glasses askew on his nose. He placed the laptop on the courtyard floor, the screen displaying a regional map with a red dot flashing 20 kilometers to the east. The dungeon entrance is here, an abandoned mine 300 meters underground. Li Yifei adjusted his glasses. Qin Haotian's people have already set out and are expected to arrive by noon. If we leave now, we can reach it before them. Lin Yue gazed at the red dot on the map, remaining silent for a few seconds. How many people should go? The limit for the dungeon is 5 people, Li Yifei said. Game rules should apply in reality too. 5 people. Lin Yue raised his head, scanning the faces in the courtyard. Su Muqing stood beside him, gripping her staff, her silver hair shimmering with golden light in the morning sun. Wang Hao carried the flame demon blade on his shoulder, still bandaged, but with bright eyes. Old Zhao had his one-handed sword hanging at his waist, the black cloth on the hilt showing further wear. Qingxue stood at the back of the crowd, a faint holy light glowing in her palm. Lin Yue, Su Muqing, Wang Hao, Old Zhao, Qingxue. Lin Yue called out 5 names. You all come with me. Su Muqing looked at him. Are you sure? Sure. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade from his shoulder, gripping it in his hand. President, my shoulder. Your shoulder is fine. Wang Hao moved his left shoulder, grinning. It's fine. Old Zhao remained silent, simply drawing his sword from his waist and testing the edge with his thumb. The edge was sharp, glimmering coldly in the morning light. Qingxue stepped forward from the crowd, standing beside Lin Yue, the holy light in her palm flickering. Am I going to? She asked. You are the healer. We can't go into the dungeon without a healer. Qingxue nodded. The 5 of them exited through the side door of the mall. Lin Yue led the way, his dagger drawn the passive effect of his stealth skill, making his figure flicker in and out of the shadows under the sunlight. Su Muqing followed behind him, her staff in hand, the blue gem at the top of her staff glowing slightly. Wang Hao walked behind, Su Muqing, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder, the dark red flames resembling a living snake in the sunlight. Old Zhao walked behind Wang Hao, his one-handed sword drawn, his step steady. Qingxue brought up the rear, a faint holy light shining in her palm. The five of them traversed the ruins, crossed a dry riverbed, and climbed over a low slope. After walking for about 2 hours, a mine appeared ahead. The entrance was a large downward sloping hole piled at the mouth with abandoned mine carts and rusted tracks. The air was thick with a damp, musty smell and a hint of a faint metallic scent of blood. This is it. Lin Yue crouched at the edge of the hole looking down. It was very dark inside, nothing was visible, but he could sense something moving below. It was not an ordinary zombie, it was slower, heavier, and more oppressive than a zombie. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. Did you feel it, eh? There's something down there. Wang Hao hoisted the flame demon blade onto his shoulder. Should we go down? Let's go down. The five of them entered the hole. The stairs were made of iron, rusted and creaking underfoot. The emergency lights had long since extinguished, leaving only the icy blue glow of Lin Yue's dagger and the blue gem of Su Muqing's staff to illuminate the path ahead. The staircase was long, taking at least 5 minutes to reach the bottom. Below was a vast underground space. The ceiling was high, revealing rough rock walls and wooden pillars for support. A strong stench of decay filled the air, and there were black bloodstains on the ground along with dragging marks leading deeper into the space. Where is the dungeon entrance? Wang Hao asked. Lin Yue looked up and saw it. 50 meters ahead, there was a faint blue light curtain extending from the ground to the ceiling, resembling a glowing door. The light curtain shimmered with complex runes identical to the effect of a dungeon entrance in the game. There, Lin Yue led the way toward it. The five of them stood in front of the light curtain. Su Muqing reached out, and as her fingertip touched the curtain, it rippled like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. We can enter, Su Muqing said. Lin Yue took a deep breath, positioning his dagger horizontally in front of him. Once we go and stick close to me, no one is allowed to fall behind. The five of them stepped forward, simultaneously entering the light curtain. The world behind the curtain transformed entirely. No longer an abandoned mine, but a vast underground palace. The walls were made of black basalt adorned with ancient murals. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, emitting a ghostly blue light. The floor was smooth marble, reflecting the light from the crystal chandeliers. System prompt: you have entered the dungeon Dark Throne. Recommended level 8090. Current dungeon population 55. 80 to 90 levels. Lin Yue observed the system prompt. The minimum recommended level is 80. Su Muqing frowned. We are 85, 83, 82, 77, and 51. Wang Hao's level is not enough. Wang Hao tightened his grip on the flame demon blade. Not enough, but we have to fight. Lin Yue remained silent. He held his dagger horizontally in front of him, leading the way deeper into the palace. The corridor was long, lined with massive stone pillars, each adorned with reliefs of various monsters. The eyes of those reliefs were embedded with rubies, appearing alive under the light of the crystal chandeliers watching them. After walking about 200 meters, a grand hall appeared ahead. In the center of the hall stood a figure, not a person. The creature was 3 meters tall, clad in black armor, wielding a massive sword. Its face was obscured by a helmet, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. Black mist swirled around its body, and within the mist, distorted human faces could be faintly seen. Boss. System prompt: Dark Guardian Baki's LV-88 Elite Boss. Baki's raised its massive sword, black flames clinging to the blade. With no warning, it charged directly at Lin Yue. The speed was astonishing, too fast for him to do anything, but sidestepped. The massive sword grazed his shoulder and struck the ground, splitting the marble floor. Debris flew, striking him painfully. Scatter! Lin Yue shouted. Su Muqing retreated to the edge of the hall, raising her staff, the blue gem at the tip shining blindingly. Wang Hao dashed in from the side, the flame demon blade striking Baki's at its side, dark red flames clashing with black flames, sending sparks flying. Baki's didn't even flinch, swinging its sword back, sending Wang Hao flying against a stone pillar, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wang Hao. Qingxue rushed over, placing holy light on his chest. Lin Yue did not give Baki's the chance to pursue. He entered stealth mode and circled around to the back of the BOSS, stabbing his dagger into the gap in the armor. A backstab triggered a critical hit, 1890. Baki's let out a low roar, turning to sweep with its sword. Lin Yue jumped to evade, switching the dagger to his other hand in midair and landing with another strike. Su Muqing's spell struck. A golden beam shot from the tip of her staff, slamming into Baki's chest, tearing a hole in the armor and revealing the gray-white skin beneath. Its weakness is its chest. Su Muqing shouted. Old Zhao charged in his one-handed sword, piercing into the hole, the blade sinking halfway. Balk's massive sword came crashing down. Old Zhao had no time to evade and could only block with his sword. The giant sword collided with the one-handed sword, shattering Old Zhao's weapon, and a half-blade flew off, embedding itself in the wall. Old Zhao. Lin Yue rushed in from the side, plunging his dagger into Balk's neck. This time the backstab dealt even higher damage, 2,310. Balk's health bar dropped by a third. Wang Hao picked himself up from the ground, the flames on the flame demon blade flaring up dramatically. He pressed his right hand against the blade, merging the flames from his palm with those on the sword, transforming the entire weapon into a dark red color. He charged forward, striking Balk's right in the chest hole. The flame demon blade embedded itself into the boss's body. Balk's let out an earth-shattering roar, its body beginning to tremble violently. Black mist poured out from the gaps in its armor, engulfing the entire hall. "Fall back," Lin Yue shouted. The five of them retreated simultaneously. Balk's body slowly collapsed amidst the black mist, the giant sword falling to the ground with a dull metallic sound. As the mist cleared, the boss's corpse began to dissolve into countless glowing particles. System prompt: you have defeated the Dark Guardian. Balk's experience 20,000. On the ground lay a sword, a staff, and a book. Lin Yue walked over and picked up the sword. The dark purple blade was intricately engraved with complex runes. Dark Ripper purple equipment, attack power 98125, strength 20, critical rate 8. Effect: deals an additional 15 damage to dark-type monsters. Old Zhao, your sword. Lin Yue tossed the sword to him. Old Zhao caught it, weighing it in his hands, the tip tracing an arc through the air. Better than the one I broke. Lin Yue picked up the staff. The top was embedded with a black gem with ghostly blue light flowing within. Dark staff purple equipment, attack power 7592, intelligence 22, mana recovery 10, effect: shadow spells, deal 12 damage. Su Muqing, this is yours. Lin Yue handed her the staff. Su Muqing took the staff, the black gem at the top glowing slightly. She put her old staff back at her waist, holding the new one in her hand. Lin Yue picked up the book. The cover was black, glowing with runes. Dark Shield skill book. After learning, you can summon a dark shield that absorbs 20 of your own health and damage. Class restriction: priest. Qingxue, this is yours. Lin Yue handed her the skill book. Qingxue opened the skill book and it transformed into a beam of light drilling into her body. She opened her right hand, revealing a black shield forming in her palm, with ghostly blue runes swirling on it. How much damage can it absorb? Lin Yue asked. 2,000 points, Qingxue's eyes shone, enough to withstand 2 hits from the boss. Wang Hao rested the flame demon blade on his shoulder, gazing into the depths of the hall. Are there more inside? Lin Yue looked toward the door at the end of the hall. The door was black, engraved with runes identical to those of the entrance light curtain. Behind that door lay a path, more monsters, perhaps even stronger bosses. There are. Lin Yue held his dagger horizontally in front of him. Let's go. The 5 of them walked toward that door. Behind them, the dissipating light of the boss had not fully faded. In the distance, the Myth Guild's camp was already empty. Qingxue rode on a black dragon, flying toward the dungeon's direction. The dark blue flames on his spear resembled a blue star under the sunlight. The black gate slowly swung open before the 5 of them, revealing a corridor even narrower than the one before. The murals on the walls had changed. No longer were they reliefs of monsters, but scenes of war. Humans battling demons, black dragons soaring through the sky, and corpses strewn across the battlefield. Lin Yue did not stop to look. He led the way, his dagger held before him, its icy blue blade illuminating the path ahead. Su Muqing followed behind him, her newly acquired shadow staff clutched in her hand, a deep blue light flowing within the black gem at its head. Wang Hao walked third, carrying the infernal blade on his shoulder. The bandage on his left shoulder had been removed, the wound not yet fully healed, but his hand remained steady. Old Zhao walked forth, his single-edged sword drawn, its blade stained with the black blood of the boss. Qingxue brought up the rear, holy light glowing in her palm, ready to heal at any moment. At the end of the corridor was a circular room, smaller than the previous hall, but more exquisite. Luminous gems were embedded in the walls, illuminating the entire chamber as brightly as daylight. In the center of the room stood a stone platform upon which rested a treasure chest. Its lid was open and it was completely empty. Someone has been here. Old Zhao crouched down, running his fingers along the edge of the chest. The dust had been wiped away, revealing the pristine metal beneath. This chest was opened recently, no more than 2 hours ago. Lin Yue's pupils contracted slightly. 2 hours ago, they were still waiting for the Myth Guild at the mall. Someone had entered the dungeon before them, killed the boss before them, and taken the contents of the chest. Qingxue. Wang Hao asked. No. Lin Yue crouched to examine the footprints on the ground. These footprints are smaller than Qingxue's people. They're women's shoe prints. At least 3 of them, all women. Su Muqing approached and looked at the footprints, her brow furrowing. Orders people. Perhaps. Lin Yue stood up and sheathed his dagger. But whoever they are, they got here before us. We need to speed up. The 5 of them passed through the room and exited through the door opposite. The corridor began to slope downward again, the steps steep, flanked by rough rock walls. There were no murals, no gems, only darkness and dampness. An indescribable stench hung in the air. It wasn't rotting flesh or the smell of blood. It was a sharper, more pungent odor like a chemical reagent. After walking for about 10 minutes, a light appeared ahead. Not the light of a gem, but sunlight. The end of the corridor was an exit leading out to a wilderness. Is the dungeon over? Wang Hao asked. Lin Yue walked out and stood outside the exit. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted as he looked around. This was a hillside on the other side of the mining area. He could see the ruins in the distance and the mall further away. The dungeon's exit was not in the same place as its entrance. System notification: Dungeon Shadow Throne progress 33. Current team has not completed the dungeon. Re-entry requires starting from the entrance. Only 33%. Su Muqing walked out and looked at the system notification. We only beat the first boss. There are 2 more. Who beat the second one? Wang Hao rested the infernal blade on his shoulder. Those women. Lin Yue said nothing. He pulled the map from his pocket and spread it on the ground. The mining area was located to the east on the map. From the entrance to the exit was a diagonal line passing through 3 main halls. They had cleared the first, but the second and third were still underground. We're not coming back in tonight. Lin Yue folded the map. It's almost dark. Once the blood moon rises, the monsters in the wilderness will multiply. We go back now and return tomorrow morning. No one objected. The 5 of them walked down the hillside heading towards the mall. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Yue suddenly stopped and raised his fist, the halt signal. Standing in the middle of the path ahead was a person, a woman. She wore a gray cloak, its hood covering most of her face, revealing only a glimpse of her chin and a few strands of dark brown hair. She held no weapon, standing there as if waiting for someone. Who are you? Lin Yue's right hand slowly moved to the dagger at his waist. The woman raised her head, the cloak's hood falling back to reveal a young face. She looked to be in her early 20s with very fair skin and deep brown eyes. A faint, elusive smile played on her lips. Around her neck hung a pendant engraved with a symbol Lin Yue had seen before, a blood-red eye. Orders people. Mo Yuan, I've heard much about you. The woman's voice was soft, but every word was clear. My name is Nightingale. The Oracle of Orders sent me to deliver a message. Lin Yue looked at her. What message? Order wants the things in the dungeon. Nightingale pulled an object from her pocket and tossed it over. Lin Yue caught it. It was a token, black, engraved with the character Ling. This is the Oracle's token. He said if you are willing to withdraw from the competition for the dungeon, Order will compensate you with 3 pieces of purple equipment. Lin Yue clenched the token in his hand. And if I don't withdraw? Nightingale smiled. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth lifted, revealing a small canine tooth. She looked very young, but her eyes were not young. There was something in those deep brown eyes that Lin Yue recognized. Not killing intent, but that attitude of indifference towards everything that one only develops after surviving the apocalypse. The Oracle said you wouldn't withdraw. Nightingale pulled the hood of her cloak back up, covering most of her face. So he told me to tell you this. You can't beat the second boss in the dungeon. She turned and walked away. After a few steps, she stopped, not turning back. Oh, and Qingxue is here too. He and his people are camping 10 kilometers to the east. He's also waiting for the dungeon to reset. Nightingale's voice came from beneath the cloak, muffled. Tomorrow there will be 3 factions in the dungeon: Sky Dome, Myth, and Order. Whoever walks out alive gets the first clear reward. She left. Her footsteps grew fainter and fainter, eventually disappearing into the wind. Wang Hao rested the infernal blade on his shoulder, watching the direction Nightingale had vanished. Guild leader, she said we can't beat the second boss. You believe her? Lin Yue didn't answer. He looked down at the black token in his hand, the character Ling on it glinting coldly in the sunlight. He stuffed the token into his pocket and continued leading the way forward. By the time they returned to the mall, it was almost dark. The grayish-white light had turned to a dark gray, and the distant horizon was beginning to glow with that eerie dark red again. The blood moon was about to rise. In the atrium, over 300 people were crowded together. Some whispered quietly, while others stared with open eyes in the darkness. Lin Yue was holding Lin Shi, Tingting was distributing food, and Zhao Lei was training the 20 or so ordinary people. Everything seemed normal. Lin Yue called Su Muqing, Wang Hao, Old Zhao, and Chen Siki to the second floor. Tomorrow there will be 3 groups in the dungeon. Lin Yue stood by the window looking out at the gray skyline. Sky Dome, Myth, and Order. There are 5 of us. Qingxue has at least 30 people, and Order has at least 10. Wang Hao gripped the infernal blade. 5 against 40. We're not fighting people, we're fighting the boss. Lin Yue turned to face them. Whoever gets the first clear reward in the dungeon, it's theirs. Qingxue and Order's people won't ally with us, but they won't fight each other in the boss room either, because the time it takes to kill each other would be enough for the boss to wipe them all out. Su Muqing looked at him. You mean before entering the boss room, no fighting? And no fighting inside the boss room either. Lin Yue drew his dagger, the blue blade of the Shadow Ripper glinting coldly in the dim light of the emergency lamp. Whoever lands the killing blow on the boss gets the first clear reward. Fighting is completely pointless. Old Zhao sheathed his sword. You're right. But Qin Haoyan won't listen to you. He will. Lin Yue sheathed his dagger. Because if he attacks first, he'll kill him first. Chen Siki sat in the corner, holy light glowing in her palm. Her mana had recovered to 60%. Her face was still pale, but she looked better than yesterday. Lin Feng, your Night Requiem binding quest isn't finished yet. Kill 100 elite monsters. Lin Yue looked at her. The bosses in the dungeon count as elite monsters. Killing 3 bosses will complete at least 3%. 3% isn't enough. It's better than nothing. In the distance, the blood moon had risen. Its dark red light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling upon the chaotic atrium. Over 300 people were huddled in the corner. Some whispered, others stared into the darkness. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue, her staff in hand. Lin Feng, if Qin Haoyan really attacks tomorrow, what are you going to do? Lin Yue was silent for a long time. Kill him. If you kill him, Myth Guild will retaliate. Then he'll keep killing until they don't dare to retaliate. Su Muqing looked at him and said nothing. She reached out and took his hand. Her hand was cold, but this time Lin Yue felt it wasn't cold. It was warm. Outside the window, the blood moon had reached its zenith. Its dark red light bathed the entire city. Tomorrow, the dungeon. 3 factions. 1 boss. Lin Yue tightened his grip on his dagger, the blue blade of the Shadow Ripper reflecting the dark red light of the blood moon. Before dawn, Lin Yue awoke. Not from being called, but from a chill seeping from his bones. He opened his eyes and saw the emergency lights in the courtyard still shining, casting a ghastly green glow on the sprawled figures around. Wang Hao was snoring louder than usual, as if trying to dispel the fear brought by the impending battle. Chen Siki leaned against the wall, the holy light in her palm flickering like a lamp running out of oil. Lin Yue curled up in the corner, holding Lin, she the infant, asleep, with its small hand clutching the corner of the blanket. Su Muqing was absent. Lin Yue stood up, picked up his dagger, and walked to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Su Muqing stood by the railing, her silvery hair flowing in the morning breeze. She held a dark staff, the black gem at its tip, glowing with a faint blue light. She didn't turn around, but she knew Lin Yue had arrived. Can't sleep. Lin Yue approached and stood beside her. The two remained silent, gazing into the distance. On the eastern horizon, a grayish-white light was slowly engulfing the darkness. The camp of the Myth Guild was still visible with the embers of the campfire and the outlines of tents. Qin Haotian's people were sleeping with only a few patrolling. Lin Feng, Su Muqing called his name. If we die in the dungeon today, we won't die? Su Muqing turned her head to look at him. The morning light illuminated her face, casting a golden hue, but her eyes were cold ice blue, like the water of an unfrozen river in winter. I said if. There is no if. Su Muqing sighed. You really have no sense of reason. Lin Yue remained silent. He drew the dagger from his waist, the blue blade of the Shadow Ripper gleaming coldly in the morning light. The blade reflected his face, thin with deep dark circles under his eyes and a wound at the corner of his mouth that had yet to heal. He looked for a few seconds before sheathing the dagger back at his waist. Let's go. Lin Yue turned and walked down from the rooftop. In the courtyard, everyone was awake. Wang Hao hoisted the flame demon blade onto his shoulder, the dark red flames dancing along the blade. Old Zhao unsheathed his sword with one hand, its tip resting against the ground. Chen Siki stood in the crowd with the holy light shining in her palm. Lin Yue held Lin Shi in the corner. Li Tingting was distributing food, half a compressed biscuit and half a cup of water for each person. Lin Yue walked to the center of the courtyard, looking at the more than 300 people. Today we are going into the dungeon. The Myth and Order guilds will also be there. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. We won't fight them, we will fight the boss. Whoever gets the first clear reward will be the winner. Nobody spoke. If we die in the dungeon. Lin Yue paused. Lin Yue, you manage the team. Head north and don't stop. Lin Yue tightened her hold on Lin, she remaining silent. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue, her staff held firmly. Wang Hao lowered the flame demon blade from his shoulder, now gripping it in his hand. Old Zhao sheathed his sword. Chen Siki stepped out from the crowd, standing on Lin Yue's other side. The 5 of them exited through the side door of the mall. Lin Yue walked at the forefront, dagger drawn, his figure flickering in the morning light. Su Muqing followed behind him, her staff in hand, the blue gem at its tip glowing faintly. Wang Hao walked third, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder, its dark red flames resembling a living snake in the sunlight. Old Zhao walked forth, his one-handed sword drawn, his steps steady. Chen Siki brought up the rear, the holy light shining in her palm. After about 2 hours of walking, the mining area appeared ahead. The entrance looked the same as yesterday, piled with discarded mine carts and rusty tracks. But there were a few more people next to the entrance. Qingxue's men, at least 10 dressed in game gear and wielding weapons. They saw Lin Yue, but did not move, simply standing there as if waiting for something. Lin Yue ignored them and led the way into the entrance. The steps were still steep, the iron steps creaking underfoot. The emergency lights were still off, with only the ice blue glow from Lin Yue's dagger and the blue light from Su Muking's staff illuminating the path ahead. Reaching the bottom of the steps, Lin Yue stopped. In the underground space ahead, 3 groups of people stood. To the left were Qingxue's men, at least 30, clad in black dragon scale armor, holding long spears. Qingxue was at the forefront, riding a black dragon, the dark blue flames on his spear flickering in the darkness like a blue star. To the right were the Order's members, at least 10, wearing gray cloaks and wielding various weapons. The leading woman was someone Lin Yue recognized. Nightingale, the woman who had given him the token in the wilderness yesterday. The middle was empty. That was the door to the boss room. Qingxue saw Lin Yue, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Mo Yuan, you've come." Lin Yue looked at him, remaining silent. Nightingale walked out from the Order's group, her cloaks hood covering most of her face, only her chin exposed. 3 groups, 1 boss. Whoever gets the first clear reward wins. Qingxue lifted his spear from the ground, the dark blue flames at its tip flaring up. "I have no objections." Lin Yue crossed the dagger in front of him. "Neither do I." The 3 groups simultaneously moved toward the door to the boss room. Qingxue's men walked on the far left, the Order's members on the far right, and the Qingxue people in the middle. No one spoke, no one made a move. 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps. The door to the boss room was black, intricately carved with runes identical to the door of the first boss room from yesterday. Lin Yue placed his palm against the door, the runes glowing, emitting a faint blue light. System prompt: you are about to enter the dungeon Dark Throne Area 2. Recommended level 8,595. Current number of players in the dungeon 545. 45 people. Lin Yue's pupils contracted slightly. 5 from Qingxue, 30 from Myth, and 10 from Order. 45 people crammed into one boss room. The door opened. Behind the door was a massive round hall, more than twice the size of the first hall. The ceiling was high, adorned with gigantic crystal chandeliers that emitted blinding white light. The floor was black, etched with intricate magical circles. In the center of the hall stood a giant monster, not humanoid, but a dragon. A black dragon with a wingspan of at least 30 meters, covered in pitch-black scales, its eyes blood red, like 2 balls of burning fire. Surrounding its body was a swirling black mist within which distorted human faces could be faintly seen. System prompt: Dark Giant Dragon Nidhogg, LV92, Lord Boss. Level 92. Lin Yue tightened his grip on the dagger. His level was 87, Su Muqing 83, Old Zhao 82, Qingxue 77, and Wang Hao 51. An average level of less than 80 going against a level 92 Lord Boss. Qingxue's men had already started to move. 30 people spread out on either side of the hall. Archers and mages stood in the back, while warriors and knights charged in front. Qingxue rode the black dragon, diving from the sky, his spear aimed at the giant dragon's head. The dark blue flames at the tip of the spear erupted in the darkness, and the giant dragon let out a low roar, sweeping its claws and sending several warriors flying. The Order's members did not move. Nightingale stood at the edge of the hall, her gray cloak billowing in the wind. She watched as Qingxue's men fought, as if waiting for something. Lin Yue also remained still. He crouched at the entrance of the hall, observing the giant dragon's attack patterns. It clawed, swept its tail, and breathed fire. Its movements were faster than the first BOSS, but there was a clear rhythm. After every 3 attacks, it would pause for 2 seconds. 2 seconds enough for him to perform a backstab. Su Muqing stand back and use Holy Light Judgment to hit its head. Wang Hao follow the warrior team and slash its legs from the side. Old Zhao protect Qingxue. Qingxue keep an eye on Wang Hao's health. The 4 nodded simultaneously. Lin Yue entered stealth mode, circling behind the giant dragon. The giant dragon's aggro was on Qingxue. Qingxue's Dragon Knight class had taunt skills which could force the boss to attack him. This was Lin Yue's opportunity. The giant dragon's front claws slammed down, cracking the ground. Qingxue rode the black dragon out of the way, his spear piercing the giant dragon's shoulder. The giant dragon howled in pain, turning its head to bite at Qingxue. Qingxue had no time to dodge and got bitten on the left arm. "Wang Hao now!" Lin Yue shouted. Wang Hao charged in from the side, the flame demon blade slashing at the giant dragon's right leg. The dark red flames clashed with the black mist, sparking wildly. The giant dragon's body swayed, the aggro shifting from Qingxue to Wang Hao. 2 seconds. The giant dragon's pause. Lin Yue emerged from the shadows, the dagger stabbing into the giant dragon's nape. The backstab triggered a critical hit, 1890. The giant dragon's scales were too thick, the damage only 2/3 of normal. He stabbed again a third time and a fourth. As the 2 seconds ended, the giant dragon's body shook violently, and Lin Yue was flung aside, crashing against the wall. Su Yuking's spell descended. A golden beam shot from the tip of her staff, striking the giant dragon's head. The dragon's head was deflected, and it released a jet of black dragon breath that swept across the hall, incinerating several myth players into ashes. Wang Hao's health dropped to 40%. Chun Siki rushed forward, the holy light pressing against his chest, restoring his health to 70%. Old Zhao stood in front of Chun Siki, slicing through a charging minor monster, a dark servant summoned by the giant dragon, a level 60 elite. Lin Yue got back up from the ground, watching the giant dragon's aggro bar. It was attacking Qin Haoyan again. Qin Haoshan's health dropped to 50%. His healer was trying to restore his health, but couldn't keep up. The giant dragon's attack power was too high, capable of taking down a level 60 player in 2 hits. Wang Hao, go again, Lin Yue shouted. Wang Hao charged in once more. The flame demon blade struck the giant dragon's hind leg, causing its body to sway, and the aggro shifted. 2 seconds. Lin Yue's dagger plunged into the giant dragon's nape again, this time dealing slightly more damage. 2010. Su Yuking's holy light judgment struck down once more. This time a crack appeared on the giant dragon's head, several scales shattering. Its weakness is its head, Su Muqing shouted. Qin Haoyan heard her. He flew in front of the giant dragon on his black dragon, stabbing his spear into the giant dragon's eye. The giant dragon let out an ear-splitting roar and began to tremble violently. Black mist poured out from the gaps in its scales, filling the entire hall. Everyone retreat, Qin Haoyan shouted. The people in the hall began to back away. Lin Yue did not retreat. He grabbed a scale on the giant dragon's head, climbing onto its head, and plunged the dagger into the crack. Critical hit, 3040. The giant dragon's health bar emptied. Its body froze, the red light in its eyes slowly extinguishing. Its corpse crashed to the ground, transforming into a multitude of glowing particles. System prompt: you have slain the dark giant dragon. Nidhogg experience 50,000. A sword, a piece of armor, and a book were left on the ground. Qin Haoyan jumped down from the black dragon, looking at the equipment on the ground. Nightingale stepped out from the edge of the hall, her cloak's hood falling away to reveal her face. Lin Yue jumped down from the dragon's head, standing before the equipment. 3 groups, 3 pieces of equipment. Who will take them? 3 pieces of equipment, 3 people, 3 groups. Qin Haoyan stood on the left with a spear planted in the ground, the dark blue flames at the tip still flickering. He gazed at the equipment on the ground, silent, yet his hand was already gripping the spear's handle tightly. Nightingale stood on the right, her gray cloak billowing in the wind, her right hand hanging by her side, with a faint blue glow flickering at her fingertips. Wind element. Lin Yue stood in the middle, a dagger crossed in front of him, ice spreading from his palm to the hilt. No one moved first. The hall was quiet enough to hear a heartbeat. Qin Haoyan spoke first. Ma Yuan, I took 60% of the damage from the recent boss. My output was the highest. Your output was the highest, because you had the most people, Lin Yue replied flatly. 30 people attacking 1 BOSS, of course the output is high. We 5 had only a fifth of your output, yet we delivered the final blow. Qin Haoshan's mouth twitched slightly. So you dealt the final blow? Yes, it was me. Nightingale walked over from the right, approached the equipment, and crouched down. She picked up a sword, the blade entirely pitch black with a dark purple glow along the edge, resembling the Dark Knight Lament Lin Yue had obtained earlier. Dark Dragon Tooth Sword, purple equipment, attack power 105135, strength 25, critical hit rate 10, special effect, deals an additional 20 damage to dragon-type monsters. A warrior's weapon. Nightingale put down the sword and picked up a piece of armor. The black plate armor was engraved with dragon scale patterns. Dark Dragon Scale Armor, purple equipment, defense 180, constitution 20, fire resistance 15, special effect, has a 10 chance to trigger a dragon scale shield when attacked. A warrior's armor. Nightingale set the armor aside and picked up a tome. The cover was black, featuring a rune of a shield. Dark Guardian skill book. After learning it, can summon a dark shield to protect teammates from damage. Class restriction, Night Warrior. Nightingale stood up, turned to face Qin Haoyan and Lin Yue. 3 pieces of equipment, all for warriors. Who wants them? Qin Haoyan pulled his spear from the ground. The sword and armor are mine, and the skill book is for you guys. Lin Yue looked at him. Are you taking 2 pieces by yourself? My team contributed the most effort. Qin Haoshan's voice grew serious. Ma Yuan, you only have 5 people, 1 piece is enough. Lin Yue said nothing. He sheathed the dagger at his waist, approached Nightingale, took the skill book from her hand, and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he turned and looked at Qin Haoyan. The sword and armor go to you. The skill book is mine, Lin Yue said. The condition is that your team withdraws from the dungeon and no longer engages with the 3rd boss. Qin Haoshan's eyes narrowed. On what basis? On the basis that I can destroy it before you get the equipment. Lin Yu's right hand pressed against the blade, ice exploding from his palm, freezing the entire sword into an ice pillar. Qingxue's expression changed. He reached out to snatch it, but Lin Yue had already retreated. The dagger was drawn, held horizontally in front of him. Lin Yue, you took 60% of the damage, but that was because you had more people. But 7 of your people died, and over 10 were injured. If this continues, even more of your people will die. Lin Yu's voice was calm. The third boss is level 95, 3 levels higher than this. What will you use to fight it? Qingxue stared at him for a long time. Then he smiled a cold smile. Fine. The sword and armor are mine, and the skill book is yours. My people will withdraw from the dungeon. He walked over, picked up the frozen sword and armor. The ice shattered, and the dark purple glow on the blade dimmed slightly, but remained intact. Lin, you will regret this. Qingxue turned, and left his people following behind him as they exited the boss room. Nightingale remained standing in place. She looked at Lin Yue, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Did you really mean that you could destroy the equipment before getting it? No, I didn't. Nightingale laughed. You are quite interesting. Lin Yue looked at her. What does the order want? The first clear reward for the third boss. Nightingale pulled the hood of her cloak up, concealing most of her face. The seer said that the drops from the third boss include a legendary skill book. He wants that book. What if he can't get it? Then it will be stolen. Nightingale's voice came from beneath the cloak, muffled, but the seer said you won't allow him to take it. She turned and walked away. The sound of her footsteps grew quieter, eventually disappearing at the end of the corridor. Wang Hao carried the flame demon blade on his shoulder and walked up to Lin Yue. President, what does she mean? It means that the drops from the third boss are something the order must obtain. Then are we still going to fight? Yes. Lin Yue sheathed the dagger at his waist. If we don't fight, how do we know if we can get it? The 5 of them exited the boss room, crossed the corridor, and arrived at the dungeon exit. The sunlight was blinding. Lin Yue squinted, seeing that the Myth Guild's camp in the distance was already empty. Qingxue had retreated with his people, but he wouldn't go far. He was waiting for the third BOSS, anticipating that Lin Yue and the Order would both suffer losses, so he could reap the benefits. Nightingale and the Order had also vanished. They might be waiting at the door of the third boss or camping somewhere in the wilderness. Lin Feng. Su Muqing called his name. Are we still going to fight the third boss? Lin Yue remained silent for a long time. Yes, but there's no rush. Why? Because Qingxue and the Order are waiting for us to act first. Whoever acts first will die first. We need to wait for them to make the first move. Su Muqing looked at him. Are you sure they will make the first move? Sure. Lin Yue drew the dagger, the blue blade of the Shadow Ripper, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Because they are more anxious than we are. Qingxue wants to prove he is stronger than me, and the Order wants that legendary skill book. We lack nothing, we have time on our side. The 5 of them returned to the plaza. In the central courtyard, over 300 people were gathered together, some whispering, others staring wide-eyed in the dark. Lin Yue held Lin Shi, and upon seeing Lin Yue return, she sighed in relief. Li Yifei rushed down from the second floor holding a laptop. President, I monitored communications between Myth and the Order. Qingxue's people are camping 5 kilometers east of the dungeon entrance, while the Order's people are camping 3 kilometers west of the dungeon entrance. Neither of them has entered the dungeon. What are they waiting for? They are waiting for the other side to act first. Lin Yue sheathed the dagger. Then we will wait. In the evening, the sun was about to set. The grayish-white light turned dark gray, and the distant horizon began to reveal that eerie dark red color. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood behind the window on the second floor, gazing at the gray skyline in the distance. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside him. Lin Feng, what do you think the legendary skill book for the third boss is? I don't know. If it is for mages, give it to me. If it is for assassins, give it to you. If it is for warriors, give it to Wang Hao. If it is for priests, give it to Qingxue. Lin Yue turned to look at her. What if it is a universal skill? Su Muqing fell silent for 2 seconds. Then give it to the one who can use it best. In the distance, the blood moon rose. Dark red light poured in through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the chaotic courtyard. Li Yifei's voice came through the intercom. President, the Order's people have entered the dungeon. Lin Yue's pupils contracted slightly. How many? 10 people, all have gone in. Myth's people are still outside. Lin Yue put down the intercom and turned to go downstairs. Let's go. The 5 of them exited through the side door of the plaza and ran toward the dungeon. Under the blood moon, the wilderness resembled a dark red sea. The entrance to the mining area in the distance was dark like an open mouth. Lin Yue ran at the forefront, dagger drawn. Su Muqing followed closely behind, staff in hand. Wang Hao carried the flame demon blade, its dark red flames resembling a living snake under the blood moon. Old Zhao unsheathed his sword with one hand, his step steady. Qingxue followed at the back, the light of holy light shining from her palm. The 5 of them ran into the cave entrance, down the steps, and reached the dungeon entrance. The light barrier was still there. Lin Yue led the way inside. The scenery in the dungeon changed. It was not an underground palace nor a dragon's hall. It was a dock. A gray sky, black seawater, and abandoned ships. The air was thick with the smell of fish and decay. Waves crashed against the dock, producing a dull sound. System prompt: you have entered the hidden area of the dungeon Dark Throne Ghost Ship Dock. Recommended level 90,100. Lin Yue's pupils contracted sharply. A hidden area. A level 95 Lord Boss was already difficult enough. Now there was an additional hidden area. He didn't know whether this was triggered by the order by Qingxue's people or if they triggered it themselves. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside him. Where is this? The ghost ship dock. Lin Yue held the dagger horizontally in front of him. This is a hidden dungeon in the game. I have never played it. Wang Hao carried the flame demon blade on his shoulder. Never played it. No, because no one who has entered has ever come out. In the distance, a black ship was slowly approaching. At the bow stood a figure clad in black armor wielding a massive anchor. His eyes were a ghostly blue like two wisps of ghost fire. System prompt: Ghost Ship Captain Davy Jones, LV-98, Hidden Boss. Level 98. Lin Yue tightened his grip on the dagger. 3 pieces of equipment, 3 groups of people. Qin Haoyan stood on the left, his spear planted into the ground. Nightingale stood on the right with a cyan light flickering at her fingertips. Lin Yue stood in the center, a dagger held horizontally before him. Qin Haoyan spoke first. Mo Yuan, I took 60% of the damage and dealt the highest output. You dealt the highest output because you had more people. Lin Yue's tone was flat. I landed the final blow. Nightingale walked over, picked up the sword, armor, and skill book from the ground and examined them. All 3 are for warriors. Who wants them? Qin Haoyan pulled his spear from the ground. The sword and armor are mine. The skill book is yours. Lin Yue looked at him. You're taking 2 pieces for yourself? My people contributed the most. Lin Yue said nothing. He walked over to Nightingale, took the skill book from her hand, stuffed it into his pocket, then turned to face Qin Haoyan. The sword and armor are yours. On one condition: you leave the instance and don't go after the 3rd boss. Qin Haoyan's eyes narrowed. What makes you think you can dictate terms? Lin Yue pressed his right hand against the sword's blade. A layer of ice exploded outward, freezing the entire sword into an icicle. Qin Haoyan reached for it, but Lin Yue had already retreated, his dagger drawn and held before him. Qin Haoyan stared at him for a long moment, then laughed. Fine. He picked up the frozen sword and armor and left with his people. Nightingale remained where she stood, watching Lin Yue. The 3rd boss drop includes a legendary skill book. The prophet wants that book. She turned and walked away. Wang Hao hefted the inferno blade onto his shoulder. Chief, are we still taking on the 3rd boss? Yes. The 5 of them crossed the corridor and pushed open the wooden door at the end. Beyond the door lay a sea, black water, a gray sky, and abandoned ships floating on the surface. They stood on a dock, the wooden planks rotting beneath their feet. System notification: you have entered the 3rd area of the Gloomy Throne Instance Ghost Shipyard. Recommended level 90100. In the distance, a black ship sailed slowly toward them. At its prow stood a figure in black armor, holding a massive anchor, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. System notification: Ghost Captain Davy Jones, LV-98, Hidden Boss. Su Muqing gripped her staff tightly. Level 98. Even if we can't beat it, we have to fight. Lin Yue held his dagger before him. The ghost captain leaped from the ship, its anchor crashing onto the dock. It charged forward with astonishing speed. Lin Yue sidestepped the anchor, grazing his shoulder and smashing into the ground, shattering a large section of the wooden planks. Spread out. Su Muqing retreated to the edge of the dock, raising her staff. Wang Hao charged in from the side, slashing the inferno blade across the ghost captain's flank. 890. The ghost captain swung its anchor backhand, sending Wang Hao flying. Qingxue rushed over, pressing a holy light against Wang Hao's chest. Lin Yue circled behind the ghost captain, driving his dagger into a gap in its armor. Backstab triggered a critical hit. 1020. Its defense was twice that of the 2nd boss. The ghost captain spun and swept its anchor. Lin Yue leaped to dodge, landing another strike that dealt only 600 points. Su Muqing's spell descended, a golden beam of light blasting into the ghost captain's chest, punching a hole through its armor. Its weak point is the chest. Su Muqing shouted. Lin Yue stabbed his dagger into the hole. 1,500. The ghost captain let out a piercing shriek, its anchor crashing down from above. Lin Yue parried with his dagger, but was sent flying, slamming into a wooden post. Qingxue rushed over to heal him. Lin Yue looked at the ghost captain's health bar, still at 70%. Wang, how can you still fight? Wang Hao picked himself up off the ground. I can. Lin Yue entered stealth. Old Zhao drew its attention from the left, while Wang Hao charged in from the right, driving the inferno blade into a gap in the ghost captain's armor. Lin Yue's dagger pierced the back of its neck as Su Muqing's holy light judgment struck its head. A crack split open the ghost captain's skull. Lin Yue grabbed its armor, climbed onto its back, and drove his dagger into the fissure. Critical hit. 3,200. Its health bar dropped by 5%. The ghost captain's body convulsed violently. The anchor slipped from its grasp. Black mist surged forth as it slowly collapsed. System notification: Ghost Captain Davy Jones defeated. Experience 80,000. On the ground lay a dagger, a leather armor piece, and a book. Lin Yue picked up the dagger. Cursed dagger of the gloomy captain. Attack 115145. Agility 28. Critical hit rate 12. It was better than his Shadow Ripper. He equipped the new dagger, stowed the leather armor in his bag, and picked up the skill book, opening it. Gloomy Doppelganger: summon a doppelganger that inherits 50 of the user's attack power for 30 seconds. Nightingale walked over her eyes on the dagger in Lin Yue's hand. The prophet said the third boss drops a legendary skill book. This isn't legendary. This is purple. Lin Yue sheathed the dagger. The legendary one might be somewhere else. Nightingale stared at him for a long time. You'll regret this. She turned and walked away. Lin Yue stood on the dock, gazing at the distant sea. A sunken giant warship was slowly rising from the depths. System notification: Hidden area of the Gloomy Throne instance unlocked. Abyssal warship. Recommended level 100. Su Muqing walked over. Are we still fighting? Lin Yue drew his dagger, its deep blue blade reflecting his face. Yes. As the abyssal giant ship rose from the depths of the sea, the entire dock trembled. The black sea water surged as if boiling bubbles erupted from the seabed, releasing a pungent scent of sulfur as they burst. That ship was enormous. At least 10 times longer than the ghost ship, its hull covered in barnacles and seaweed, with countless shadows of people standing on the deck. They were not living beings, but the undead. Their eyes glowed a ghostly blue identical to those of the ghost ship's captain. Level 100. Lin Yue tightened his grip on the dagger. His new weapon, the cursed dagger of the dark captain, felt slightly warm in his palm, the ghostly blue light on the blade shining brighter than before. The system prompt popped up before him. Legendary weapon: Knight's Lament. Binding task: kill 100 elite monsters. Current progress 3,100. 3 bosses counted as 3 elite monsters. 97 more to go. Su Muqing stood beside him, her staff in hand, the black gem at the tip glowing with ghostly blue light. Level 100. There are 5 of us with an average level of less than 80. The system didn't stop us, which means we can fight it, Lin Yue said, positioning the dagger in front of him. Wang Hao, how many times can you use your fire enchantment? 3 times. It requires a cooldown of 1 hour after use. Wang Hao replied, holding the flame demon blade. That's enough. Lin Yue gazed at the approaching giant ship. The boss weak point is its head. Su Muqing would strike its head with holy light judgment, while Wang Hao would use his fire enchantment to cut its legs. Lao Zhao would protect Qingxue, who would monitor Wang Hao's health. The 4 nodded in unison. The giant ship docked with a crash, its hull colliding with the dock, splintering the wooden planks, and seawater surged up from the cracks, flooding their ankles. The shadows on the deck began to move, not walking but floating. They drifted down from the deck to the dock, densely packed, at least 50 of them. They were not bosses, but minor monsters. Level 60 elite monsters, the Dark Sailors. Lin Yue's eyes brightened. Level 60 elite monsters counted as 1 task progress each. 50 of them meant 50%. He charged forward. The dagger pierced the chest of the first Dark Sailor, a backstab, triggering a critical hit, dealing 3,400 damage. The cursed dagger of the Dark Captain had a 25% damage bonus against undead monsters. 2 strikes would be enough to take down a level 60 elite. The second strike dealt 2,800 damage, causing the Dark Sailor to dissipate into light. The system prompt announced Knight's Lament. Binding task progress 4,100. Wang Hao charged from the side, the flame demon blade cleaving down upon the second Dark Sailor's head, the dark red flames exploding for 2,900 damage. The Dark Sailor fell without a sound. Lao Zhao guarded in front of Qingxue, taking down one with a single strike, slow but steady. Su Muqing stood at a distance, her staff raised as a golden beam shot from its tip, piercing through the bodies of 3 Dark Sailors. She was not using spells to attack the boss, she was clearing out minor monsters. In less than 5 minutes, all 50 Dark Sailors were eliminated. The ground was littered with over 30 pieces of green gear and a dozen blue items, along with a pile of copper and silver coins. The system prompt appeared: Knight's Lament. Binding task progress 53100. Lin Yue collected the gear from the ground and stuffed them into his backpack. Su Muqing, after we return, distribute these items to the logistics department. Give the green gear to ordinary players and the blue gear to lower-level players. Su Muqing nodded. On the giant ship's deck, there was still one figure that hadn't moved. It wasn't a Dark Sailor, but something much larger, 3 meters tall, wearing a black captain's cloak, a tricorn hat atop its head, and wielding a rusty scimitar. Its face was a skull with ghostly blue flames burning in its eye sockets. Black mist swirled around its body, within which distorted human faces could be faintly seen. The system prompted Abyssal Captain Dark, Throne LV 100 Lord Boss. A level 100 Lord Boss. It floated down from the deck, landing on the dock scimitar, held horizontally in front of it. The scimitar was enveloped in ghostly blue flames, just like the flames on the ghost ship's anchor. It spoke its voice like the wind blowing through hollow bones. You have slain Davy Jones. You will die. Lin Yue remained silent, entering stealth mode, and circling behind the boss. The dagger plunged into the back of the ship captain, backstab triggering a critical hit, dealing 1100 damage. His pupils contracted slightly. A level 100 Lord Boss had double the defense of the ghost captain, and a backstab critical hit only dealt 1100. The Abyssal Captain turned, sweeping the scimitar. Lin Yue jumped to evade the scimitar, grazing past his feet, severing 2 wooden posts on the dock. As he landed, he struck again, this time dealing only 600 damage. Su Muking's spell descended. The golden beam struck the Abyssal Captain's chest, tearing a hole in the captain's cloak, exposing the bones beneath. Like the ghost captain, it had no flesh, only bones. The weak point is the chest. Su Muqing shouted. Wang Hao charged from the side, the flame demon blade cleaving into the Abyssal Captain's leg. The fire enchantment triggered the dark red flames, exploding for 1400 damage. The Abyssal Captain's aggro shifted to Wang Hao, the scimitar swinging towards his head. Wang Hao had no time to evade and could only block with the flame demon blade. The scimitar clashed with the flame demon blade, sending Wang Hao staggering back several steps, his palm splitting open, blood flowing down the blade. Qingxue rushed forward, using holy light to heal him. The wound healed, but her mana dropped from 60% to 50%. Lin Yue charged from behind the boss, the dagger plunging into the hole in the captain's cloak. This time the damage was higher, 1800. The Abyssal Captain's health dropped by 1%. Its body began to tremble violently, black mist pouring from the seams of its cloak, engulfing the entire dock. Fall back, Lin Yue shouted. The 5 retreated simultaneously. The Abyssal Captain did not pursue, standing amidst the mist with the scimitar held before it, ghostly blue flames burning in its eye sockets. Lin Yue observed its health bar, still at 95%. He gripped the dagger tightly. Wang Hao, how many fire enchantments do you have left? 2 times. That's enough. Lao Zhao draw its attention from the left. Wang Hao, you from the right. Su Muqing use holy light judgment to strike its head. Qingxue, keep an eye on Wang Hao's health. The 4 nodded in unison. Lin Yue entered stealth mode. Lao Zhao charged from the left, his one-handed sword striking the Abyssal Captain's leg. The boss' attention was drawn, the scimitar swinging toward Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao dodged to the side, the scimitar grazing his shoulder armor, leaving 3 white marks. Wang Hao charged from the right, the flame demon blade slicing into the Abyssal Captain's side. The fire enchantment triggered, dealing 1500 damage. Lin Yue's dagger plunged into the boss, nape backstab, 1200 damage. Su Muking's holy light judgment descended, crashing down upon the Abyssal Captain's head. The skull cracked open, ghostly blue light seeping from the fissure. Its weak point is the head. Su Muqing shouted. Lin Yue grabbed the Abyssal Captain's cloak, climbing onto its back, the dagger stabbing into the crack in its skull. Critical hit, 3500. The health bar dropped by 2%. The Abyssal Captain let out a deafening roar, the scimitar slipping from its hand and crashing onto the dock. Black mist surged from its body, enveloping the entire surface of the sea. Its body began to dissipate, starting from the skull, slowly turning into light points. The system prompted defeated Abyssal Captain Dark Throne experience 120000. A dagger, a robe, and a book were left on the ground. The dagger was black with ghostly blue light shimmering on its blade. The robe was black, adorned with a golden skull pattern. The book cover was black, marked with a rune of a staff. Lin Yue approached and picked up the dagger. Tooth of the Abyss, purple equipment, attack power 125158, agility 30, critical hit rate 15, effect deals an additional 30 damage to undead monsters. Better than the cursed dagger of the Dark Captain. He swapped out the cursed dagger and gripped the Tooth of the Abyss. Lin Yue picked up the robe. Abyssal robe, purple equipment, defense 90, intelligence 25, mana recovery 15, effect shadow type, spell damage 20. Su Muqing, this is yours. Lin Yue handed her the robe. Su Muqing accepted it and put it on. The black robe under the ghostly blue light revealed the golden skull pattern. Lin Yue picked up the book. Abyssal Shield skill book, once learned, can summon an abyssal shield to protect all teammates from a fatal blow. Class restriction, priest. Qingxue, this is yours. Lin Yue handed her the skill book. Qingxue opened the book and it transformed into a beam of light that entered her body. She spread her right hand and a black shield appeared in her palm with ghostly blue runes swirling on it. What can it block? Lin Yue asked. It can block 1 lethal attack. Qingxue's eyes brightened. No matter how high the damage is, it can withstand it. Wang Hao rested the flame demon blade on his shoulder, gazing at the last dissipating light on the dock. President, is the dungeon cleared? Cleared. The The system prompted Dungeon Dark Throne cleared. Rating S. First clear rewards have been issued. Lin Yue had an extra weapon in his backpack. It wasn't a dagger, but a sword. The blade was entirely black with dark golden light shimmering on the edge. Blade of the Firmament legendary weapon, unbound attack power 180220, all attributes 30, critical hit rate 20, effect, deals an additional 50 damage to boss monsters. Binding condition, complete the first clear of the Dungeon Dark Throne and reach level 90. 90 levels. Lin Yue was currently level 87. Just 3 levels short. Su Muqing approached, looking at the sword in his hand. Legendary weapon. Yeah, you can only use it at level 90. Just 3 levels short. That's enough. Lin Yue put the blade of the Firmament into his backpack. Killing 97 elite monsters will be sufficient. In the distance, the exit of the dungeon appeared. A faint blue light curtain, just like the entrance. The 5 stepped out of the light curtain, and outside was a mining area. The sunlight was blinding, and Lin Yue squinted. Nightingale stood at the entrance of the mining area, her gray cloak fluttering in the wind. She looked at Lin Yue, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Did you clear the dungeon? Yes. What's the first clear reward? A legendary weapon. Nightingale gazed at him, remaining silent for a long time. The prophet was right. You are stronger than he thought. She turned and walked away. Qin Haoyan stood on a distant hillside riding a black dragon, the dark blue flames on his spear shining like a blue star in the sunlight. He looked at Lin Yue, said nothing, and flew away. Wang Hao rested the flame demon blade on his shoulder. President, they are gone. They've left. Will they come back? Lin Yue looked at the gray skyline in the distance. They will. But not today. The 5 headed toward the mall. Behind them, the mining area's entrance loomed like a black hole in the sunlight. Lin Yue drew the tooth of the abyss, the ghostly blue blade glinting coldly in the sun. The system prompted Knight's Lament, binding task progress 56100. 44 elite monsters still needed to be defeated. When they returned to the mall, the sky was nearly dark. The grayish light had turned into a dark gray, and the horizon in the distance began to shimmer with a strange dark red. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue walked into the courtyard, where over 300 people were crowded in the corner. Upon seeing their return, no one spoke, yet all eyes lit up. Lin Yue held Lin Shi in the crowd. The baby woke up, her bright black eyes gazing at Lin Yue as her small hands reached out from the blanket, grasping at the air. Li Tingting was distributing food, half a block of compressed biscuit and half a cup of water, slightly less than yesterday. Zhao Lei was training the more than 20 ordinary people who stood in a line with kitchen knives and wrenches, their movements much more agile than a few days ago. Everyone gather. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the entire courtyard. Over 300 people stood up from the corners and walked to the center of the courtyard. Lin Yue placed his backpack on the ground and opened it. Inside were more than 30 pieces of green equipment and over 10 pieces of blue equipment, all dropped from the small monsters in the dungeon. He took out the equipment one by one and laid them on the ground. Armor, greaves, boots, gloves, and helmets, everything was there. Green equipment is for the ordinary people in the logistics department. Blue equipment is for players in the combat department below level 30. Lin Yue looked at the more than 300 people. Wang Hao, you distribute them. Wang Hao hoisted the flame demon blade onto his shoulder, walked over, squatted down, and separated the green and blue equipment. He was meticulous in his distribution. Armor for the strong, leather armor for the agile, and cloth armor for the intelligent. He was not distributing randomly, he was using his mind. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue holding her staff. She had changed into the abyss robe, and the golden skull pattern on the black robe glimmered faintly under the dim emergency lights. After Wang Hao finished distributing the equipment, he handed the last piece of blue leather armor to Zhao Lei. This is yours. Zhao Lei took the leather armor and put it on. His level had risen to 28, and the leather armor added 12 agility points, making him run faster. Lin Yue pulled out 3 pieces of purple equipment from his backpack: the cursed dagger of the Dark Captain, the phantom leather armor of the Dark Captain, and the tooth of the abyss. He handed the cursed dagger of the Dark Captain to Wang Hao. This is yours. Wang Hao was taken aback. I'm a warrior using a two-handed sword. This dagger is not for you to use, but is for your self-defense. Your flame demon blade is too heavy and you won't have time to strike against faster enemies. This dagger is light and can serve as a secondary weapon. Wang Hao accepted the dagger and tucked it behind his waist. Lin Yue handed the phantom leather armor of the Dark Captain to Old Zhao. This is yours. Old Zhao took the leather armor but did not wear it. He merely weighed it in his hands. I wear plate armor. A leather armor is not suitable for me. It's not for you to wear, it's for Lin Yue. She is holding Lin Shi and needs protection. Old Zhao nodded and handed the leather armor to Lin Yue. Lin Yue took the leather armor and wore it on the outside. The white priest robe was covered with dark gray leather armor, looking somewhat mismatched, but there was a light in her eyes. It was not the light of the equipment, but the light of hope. Lin Yue drew the tooth of the abyss from his waist and the eerie blue blade glimmered coldly under the dim emergency light. I will use this dagger myself. No one spoke. Su Muqing walked over looking at the dagger in his hand. What about your Shadow Ripper? I gave it to Zhao Lei. Lin Yue pulled out the Shadow Ripper from his waist, the blue blade shining under the light, and handed it to Zhao Lei. Use it after you reach level 30. Zhao Lei took the dagger and tucked it into his waist. President, I will use it. In the distance, the blood moon began to rise. The dark red light streamed in through the shattered glass curtain wall, casting shadows across the littered courtyard. Li Yifei rushed down from the second floor holding a laptop close to his chest, his glasses askew on his nose. President, I scanned the surrounding monster distribution. 5 kilometers to the east, there is a group of elite monsters, at least 30 of them with levels between 60 and 70. Lin Yue's eyes lit up. 30 elite monsters would be enough to complete 30% of his Knight's Elegy binding task. Adding the 3 boss monsters and 50 small monsters killed in the dungeon, the progress stood at 56%, still needing 44 more. 30 would be sufficient. We will go tomorrow, Lin Yue said. Su Muqing looked at him. I will go with you. You stay behind. Why? Because the mall needs someone to guard it. Lin Yue's tone was calm. Although Qin Haoyan and the Order's people have retreated, they will return. With you here, they won't dare to come. Su Muqing looked at him silent for 2 seconds. Then who will you take? Wang Hao, old Zhao Qinsiki. I will go too. Qinsiki stepped out from the crowd, her palm glowing with holy light. Her mana had recovered to 70%. Her face was still pale, but much better than yesterday. You won't go? You stay to help Lin Yue take care of the wounded. Qinsiki opened her mouth, but said nothing. In the distance, the blood moon reached its peak. The dark red light flooded the entire city. At dawn, Lin Yue, Wang Hao, and old Zhao exited through the side door of the mall. Lin Yue walked in front, the tooth of the abyss drawn, the eerie blue blade glimmering in the morning light. Wang Hao followed in second, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder, its dark red flames resembling a living snake under the sunlight. Old Zhao walked at the back, his one-handed sword drawn, his steps steady. The 3 of them headed east. After walking for about an hour, a ruin appeared ahead. It was not a residential building or a mall, but a factory. Half the factory had collapsed, the chimney lay on the ground, and the iron door was half open, revealing darkness within. This is the place. Lin Yue squatted by the iron door and peered inside. It was very dark inside, but he could see those ghastly green eyes. Eyes of elite monsters, not the murky yellow of ordinary zombies. 30 pairs densely packed, glowing in the dark. System prompt: infected worker LV65, elite monster. Wang Hao took down the flame demon blade from his shoulder, gripping it in his hands. 30 of them. You take the left, I'll take the right. Lin Yue positioned the dagger in front of him. Old Zhao blocked the entrance, don't let them escape. The 3 charged in simultaneously. Lin Yue's dagger pierced the chest of the first infected worker, triggering a backstab critical hit, dealing 3,400 damage. The Tooth of the Abyss had a 30% damage bonus against undead monsters, and the 65-level elite monster could not withstand 2 strikes. The second strike dealt 2,900 damage, and the infected worker dissolved into light. System prompt: Knight's Elegy binding task progress 57,100. Wang Hao's flame demon blade struck the head of the second infected worker, dark red flames bursting forth, dealing 3,200 damage. The infected worker did not fall, though it retaliated with a punch to his shoulder. Wang Hao grunted in pain, staggering back 2 steps. Old Zhao rushed in from the entrance, his one-handed sword stabbing into the infected worker's throat, dealing 2,800 damage. The infected worker finally collapsed. Lin Yue killed 3 more. Progress 60,100. More infected workers surged in, not 1 or 2, but all of them. 30 elite monsters crowded in the dark factory, their ghastly green eyes forming a glowing river. Lin Yue did not retreat. The dagger plunged into the throat of the 4th, the eyes of the 5th, and the chest of the 6th. His speed was so fast that only afterimages remained, each strike claiming the life of an elite monster. The progress jumped 62, 64, 67. The flames on Wang Hao's flame demon blade dimmed slightly. He had used the flame enchantment twice, only 1 remained. He dared not use it again, saving it for the last one. Old Zhao's left hand was clawed by an infected worker, 3 bloody gashes exposing flesh, blood flowing uncontrollably. He did not retreat, his one-handed sword continued to swing. When the last infected worker fell, black blood dripped from Lin Yue's dagger. The ground was littered with light points dissipating. System prompt: Knight's Elegy binding task progress 87,100. 13 more to go. Wang Hao leaned against the wall, panting heavily. President, how much progress have you made on your task? 87%. 13 more to go. That's enough. Lin Yue returned the dagger to his waist. Let's go back and come again tomorrow. The 3 walked back to the mall. In the courtyard, Qinsiki was tending to old Zhao's wounds. The 3 deep claw marks on his left hand were severe, exposing flesh, but her holy light pressed upon it, healing visibly. Her mana had dropped from 70% to 60%, but she did not stop. Old Zhao gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Su Muqing approached and stood beside Lin Yue. How many did you kill? 27. 13 more to go. We will kill more tomorrow. In the distance, the sun was about to set. The grayish light turned into a dark gray, and the horizon in the distance began to shimmer with the strange dark red again. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, drawing the tooth of the abyss from his waist. The eerie blue blade reflected the dim yellow light of the emergency lamp. He recalled the blade of the firmament in his backpack with an attack power of 180, an additional 30 to all attributes, and an extra 50% damage to boss. A legendary weapon. Still 3 levels away. 13 elite monsters still needed. After dawn, he would return to that factory. 13 infected workers were waiting for him. Lin Yue returned the dagger to his waist and closed his eyes. On the 3rd day, Lin Yue went to the factory alone. Wang Hao's shoulder was still injured, Old Zhao's left hand was wrapped in bandages, and Qin Siqi's magical energy had only recovered to 40%. He didn't want to delay any longer. The binding task of the Dark Knight Elegy was only missing 13 elite monsters, and the blade of the firmament was waiting for him in his backpack. Level 90, a legendary weapon dealing an additional 50% damage to boss monsters. He needed this as Qin Haoyan and the people from the Order wouldn't give him much time. He set off at dawn. The morning light seeped through the gaps in the clouds, casting a faint golden hue over the ruins. Lin Yue walked along the empty street, the abyssal fang drawn, its ethereal blue blade glimmering coldly in the sunlight. The iron gate was still open, just as it was when he left yesterday. It was pitch black inside, nothing could be seen. But Lin Yue didn't need to see, he listened. The breathing of the elite monsters was heavier than that of ordinary zombies, wheezing like a bellows echoing in the vast factory. 13, not one more, not one less. Lin Yue walked through the iron gate and entered stealth mode. The first infected worker was in the corner on the east side of the factory, squatting with its back to him, gnawing on something. Lin Yue circled around behind it, his dagger darting from the shadows, plunging into its nape. The backstab triggered a critical hit, 3,500. The infected worker didn't even have time to make a sound before turning into a speck of light. System prompt: Dark Knight Elegy binding task progress 88,100. The second one was to the west, leaning against the wall with its eyes half closed. Lin Yue crept along the wall and stabbed its throat, 3,400. The second one fell. The third one was to the south, lying on an abandoned machine tool. Lin Yue crawled under the machine tool, stabbing upward with the dagger into its chin, piercing through its skull, 3,600. 3 down in under 10 seconds. The remaining infected workers were alerted. Their sickly green eyes lit up in the darkness, 10 pairs rushing toward him. Lin Yue did not retreat, but charged forward. The dagger pierced the chest of the 4th, the eye of the 5th, and the throat of the 6th. The progress jumped 91, 93, and 95. The 7th lunged at him from the side, its claws grazing his arm, tearing a hole in his battle suit, blood splattering. Lin Yue sidestepped, countering with a stab into its temple, 3,200. The 7th one fell. The 8th, 9th, and 10th attacked simultaneously, 3 pairs of sickly green eyes, 6 claws. Lin Yue crouched and slipped between them, the dagger carving an arc in the air, slicing the 8th one's throat, stabbing into the 9th's eye. The 10th's claw struck his back, causing him to stagger forward 2 steps, but he did not fall. He turned around, the dagger plunging into the chest of the 10th, 3,400. The 10th one fell. The last 3 began to flee. Lin Yue's shadow step was faster than them, appearing at the side of the 11th, stabbing through its ribcage and into its heart. The 12th one ran to the iron gate. He chased after it, stabbing its neck from behind. The 13th one ran out of the gate into the sunlight. Lin Yue dashed out of the iron gate. The cooldown of Shadow Step had 3 seconds left, so he ran directly. The infected worker's speed was no match for his, and he caught up in 5 seconds. The dagger stabbed into its neck from the side, piercing through the trachea. System prompt: Dark Knight Elegy binding task progress 100,100. The attributes of the legendary weapon Dark Knight Elegy have been unlocked. Lin Yue stood at the factory entrance, breathing heavily. His back hurt, and the wound on his arm was still bleeding. He took out the Dark Knight Elegy from his backpack, that legendary longsword. The blade was pitch black, adorned with a dark purple glow, just like when he first acquired it, but the system prompt had changed. Dark Knight Elegy legendary weapon bound attack power 155,190, agility 35, critical hit rate 25, special effect: first attack in stealth state, must critically hit. Binder Mo Yuan. Attack power from 155 to 190, 30 points higher than the Abyssal Fawn. Critical hit rate of 25% combined with his own equipment's critical hit rate nearing 40%. The special effect ensures that the first attack in stealth state must critically hit. paired with backstab the damage can double. Lin Yue sheathed the abyssal fong back at his waist, holding the Dark Knight Elegy in his right hand. System prompt: level up 8,788. Level up 8,889. Level up 8,990. 3 beams of white light erupted from him. Over 300 people in the mall simultaneously saw the distant light pillar. Su Muqing stood in the center of the courtyard, her silvery white hair flowing in the morning breeze. She looked towards the white light in the east, a slight smile appearing on her lips. Wang Hao stood up from a corner, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder. The president leveled up to 90. Li Yifei ran down from the second floor holding a laptop in his arms. Experience increased by 3 levels. He must have completed the binding task for Dark Knight Elegy. Lin Yue stood at the factory entrance looking at his own level. Level 90. He took out the blade of the firmament from his backpack, its blade completely black, adorned with a dark golden glow reflecting the dark purple glow of the Dark Knight Elegy. Blade of the Firmament, legendary weapon, unbound attack power 180,220, all attributes 30, critical hit rate 20, special effect, deals an additional 50 damage to boss monsters. Binding condition: complete the dungeon, Dark Throne, for the first time and reach level 90. System prompt: conditions met. Would you like to bind the blade of the firmament? Lin Yue clicked yes. The blade of the firmament transformed into a dark golden light and drilled into his body. He felt something surging within him. Not the burning sensation of crimson particles, but a warm feeling like blood accelerating through his veins. With all attributes increased by 30, his strength rose from 189 to 219, agility from 247 to 277, and constitution from 112 to 142. He raised his right hand, the frost in his palm no longer white, but dark golden. System prompt: acquired legendary weapon skill, blade of the firmament. Effect: 10 chance to trigger firmament judgment upon attack, dealing true damage. He sheathed both the Dark Knight Elegy and the blade of the firmament back at his waist, turned around, and walked towards the mall. The wound on his back still hurt, and the wound on his arm continued to bleed, but his hands did not tremble. When he returned to the mall, Su Muqing was waiting for him at the entrance. She looked at the torn hole in his battle suit on his back and the bloodstains on his arm, saying nothing, simply taking the bandages and iodine from Lin Yue and starting to treat his wounds. Her movements were gentle, but Lin Yue still gasped in pain. Endure it, Su Muqing said. Lin Yue remained silent. Wang Hao approached, resting the flame demon blade on his shoulder. President, you reached level 90. I reached level 90. Is the blade of the firmament bound? It is bound. Wang Hao grinned. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go hunt for the myth. Lin Yue looked at him. No rush. Why not? Because Qingxue doesn't know that I've leveled up to 90 yet. Lin Yue drew the blade of the firmament from his waist, the dark golden blade shimmering in the dim light of the emergency lamp. When he arrives, let him discover it himself. In the distance at the Myth Guild's camp, Qingxue stood at the tent entrance looking towards the mall. He could not see Lin Yue, but he saw that beam of white light. That was the effect of leveling up 3 times in a row. He had seen it before. His fingers tightened around the spear, the dark blue flames at the tip flaring up suddenly. Mo Yuan. He uttered that name, gritting his teeth. Behind him, a man in glasses walked out of the tent, adjusting his glasses. President Mo Yuan has reached level 90. He completed the binding task for the legendary weapon. Qingxue did not turn around. I know. Then do we, no rush. Qingxue planted the spear into the ground. Let him come to find us. In the distance, the blood moon rose. The dark red light flooded the entire city. Lin Yue stood behind the window on the second floor, looking towards the Myth Guild's camp. He drew the blade of the firmament from his waist, the dark golden blade, reflecting the dark red light of the blood moon. The news of Lin Yue reaching level 90 spread through the shopping mall. It was not him who said it, but Li Yifei. The programmer, wearing black-rimmed glasses and with hair as messy as a bird's nest, set up a surveillance system on the second floor that could scan the levels of all players within a 10-kilometer radius. Last night, he scanned Lin Yue's level and saw it jump from 87 to 90, so excited that he fell off his chair and ran downstairs, shouting to the entire atrium. The president has reached level 90. More than 300 people simultaneously looked up at the skinny figure on the second floor and then at Lin Yue leaning against the wall. No one cheered, but everyone's eyes sparkled. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue, her staff in hand. They are all watching you. I know. Aren't you going to say something? Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds. Let's wait until Qingxue arrives. Su Muqing did not ask further. At dawn, Li Yifei ran down from the second floor, hugging a laptop, his glasses crooked on his nose. President, I intercepted a distress signal. 10 kilometers to the south, there's a survivor outpost surrounded by monsters. At least 200 zombies and 3 elite monsters. There are over 50 people in the outpost, and the food won't last 2 days. Lin Yue looked at him, silent for a long time. Who sent the signal? A woman claiming to be a nurse. She said they are trapped in a community health service center. The door on the first floor is blocked by zombies, and there are elderly and children on the second floor. She is using a radio to loop the distress message. Wang Hao hoisted the flame demon blade onto his shoulder. President, are we going? Lin Yue drew the celestial blade from his waist, the dark gold blade shimmering coldly in the morning light. Yes. How many people will you take? Su Muqing asked. 5 people. Me, Wang Hao, old Zhao Qingxue, and Li Yifei. Su Muqing frowned. What about me? You stay. The mall needs someone to guard it. Su Muqing looked at him, pressing her lips together, but did not argue. She knew Lin Yue was right. Over 300 people could not be left unguarded. Qin Haoyan and the order people could return at any time. She was the highest level person here. Besides, Lin Yue staying behind was more useful than going out. The 5 of them exited through the side door of the mall. Lin Yue walked in front, the celestial blade drawn, the dark gold blade flowing like molten gold in the sunlight. Wang Hao walked second, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder, the dark red flames contrasting with the dark gold glow of the celestial blade. Li Yifei walked third, holding a phone with a regional map displayed red dots marking the location of the survivor outpost. Old Zhao followed fourth, his one-handed sword drawn, his steps steady. Qingxue brought up the rear, her palms shining with holy light. After about 2 hours of walking, a community health service center appeared ahead. The gray-white 3-story building had its glass doors shattered halfway, with tables and beds piled inside, blocking the entrance completely. Outside, at least 200 zombies surrounded it, thick as a swarm of starving ants. They were banging on the door, climbing the windows, and howling. The furniture inside was shaking, it wouldn't hold for long. 3 elite monsters stood behind the sea of zombies. They were not infected workers, but larger creatures, 2 meters tall, covered in dark green scales, with arms as thick as tree trunks and claws for fingers. Their eyes were blood red with no pupils. System prompt: mutated Ripper LV-68, elite monster. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade off his shoulder and held it in his hand. 200 ordinary zombies and 3 elite monsters. 5 people, how do we fight? Lin Yue remained silent. He positioned the celestial blade horizontally before him, dark gold frost beginning to form upon the blade. Not white ice, but dark gold. With the ice-type ability of level 90, the color had changed, and so had its power. He crouched behind an overturned bus, observing the distribution of the zombies. Li Yifei, can you use the drone to lure the zombies away? Li Yifei took out a small drone from his backpack, palm-sized, with a voice recorder tied to the propeller. Yes. The voice recorder has recorded zombie sounds which can attract their attention. Release it and lead the zombies west. While they chase the drone, we will climb over the wall from the east. Li Yifei lifted the drone into the air, its propellers buzzing. The voice recorder began playing the zombie howls, the loud sounds echoing through the empty streets. The zombie horde stirred. The outermost dozens turned towards the direction of the sound, followed by more. Out of the 200 zombies, at least 150 were lured away. The remaining 50 were still banging on the door, but the furniture inside could still hold for the time being. Go. Lin Yue dashed out from behind the bus, running towards the east wall of the Community Health Service Center. Wang Hao followed behind him. Old Zhao followed Wang Hao. Li Yifei ran third, and Qingxue brought up the rear. There was a window on the east wall. The glass shattered, but the iron bars remained. Lin Yue grasped the iron bars, frost seeping from his palms. The bars became brittle, and with a strong pull, 2 bars snapped. He climbed through the window, landing in the first-floor corridor. There were no zombies in the corridor, but there were traces of blood on the floor, dry and black with dragging marks leading upstairs. Wang Hao, Old Zhao, Li Yifei, and Qingxue followed him in. The 5 stood in the corridor, listening to the noises from above. There were cries on the second floor, not from one person, but many. There were children crying, women sobbing, and the elderly coughing. There were also the howls of zombies coming from the second and third floors. There are zombies upstairs. Li Yifei looked at his phone screen, his face turning pale. At least 30 distributed between the second and third floors. Lin Yue positioned the celestial blade horizontally before him. The second floor is up to me and Wang Hao. Old Zhao and Li Yifei will guard the first floor. Qingxue will stay with Old Zhao. The 4 nodded simultaneously. Lin Yue headed for the second floor, with Wang Hao following closely behind. The stairs were covered in blood, and there were bullet holes and knife marks on the walls, along with dragging bloodstains. In the corridor on the second floor, 5 zombies were wandering. They were not elite monsters, but ordinary zombies around level 30. Lin Yue's celestial blade struck the first zombie on the head, the dark gold blade exploding, shattering half of the zombie's skull. 4,500. The second strike, 4,800. 5 zombies in less than 10 seconds. Wang Hao's flame demon blade struck the 6th zombie's shoulder, the dark red flames exploding, 3,900. The zombie did not fall and countered with a punch to his chest. He grunted and staggered back 2 steps. Qingxue's holy light surged up from the first floor and pressed against his back, restoring his health to 100%. He charged forward again. The situation on the third floor was worse than on the second. 10 zombies were blocking the end of the corridor, and behind the door were the rooms where survivors were hiding. The door was shaking, splinters falling from the frame. It wouldn't hold for long. Lin Yue rushed in the celestial blade, striking the first zombie on the head. Dark gold frost erupted from the blade, freezing the zombie. Wang Hao's flame demon blade struck the second zombie's shoulder, the dark red flames exploding, turning the zombie to ash. Old Zhao ran up from the first floor, his one-handed sword stabbing into the third zombie's throat. Li Yifei followed behind, holding a metal pipe he picked up from the ruins, his hands trembling, but he did not retreat. Qingxue stood at the stairway, holy light pressing against Li Yifei's back. His health was only 60%, not enough for 2 hits from the zombies. By the time the 10 zombies were cleared, the door was about to give way. Lin Yue pushed the door open, revealing the conference room of the Community Health Service Center. On the tables, chairs, and floor were over 50 people. There were elderly, children, pregnant women, and injured. A woman in a white coat stood in front, holding a pair of scissors stained with dark blood. She looked at Lin Yue, then at the more than 50 people behind him, tears streaming down her face. Are you the people from Tianhong Mall that the broadcast mentioned? Lin Yue looked at her. Yes. My name is Lu Yun. I am the nurse here. The woman's voice trembled. How many people did you bring? 5. Lu Yun's face turned pale. 5. There are 200 zombies outside. We cleared 150, and there are 50 left. Lin Yue inserted the celestial blade back into his waist. But it won't hold for long. You need to leave with us before dark. Lu Yun looked at him, and then at the elderly and children behind her. They can't move quickly. Even if they can't move quickly, they must go. Lin Yu's tone was calm. After dark, when the blood moon rises, the zombies will become exponentially more active. At that time, you won't be able to leave. No one spoke. An elderly man stood up, leaning on his cane. I will go. One by one, everyone stood up. There were elderly, children, pregnant women, and injured. No one cried, no one caused a scene. They just stood silently looking at Lin Yue. Lin Yue turned and walked out of the conference room. Stay close to me. No one is allowed to fall behind. More than 50 people descended the stairs. Lin Yue led the way, the celestial blade drawn, the dark gold blade shining in the dim corridor. Wang Hao walked in the middle of the group, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder. Old Zhao walked at the back, his one-handed sword drawn. Li Yifei walked on the outer side, the map displayed on his phone. Qingxue walked in the middle of the group, her palms shining with holy light. In the hall on the first floor, zombies were crashing against the door. The furniture was shaking. It wouldn't hold for long. Open the door, Lin Yue said. Wang Hao pushed aside the tables and chairs blocking the entrance. The door opened, and the zombies outside surged in, the first few being struck down by Lin Yu's celestial blade. He stood at the door, dark gold frost erupting from the blade, condensing into a wall of ice before the door. The ice wall blocked the zombies and also cut off their retreat. Run, Lin Yue shouted. More than 50 people ran out through the side door towards the mall. Wang Hao followed behind them, and old Zhao brought up the rear. Lin Yue stood before the ice wall, watching the zombies outside. They were crashing against the ice wall. It cracked, but did not shatter. He conjured another ice wall, and then turned to catch up with the group. After running for about 2 hours, the sky began to darken. The gray-white light shifted to a dark gray, and the distant horizon began to glow with an eerie dark red. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stopped and looked back at the elderly and children behind him. Some could not move anymore, some were panting, some were crying, but no one stopped. How much further? Lu Yun asked. 3 kilometers. They can't move anymore. Lin Yue looked at the elderly and children, silent for a few seconds. Wang Hao carry that elderly person. Old Zhao carry that child. Li Yifei support that pregnant woman. Qingxue take care of the injured. The 4 nodded simultaneously. The group continued forward. The blood moon rose, casting dark red light over the desolate land. Behind them, the howls of zombies grew faint. Ahead, the lights of the mall shone in the darkness like a lighthouse. Lin Yue walked in front, the celestial blade held horizontally before him. The dark gold blade mirrored the dark red light of the blood moon. He glanced back at the elderly and children, then at the direction of the mall. Su Muqing stood at the entrance of the mall, her silver-white hair glowing softly red under the blood moon. She saw Lin Yue and the more than 50 people behind him, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Lin Yue approached her and stopped. I brought them back. 53 of them. Su Muqing looked at his combat suit soaked in sweat, but said nothing. She reached out and held his fingers. Her hand was cold, but Lin Yue felt it was warm. When the 53 newcomers settled in, the blood moon had already risen to its zenith. Dark red light streamed in through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the crowded figures in the courtyard. Over 370 people were crammed together, 53 more than yesterday. Food was scarcer and water even more so, yet no one complained. Among the newcomers were the elderly, children, pregnant women, and the injured huddled in corners. Some held crying infants while others sat silently with their heads bowed. Lin Yue was tending to the wounds of the injured, her skills more adept than Lin Yue's being a nurse. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the celestial blade resting across his knees. The dark golden blade glimmered coldly under the dim yellow light of the emergency lamp. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff propped against the wall, the black gem at the top radiating a ghostly blue light. Is there enough food to last a few more days? Lin Yue asked. Qingxue stepped out of the crowd holding a ledger. 2 days. Water is about the same. Lin Yue fell silent for a few seconds. We'll go look for more tomorrow. I'll go with you, Su Muqing said. You stay here. Why? Because the mall needs someone to guard it. Although Qingxue and the order have retreated, they are still nearby. With you here, they won't dare to come. Su Muqing looked at him, pressing her lips together, and remained silent. When dawn broke, Lin Yue, Wang Hao, Old Zhao, and Li Yifei exited through the side door of the mall. Lin Yue led the way, the celestial blade drawn, its dark golden edge shimmering in the morning light. Wang Hao followed closely behind, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder. Li Yifei walked third, holding his phone, the screen displaying a regional map. Old Zhao brought up the rear, his one-handed sword drawn, and stepped steady. There's a supermarket 3 kilometers ahead, Li Yifei said, focusing on the screen. I scanned it earlier, there are no monsters inside, and the supplies should still be there. Let's go take a look, Lin Yue said. The 4 of them walked for about 40 minutes before spotting a supermarket ahead. The rolling shutter door was half up, revealing darkness within. Lin Yue was the first to enter, a dagger held in front of him. The emergency light had long extinguished, and only the dark golden light from his blade illuminated the shelves. Shelves had toppled, goods scattered everywhere, but most remained. Instant noodles, biscuits, bottled water, canned goods, along with some baby formula and diapers. Grab it all, Lin Yue ordered. The 4 began stuffing items into their backpacks. After about 15 minutes, the bags were full. Lin Yue pulled up the rolling shutter to exit, where a figure stood outside. A woman clad in a gray cloak, the hood concealing most of her face, revealing only a portion of her chin. Nightingale. Lin Yue's right hand slowly moved to the dagger at his waist. Nightingale lifted her head, the hood slipping to reveal her face. In her early 20s, with pale skin and deep brown eyes, a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. Mo Yuan, the prophet sent me to deliver a message. What message? The order wants them all. Lin Yue gazed at her. What if I refuse? Then he will come to take it himself. Nightingale pulled something from her pocket and tossed it over. Lin Yue caught it. It was a black token engraved with the character Ling, identical to the one from before. The prophet says you have 3 days to decide. After 3 days, if you still haven't moved, the order will come in person. She turned and walked away. The sound of her footsteps faded, eventually disappearing into the wind. Wang Hao hoisted the flame demon blade onto his shoulder. President, the order wants them all. Yeah. Are we moving or not? Not moving. Lin Yue stuffed the token into his pocket. The mall is ours. Whoever comes, we will fight. The 4 returned to the mall. Su Muqing stood at the entrance watching Lin Yue. Did Nightingale come? Yes. The order wants them all. What did you say? Not moving. Su Muqing looked at him, remaining silent. She reached out and held his fingers. 3 days. The 3 days given by the order were also the 3 days given by the myth. Qingxue Ocean's people were 10 kilometers to the east, and the order's people were 8 kilometers to the west. Both factions were waiting. Waiting for Lin Yue to leave, waiting for Lin Yue to stay, waiting for Lin Yue to make a mistake. The next day, Lin Yue set out again, with Wang Hao, Old Zhao, and Li Yifei to search for supplies. This time they traveled farther, finding dozens of boxes of instant noodles and bottled water in a warehouse 5 kilometers away. By the time they returned, the sky was nearly dark. The gray-white light turned dark gray, and a peculiar dark red hue began to rise on the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. Li Yifei rushed down from the 2nd floor, a laptop clutched to his chest, his glasses askew on his nose. President, I intercepted communications between Myth and the Order. Qingxue is gathering reinforcements, at least 300 people expected to arrive the night after tomorrow. The Order is also gathering reinforcements, at least 200 people expected to arrive the night after tomorrow. Lin Yue's pupils contracted slightly. 300, 200, a total of 500. He had fewer than 50 combatants on his side, with himself being the highest level at 90, followed by Su Muqing at 84, Old Zhao at 83, Qingxue at 78, and Wang Hao at 53. The rest were players below level 30 and ordinary people. We can't win, Su Muqing said softly beside him. I know. Then are you still going to fight? Lin Yue remained silent for a long time. If we don't fight, they will kill. They will seize supplies, kill ordinary people, and take players as slaves. This is what Qingxue has done in the game, and the Order has too. Su Muqing tightened her grip on her staff. Lin Yue turned and walked back to the courtyard, standing before everyone. The night after tomorrow, Myth and the Order will bring 500 people here. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. We need to turn ourselves into an army in these 2 days. Over 300 people looked at him, and no one spoke. In the distance, the blood moon reached its highest point, casting dark red light across the entire city. 2 days. They only had 2 days. Both Myth and the Order were waiting for who would strike first. Whoever made the first move would lose half. Lin Yue did not want to wait for them to strike. He wanted to make the first move. Li Yifei, can you locate the headquarters of the Order? Li Yifei hesitated for a moment. I can, but it will take time. How long? 1 day. That's enough. Lin Yue drew the celestial blade, the dark golden edge shining coldly under the blood moon. Once we find it, we'll go. First take on the Order, then deal with Myth. Su Muqing stared at him. Are you crazy? Not crazy. Lin Yue sheathed his sword back at his waist. The Order has fewer people than Myth, and their headquarters is closer than Myth. First take on the weaker, then the stronger. That's the tactic. Su Muqing remained silent. At dawn, Li Yifei rushed down from the second-floor laptop, held close. Found it. The Order's headquarters is 15 kilometers to the south, an abandoned factory. There are about 100 people there, levels ranging from 50 to 70. The Prophet is not there. He is in a farther place and won't return for 3 days. Lin Yue's eyes brightened. The Prophet is not there. The Order's headquarters has only 100 people without a leader. This is the best opportunity. Let's go. Lin Yue drew the celestial blade. Wang Hao, Old Zhao, Qingxue, Li Yifei, follow me. Su Muqing will stay behind. Su Muqing tightened her grip on her staff. You're leaving me behind again. Because you are the highest level person here aside from me. Lin Yue looked at her. I'm leaving. The mall needs you. Su Muqing looked at him, silent for a long time. You come back. I will return. The 5 exited through the side door of the mall. Lin Yue walked in front, the celestial blade drawn. Wang Hao followed behind, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder. Old Zhao walked third, his one-handed sword drawn. Li Yifei walked fourth, holding his phone, the screen displaying a map. Qingxue brought up the rear, her palm glowing with holy light. After about 3 hours of walking, they arrived at an abandoned factory. Half of the building had collapsed, the chimney lay on the ground, and the iron door was half open. Inside there were movements, at least 100 people clad in gray cloaks, armed with weapons. Nightingale stood at the entrance, her gray cloak fluttering in the wind. She spotted Lin Yue and smiled. Mo Yuan, you're here. The Prophet said you wouldn't move, but I didn't expect you to come. Lin Yue looked at her. The Prophet is not here. Not here. His subordinates can't defeat us. Perhaps. Nightingale pulled the hood of her cloak up, concealing most of her face. But you also can't defeat all of us. Lin Yue remained silent. He positioned the celestial blade in front of him, dark golden, frost beginning to condense on the blade. Behind him, the flames of Wang Hao's flame demon blade surged high. Old Zhao drew his one-handed sword. On Li Yifei's phone screen, red dots flickered. Qingxue's palm glowed with holy light. 5 people stood against 100. Lin Yue charged forward. The moment Lin Yue charged forward, Nightingale also moved. Instead of drawing her sword, she took a step back, retreating into the factory entrance. Members of the Order surged out from both sides of the door. Not all of them, just the first batch, 20 individuals, all at levels between 50 and 60, armed with various weapons. There were knives, swords, iron pipes, and fire axes. Lin Yue's celestial blade struck the first person's head. The dark golden blade exploded, dealing 4,200 damage. The man fell to the ground without even uttering a sound. The second strike plunged into the chest of the second person, dealing 4,500 damage. The sword of the third person lunged towards his waist. He sidestepped to avoid it, and with a reverse swing of his sword severed that person's blade, the remaining force slicing open their shoulder. Wang Hao charged in from the side. His flame demon blade struck the fourth person's shoulder. Dark red flames erupted, dealing 3,600 damage. The man screamed and fell to the ground. Old Zhao stood guard in front of Qingxue, dispatching one foe at a time with his one-handed sword, slow but steady. Qingxue's holy light restored Wang Hao's health from 80% back to 100. Li Yifei stood at the back, looking at the map on his phone, observing the distribution of the Order members. 15 out of the first batch of 20 had fallen, with 5 remaining retreating. The second batch surged out, more numerous than the first, with at least 30 individuals. Lin Yue's celestial blade did not stop. He killed the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. His mana dropped from 100% to 80, and his health dropped from 100% to 70. He had been stabbed in the back. The wound wasn't deep, but a lot of blood flowed. The flames on Wang Hao's flame demon blade dimmed slightly. He had used his flame enchantment twice, leaving one remaining. Old Zhao had a cut on his left hand, flesh exposed, and blood flowed uncontrollably. Qingxue rushed forward, holy light enveloping his hand, his mana decreasing from 80% to 70. Li Yifei ran up from the back, smashing an iron pipe onto someone's head. The person did not fall and retaliated with a punch to his face. Li Yifei's glasses flew off, a bruise forming on his nose. Retreat, Lin Yue shouted. The 5 retreated simultaneously. The members of the Order did not pursue. Nightingale stood at the factory entrance, her gray cloak billowing in the wind. She looked at Lin Yue, a smile on her lips. Mo Yuan, I told you you can't defeat all of us. Lin Yue looked at her saying nothing. He was counting. 15 from the first batch, 30 from the second, 45 in total. There were still at least 55 people left in the factory. Nightingale stood at the door. Behind her were 10 individuals in black cloaks. Their levels were indiscernible, but from their equipment, they were at least above level 70. They were core members of the order. With the prophet absent, they listened to Nightingale. Wang Hao, how many times do you have left for your flame enchantment? One time. Old Zhao, can your hand still wield the sword? Yes. Li Yifei, how many people are left on your map? Li Yifei picked up his glasses, putting them back on with a crack in the lens. He glanced at the screen of his phone. There are still 55 left. Among them 10 are above level 70 and Nightingale's level. He paused. What is Nightingale's level? Lin Yue asked. 85. Li Yifei's voice tightened. Wind type, S rank. Just like Qingxue. Lin Yue clenched his celestial blade. An 85 level wind type, just like Qingxue. Qingxue was a dragon knight with a mount and legendary weapons. Nightingale had no mount, no legendary weapon, yet she was S rank on par with Qingxue. Lin Yue was level 95 levels higher than her. But a 5-level difference meant little against an S rank awakened. Shall we fight? Wang Hao asked. Yes, Lin Yue positioned the celestial blade before him, but not against Nightingale. Target the 10 behind her. If we kill those 10, the rest will flee. The 5 charged forward again. This time Lin Yue did not lead the way. He entered stealth mode and circled to the side of the factory. Wang Hao and Old Zhao charged from the front, Qingxue following behind them, while Li Yifei stood back looking at the map on his phone. The members of the order were drawn to Wang Hao and Old Zhao, over 30 individuals closing in. Wang Hao's flame demon blade cleaved through one person's shield, while Old Zhao's one-handed sword pierced another's shoulder. But there were too many of them. Wang Hao's health dropped to 60% and Old Zhao's to 50%. Lin Yue emerged from the side, the celestial blade striking the first black cloak's head. The backstab triggered a critical hit, dealing 5,800 damage. The man did not fall. He was a level 70 warrior with defense twice that of a level 60. Lin Yue's second strike plunged into his throat, dealing 5,200 damage. The man finally fell. The system prompted kill. Core member of the order experience 5,000. Nightingale's expression changed. She did not expect Lin Yue to bypass her and directly attack a core member. Block him, she shouted to the remaining 9 cloaked figures. The 9 cloaked figures lunged at Lin Yue simultaneously. Lin Yue did not retreat. Dark golden frost formed on the celestial blade. He charged into the crowd, alternating between dagger and sword. He killed the second, third, and fourth. The progress was increasing, but his health was also decreasing. 60%, 50%, 40%. Wang Hao charged in. The flame demon blade struck the 5th black cloak's back, dealing 3,400 damage. Old Zhao's one-handed sword pierced the 6th one side, dealing 2,800 damage. Qingxue's holy light enveloped Lin Yue's back, restoring his health to 60%. Li Yifei's iron pipes smashed against the 7th person's head. The person staggered, but did not fall, retaliating with a punch that sent him flying. Li Yifei crashed against the wall, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he did not fall. He got up from the ground and charged forward again. The 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. All 10 black cloaks fell. The remaining people in the factory began to retreat, not pushed back, but out of fear. Nightingale stood at the entrance watching Lin Yue. She held a sword in her hand, but it remained sheathed. She hesitated. Nightingale, your people cannot defeat us. Lin Yue positioned the celestial blade before him. With the prophet absent, do you still wish to fight? Nightingale looked at him silent for a long time. Then she smiled and sheathed her sword. I want fight, but you won't win. The prophet will return in 3 days, and he will come personally. She turned and walked away. The members of the order followed her quickly. The factory was left empty, only corpses strewn across the ground and fading points of light. Wang Hao hoisted the flame demon blade onto his shoulder, breathing heavily. President, did we win? Yes, Lin Yue sheathed the celestial blade, but only for today. The real battle is when the prophet returns in 3 days. The 5 walked back to the mall. Su Muqing stood at the entrance, observing the wounds on Lin Yue's back and the bloodstains on his arm. She said nothing, simply taking the bandages and iodine from Lin Yue and starting to treat his wounds. How many did you kill? Su Muqing asked. 10 core members. Nightingale escaped. Su Muqing's fingers paused. The prophet is absent. Yes. He won't return for 3 days. Su Muqing remained silent for a long time. In 3 days the prophet will come with more people. I know. What shall we do? Lin Yue drew the celestial blade, the dark golden blade glinting coldly in the dim emergency lights. We'll talk in 3 days. In the distance the blood moon rose. Dark red light shone through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the chaotic courtyard. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. The dagger lay across his knees, fingers resting on the hilt. 3 days. The prophet. The order. He tightened his grip on the celestial blade. After the enforcers left, the shopping mall fell silent for 2 days. Not a true silence, but a noisy quietness filled with people. More than 300 people crowded in the atrium. Some were talking, some were crying, some were arguing, and some were sleeping. There were many voices, but each carried the same thing: exhaustion. An exhaustion that seeped from the bones, one that could not be shaken off. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, eyes closed. The blade of the firmament rested on his knees, the dark golden blade glimmering coldly under the dim yellow light of the emergency lamp. He was waiting for the prophet to return, waiting for the enforcers to come back, waiting for Qingxue's people to make a move. It had been 2 days, and neither the people of the myth nor the enforcers had acted. They were waiting for the prophet, waiting for someone who could defeat Lin Yue. Su Muqing sat beside him, her staff leaning against the wall. What are you thinking about? Thinking about the prophet. What level is he? I don't know, but Qingxue cannot defeat him. Qingxue is level 85, a dragon knight, with a legendary weapon. The prophet is stronger than him. Su Muqing was silent for a long time. Can you defeat him? I don't know. I've never fought him. Su Muqing did not ask again. At the other end of the atrium, a little girl squatted in the corner, hugging her knees, her eyes red, but without tears. Her name was Xiao Mei. She was 6 years old, and one of the survivors rescued from the Community Health Service Center. Her parents died on the day of the fusion, and she hid alone in the supermarket's underground parking lot for 7 days. When Lin Yue rescued her, she was covered in dust, her eyes bright, like 2 grapes freshly pulled from the water. Lin Yue opened his eyes and saw the little girl staring at him, not sneakily but directly with unblinking eyes. He glanced at her and then closed his eyes again. After a while, he felt someone tugging at his clothing. He opened his eyes to find Xiao Mei standing in front of him, looking up, her small hand tightly gripping his clothing. What's wrong? Lin Yue asked. Xiao Mei remained silent. She just looked at him, her lips trembling, but not crying. Lin Yue stared at her silent for a few seconds. He didn't know how to comfort a child. He had fought games, battled zombies, faced Qingxue, and fought the enforcers, but he had never comforted a child. Su Muqing reached out from beside him, trying to pull Xiao Mei over. Xiao Mei dodged, still gripping Lin Yue's clothing tighter. She is afraid you will leave. Su Muqing's voice was gentle. Lin Yue lowered his head, looking at the little girl. He remembered when he was 6, his parents divorced, and he was left with his grandmother. His grandmother had to work, and he was home alone all day with no one to talk to. He would also grip his grandmother's clothing to keep her from leaving. It wasn't fear, it was not knowing what else to do to keep someone from leaving other than holding on tightly. Lin Yue extended his hand and placed it on Xiao Mei's head. Her hair was soft, a bit dirty and tangled. He said nothing, just rested his hand there. Xiao Mei paused for a moment, then leaned in, burying her face in his knee, her shoulders shaking. She didn't cry out loud, but her tears soaked a small patch of Lin Yue's combat uniform. Wang Hao approached, the blade of the flame demon resting on his shoulder. He glanced at Xiao Mei and then at Lin Yue, said nothing, and turned to leave. Lao Zhao stood at the door watching this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting before he turned away. Chen Siki came out from the crowd, squatting beside Xiao Mei, her palm glowing with holy light as she pressed it against her back. The holy light did not heal any wounds, but Xiao Mei's shoulders stopped shaking. Her parents died on the day of the fusion, Chen Siki said softly. She hid alone in the supermarket's underground parking lot for 7 days with no food or water. When we went to rescue her, she was curled up behind a shelf, holding a half-drunk bottle of mineral water. Lin Yue said nothing. Chen Siki stood up and walked away. Su Muqing remained sitting beside, watching Lin Yue and Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei lay on Lin Yue's knee for about 10 minutes, then lifted her head, her eyes still red, but no longer trembling. She looked at Lin Yue and said something that surprised everyone. Brother, can you be my dad? The atrium fell silent. Not the silence before a storm, but a silence where everyone felt struck by something, unsure of what to say. Wang Hao's blade of the flame demon slipped from his shoulder, almost hitting his own foot. Lao Zhao's mouth twitched. Chen Siki's hand paused. Su Muqing looked at Lin Yue without speaking. Lin Yue gazed at Xiao Mei for a long time. Then he extended his hand, lifted her from the ground, and placed her on a nearby cardboard box. He squatted down to meet her gaze. I cannot be your dad, Lin Yue said, but I can protect you. Xiao Mei looked at him, the light in her eyes dimming for a moment before shining again. She reached out her small hand, gripping 2 of his fingers tightly. She held on tightly as if fearing he would run away. Then don't leave, Xiao Mei said. I won't leave, Lin Yue replied. Xiao Mei smiled. Her smile was beautiful, corners curling up to reveal 2 missing front teeth. She hadn't smiled in a long time. In the atrium, someone began to cry. Not a sad cry, but an uncontrollable cry that came after seeing hope. Su Muqing stood up and walked to Lin Yue's side, placing her hand on Xiao Mei's head. She needs new clothes, a bath, and food. He'll arrange that. Lin Yue nodded. Su Muqing picked Xiao Mei up and walked toward the other end of the atrium. Xiao Mei lay on Su Muqing's shoulder, looking at Lin Yue, her hand still reaching out, grasping at the air. Lin Yue watched her, extending his hand and making a gesture of go ahead. Xiaomei pulled her hand back, burying her face in Su Muking's neck. Wang Hao approached, resting the blade of the flame demon on his shoulder. President, that kid called you dad. I heard. Aren't you going to agree? I cannot be her dad. Lin Yue retrieved the blade of the firmament from his knee and sheathed it at his waist. But I will protect her. Wang Hao looked at him, saying nothing. In the distance, the sun set the grayish-white light, turning dark gray. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood behind the second-floor window, watching the gray skyline outside. Xiaomei in a corner of the atrium had changed into clean clothes. Too large for her, the sleeves rolled up several times. She sat on a cardboard box, hugging her knees, looking in Lin Yue's direction. Lin Yue turned, walking down the stairs. He approached Xiaomei, squatted down, pulled a compressed biscuit from his pocket, and broke it in half, giving one half to her. Eat. Xiaomei took the biscuit, took a bite, and chewed for a long time before swallowing. She looked at Lin Yue, offering the other half of the biscuit back. Brother, eat. Lin Yue took the biscuit, put it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. In the distance, the blood moon rose. Dark red light filtered through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating Xiaomei's face. Her eyes were bright, like two stars. Li Yifei ran down from the second floor, a laptop hugged to his chest, his glasses askew on his nose. President, I've monitored the prophet from the enforcers. He is 50 kilometers to the west, moving toward us, expected to arrive tomorrow afternoon. One person. Lin Yue sheathed his sword. Tomorrow I will meet him. The prophet did not come. Lin Yue stood at the entrance of the mall from morning until noon, and from noon until dusk. The western horizon was empty, devoid of any figure in a gray cloak, no azure glow of wind-based abilities, nothing at all. Li Yifei's surveillance showed that the prophet had remained in one position 50 kilometers away for an entire day without moving. What is he waiting for? Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue, her staff firmly in hand. Waiting for Qin Haoyan, Lin Yue replied, sheathing the blade of the sky back at his waist. He wants Qin Haoyan to make the first move, and then he'll come to pick up the pieces when we are both severely injured. Su Muqing frowned. What should we do? We want attack. Lin Yue turned and walked back to the courtyard. We'll wait until he wants to fight before we strike. In the courtyard, over 300 people were crowded together. Lu Yun was tending to the injured, Lin Yue was distributing food, Li Tingting was keeping accounts, and Zhao Lei was training more than 20 ordinary people. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, but everyone knew this calm wouldn't last long. Lin Yue walked to the center of the courtyard and stood before everyone. The base needs to be expanded. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. There are too many people, and the mall can no longer accommodate us. Starting tomorrow, we will clear the surrounding buildings and expand the safe zone. No one spoke. Wang Hao hoisted the blade of the flame demon onto his shoulder. Which buildings will be cleared? The adjacent clothing store, the large hotel across the street, and the residential buildings behind us. 3 buildings which can accommodate at least 500 more people. Old Zhao walked over, his one-handed sword hanging at his waist. I've been inside the clothing store. There are zombies inside, not many, just a dozen. There are zombies in the hotel too, and there might be more in the basement. The residential building is uncertain. We will split into groups to clear them tomorrow. Lin Yue looked at him. You take a team to the clothing store, Wang Hao takes a team to the hotel, and I will take a team to the residential building. Su Muqing will stay behind. Su Muqing looked at him, her lips pursed. You are leaving me behind again. You are a mage, only I can clear the monsters faster than you. Su Muqing said nothing. She tightened her grip on the staff and turned to arrange supplies. At dawn, the 3 teams set out from the mall. Lin Yue led Zhao Lei and 10 ordinary people towards the residential building, while Wang Hao took a few members of the basketball team and some of Old Zhao's subordinates towards the hotel. Old Zhao led more than 20 ordinary people trained by Zhao Lei towards the clothing store. The residential building was 300 meters north of the mall, a 6-story gray structure with mottled walls and shattered windows. The iron gate downstairs was ajar, revealing a dark interior. Lin Yue entered first, drawing the blade of the sky, its dark golden blade glinting coldly in the darkness. There were 3 zombies in the lobby around level 20. He dispatched them in 3 swift strokes, while Zhao Lei began clearing the debris in the lobby, broken glass, toppled cabinets, and dried blood. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. Each level had zombies, not many but scattered. Lin Yue cleared the entire building alone, killing 23 zombies, and rising from level 90 to 91. System prompt: Dark Knight Elegy binding task, extra progress, 23,100 cumulative, 123,100 exceeding completion by 23 units. Zhao Lei walked up from the 1st floor holding a steel pipe, smeared with black blood. Behind him were 10 ordinary people, some wielding kitchen knives, others holding wrenches, and some with fire axes. Their hands trembled, but none of them retreated. President, the 1st floor has been cleared. The debris has been removed, the windows boarded up, and the door has been replaced with a new one. The 2nd to 6th floors have been cleared, all zombies eliminated. Starting tomorrow, we will move the furniture in, bringing beds, tables, and chairs. Ordinary people will stay on the 1st to 3rd floors, players on the 4th to 6th. Zhao Lei nodded and took his team downstairs. Lin Yue stood by the window on the 6th floor gazing outside. From this angle, he could see the entire mall, the people crowded in the courtyard, and Su Muqing standing at the entrance, her silver hair glinting golden in the sunlight. In the distance, the camp of the mythical guild remained intact, and Qingxue Ocean's people had not retreated. Further away, the Order's prophet was still 50 kilometers out, unmoving. He was waiting for Lin Yue to make a mistake. Lin Yue sheathed the blade of the sky back at his waist and turned to go downstairs. By the time he reached the entrance of the mall, Wang Hao and old Zhao had already returned. Wang Hao's blade of the flame demon was smeared with black blood, as was old Zhao's one-handed sword. Their clothes had new tears, but no one was seriously injured. The hotel has been cleared. 36 zombies with 12 in the basement. Wang Hao hoisted the blade of the flame demon onto his shoulder. The basement is large enough to serve as a warehouse. The clothing store has been cleared. 21 zombies with a few elite monsters on the 2nd floor, which old Zhao eliminated. Old Zhao sheathed his sword. The 1st floor of the clothing store can serve as a training ground spacious enough to train 100 people at once. Lin Yue nodded. Starting tomorrow, everyone will move into the new building. The mall will be converted into a command center and supply warehouse. No one opposed. The next day, over 300 people began moving. Wang Hao led the combat department in moving furniture. Chen Siki led the logistics department in moving supplies. Lin Yue led the medical team in moving medicines and medical equipment, and Li Tingting along with several girls cleaned the new building. Xiao Mei followed closely behind Lin Yue, clutching the corner of his shirt wherever he went. Su Muqing held Lin. She's standing at the mall entrance watching the comings and goings of the people. Lin Yue crouched down to look at Xiao Mei. Aren't you tired following me? Xiao Mei shook her head. You should follow Sister Su, but she can play with you. Xiao Mei shook her head again, tightening her grip on his shirt. Lin Yue looked at her in silence for a few seconds. He picked Xiao Mei up and placed her on his shoulder. Xiao Mei smiled, revealing 2 missing front teeth. She grabbed Lin Yue's hair and laughed like she was riding a horse. Wang Hao walked by, hoisting the blade of the flame demon onto his shoulder. President, you don't look like a president, you look like a babysitter. Lin Yue kicked at him, and Wang Hao laughed as he ran away. In the evening, the sun was about to set. The grayish-white light turned dark gray, and a strange dark red hue began to rise on the distant horizon. The blood moon was rising. The rooms in the new building had already been allocated, each accommodating 8 people in bunk beds, with beds moved from the residential building. There weren't many blankets, 2 people would share one. Food was still insufficient, but at least everyone had a place to sleep. Lin Yue stood on the roof of the new building gazing at the distant gray skyline. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. Lin, she asleep in her arms, her small hand gripping her collar. What are you thinking about? Su Muqing asked. Thinking about the prophet. Is he still 50 kilometers away? Yes. He hasn't moved. Su Muqing fell silent for a few seconds. What is he waiting for? Lin Yue gazed into the distance, remaining silent. He drew the blade of the sky from his waist, its dark golden blade gleaming coldly under the blood moon. He was waiting for the prophet to come, and the prophet was also waiting for him to make a move. Whoever acted first would lose half the battle. He did not want to lose. In the distance, something was moving along the western horizon. It was neither a person nor a zombie, but a flash of azure light flickering in the darkness. A wind-based ability. The prophet had arrived. The prophet did not come. The blue light flickered on the western horizon for about half an hour before disappearing. Li Yifei ran down from the 2nd floor, clutching his laptop, his glasses askew on his nose. He stopped. 30 kilometers to the west, he did not move further. Lin Yue stood on the rooftop of the new building gazing at the pitch-black night sky in the west. What is he waiting for? I don't know. But his communication channel mentioned a person, Sister Lu. Lin Yue furrowed his brow. Who is Sister Lu? I don't know. But the prophet said wait for Sister Lu to arrive before taking action. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside Lin Yue. Lin, she was asleep in her arms, her small hand clutching at her collar. Who is Sister Lu? Lin Yue shook his head. The answer would come by morning. A woman stood at the entrance of the mall in her 40s, wearing a faded nurse's uniform, holding a medical kit. Her hair was gray, her face deeply wrinkled, but her eyes were bright. 5 people followed her, both men and women, all wearing white coats and holding medical equipment. Who is the person in charge? The woman's voice was not loud, but steady. Lin Yue walked out of the new building and stood before her. I am. My name is Lu Xiaolan, and I used to be the head nurse at the First People's Hospital of the city. The woman placed the medical kit on the ground and opened it. Inside were bandages, iodine, antibiotics, syringes, and several boxes of discontinued special drugs. I heard that you have injured people here and need nurses. Lin Yue looked at her. Where did you come from? From the south. An organization called Order invited me, but I refused. They wanted to capture me, so I ran away. Lu Xiaolan's tone was calm, as if she were merely commenting on the pleasant weather today. I ran for 3 days and met a few colleagues, so I came here together. Wang Hao carried the flame demon blade on his shoulder and walked over. President, she might be one of Order's people. Lu Xiaolong glanced at him, pulled out a work ID from her pocket, and tossed it to Lin Yue. The work ID had her name, title, and photo, which was 20 years younger than she looked now. This is my work ID. You may not believe it, but the injured need me. Lin Yue looked at her, remaining silent for a long time. Then he returned the work ID to her. Come in. Lu Xiaolong picked up the medical kit and led the 5 people into the mall. In the atrium, Lin Yue was changing the dressing of an injured person. The injured person's arm had been scratched by a zombie. The wound darkened and Lin Yue's holy light shone in her palm, but her magical energy was insufficient, only able to prevent the wound from worsening without healing it. Lu Xiaolong approached, squatted down, and took out a scalpel and suturing needle from the medical kit. Her hands were steady as she swiftly removed the necrotic flesh with one cut and then stitched the wound. The movement was quick, and within 5 minutes it was stitched up. Lin Yue looked at her, her eyes bright. You are a nurse. Head nurse. Lu Xiaolong stood up, looking at the holy light in Lin Yue's hands. Do you have healing powers? Yes, but my magical energy is insufficient. Then use my medicine. Lu Xiaolong took a bottle of antibiotics from the medical kit and handed it to Lin Yue. Use your powers to save lives. My medicine is for treating injuries. When your powers are insufficient, rely on the medicine. Lin Yue took the antibiotics and nodded. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside Lin Yue. She is not one of Order's people. How do you know? Order's people do not save lives. They only kill. Su Muqing looked at Lu Xiaolan's back. She saved that injured person. Order's people would not do this. Lin Yue remained silent. He watched Lu Xiaolong and the 5 people walk deeper into the atrium, starting to check the wounds of other injured people. Her techniques were very professional. Each injured person was carefully examined and treated. Light injuries were disinfected with iodine, severe injuries received antibiotics and suturing, and those near death were sustained with powers and medicine together. In less than 2 hours, she treated over 20 injured people using up half of the medicine in the kit, but not a single person died. Chen Siki stepped out from the crowd and stood beside Lin Yue. Sister Lu is amazing. Her suturing skills are better than Lin Yue's, and her use of medicine is more reasonable than Lin Yue's. You call her Sister Lu? She asked me to. Chen Siki's lips slightly curved upward. She said calling her Sister Lu feels friendly. Lin Yue watched Lu Xiaolan's busy figure, remaining silent for a long time. He drew the blade of the firmament from his waist, the dark golden blade gleaming coldly under the dim yellow light of the emergency lamp. He was waiting for the prophet to come. The prophet was also waiting for him. But now there was one more person. Not a combatant, but a medical staff. A medical staff who had escaped from Order. She might know more than Li Yifei intercepted from the communication channel. Lin Yue walked up to Lu Xiaolan. Sister Lu. Lu Xiaolan looked up at him. Why did Order invite you? Lu Xiaolan's hand paused for a moment. Because they need nurses. They have many injured people, and their own cannot save them. They captured you, but you didn't go. Why? Lu Xiaolan looked at him, staring for a long time. Because their injured were hurt by their own. There are internal conflicts within Order, fighting for territory, resources, and women. The injuries were not caused by zombies, but by people. Lin Yue's pupils constricted slightly. Internal conflicts within Order. Yes. With the prophet absent, his subordinates are vying for his position. The Nightingale does not want to be the leader, but some do. That is why the prophet has not come. He is busy dealing with internal strife and has no time for you. Lin Yue fell silent. The prophet's absence is due to problems within Order. His subordinates are vying for his position, and the Nightingale cannot suppress them. This is the best opportunity. Take advantage of the chaos within Order and strike mythology first. Wang Hao, here, gather the combat department. This afternoon, we will attack mythology. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade down from his shoulder, holding it in his hand. Now. Su Muqing walked over. I will go with you. You stay. Why? Because the mall needs people to guard it. Lin Yue looked at her. Although the prophet is dealing with internal strife, his subordinates are still here. If they take this opportunity, only you can stop them. Su Muqing looked at him, pursing her lips, and did not argue. In the afternoon, Lin Yue led over 30 people from the combat department out through the side door of the mall. Wang Hao walked in the lead, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder. Old Zhao walked second, drawing his one-handed sword. Zhao Lei walked third, holding a steel pipe. More than 30 people lined up, heading towards the camp of the Mythology Association. After about an hour of walking, the Mythology Association camp appeared ahead. The tents were still there, the bonfires still burning, and people were present. Qin Haoyan stood in the center of the camp, riding a black dragon, the dark blue flames on his spear, shining like a blue star in the sunlight. He saw Lin Yue and smiled. Mo Yuan, you are here. Lin Yue looked at him without speaking. Qin Haoyan jumped off the black dragon and planted his spear in the ground. Did you come alone? More than 30 people. I have over 100 people. Your people cannot defeat us. Qin Haoyan laughed a cold smile. Mo Yuan, you are too confident. Lin Yue drew the blade of the firmament, its dark golden blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He did not speak. Behind him, more than 30 people raised their weapons simultaneously. The dark red flames on Wang Hao's flame demon blade flickered. Old Zhao's one-handed sword was drawn. Zhao Lei held the steel pipe tightly. More than 30 people faced over 100 people. Qin Haoyan looked at him, remaining silent for a long time. You did not come to fight today? No. Then what are you here for? To discuss cooperation. Lin Yue inserted the blade of the firmament back into his waist. Order is in chaos. The prophet cannot control his subordinates. This is our opportunity. Qin Haoshan's eyes narrowed. What opportunity? To join forces. Take advantage of the chaos within order to eliminate him. Qin Haoyan stared at Lin Yue for a long time, his spear planted in the ground, dark blue flames flickering at the tip. He replayed Lin Yue's words in his mind, 3 times searching for a trap, but found none. The order has descended into chaos, and the prophet cannot control his subordinates. This is the best opportunity. If this chance is missed once the prophet settles the internal strife, the next to be dealt with will be myth and firmament. How do we cooperate? Qin Haoyan asked. Lin Yue drew the blade of firmament from his waist, the dark golden blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Your people will attack from the east, and my people will attack from the west. The headquarters of the order is located to the south in an abandoned factory. The prophet is not present and his subordinates are scrambling for position. Nightingale cannot control them. Now is the time to strike. They are unprepared. Qin Haoyan fell silent for a long time. What happens after we defeat the order? We will discuss the matters after that. Qin Haoyan looked at him, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up, not a smile, but the expression a hunter wears when he finally sees a flaw in his prey. All right. At dawn tomorrow, the east belongs to me and the west belongs to you. Whoever reaches the headquarters first will claim the prophet's supplies. Lin Yue remained silent. He sheathed the blade of firmament back at his waist and turned to leave. Wang Hao followed behind him, carrying the blade of flame demon on his shoulder. Old Zhao walked second, drawing his sword with one hand. Zhao Lei walked third, holding a steel pipe. Over 30 people followed behind, forming a line as they headed towards the mall. By the time they returned to the mall, it was nearly dark. The grayish-white light had turned to a dark gray, and the distant horizon began to shimmer with an ominous dark red. The blood moon was about to rise. Su Muqing stood at the entrance, a staff in hand, her silver-white hair fluttering in the evening breeze. She looked at Lin Yue, then at the more than 30 people behind him. Did Qin Haoyan agree? He agreed. What are the terms? Whoever reaches the headquarters first will claim the prophet's supplies. What is included in the prophet's supplies? I don't know, but there must be valuable items. Lin Yue drew the blade of firmament from his waist, the dark golden blade reflecting the dark red light of the blood moon. Legendary equipment, legendary skill books, or even more important things. Su Muqing looked at him, saying nothing. The next day before dawn, Lin Yue woke up. He was not awakened by a call, but by a coldness that seemed to drill from the bones. He opened his eyes to see the emergency lights in the courtyard still on, casting a ghastly green light over the sprawled figures. Wang Hao was snoring loudly, louder than usual. Chen Siki leaned against the wall, her holy light flickering in her palm. Lin Yue held Lin. She curled up in a corner, the baby asleep, her small hand clutching the corner of the blanket. Xiaomei lay on the cardboard box next to him, clutching the hem of his clothes tightly. Lin Yue gently pried her fingers open, stood up, and took the blade of firmament. He walked to the center of the courtyard and looked at the more than 300 people. Everyone gather. Over 300 people stood up from the corners and assembled in the center of the courtyard. Some rubbed their eyes, some yawned, some held children, and some leaned on canes. But everyone stood there. Today we are going to attack the order. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Qin Haoshan's people will attack from the east, and we will attack from the west. Whoever reaches the headquarters first will claim the prophet's supplies. No one spoke. The combat department will follow me. The logistics department will remain behind. Lin Yue will be in charge, and Su Muqing will assist. Su Muqing looked at him. You aren't taking me. You stay? The mall needs guarding. Su Muqing pursed her lips, not arguing. Lin Yue took more than 30 people from the combat department out through the side door of the mall. Wang Hao led the way, carrying the blade of flame demon on his shoulder. Old Zhao walked second, drawing his sword with one hand. Zhao Lei walked third, holding a steel pipe. More than 30 people formed a line as they marched towards the headquarters of the order. After about 3 hours, the abandoned factory appeared ahead. Half of the factory had collapsed, the chimney lying on the ground, the iron gate ajar. Inside, people were moving, at least 100 wearing gray cloaks and armed. Nightingale stood at the entrance, her gray cloak fluttering in the wind. She saw Lin Yue and smiled. Mo Yuan, you are here again. Lin Yue looked at her. The prophet is not here. Not here. Your subordinates are scrambling for his position. Nightingale's smile faded. How do you know? Sister Lu told me. Nightingale's expression changed. Lu Xiaolan is with you. Yes. Nightingale fell silent. She pulled the hood of her cloak up, concealing much of her face. Mo Yuan, you are not here to fight today. I am not. Then what are you here for? To recruit. Lin Yue drew the blade of firmament, the dark golden blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Your people cannot defeat me. The prophet is not here and your subordinates are scrambling for his position. You have no reinforcements and no way out. Join me, and I will guarantee your survival. Nightingale looked at him for a long time. Then she smiled, drawing her long sword from her waist, its blade shining coldly in the sunlight. Mo Yuan, you are too confident. She charged forward. The long sword stabbed toward Lin Yue's face, and Lin Yue sidestepped to evade the blade of firmament, slashing toward her shoulder. Nightingale raised her sword to block the blades clashing and sparking. Both retreated a step at the same time. Wang Hao charged in from the side, the blade of flame demon slashing toward Nightingale's waist. Nightingale jumped to evade, sweeping her long sword, forcing Wang Hao back several steps. Old Zhao charged in from the other side, his one-handed sword thrusting toward her back. Nightingale turned to block. Old Zhao's sword was deflected, and she seized the opportunity to stab at Old Zhao's chest. Lin Yue rushed in from the side, the blade of firmament parrying her sword. Nightingale, you cannot defeat the three of us. Nightingale looked at him, biting her lip. Her people stood at the factory entrance. No one moved. It was not out of fear, but reluctance. The prophet was absent and her subordinates were scrambling for position. No one listened to her. She was a general without soldiers. Nightingale retracted her sword and sheathed it. Mo Yuan, you have one. Lin Yue looked at her. Join me. Nightingale remained silent for a long time. I have one condition. Speak. Do not make me fight the prophet. Lin Yue looked at her. Why? Because he saved me. Nightingale's voice was soft. Before the apocalypse, I was a student. After the apocalypse, I nearly got bitten by a zombie, and he saved me. He taught me wind-based abilities, provided me with food and clothing. He is not a good person, but he is my benefactor. Lin Yue remained silent for a long time. All right. I will not make you fight the prophet. Nightingale nodded. She turned to look at the people in gray cloaks at the factory entrance. Everyone lay down your weapons. No one moved. Lay down your weapons. Nightingale's voice rose significantly. Those people began to move. Some threw their knives to the ground, some sheathed their swords, and some placed their steel pipes on the ground. More than 100 people, one after another, laid down their weapons. Lin Yue looked at them. Those from the order who wish to join Firmament stay. Those who do not wish to leave. No one moved. Wang Hao shouldered the blade of flame demon, looking at Lin Yue. President, have we recruited more than 100 people? Yes. Including those in the mall, we are nearing 500. In the distance, shouts of battle began to rise from the east. Qingxue's people had begun their attack. They were unaware that the order had surrendered and continued fighting. Lin Yue looked at Nightingale. Can your people still fight? Fight whom? Fight Qingxue. Nightingale smiled. She drew her long sword from her waist, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. They can fight. The people of the order surrendered. Over 100 individuals walked past Lin Yue one by one, placing their weapons on the ground. Some dropped their machetes, others laid down their long swords, and some tossed away their iron pipes. The sound of metal clashing echoed at the factory entrance for a long time, resembling a melodyless tune. Nightingale stood beside Lin Yue, her long sword already sheathed at her waist, the gray cloak billowing in the wind. Her face bore no expression, but her eyes were fixed on the east. Qingxue's men were still attacking, and the sounds of battle grew ever closer. Wang Hao approached with the flame demon blade slung over his shoulder. President, fighting has broken out in the east. Qingxue's men, unaware of the order's surrender, are charging in. Let them charge in. Lin Yue sheathed the azure sky blade at his waist. Once they enter the factory and find no one there, they will stop. And then we'll come out and tell them the order has surrendered. If they want to fight, they can. If not, they can leave. Wang Hao grinned. You're setting a trap for them. It's not a trap, it's conserving energy. Lin Yue looked at him. Qingxue's men outnumber us. We can't win in a heated fight. Once they charge into the factory and their formation breaks, we'll have a better chance. Nightingale turned her head to look at him. You planned to fight Qingxue from the very beginning. No. I intended to incorporate the order first and then negotiate with Qingxue. But he won't negotiate. He will only fight. Nightingale fell silent for a few seconds. You're right. That man Qingxue knows only how to fight. The sounds of battle from the east grew closer. Qingxue's men surged into the outskirts of the factory, weaving between abandoned buildings and warehouses. They were unaware that the order's people had already surrendered, thinking that over 100 enemies were waiting for them inside. Their formation broke apart, splitting into dozens of groups, each with 7 or 8 individuals searching through the ruins. Lin Yue crouched behind a window on the second floor of the factory's main building, observing those clad in black dragon scale armor below. Wang Hao squatted beside him, gripping the flame demon blade. Old Zhao crouched on the other side, his one-handed sword drawn. Nightingale stood behind him, her long sword still sheathed. Should we attack? Wang Hao asked. Wait a bit longer. Lin Yue watched those people. They were searching every room, every pile of debris. Their leader was shouting, "Follow me," but the formation had already scattered. Some entered the warehouse, some climbed onto the rooftop, and others burrowed into the basement. Over 30 individuals were scattered in various corners of the factory. Now, Lin Yue jumped down from the second-floor window. The azure sky blade was drawn, its dark golden blade slicing through the sunlight in an arc, striking the nearest person's shoulder. 4,200. The man fell to the ground without even crying out. The second strike pierced the chest of the second person, dealing 4,500. Wang Hao charged in from the other side, the flame demon blade cleaving into the head of the third person, dark red flames, exploding 3,600. Old Zhao's one-handed sword stabbed into the throat of the fourth person, 2,800. Nightingale did not move. She stood behind the second-floor window watching Lin Yue. She was waiting for the right moment to strike. Qingxue's men began to retreat. Not because they were forced back, but because they discovered that the Order's people were gone. The factory was empty, devoid of enemies, only the Azure Sky's people remained. Their leader shouted into the radio, "The Order's people are not here. It's a trap. Retreat." But what came from the radio was not a reply but a scream. Lin Yue in the other warehouse had already killed the seventh person. The 8th, 9th, and 10th fell. Qingxue's men had lost 15 individuals, and the rest began to flee. Lin Yue did not pursue. He stood at the factory entrance watching their retreating figures. Wang Hao slung the flame demon blade over his shoulder. "President, should we chase them?" "No need to chase." Lin Yue sheathed the azure sky blade at his waist. "Let them go back and tell Qingxue that the Order has surrendered." Qingxue stood on a distant hillside riding a black dragon, the dark blue flames on his spear resembling a blue star under the sunlight. He heard the screams from the radio and saw his men running back. He counted 15 were missing. His face turned ashen, and the flames on his spear surged higher. Yet he did not charge over. He was waiting for night to fall, for the blood moon to rise, for Lin Yue's people to tire. Lin Yue returned to the mall with his men. Su Muqing stood at the entrance, staff in hand. She looked at Lin Yue, then at the more than 100 people in gray cloaks behind him. "The Order's people. They have surrendered." Su Muqing frowned. "Did you incorporate them?" "I did." "Aren't you afraid they are spies?" "With Nightingale here they are not." Su Muqing looked at Nightingale. Nightingale also looked at her. The two exchanged glances for 2 seconds, neither speaking. Su Muqing turned and walked into the courtyard with Nightingale following behind her. Over 100 people followed Nightingale into the mall. The courtyard was crowded. 370 survivors plus over 100 from the Order made nearly 500. Some sat on the ground, some leaned against the wall, and some stood. There wasn't enough space. Even turning around was difficult. Qingxue approached, holding an account book, her expression not too good. "President, the food is only enough to last for 1 day." Lin Yue looked at her. "1 day? 1 day?" Qingxue handed him the account book. "We rescued over 50 people yesterday and incorporated over 100 today. With 200 more mouths to feed, food consumption doubled. The instant noodles, biscuits, and bottled water in the warehouse would last at most until tomorrow night." Lin Yue stared at the account book, silent for a long time. He returned the account book to Qingxue. "We'll go out tomorrow to look for more." "Where will we look?" "A bit farther away. Supermarkets, warehouses, farms, wherever we can find supplies." Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. "He'll go with you. You stay here." "Why?" "Because the mall needs people to guard it." Lin Yue looked at her. "Qingxue is still outside and his camp is less than 10 kilometers from us. If you're not here, he could come at any time." Su Muqing pressed her lips together, not saying anything. At dawn, Lin Yue exited the mall through the side door with Wang Hao, Old Zhao, Li Yifei, and Zhao Lei. The 5 of them carried empty backpacks and headed north. Li Yifei held a phone, the screen displaying a regional map. The red dots indicated supply points. A large supermarket 15 kilometers to the north. The map indicated that the supermarket had not been searched, so supplies should still be there. After walking for about 3 hours, the supermarket appeared ahead. The rolling shutter door was closed, stained with dried black blood. Lin Yue used a dagger to pry open the lock and push the shutter door up. The supermarket inside was very dark. The emergency lights had long since gone out. The shelves were toppled with goods scattered all over. But most of it was still there: instant noodles, biscuits, bottled water, canned goods, ham, sausages, chocolate, milk powder, and diapers. They had everything. The 5 of them began stuffing their backpacks. They filled their bags and the shopping bags they found in the supermarket. Each person carried 2 large bags and held 2 more in their hands. They moved slowly, but no one complained of exhaustion. By the time they returned to the mall, the sky was nearly dark. The grayish-white light had turned dark gray, and a strange dark red hue began to rise on the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. Su Muqing stood at the entrance, watching as Lin Yue and the others returned with their heavy loads, a faint smile on her lips. Qingxue rushed over, took the supplies, and began counting. Her eyes lit up. This is enough to last 3 days. 3 days is not enough. Lin Yue placed the backpack on the ground. We'll go again tomorrow. You're going again tomorrow. Yes. If 3 days is not enough, we'll look for 5 days worth. If 5 days is not enough, we'll look for 10 days worth. In the distance, the blood moon rose. The dark red light shone through the broken glass curtain wall, casting shadows on the chaotic courtyard. Over 500 people were crammed together, some whispering, some staring wide-eyed into the darkness. Xiaomei sat on a cardboard box, hugging her knees as she watched Lin Yue. She clutched half a biscuit in her hand, not eating it. Lin Yue approached and crouched in front of her. Why aren't you eating? Xiaomei looked at him, offering the biscuit. Brother, eat. Lin Yue took the biscuit, broke it in half, and gave one piece back to her, while putting the other in his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Xiaomei lowered her head, nibbling on the piece of biscuit. In the distance, Qingxue stood in his camp, watching the direction of the mall. He said to those behind him, tomorrow we will attack the mall. Don't steal supplies, just kill. If we kill Lin Yue, the others will flee. The people behind him said nothing. The glasses-wearing man stepped out of the tent, adjusting his glasses. President Lin Yue has incorporated the Order's people. He now has over 500 more than us. Qingxue laughed. His people are mostly ordinary. No more than 50 can fight. My people are all players. The man with glasses looked at him. So when do we strike? Tomorrow. Before dawn. Lin Yue did not wait for dawn. At 3 a.m. Li Yifei's alarm blared. Not the static crackle of a walkie-talkie, but a piercing siren-like wail echoing down from the second floor, jolting everyone in the central atrium awake. The instant Lin Yue opened his eyes, his hand had already closed around the hilt of the Heaven's Edge blade. Li Yifei sprinted down from the second floor, clutching his laptop to his chest, his glasses askew on his nose, his face as pale as parchment. Guildmaster Qingxue's forces are on the move. Over 300 strong, heading straight for us. Estimated arrival 1 hour. The atrium erupted into chaos. Some wept, others shouted, still others clutched their children and shrank into corners. Wang Hao sprang up from the floor, hoisting the infernal demon blade onto his shoulder, the blade shimmering with crimson flames. Lao Zhao drew his one-handed sword and stood guard at the entrance. Zhao Lei gripped a steel pipe, standing beside Wang Hao. Yang emerged silently from the crowd. Her gray cloak fluttered faintly under the dim amber glow of emergency lights. She carried no blade, but her right hand hung motionless at her side, fingertips pulsing with an eerie cyan light. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue, her staff held firmly in hand. Shall we fight? We shall. Lin Yue drew the Heaven's Edge blade from his waist, the dark golden blade gleaming coldly beneath the sickly green light. But not here. Then where? Outside the city. The farm. Lin Yue unfolded a map and tapped a location northward. The same farm adjacent to the supermarket they'd visited the day before, open and unobstructed. If Qingxue's forces advanced there, their formation would be exposed in the open field. The Heaven's Edge members could lie in wait within the farm's warehouse and barns, and strike only when the enemy drew near. Su Muqing glanced at him. You scouted this place yesterday. I saw it on our way to the supermarket. She asked no further. Over 300 people marched out from the mall toward the northern farm. Lin Yue led the vanguard, the Heaven's Edge blade unsheathed. Wang Hao followed second, the infernal demon blade resting across his shoulders. Lao Zhao walked third, his one-handed sword drawn. Yang walked fourth, her long sword still sheathed, yet her hand trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Su Muqing brought up the rear, her staff cradled in her hands, its azure gemstone glowing softly in the darkness. Of the 500 souls, fewer than 100 were fighters, the rest civilians and wounded alike. After roughly 40 minutes, the farm appeared ahead, several dilapidated barns, a single warehouse, and a modest 2-story house. The surrounding farmland lay barren and wide open. Lin Yue directed the civilians to take shelter inside the warehouse and barns while combatants concealed themselves in the irrigation ditches across the fields. Wang Hao led the warriors squad crouching in the eastern ditch, Lao Zhao led the swordsman squad in the western ditch, Yang led the order contingent hidden behind the warehouse. Lin Yue stood alone in the center of the farm's open yard. The Heaven's Edge blade was planted upright in the earth, its dark golden blade glinting coldly beneath the moonlight. He waited for Qingxue to arrive. On the distant horizon, a black silhouette emerged, not one figure, but 300. At their head rode Qingxue astride a black dragon, its obsidian wings unfurled to blot out half the sky. Dark blue flames danced along the shaft of his spear, burning like a cerulean star in the night. Behind him marched over 300 players clad in black dragon-scale armor, each brandishing a weapon. Their formation was tightly packed, 300 bodies pressed together like sheep herded onto a battlefield. Qingxue spotted Lin Yue standing alone in the center of the farm and smiled. He leapt from the dragon's back and drove his spear deep into the ground. Ma Yuan, you face me alone. Lin Yue met his gaze. One is enough. Where are your people? They are where you cannot see them. Qin Haoyan's smile vanished. He scanned the surroundings, the desolate farmland, the crumbling barns, the collapsed warehouse. No figures were visible, but he heard breathing, not one breath, but many, emanating from the ditches, the barns, and behind the warehouse. He knew Lin Yue was not bluffing. His people were truly there. Attack! Qin Haoyan wrenched his spear from the earth, the dark blue flame surging violently upward. 300 bodies surged forward at once, but the farm's terrain fractured their formation. The fields, segmented by narrow ditches, forced them into a suffocating mass. Those in front charged ahead, while those behind became hopelessly jammed. Wang Hao burst from the eastern ditch, the infernal demon blade cleaving downward onto the first man's skull, crimson flames detonating with a devastating 3,600. Lao Zhao lunged from the western ditch, his one-handed sword piercing the second man's chest, 2,800. Yang erupted from behind the warehouse, her long sword sweeping horizontally, a cerulean wind blade slicing from its tip, piercing the bodies of the third, fourth, and fifth men in succession. Su Muqing's spell descended from the barn roof, a golden beam of light struck the heart of the enemy ranks, 5,000, piercing 6 players in one incinerating blow. Lin Yue's Heaven's Edge blade crashed against Qin Haoyan's spear. Dark golden metal met dark blue flame. Sparks exploded in every direction. Both men staggered backward a step. Qin Haoyan smiled. You've reached level 90. Indeed. Your legendary weapon is bound. Indeed. You still won't defeat me. Qin Haoyan leveled his spear before him, the dark blue flame flaring higher still. I command 300. You command 100. Lin Yue held his gaze. Your people are trapped. They cannot break through. Qin Haoyan turned to glance behind him. His people truly were trapped. The ditches too narrow, 300 bodies crushed together, the vanguard unable to advance, the rearguard unable to retreat. Wang Hao, Lao Zhao, and Yang blocked the ditch exits, cutting down wave after wave. Qin Haoyan's expression darkened. Fall back. His forces began retreating, but even that failed. Those behind, unaware of the chaos ahead, continued pressing forward. 300 bodies locked in place, unable to advance, unable to withdraw, became nothing more than living targets. Yang's wind blades lanced forth from behind the warehouse, skewering 5 at a time. Su Muqing's divine light judgment rained down from the barn roof, annihilating 6 in a single strike. Wang Hao's infernal demon blade shattered a shield. Lao Zhao's one-handed sword pierced another throat. Lin Yue ignored the rank and file. His eyes remained fixed on Qin Haoyan. The Heaven's Edge blade hovered before him, dark golden frost coalescing along its length. Qin Haoyan stared back, the dark blue flames dancing fiercely along his spear's shaft. In unison they charged. The Heaven's Edge blade struck the spear. Dark golden ice and dark blue fire detonated in a blinding conflagration. Lin Yue recoiled 2 steps. Qin Haoyan likewise staggered back 2. Lin Yue lunged again, not with the blade, but with a dagger, the night chant drawn swiftly from his waist aimed straight for Qin Haoyan's throat. Qin Haoyan twisted aside. His spear swept sideways. Lin Yue vaulted into the air, flipped the dagger mid-leap, and drove it deep into Qin Haoyan's shoulder upon landing. 2,400. 10% of Qin Haoyan's health bar vanished. He grunted sharply, then slammed the spears but into Lin Yue's back. 1,800. Lin Yue lurched forward, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. Chen Siki dashed from the barn, pressing sacred light onto his back, his health surging back to 90%. Qin Haoyan's forces began to flee, not routed but paralyzed by dread. Over 50 dead, more than 100 wounded, fewer than 200 remaining. They were pinned in the ditches, trapped between advance and retreat, morale utterly shattered. Jing Yin broke from the crowd, gripping Qin Haoyan's arm. Guildmaster, retreat. If we continue, our people will be slaughtered. Qin Haoyan shook him off, his gaze locked on Lin Yue, bloodshot eyes blazing with fury, disbelief, and raw, unvarnished fear. He did not wish to retreat, but he knew he had no choice. His people had already lost the will to fight. Retreat. Qin Haoyan wrenched his spear from the ground and turned away. His followers trailed after him, fleeing swiftly. 50 corpses and pools of blood stained the earth behind them. Wang Hao hoisted the infernal demon blade onto his shoulder, watching Qin Haoyan's retreating figure. Guildmaster, shall we pursue? No. Lin Yue slid the Heaven's Edge blade back into its sheath. Let him go. Su Muqing dropped lightly from the barn roof, landing beside him. Her staff rested in her grip, its azure gemstone now dimmed. You're injured. A superficial wound. She did not reply. Taking iodine and gauze from Lin Yue, she began tending to the wound on his back. Her movements gentle, yet Lin Yue still sucked in a sharp breath at the sting. Endure it, Su Muqing said. Lin Yue remained silent. Far away, the blood-red moon sank below the horizon. A pallid ash-gray light rose from the edge of the world, staining the sky the color of cremated bone. Dawn broke. Lin Yue stood alone in the center of the farm, gazing toward the direction in which Qin Haoyan had vanished. He drew the Heaven's Edge blade, its dark golden edge streaked with black blood. He watched for a long time, then sheathed the blade. Return. Take roll. Assess casualties. Lin Yue turned and strode back toward them all. 500 souls followed in his wake, some carrying the wounded, some cradling children, some supporting elders. No words were spoken, but every pair of eyes burned with quiet, unshakable light. Because they had won. Not forever, only for now, but they had won. 3 days after Qingxue retreated, Lin Yue stood in the center of the farm, gazing at the barren land before him, and made a decision to farm. Not because he wanted to be a farmer, but because food would not last for many days. With over 500 people, the daily consumption of grain was an astounding number. The supermarket was emptied, the warehouse was emptied, and even expired goods from convenience stores were brought back. But with 500 mouths, it took hundreds of pounds of grain each day. He could go out and search once, twice, or 10 times, but he couldn't search for a lifetime. Su Muqing stood beside him looking at the wasteland. Are you really going to farm? Yes. Can you farm? No. Lin Yue sheathed the celestial blade back at his waist, but someone can. Lu Yin stepped out from the crowd holding a packet of seeds she found in the supermarket. She had lived in the countryside with her grandparents before and had farmed. Turn the soil, fertilize, water it. In this season, planting cabbage and radishes can yield a harvest in a month. She squatted down and dug into the dry soil with her fingers, which was hard as stone. But it needs water. Lin Yue looked at the dry riverbed. The river had dried up, leaving only mud and gravel. The groundwater was too deep to dig a well. The distant water pipe had long been broken. Without water, nothing could be planted. Li Yifei ran up from behind, holding a laptop. President, I've scanned and found a hidden river 5 meters underground. The water volume isn't large, but it's enough to irrigate the land. How do we get the water up? Li Yifei adjusted his glasses. We need a water pump. There's an old water pump in the warehouse on the east side of the farm that still works, but it needs diesel. Diesel? Lin Yue drew the celestial blade from his waist. Go find some. Wang Hao slung the flame demon blade over his shoulder and followed him. The two of them walked toward the warehouse on the east side of the farm. The warehouse was small, with half of its tin roof collapsed. The door was open and inside lay discarded farming machinery. Lin Yue found the water pump beneath a pile of scrap metal, rusty, but still operational. Wang Hao carried the water pump on his shoulder as they walked back to the farm. Li Yifei found a few barrels of diesel from the ruins, not much, but enough for a month. When the water pump started pumping, everyone gathered around. The water from the hidden river surged through the pipe, murky and filled with silt, but it was water. Lu Yin squatted down, cupped her hands to gather some water, and brought it to her nose to smell. It's usable. She stood up and began directing people to turn the soil. Zhao Lei led over 20 ordinary people using shovels, while Wang Hao guided the combat team, using hose salvage from the ruins. Old Zhao brought stones from the riverbank to build up the field ridges, while Nightingale used her wind-based abilities to blow away the debris and weeds from the fields. Su Muqing used her ice-based abilities to shatter the hard clods of soil, while Qingxue used holy light to hasten the sprouting of the seeds. With over 500 people, no one was idle. In the evening, the sun was about to set. The grayish-white light transformed into a warm yellow, and the distant ruins were coated in a golden hue. Lu Yin stood at the edge of the field looking at the turned soil with a smile. Tomorrow we can plant. Cabbage and radishes can be harvested in a month. But it's not enough. Not enough for what? Lin Yue asked. Not enough to eat. Lu Yin looked at him. With over 500 people, this small plot of land won't suffice. We also need to raise chickens, pigs, and fish. Lin Yue fell silent for a long time. Where do we find chickens? There's a chicken farm behind the farm. I've been there. Half of it has collapsed, but there are still live chickens. At least dozens. Lin Yue took Wang Hao and old Zhao to the chicken farm. The chicken coop had collapsed halfway, the tin roof lying on the ground, and the chicken cages were toppled. But there were indeed live chickens, dozens of them huddled in a corner, thin as bone. Wang Hao caught them one by one and placed them in cages, while old Zhao used wooden planks to repair the collapsed coop. Lin Yue stood at the doorway watching the chickens and remembered the few old hens his grandmother had raised when he was a child. Every morning, he could have fresh eggs, which he took for granted at the time, but now he realized that those were exchanged for grains by his grandmother, grain by grain. 37 chickens were brought back to the farm, but not many could lay eggs. Lu Yun said that after raising them for a month, they could collect over 10 eggs a day. Over 10 eggs for 500 people was barely enough to fill gaps, but at least there was hope. In the following days, Lin Yue ran back and forth between the farm and the supermarket every day. He planted, repaired the chicken coop, and dug irrigation ditches during the day, while at night, he counted supplies, assigned tasks, and trained newcomers. His hands transformed from gripping a dagger to wielding a hoe, forming blisters that broke and healed repeatedly. Wang Hao's hands also developed blisters, but he didn't complain, only asking Qingxue to use holy light to help him alleviate them every night. Su Muqing stood at the edge of the field watching Lin Yue bend over to turn the soil, a subtle smile on her lips. She had never seen this side of Lin Yue. In the game, he was the #1 assassin killing invisibly. In the apocalypse, he was the president of the Celestial, standing in front of everyone. But now he was just an ordinary person turning the soil in the field, hands covered in mud, his back sunburned and peeling. What are you looking at? Lin Yue looked up at her. Nothing. Su Muqing turned away and walked off. On the 7th day, the first seed sprouted. Lu Yin squatted at the edge of the field watching the tender green sprout, crying. Not tears of sadness, but those that come from seeing hope and being unable to hold back. Xiaomei squatted beside her, reaching out to gently touch the leaves of the sprout. The leaves were tender, almost transparent, glistening in the sunlight. Brother, what is this? Xiaomei asked. Cabbage. Lin Yue squatted down looking at the sprout. He had never found a cabbage so beautiful before. Wang Hao walked over carrying the flame demon blade on his shoulder. President, the chickens have started laying eggs too. We collected 8 today. 8. 8. Enough to make a pot of egg drop soup. Lin Yue looked at him. With over 500 people, how much can each person get from a pot of egg drop soup? 1 bite is still meat. Wang Hao grinned. Lin Yue fell silent. He drew the celestial blade from his waist, the dark golden blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. He walked to the edge of the field, thrusting the sword into the ground, beginning to turn the soil. He wasn't practicing swordplay, he was farming. The celestial blade was a legendary weapon with an attack power ranging from 180 to 220, dealing an additional 50% damage to bosses. Using it to turn the soil was a waste, but Lin Yue didn't care. Weapons are inanimate, but people are alive. A sword can kill, but it can also cultivate. On the 8th day, more seeds sprouted. On the 9th day, 15 eggs were collected from the chicken coop. On the 10th day, the diesel for the water pump ran out, but Li Yifei found new diesel from the ruins. On the 11th day, Lu Yun discovered fish fry in the pond behind the farm. On the 12th day, Zhao Lei and his team built a small dock by the pond. On the 15th day, the first batch of cabbages sprouted leaves. Lu Yun said they could be harvested in half a month. Lin Yue stood at the edge of the field watching the lush green vegetable patches. Su Muqing stood beside him holding Lin Yue, who was asleep, in her arms, his small hand clutching her collar. Xiaomei squatted at the edge of the field looking at the cabbages with bright eyes. Over 500 people stood at the farm. Some were turning the soil, some were watering, some were feeding chickens, and some were repairing the chicken coop. No one spoke, but everyone was busy. In the distance, Qin Haotian stood in the mythical guild's camp looking toward the farm. He saw the thriving vegetable patches, the busy people, and Lin Yue standing at the edge of the field. He planted his spear into the ground, the dark blue flames at the tip dimming a little. President, are we still going to attack? Asked the glasses wearer. Qin Haotian remained silent for a long time. No attack. Why? Because he has hope now. Qin Haotian pulled the spear from the ground. A person with hope cannot be killed. The glasses wearer said nothing. In the distance, the blood moon rose. The dark red light spilled over the farm's vegetable patches, tainting the lush green leaves with a dark red hue. Lin Yue drew the celestial blade from his waist, the dark golden blade, reflecting the blood moon's dark red light. He gazed for a long time before sheathing the sword back at his waist. Tomorrow there would still be soil to turn, water to irrigate, chickens to feed, and land to cultivate. The day after the cabbage harvest, Li Yifei intercepted a strange communication. It was not from the realm of myths or order, but rather from a previously unseen encrypted channel. The signal was strong, but the content was all garbled, as if encrypted by some advanced algorithm. Li Yifei stayed up all night, his eyes bloodshot, and finally at 3 in the morning, he cracked the first segment. The great selection is about to begin. Those who fail will be eliminated. The qualified will enter the new world. Lin Yue stood behind the second-floor window, gazing at the distant gray skyline. He drew the sky blade from his waist, the dark golden blade glimmering coldly in the dim light of the emergency lamp. The great selection. What does it mean? I don't know. Li Yifei adjusted his glasses, but the source of this signal is not within the country. It is in Europe. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside Lin Yue. Are there survivors in Europe? Yes, but not many. Li Yifei turned his laptop around, displaying a world map with red dots flashing over the European continent. This is the source of the signal's transmission, located in Germany. However, its coverage is global. This means that people all over the world can receive this signal, but it has yet to be decoded. Lin Yue fell silent. He recalled the projections of ancient civilizations in the ruins. The Sky Era is not a game, it is an ancient legacy. Those projections had stated that ancient civilizations were destroyed by infighting, leaving behind the Great Selection system to filter heirs. If this is true, then this Great Selection is a test left by the ancient civilization. Those who pass will live, while those who fail will die. Can we trace the sender? Lin Yue asked. Yes, but it will take time. Li Yifei's fingers flew over the keyboard. At least a week. A week is enough. At dawn, Lin Yue gathered everyone in the courtyard. Over 500 people crowded together, some eating breakfast, others feeding children, and some organizing supplies. Lin Yue was distributing eggs, half an egg per person, not much, but better than nothing. I have something to tell everyone. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, but it was heard throughout the courtyard. I intercepted a signal. The signal stated the Great Selection is about to begin. Those who fail will be eliminated. The qualified will enter the new world. The courtyard fell silent. Some were crying, others trembling, and some held their children, shrinking into corners. Wang Hao rested the flame demon blade on his shoulder, dark red flames flickering on the blade. Old Zhao drew his sword with one hand. Nightingale's long sword remained sheathed, but her hand rested on the hilt. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue holding her staff. What does this mean? Someone asked. Lin Yue looked at him. I don't know, but I will find out. In the evening the sun was about to set. The gray-white light turned to dark gray and a strange dark red hue began to rise on the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood behind the second-floor window looking outside. Li Yifei was still upstairs cracking the signal, the sound of typing echoing above like a machine gun. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. Do you think the Great Selection is real, eh? I don't know. If it is, are you afraid? Lin Yue remained silent for a long time. I'm not afraid. Why, eh? Because whether the Great Selection comes or not, I must protect those people. Lin Yue looked at the people huddled together in the courtyard. Wang Hao, Old Zhao Chen, Siki, Lin Yue, Yilinger, Xiao, Mei Lin, she sister Lu. And you? Su Muqing looked at him without saying a word. She reached out and held his fingers. In the distance, Qin Haoyan stood in the Myth Guild's camp, having also received that signal. His intelligence personnel were also deciphering it. A man with glasses emerged from the tent holding a piece of paper. President, we've decrypted it. The glasses handed him the paper. The Great Selection is about to begin. Those who fail will be eliminated. The qualified will enter the new world. Qin Haoyan stared at the paper, remaining silent for a long time. Who sent it? I don't know, but it's in Europe. Are there survivors in Europe? Yes, but not many. Qin Haoyan crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it on the ground. Forget it. Let's first deal with Lin Yue. The glasses looked at him. President Lin Yue has gathered the people of order, over 500 now. Although most of his people are ordinary, his core combat power is stronger than ours. Lin Yue is level 91, Su Muqing is 84, Old Zhao is 83, and Nightingale is 85. We only have you above level 85. Qin Haoyan said nothing. He plunged his spear into the ground, the dark blue flames at the tip dimming slightly. The next day, Li Yifei ran downstairs from above holding his laptop, close to his chest, his glasses askew on his nose. President, I found the source of the signal. Where? In Germany. An organization called New World sent it. New World? Yes. They claim to be descendants of the ancient civilization possessing the authority of the Great Selection. They are gathering qualified individuals worldwide, and those who pass the test can join them and enter the new world. Lin Yue looked at him. What is the content of the test? I don't know, but the signal said survival of the fittest, elimination of the weak. Lin Yue drew the sky blade from his waist, the dark golden blade glimmering coldly in the morning light. Where are they? In Germany. Berlin. That's too far. There are closer ones. Li Yifei turned his laptop around, revealing a regional map with a red dot flashing. They also have a base in Asia. In Japan. Tokyo. Lin Yue fell silent. Tokyo. Across the sea. He had no boat, no plane, no passport. He couldn't even leave this city. How could he go to Tokyo? Let's not worry about them for now, Lin Yue said, sheathing the sky blade back in his waist. First, let's deal with Myth. When are we going to attack Myth? Wang Hao asked, resting the flame demon blade on his shoulder. We'll wait for them to act first. In the distance in the Myth Guild's camp, Qin Haoyan was also waiting. He was waiting for Lin Yue to act first. Both of them were waiting, neither wanting to make the first move. Whoever moved first could potentially lose. Nightingale stepped out from the crowd, standing beside Lin Yue. Mo Yuan, do you know why the New World sent that signal? I don't know. Because they want the survivors of the world to kill each other. Nightingale's voice was soft. The strong kill the weak, and in the end those who remain are the qualified. That is the Great Selection. Lin Yue looked at her. How do you know? The seer told me. Nightingale lowered her head. The seer was once part of the New World. Later he defected and established order himself. He said the ideology of the New World is the strong govern the weak, which he disagreed with. Lin Yue fell silent. The seer disagreed with the ideology of the New World, yet he was also establishing order and promoting the strong govern the weak. He merely changed the name and rhetoric. The essence remained the same. Where is the seer? I don't know. After he defected, the New World has been hunting him. He doesn't dare to stay in one place for too long. Lin Yue drew the sky blade from his waist. The dark golden blade glimmered coldly in the sunlight. He stared at his reflection on the blade for a long time. Nightingale. Yes. If the seer comes back, whose side will you help? Nightingale looked at him, remaining silent for a long time. I will help you. Why, oi? Because you won't let him die. And he, Nightingale paused, he will let you die. In the distance, the blood moon rose. The dark red light flooded the entire city. Lin Yue stood behind the second-floor window, gazing at the distant gray skyline. The signal from the New World flickered intermittently for 3 days before suddenly stopping. It wasn't blocked. The sender had chosen to cease transmission. Li Yifei sat in the monitoring room on the second floor all day, typing furiously on the keyboard, and finally discovered the cause by evening. They are updating the encryption algorithm. Li Yifei adjusted his glasses, his expression grim. The new algorithm is twice as complex as the old one. Oh, I can't crack it. Lin Yue stood beside him, gazing at the dense lines of code on the screen. How long will it take? At least a month. That's too long. Li Yifei remained silent. His fingers flew over the keyboard. The code on the screen scrolled, but the progress bar barely moved. Lin Yue turned and descended the stairs. In the courtyard, over 500 people were crowded together. Some were eating, some chatting, and others were nursing children. Lu Yun was distributing eggs, half an egg per person, which was a quarter more than yesterday. The hens in the coop had begun to lay more eggs. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. Is there any news from the New World? No. The encryption has been upgraded and Li Yifei can't crack it. What should we do? Wait. Lin Yue drew the blade of the firmament from his waist, the dark golden blade glimmering with a cold light under the dim emergency lights. We wait for them to come looking for us. Su Muqing looked at him. How do you know they will come? Because the great selection requires people. Without them, what is there to select? Su Muqing fell silent. The next day someone came. It wasn't anyone from the New World, it was a prophet. He wore a white robe, had long hair cascading over his shoulders, and carried no weapon. His eyes were light gray and bright, like 2 stars. He stood at the entrance of the mall with no one behind him. Nightingale rushed out of the crowd and stood before him, drawing her long sword. She did not stab, she merely held the sword, its tip resting against the prophet's chest. What are you here for? Nightingale's voice trembled. To see you. I don't need you to see me. You do. The prophet extended his hand and pushed her sword away from his chest. Nightingale, have you joined the firmament? I have. Why, oi? Because Lin Yue won't let me kill you. The prophet looked at Lin Yue, who also gazed back at him. The two stared at each other for 3 seconds before the prophet spoke first. Mo Yuan, I've long admired you. Lin Yue remained silent. The prophet walked into the mall and approached the center of the courtyard, observing the throngs of people huddled together. Elders, children, pregnant women, the injured. Some were eating, others sleeping, some crying. He watched for a long time before turning to Lin Yue. Is this who you are protecting? Yes. Do you think they can pass the Great Selection, oi? Lin Yue looked at him. What is the Great Selection? The prophet was silent for a few seconds. It is a test left by ancient civilizations. Those who pass will enter the New World. Those who don't pass will die. Who dies? Everyone. Those who pass and those who don't will all meet the same fate. Those who pass will enter the New World, while those who don't will remain on Earth to await death. Lin Yue tightened his grip on the blade of the firmament. Are you working for the New World? I used to. The prophet walked to the corner and leaned against the wall. But I stopped. Their philosophy is wrong. The strong rule over the weak, leaving the weak with no survival. I cannot agree with that. So you established order. Yes. I want to select for myself. The strong remain, the weak are eliminated. But not in the way of the New World. Not through killing, but by letting them choose for themselves. Those who can't survive will naturally be eliminated. Those who do survive are the strong. Lin Yue looked at him. You are no different from those evolutionists I have met. The prophet smiled a bitter smile. Perhaps, but at least I don't kill. Nightingale stood beside him, her long sword hanging at her side. She looked at the prophet, tears welling in her eyes. Brother, you should go. Lin Yue won't kill you, but I fear the people from the New World will come. The prophet looked at her. What did you call me? Brother. Tears fell from Nightingale's eyes. You saved me, taught me wind abilities, provided me with food and clothes. You are not a good person, but you are my benefactor. The prophet fell silent. He stood up, approached Nightingale, extended his hand, and wiped away the tear stains on her face. Nightingale, come with me. Where to? To a place that cannot be found in the New World. Nightingale looked at him, silent for a long time. Then she shook her head. I won't go. Why, oi? Because Lin Yue is here. Nightingale turned her head to look at Lin Yue. He won't let me die. The prophet looked at Lin Yue for a long time. Mo Yuan, you are stronger than I am. Lin Yue did not respond. The prophet turned and left. When he reached the door, he paused and did not look back. Be careful of the New World. They won't spare any awakened ones. Especially you. Your ability is replication. They desire you the most. He walked away. The white robe fluttered in the morning breeze, disappearing among the ruins. Nightingale stood at the door, watching his retreating figure, tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Muqing approached, standing beside her, resting her staff against the wall and reaching out to hold her hand. Lin Yue drew the blade of the firmament from his waist, the dark golden blade reflecting his face. He gazed at his own reflection in the blade for a long time. He sheathed the sword back at his waist and turned to walk back into the courtyard. Everyone gather. More than 500 people stood up from the corners and arranged themselves in the center of the courtyard. Lin Yue looked at them silent for a long time. The new world is coming. They will conduct the great selection. The strong will live and the weak will die. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. I am not strong. Neither are you. But we will survive. No one spoke. From today on, everyone trains. Players will practice skills. Ordinary people will train their physical abilities. Wake up at 6 every morning, sleep at 10 at night. No exceptions. Wang Hao slung the flame demon blade over his shoulder. President, what will we train? The combat department will practice fighting, the logistics department will practice transporting, and the intelligence department will practice decoding. Lin Yue looked at him. You are in charge of the combat department. Old Zhao is responsible for the logistics department. Li Yifei is in charge of the intelligence department. The three of them nodded simultaneously. In the distance, the sun was about to set. The gray-white light turned dark gray, and the distant horizon began to show that eerie dark red hue. The blood moon is about to rise. Lin Yue stood behind the second-floor window, gazing at the distant gray skyline. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. Do you believe what the prophet said? I believe half of it. Which half? The great selection is real. The new world wanting me is also real. But the strong will live and the weak will die is false. Su Muqing looked at him, remaining silent. She reached out and held his fingers. Outside the window, the blood moon rose to its peak. The dark red light enveloped the entire city. In the distance, Qingxue stood in the camp of the Myth Guild, gazing towards them all. He clutched a piece of paper that read Great Selection. President, are we still fighting? Glasses asked. No fighting. Qingxue crumpled the paper and tossed it to the ground. We'll talk about it when the new world arrives. Glasses adjusted his spectacles. Will the new world come? Yes. Qingxue planted the spear into the ground, and the dark blue flame at the tip dimmed somewhat. Because they want Mo Yuan. As long as Mo Yuan is here, they will come. On the 5th day after the prophet's departure, a person from the new world arrived. It was not an army pressing in nor a declaration of war, but a single individual. A helicopter flew in from the south, camouflaged and devoid of any insignia. It circled 3 times over the shopping mall before landing in a vacant area beside the farm. The wind generated by the rotor blades sent the cabbages in the vegetable field swaying, while Lu Yun crouched by the edge of the field, shielding the seedlings with her hands, muttering curses under her breath. Lin Yue stood at the entrance of the shopping mall, the sky blade drawn, its dark golden blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Su Muqing stood to his right, holding her staff. Wang Hao stood to his left, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder. Lao Zhao stood beside Wang Hao, his one-handed sword drawn. Nightingale stood next to Su Muqing, her long sword sheathed, but her right hand rested on the hilt. The cabin door opened, and a man in a black suit stepped down. In his 40s, his hair was meticulously styled, and a professional smile adorned his face. He held no weapon, only a small metal box. He walked up to Lin Yue, stopped, and scrutinized him up and down. Mo Yuan. His voice was calm, as if chatting with an old friend. Lin Yue looked at him. Who are you? My name is Qingxue, the head of the Asia region for the New World. The man pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Lin Yue did not take it, and he was not embarrassed, placing the card on a nearby stone. I represent the New World and have come to discuss with you. Discuss what? Cooperation. Qingxue took out a document from the metal box and handed it to Lin Yue. This is the guideline for the Great Selection. Those who pass can enter the New World. There is food, water, medicine, safe shelter, and an opportunity for immortality. Lin Yue took the document, but did not open it. What are the conditions? The condition is that you join the New World. Your ability is duplication, and we need you. What if I do not join? Qingxue's smile did not change, but his gaze shifted, not colder, but deeper. Then you will need to go through the Great Selection. Those who pass can still enter the New World. Those who do not. He did not elaborate, but everyone understood. Lin Yue looked at him. How many of my people can survive in the Great Selection? Qingxue was silent for a few seconds. 1%. Su Muqing's fingers tightened around her staff. The flames on Wang Hao's flame demon blade surged dangerously high. Lao Zhao drew his one-handed sword. Nightingale unsheathed her long sword. Lin Yue looked at Qingxue and returned the document to him. None of my people will die. Qingxue accepted the document and placed it back in the metal box. Mo Yuan, you are too confident. The Great Selection is not something you can resist. He turned and walked back to the helicopter, the cabin door closing behind him. The rotor blades began to spin again, sending the cabbages in the vegetable field swaying. Lu Yun crouched by the field, shielding the seedlings, this time not cursing, but merely bowing her head, her shoulders trembling. Lin Yue walked over, crouched down, and helped her upright a cabbage that had been blown over, burying the roots with soil. Lu Yun looked up at him, her eyes reddened. President, about the great selection, nothing will happen. Lin Yue stood up, sheathing the sky blade at his waist. As long as I am here, nothing will happen to you. In the courtyard, over 500 people were huddled together. Some were crying, some were trembling, and others held children curled up in corners. Chen Siki was distributing food, half a biscuit per person, a quarter less than yesterday. Li Tingting was keeping accounts, her hands trembling. Lin Yue held Lin, she the baby asleep, oblivious to it all. Xiaomei sat on a cardboard box, hugging her knees, looking at Lin Yue. Lin Yue walked to the center of the courtyard, standing before everyone. The people from the New World have arrived. They say the Great Selection will eliminate 99% of people. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. I say it won't. Because I am here. No one spoke. From today on, everyone will intensify their training. The combat department will train for 8 hours daily, the logistics department for 6 hours, and the intelligence department for 8 hours. No exceptions. Wang Hao rested the flame demon blade on his shoulder. President, what will we train? Real combat. Lin Yue drew the sky blade, the dark golden blade glinting coldly in the dim light. Fight zombies, elite monsters, and mutated beasts. If you cannot win, I will fight. If you can, you will fight. Nightingale stepped out from the crowd, standing next to Lin Yue. I will also participate in the training. Lin Yue looked at her. You do not need training. I do. Nightingale drew her long sword from her waist, the blade shimmering coldly in the light. Because I want to protect the prophet. Lin Yue gazed at her silent for 3 seconds. All right. In the evening, the sun was about to set. The grayish-white light turned dark gray, and a strange dark red began to emerge on the distant horizon. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood behind the window on the second floor, looking at the distant gray skyline. Chun Mu's helicopter had already flown away, but he knew that the people from the New World would not let this go. They would come again, bringing more people, more advanced weapons, and more terrifying ability users. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. What are you thinking? Thinking about the New World. Will they come again? They will. When the Great Selection begins. Lin Yue drew the sky blade from his waist, the dark golden blade reflecting the dark red light of the blood moon. Maybe in a week, maybe in a month. But it won't be long. Su Muqing reached out and held his fingers. Her hand was cold, but Lin Yue felt it was warm. Outside the window, the blood moon had risen to its peak. The dark red light spilled over the entire city. In the distance, Qingxue stood in the camp of the Myth Guild, also seeing that helicopter. He also received the invitation from the New World. The content was the same. Join or go through the Great Selection. He refused. President, the people from the New World said that the elimination rate of the Great Selection is 99%. Qingxue took the paper, glanced at it, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it to the ground. So what? Only a few of your people may survive. Qingxue remained silent. He lifted the long gun from the ground, the dark blue flames at its tip surging dangerously high. Then let those few survive. The next day before dawn, Lin Yue woke up. He walked to the courtyard where Wang Hao was already training. More than 30 people from the combat department stood in the center of the courtyard, some with swords, some with knives, and others with iron pipes. Wang Hao stood at the front, the flame demon blade resting on his shoulder. Today's training content is combat. Pairs of 2, real combat. Fight until someone concedes. No one moved. Fight! Wang Hao shouted. More than 30 people began to move. Some swung swords, some slashed with knives, and some struck with iron pipes. Some were knocked to the ground, while others got back up to continue fighting. No one conceded. Lin Yue stood on the second floor watching them. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. Do you think they can survive in the Great Selection? They can. Why? Because they are fighting. Lin Yue drew the sky blade, its dark golden blade glinting coldly in the morning light. They are not waiting to die. In the distance, the helicopter from the New World flew back again. Not 1 but 3. They circled above the shopping mall before landing in the vacant area beside the farm. The cabin door opened, and Qingxue stepped down, followed by more than 20 individuals in black combat suits. They carried guns, not ordinary guns, but ability weapons with light swirling at their muzzles. Qingxue walked up to Lin Yue and handed him a new document. MOU on the Great Selection has been moved up. Next Monday. Lin Yue looked at him. What if I refuse? Qingxue smiled. You have no right to refuse. After Qingxue's helicopter flew away, the courtyard remained silent for an entire hour. It was not a true silence, but rather a heavy stillness as everyone digested the immense information they had just received, hesitant to speak first. Over 500 people were crowded together. Some were looking at Lin Yue, some at the ground, and others at their trembling hands. Wang Hao removed the flame demon blade from his shoulder and propped it against the ground, the dark red flames dancing on the blade, casting flickering shadows on the faces of those around. Next Monday, Wang Hao recited the date. Today is Wednesday. There are 5 days left. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the azure blade resting on his knees. He said nothing. 5 days. 120 hours. He needed to turn over 500 people into a military force capable of passing the Great Selection within that time. But he did not know what the Great Selection was. He had read the document Qingxue provided him 3 times, and each time he only understood one thing: a 99% elimination rate. Out of 500 people, fewer than 5 would survive. Su Muqing walked over and sat beside him. What are you thinking? I'm thinking about how to keep 500 people alive. Is there a way? No. Su Muqing looked at him silent for a few seconds. Then what do you plan to do? Train. Lin Yue picked up the azure blade from his knees and sheathed it at his waist. Train them to the point of exhaustion. Wang Hao called all the combat team members to the farm. More than 30 people stood in the desolate farmland holding weapons. Some were trembling, some swallowed nervously, and others glanced back at Lin Yue. Lin Yue stood at the front, the azure blade drawn, the dark golden blade gleaming coldly in the morning light. Today's training content: real combat. I will take on all of you alone. Wang Hao paused for a moment. President, you're going to fight more than 30 people by yourself? Yes. Are you serious? Lin Yue did not answer. He charged into the crowd. The azure blade struck down on the first person's head, stopping just a centimeter from their scalp. The person, scared, collapsed to the ground. Lin Yue turned the blade, poised at the throat of the second person. The third person felt the blade at their chest, the fourth at their shoulder, and the fifth at their side. In less than 30 seconds, all 30 people were struck. No one was injured, but everyone was drenched in cold sweat. Wang Hao slung the flame demon blade over his shoulder and watched Lin Yue. President, you are just showing off your skills. This isn't showing off. It's to let you know how far behind you are. Lin Yue sheathed the azure blade. In the Great Selection, there are people stronger than me. If you can't even defeat me, how can you fight them? No one spoke. Old Zhao led the logistics team to the farm. More than 200 ordinary people were there, some holding shovels, some holding hoes, and others wielding kitchen knives. They were turning the soil, watering, and fertilizing. Lu Yun stood by the field directing them. Their movements were slow, but no one slacked off. The logistics team not only needs to farm, but also to learn combat. Old Zhao's voice was not loud, but steady. Ordinary people may lack special abilities, but they have strength. When zombies come, 1 shovel may not be enough. It takes 2 swings. If 2 swings don't work, then 3. A young man raised his hand. Brother Zhao, can we really fight against zombies? Whether we can or not, we have to fight. If we don't fight, we die. The young man lowered his hand and tightened his grip on the shovel. Li Yifei took the intelligence team to the 2nd floor. A dozen people were there, some typing on keyboards, some looking at screens, and others adjusting walkie-talkies. They were the ears and eyes of the entire base. Without them, Lin, you would be blind. I have decoded 30% of the communication channels of the new world. Li Yifei adjusted his glasses. Their special ability weapons are mass-produced, and ordinary people can use them. Their power is equivalent to a full-force strike from a level 60 player. Can we obtain them? Yes, but they won't give them to us. Then we will take them by force. Li Yifei paused for a moment. Take them by force? Yes. Aren't they coming next Monday? On Sunday night, we'll raid their camp and bring back a batch of weapons. Li Yifei looked at him silent for a few seconds. President, you are courting death. Maybe. But with their weapons, a few more of my people will survive. In the evening, the sun was about to set. The grayish-white light turned into a dark gray, and the distant horizon began to glimmer with an eerie dark red. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood behind the window on the 2nd floor, gazing at the distant gray skyline. Su Muqing walked up and stood beside him. On Sunday night, you plan to raid the New World's weapons? Yes. I will go with you. You stay behind. Why? Because the shopping mall needs someone to guard it. Su Muqing looked at him, her lips pressed together, and she did not say anything further. In the distance, Qingxue stood in the Myth Guild's camp and also received Qingxue's Great Selection notification. He crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it on the ground. President, what should we do? Glasses asked. Qingxue remained silent for a long time. Wait. Wait for what? Wait for Lin Yue to make the first move. Glasses adjusted his glasses. Will Lin Yue make a move? Yes. Qingxue drove the spear into the ground, the dark blue flames flickering at the tip. Because he wants to protect those people. If he doesn't act, those people will die. On Sunday night, the darkness fell quickly. The moon had not yet risen, and the wilderness was engulfed in darkness. Lin Yue, along with Wang Hao, Old Zhao, and Nightingale, exited through the side door of the shopping mall. The 4 of them did not carry weapons. Not because they didn't want to, but because carrying them would expose their position. The New World camp was 30 kilometers to the south, a makeshift base. Barbed wire searchlights, patrols, and more than 20 guards in black combat uniforms. Lin Yue crouched in the grass, observing the base. He counted the guards. 23 guards were patrolling in 3 groups. 2 groups were outside, and 1 group was inside. The beams of the searchlights swept across the night sky. Wang Hao attract their attention from the left. Old Zhao, you come from the right. Nightingale, use your wind abilities to extinguish the searchlights. I will go in to grab the weapons. The three nodded in unison. Wang Hao charged out from the left, the flames on the flame demon blade shooting up high. The guards were drawn to him and chased after him. Old Zhao rushed out from the right, his single-handed sword slicing through the barbed wire, the piercing metallic sound diverting another group of guards. Nightingale pointed her long sword at the sky, and a green wind blade shot from the tip, hitting the searchlight. The light went out. Lin Yue dashed out of the grass, leaped over the barbed wire, and charged into the camp. The tents were filled with metal boxes. He opened one to find special ability weapons, guns silver white with glowing muzzles. He grabbed two and stuffed them into his backpack, then took two more. The alarm sounded. The guards began to run back. Nightingale's wind blade struck again, knocking over several guards. Run! Lin Yue shouted. The four of them sprinted towards the shopping mall. The camp behind them was thrown into chaos, with people shouting, chasing, and reporting over walkie-talkies. The four of them ran for about an hour before shaking off their pursuers. When they returned to the mall, it was almost dawn. Su Muqing stood at the entrance watching the bag on Lin Yue's back. Did you get it, eh? I did. Lin Yue placed the backpack on the ground and opened it. Inside were four special ability weapons, the silver-white gun bodies shimmering coldly under the dim emergency lights. Wang Hao slung the flame demon blade over his shoulder. Can this thing really kill, eh? Lin Yue picked up a gun, aimed at a distant wall, and pulled the trigger. A beam of white light shot from the muzzle, hitting the wall and blasting a hole the size of a bowl. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Wow. Lin Yue handed the gun to Wang Hao. One for each of you. Practice. Tomorrow is the great selection. Use this to fight. In the distance, dawn was breaking. The grayish-white light rose from the horizon, tinting the sky with a bone-ash color. Monday. The great selection. Lin Yue stood at the entrance of the mall, gazing towards the south. The people from the New World were already on their way. He drew the azure blade from his waist, the dark golden blade glinting coldly in the morning light. Everyone gather. Lin Yue stood at the entrance of the mall, the sky blade horizontal in front of him. Over 500 people stood behind him, silent, without tears, and no one retreated. They merely stood there watching him, waiting for him to speak. A dark line appeared on the distant horizon. It was not people, but vehicles. A dozen military trucks lined up, driving towards the mall. Behind the trucks followed hundreds of people in black tactical gear, wielding supernatural weapons. Leading the charge was Qingxue, dressed in a black suit, holding a tin horn. Lin Yue drew the sky blade from his waist, the dark golden blade glimmering coldly in the morning light. Sky blade engaged the enemy. Wang Hao hoisted the flame demon blade onto his shoulder and charged forward. Old Zhao unsheathed his sword with one hand, following closely behind. The nightingale sword was drawn, a blue wind blade shooting from the tip. Su Muqing stood at the mall entrance, raising her staff, the blue gem at its tip shining blindingly. Lin Yue did not charge. He stood his ground, waiting. Over 500 people faced thousands of soldiers from the New World. The numerical disparity was twofold, with an even greater difference in equipment. The New World soldiers had supernatural weapons, training, and organization. The people of the Sky Blade wielded kitchen knives, iron pipes, hoe shovels, and 4 supernatural weapons seized from the New World camp. Wang Hao led the charge, the flame demon blade cleaving into the head of the first person, dark red flames exploding. The man fell to the ground without even a scream. The second strike plunged into the chest of the second person, the third into the throat of the third, and the fourth into the eye of the fourth. His speed was so fast that only afterimages remained, each strike taking down an enemy. Old Zhao guarded in front of Qingxue, each sword strike steady, if not fast. The nightingale's wind blade shot from the sword tip, piercing through the bodies of 5 or 6 people. Su Muqing's spells fell from the entrance of the mall, golden beams crashing into the crowd, blasting a large hole. But there were too many from the New World. Kill 1 and 2 more came. Kill 2 and 4 more followed. Wang Hao's health dropped to 60%, Old Zhao's to 50%, and the nightingale's to 70%. Qingxue's holy light moved through the crowd, restoring health, but her mana dropped from 80% to 60, and then from 60 to 40. Lin Yue moved. He entered stealth mode, circling behind Qingxue, the sky blade swinging towards his nape. Qingxue did not turn around, but his right hand pulled something from his pocket, a palm-sized remote. He pressed the button. A blue light curtain rose from the ground, blocking Lin Yue's sword. The curtain was thin yet hard. The sky blade struck it, leaving only a white mark. Qingxue turned to look at Lin Yue. Mo Yuan, you are not my match. Lin Yue remained silent. He held the sky blade horizontally before him, dark golden, frost forming on the blade. He charged forward, the blade striking the light curtain, creating a crack. He struck again, the crack deepening. With a third strike, the curtain shattered. Qingxue's face changed. He stepped back and pulled out another supernatural weapon from his pocket. A silver handgun with blue lights swirling from its muzzle. Mo Yuan, I ask you again. Join the New World or die. Lin Yue looked at him. Die. Qingxue pulled the trigger. A blue beam shot from the barrel. Lin Yue sidestepped the beam, grazing his shoulder as it flew past, hitting the wall behind him and blasting a large hole. He fired again. Lin Yue jumped to avoid it. On the third shot, he ducked down. All 3 shots missed. Qingxue's expression darkened further. He threw the handgun to the ground and drew a long sword from his waist. The blade was entirely silver with blue light attached, resembling Lin Yue's sky blade, a legendary weapon. Mo Yuan, do you know what this is? Lin Yue looked at him. A legendary weapon. Correct. It is called Judgment. Its effect is, Qingxue raised the sword to deal double damage to targets of evil alignment. Lin Yue's pupils slightly constricted. Evil alignment. He was not of the evil alignment, but the people of the New World considered him so. Judgment dealt double damage to him. Qingxue charged in, moving at incredible speed. Lin Yue sidestepped the Judgment, brushing past his shoulder, tearing a cut in his tactical gear, blood splattering. 2,400. Double damage. One strike took away 20% of his health. Lin Yue did not retreat. The sky blade struck against Judgment, the dark golden blade clashing with the blue blade, sparks flying. Both retreated a step simultaneously. Qingxue charged again, Judgment swinging towards Lin Yue's head. Lin Yue raised the sky blade to block. The 2 swords collided, sending him stumbling back several steps, his palm splitting, blood flowing down the blade. Qingxue rushed over, holy light pressing onto his hand. The wound healed, but his health was down to 60%. Wang Hao came from the side, the flame demon blade slashing at Qingxue's waist. Qingxue turned to block Judgment, parrying the flame demon blade. Wang Hao was knocked back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Old Zhao charged from the other side, his one-handed sword stabbing towards Qingxue's back. Qingxue sidestepped, sweeping Judgment, forcing Old Zhao back. The wind blade from the Nightingale's long sword shot from afar. Qingxue blocked with Judgment, dispersing the wind blade. Sun Yuking's holy light Judgment fell from the entrance of the mall. Qingxue jumped to evade it, the golden beam crashing into the ground, blasting a large hole. 5 people against 1. They could not win. Qingxue laughed. Mo Yuan, your people cannot defeat me. Your people cannot defeat my soldiers either. Lin Yue turned to glance behind him. The soldiers of the New World were still charging forward, the sky blade's people retreating. It was not a retreat from being beaten back, but from being killed. Dozens of corpses lay on the ground, some enemies, some allies. Lin Yue saw Zhao Lei. He lay in a pool of blood, still clutching a steel pipe. The pipe stained with black blood, his eyes closed, his chest not rising. Lin Yue's eyes turned red. He turned around to face Qingxue. The dark golden light on the sky blade suddenly brightened, not the blade's own light, but frost. Dark golden frost spreading from his palm to the entire blade. The temperature plummeted, the water vapor in the air crystallizing into ice, sparkling in the sunlight. Shadow domain. Lin Yue's figure vanished into the darkness. Not stealth, but shadow domain. Within a 30-meter radius, all enemies' movement speed decreased by 30% and attack power decreased by 20%. His movement speed increased by 20% and critical hit rate rose by 15%. He appeared behind Qingxue, the sky blade swinging towards his nape. Qingxue could not turn in time and could only block with Judgment. The 2 swords collided, dark golden frost and blue light exploding, sending Qingxue flying into the truck behind him. Judgment slipped from his hand, falling to the ground. Blood seeped from the corner of Qingxue's mouth. His health dropped to 50%. His subordinates rushed over to support him. Retreat. Qingxue's voice was soft. His people began to pull back. The trucks started heading south. Qingxue walked at the back, looking at Lin Yue, smiling. Mo Yuan, you won today? But the great selection is not something you can win. He turned to leave. Lin Yue stood amidst the corpses, blood dripping from the sky blade. His legs trembled, his arms shook, his whole body felt like a bow pulled to its limit. Wang Hao approached, supporting him. President, are you all right? Lin Yue shook his head. He walked over to Zhao Lei, crouching down. Zhao Lei's eyes were closed, his face covered in blood. Lin Yue reached out, checking for a pulse. There was none. His fingers trembled, but he did not pull back. Qingxue came over, kneeling beside Zhao Lei, her palm glowing with holy light. The holy light pressed against Zhao Lei's chest, but there was no response. She pressed again, still nothing. Tears fell from her eyes. Zhao Lei. Lin Yue stood up, sheathing the sky blade back at his waist. Count the numbers. Assess the casualties. No one spoke. In the distance, the sun rose to its zenith. Golden light spilled over the battlefield, strewn with corpses. Of the over 500 people, less than 300 survived. Zhao Lei was dead, and many others had fallen. Lin Yue stood among them, watching the fading corpses. Bury Zhao Lei. Lin Yue's voice was soft. The others cremate them. Wang Hao nodded. Lin Yue turned and walked back into the mall. Su Muqing followed behind him. The 2 walked amidst the ruins, one in front of the other. No one spoke, but Su Muqing's hand remained clasped around his fingers. Back in the mall, Lin Yue leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. Xiao Mei approached, burying her face in his knees. She did not cry, simply resting her face there motionless. Lin Yue reached out, placing his hand on her head. Don't be afraid. Xiaomei did not respond. Outside, the blood moon rose. Dark red light filtered through the shattered glass walls, falling into the chaotic atrium. Tomorrow the great selection would truly begin. Today was merely a prelude. 3 days after Chun Mu retreated, Qingxue arrived. Not flying down from the sky on a black dragon, but walking from the east. He wore a full set of black dragon scale armor, not carrying a long spear, but holding only a letter. Wang Hao was the first to see him while training on the farm, lowering the flame demon blade from his shoulder, gripping it with his hand, as dark red flames flickered on the blade. President Qingxue has come. Alone, Lin Yue walked out of the mall, standing at the entrance. Qingxue stood in the center of the farm, gazing at the lush green cabbages, then glancing at the emaciated chickens in the coop. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, not quite a smile, but an indescribable expression. Lin Yue approached him and stopped. What brings you here? Qingxue handed him the letter. Just to take a look. Lin Yue took the letter and opened it. The letter was written by Qingxue, the handwriting messy, yet every character was clear. Mo Yuan, the great selection of the new world, cannot be resisted by a single person. If we join forces, perhaps there is still a chance. The conditions remain unchanged. No encroachment on territory, no seizure of resources, just an alliance. Lin Yue finished reading the letter, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Conditions unchanged. Unchanged. Do your people listen to you? Qingxue remained silent for a few seconds. Most of them do. What about the ones that don't? Kill them. Lin Yue looked at him for a long time. There were bloodshot veins in Qingxue's eyes, fatigue, and something he had never seen before. Not fear, but compromise. This person never compromises. Not in the game, not in the apocalypse. But now he was here alone, without a long spear, only carrying a letter. Why did you come to me? Lin Yue asked. Because you are the only one capable of defeating me. Qingxue's voice was calm. The people of the new world are stronger than I am. Chun Mu's judgment could take down 2,400 of you, while I could take down 3,000. I can't withstand that. Lin Yue fell silent. The sky blade hung at his waist, its dark golden blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He drew the sword, looking at his own reflection on the blade, thin with deep dark circles under his eyes, and a still healing wound at the corner of his mouth. Joining forces is possible, but there is one condition. Speak. Your people will be integrated into the sky blade. Qingxue's expression changed. What do you mean? Your people will be integrated into the combat department, listening to Wang Hao's command. You will serve as the deputy commander. Qingxue stared at him for a long time. Mo Yuan, you are insulting me. It is not an insult. It is trust. Lin Yue sheathed the sky blade back at his waist. Your people do not listen to you, but they listen to me. Because I can defeat Chun Mu, but you cannot. The corner of Qingxue's mouth twitched. He wanted to refute, but found no reason. What Lin Yue said was the truth. He could not defeat Chun Mu, but Lin Yue had. Though it was a narrow victory, a win is still a win. I will think about it. Qingxue turned and left. Wang Hao placed the flame demon blade on his shoulder and walked over. President, will he agree? He will. Why? Because he has no choice. Su Muqing walked out of the mall, standing beside Lin Yue. Are you really going to recruit Qingxue's people? Yes. Aren't you afraid of his betrayal? I am afraid. But compared to his betrayal, I fear even more that the people of the new world will slaughter us. Lin Yue looked at the distant gray horizon. 500 people fought a battle, and over 200 died. If another battle comes, the remaining 100 or so won't survive. I need people. Qingxue's people are the only ones who can help me now. Su Muqing did not speak. She reached out and grasped his fingers. The next day, Qingxue came again. This time he brought a long spear and rode a black dragon. He jumped down at the entrance of the mall, plunging the spear into the ground. Mo Yuan, I agree. My people will be integrated into the Sky Blade, and I will serve as the deputy commander. Lin Yue looked at him. What about the conditions? There are no conditions. Lin Yue remained silent for a few seconds. Why? Because you are right. I have no choice. Qingxue pulled the spear from the ground, the dark blue flames at the tip dimming slightly. But if you send my people to their deaths, I will not spare you. Lin Yue looked at him. I won't. Qingxue nodded. He turned and leapt onto the black dragon, flying away. Wang Hao, carrying the flame demon blade on his shoulder, watched the direction in which the black dragon disappeared. President, did Qingxue really agree? He did. Is he not afraid you will deceive him? He is afraid. But he is more afraid of the new world. In the evening, the sun was about to set. The grayish-white light turned to dark gray, and on the distant horizon that eerie dark red hue began to rise again. The blood moon was about to rise. Lin Yue stood behind the window on the second floor, gazing at the distant gray skyline. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. When will Qingxue's people arrive? Tomorrow. How many people? Over 200. Including our people that makes less than 500. That is enough. Lin Yue drew the sky blade from his waist, its dark golden blade reflecting the dark red light of the blood moon. Chen Mu's people number only over 1,000. 500 against 1,000, we have hope. Su Muqing looked at him. You said the same last time. Over 200 died. Lin Yue did not respond. He sheathed the sky blade back at his waist and turned to descend the stairs. The next day, Qingxue's people arrived. More than 200 dressed in black dragon scale armor, holding various weapons. They stood in the farm looking at the lush green cabbages, at the skinny chickens in the coop, and at the ordinary people tilling the soil. Some smiled, some frowned, and some had no expression at all. Qingxue stood at the front, his long spear planted in the ground. He looked at Lin Yue. Is this all your people? This is all. Can they fight? Yes. Lin Yue drew the sky blade, its dark golden blade gleaming coldly in the morning light. Your people can fight too, but they must not fight their own. Qingxue looked at him. They won't. Wang Hao stepped forward, standing in front of Qingxue. Qingxue, your people will be integrated into the combat department and will listen to my command. Qingxue looked at him, the corner of his mouth twitching. What level are you? 53. Qingxue laughed. A level 53 commanding me. Not commanding you, but commanding your people. Wang Hao's tone was calm. Your people you command. I command mine. But you must listen to the president. Qingxue looked at him, then at Lin Yue. He pulled the long spear from the ground. All right. More than 200 people began to move supplies into the mall. Some carried materials, some carried weapons, and some carried luggage. The courtyard became even more crowded, with over 500 people squeezed together, making it difficult to even turn around. But no one complained, because the people of the New World were still outside, potentially coming back at any moment. Li Yifei rushed down from the second floor holding a laptop in his arms, his glasses askew on his nose. President, I've intercepted communications from the New World. Chun Mu is summoning reinforcements, at least 2,000 expected to arrive in a week. Lin Yue's pupils contracted slightly. 2,000 people. They had less than 500 here. The disparity in numbers was fourfold, and the equipment disparity was even greater. Su Muqing tightened her grip on her staff. Wang Hao clenched the flame demon blade. Old Zhao drew his sword from his waist. Qingxue planted his long spear into the ground. A week. Lin Yue's voice was calm. That will suffice. He drew the sky blade from his waist, its dark golden blade gleaming coldly under the flickering emergency lights. Everyone from today onward strengthen training. The combat department will train for 10 hours daily, the logistics department for 8 hours, and the intelligence department for 10 hours. No exceptions. No one spoke. In the distance, the blood moon rose. The dark red light shone through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling into the chaotic courtyard. More than 500 people huddled together, some whispering, some staring wide-eyed in the darkness. Lin Yue stood behind the window on the second floor, watching the distant gray skyline. A week. 2,000 people. Qinmu. He tightened his grip on the sky blade. On the third day after Qingxue's people moved in, Su Muqing received an email. It was not a text message nor a WeChat message, but an encrypted email, and the sender's ID was one she knew all too well. Father. Su Muqing stared at the name on her phone screen, her finger frozen for at least 5 seconds. Her father, Su Guoyang, the CEO of Qingxue Technology, had gone missing since the day of the fusion. She thought he was dead. She had sent countless messages and made numerous calls, but not a single reply came, nor did any call connect. Now he had sent an email. Xiaoyu, I am still alive. The Qingxue plan is not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. The game fusion was not an accident, it was deliberate. Be cautious of the New World. They are the executors of the Qingxue plan. Su Muqing handed her phone to Lin Yue. After reading the email, Lin Yue remained silent for a long time. Li Yifei, can we trace the sender's location? Li Yifei ran downstairs from the second floor, took the phone, and glanced at it for a few seconds. Yes, but it will take time. How long? A day. That's enough. Qingxue walked over from the crowd, glanced at the phone screen, and twitched his lips. Su Guoyang. Your dad. Su Muqing looked at him. Do you know him? Not personally, but I've heard of him. CEO of Qingxue Technology, initiator of the Qingxue plan. Qingxue planted his spear into the ground. Before the game fusion, he was already preparing. He built dozens of shelters worldwide and stockpiled a large amount of supplies and weapons. He knew the fusion would happen. Lin Yue looked at him. How do you know? Because the investor of the Myth Guild is him. Qingxue's voice was heavy. He invested in Myth on the condition that after the fusion, Myth would have to obey him. I refused. So he withdrew his investment, and Myth almost disbanded. Su Muqing clenched her phone tightly. Why did my dad want to establish Myth? I don't know, but he definitely isn't a good person. Qingxue lifted his spear from the ground. Good people don't know about the apocalypse in advance, don't build shelters in advance, and don't stockpile weapons in advance. He is just waiting. When the apocalypse arrives, he will be the king. Li Yifei rushed down from the second floor holding a laptop in his arms. President, we've tracked them down. The sender is located 200 kilometers to the south in an underground shelter. The signal is strong, it shouldn't be a trap. Lin Yue looked at the red dot on the map. 200 kilometers. That's too far. Even if it's far, we have to go. Su Muqing put her phone away. He's my dad. He is still alive. I need to go get him. Lin Yue looked at her. He'll go with you. You stay. Why? Because the shopping mall needs someone to guard it. Su Muqing's tone was calm. Qingxue just joined. His people are still unstable. If you're not here, he might turn against us. Lin Yue stared at her silent for a long time. She was right. Although Qingxue had agreed to cooperate, his more than 200 people were still in a phase of adjustment. If he wasn't here, and Su Muqing wasn't here, Wang Hao wouldn't be able to hold them together. But he couldn't let Su Muqing go alone. 200 kilometers with zombies and mutated beasts everywhere on the road and people from the new world. Nightingale. Lin Yue called out her name. Nightingale walked out from the crowd, her gray cloak fluttering in the wind. You go with Su Muqing. Where to? South. To get her dad. Nightingale looked at Su Muqing, and Su Muqing looked back at her. The two exchanged glances for 2 seconds, and Nightingale nodded. All right. The next day before dawn, Su Muqing and Nightingale set off. They didn't bring weapons, not because they couldn't, but because it would expose their target. Lin Yue stood at the entrance of the shopping mall, watching them disappear into the morning light. Wang Hao walked over, shouldering the flame demon blade. President, will they return alive? They will. How do you know? Because Su Muqing promised me. Wang Hao said nothing. He turned and walked back to the courtyard to begin training. Su Muqing and Nightingale walked for 2 days. During those 2 days, Lin Yue hardly closed his eyes. He stood behind the window on the second floor watching the southern direction. Li Yifei's surveillance showed that Su Muqing and Nightingale kept moving, not fast, but they did not stop. By the next evening, their signal disappeared. Li Yifei ran down from the second floor, his face as pale as paper. President, their signal has been cut off. It wasn't blocked, the device was turned off. Lin Yue drew the Qingxue blade from his waist, the dark golden blade glinting coldly in the dim emergency light. I'm going to find them. You can't go. Qingxue walked over and planted his spear into the ground. If you go, who will guard the shopping mall? Wang Hao will guard it. He can't hold it. Lin Yue looked at him. Then you guard it. Qingxue was taken aback. Me? Your people plus my people, over 500 people. You command. Lin Yue put the Qingxue blade back at his waist. They'll be back in 3 days. Qingxue stared at him for a long time. Are you sure? Sure. Lin Yue left. Alone, he walked south. Wang Hao stood at the entrance of the shopping mall, watching his figure fade away. Qingxue stood next to Wang Hao, planting his spear into the ground. He will come back. Qingxue's voice was soft. Wang Hao looked at him. How do you know? Because he promised Su Muqing. Wang Hao said nothing. Lin Yue walked for about 6 hours, and just before dawn, he saw Su Muqing and Nightingale. They stood in the center of an abandoned town covered in blood, but it wasn't their own. Nightingale's sword was smeared with black blood, and so was Su Muqing's staff. Behind them stood a man in his 50s wearing a dirty military coat with graying hair and a deep scar on his face. His eyes were very similar to Su Muqing's, black and deep. Su Guoyang. Lin Yue walked over and stood beside Su Muqing. Are you all right? I'm fine. Su Muqing tightened her grip on the staff. I found my dad. Su Guoyang looked at Lin Yue, sizing him up. You are Mo Yuan. Yes. My daughter's boyfriend. Lin Yue met his gaze without speaking. Su Guoyang smiled. Not bad. Stronger than those she dated before. Su Muqing's face turned red. Dad, just kidding. Su Guoyang pulled something out of the pocket of his military coat and handed it to Lin Yue. It was a silver USB drive, engraved with the words Qingxue Plan. This is all the information about the Qingxue Plan. The reasons for the fusion, the background of the new world, and the rules of the Great Selection are all inside. Lin Yue accepted the USB drive, holding it tightly in his palm. Why are you giving this to me? Because my daughter trusts you. Su Guoyang looked at him. I trust you too. The three of them headed back. After walking for about half a day, they returned to the shopping mall. Wang Hao stood at the entrance grinning when he saw Lin Yue. Qingxue stood beside Wang Hao, pulling his spear from the ground. Back. Back. Lin Yue entered the courtyard and handed the USB drive to Li Yifei. Crack it. All content. Li Yifei took the USB drive and ran upstairs. Su Guoyang stood in the center of the courtyard watching the people crowded together. Elderly, children, pregnant women, and the injured. Some were eating, some were sleeping, and some were crying. He watched for a long time, then turned around to look at Lin Yue. You protect these people? Yes. Do you know how many people will be eliminated in the Great Selection? 99%. Then why do you still protect them? Yes. Su Guoyang looked at him silent for a long time. You remind me of myself when I was young. Lin Yue said nothing. In the distance, the blood moon rose. The dark red light shone through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling into the chaotic courtyard below. Li Yifei rushed down from the second floor holding a laptop, his glasses askew on his nose. President, I cracked it. Lin Yue took the laptop. The screen displayed a document titled Sangxiong Plan Human Evolution and Selection Scheme. He opened the document. The files on the USB drive were far more numerous than Lin Yue had imagined. It wasn't just one file, it was an entire database. All the materials of Project Firmament, from its inception to execution, from technical principles to personnel lists, from global shelter coordinates to the detailed rules of the Great Selection. Li Yifei spent the entire night organizing the contents, his eyes bloodshot and his hair a mess, but his spirits were high. President, look at this. Li Yifei turned the laptop around. On the screen was a video. The footage was clear, taken in an office with floor-to-ceiling windows showing the city skyline. A man sat behind the desk wearing a gray suit with his hair meticulously combed. Su Guoliang, at least 10 years younger. This was recorded 10 years ago. Su Guoliang's voice came from the computer carrying a strange calmness, as if reciting a will. If you're watching this, the fusion has already happened. I'm sorry. I initiated Project Firmament, but I wasn't the one who executed it. It was the New World. In the video, Su Guoliang stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to the camera. The New World is an organization descended from the remnants of an ancient civilization. They possess technology and abilities far beyond modern humans. They came to me saying humanity needed to evolve or face extinction within a century. They gave me the technology to develop the epoch of the firmament, a virtual world to screen humanity. He turned back to face the camera. I thought I was saving humanity. But later I discovered the New World didn't want evolution, they wanted elimination. They planned to kill 99% of humanity, leaving only 1%. That 1% would become their slaves. Su Guoliang's voice began to tremble. I opposed them. They imprisoned me for 10 years. During those 10 years, I've been looking for a chance to send this video out. Now I found it. Xiaoyu, if you're watching this, I'm sorry. Your father lied to you. Project Firmament isn't a game, it's a massacre. The video ended. The courtyard fell silent, so quiet that the sound of heartbeats could be heard. Over 500 people crowded together, none speaking. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue, gripping her staff until her knuckles turned white. Her eyes were red, but she didn't cry. My dad was imprisoned for 10 years. Lin Yue closed the laptop. He escaped. How did he escape? Lin Yue turned to look at Su Guoliang standing in the corner of the courtyard. He leaned against the wall, eyes closed, his military coat covered in dust. He looked exhausted, aged not like a man in his 50s. Uncle Su. Lin Yue walked over. Su Guoliang opened his eyes and looked at him. I saw the video. What did you see? The New World wants to kill 99% of people. Su Guoliang was silent for a few seconds. Yes. Then keep the 1% as slaves. How? Crimson particles. Su Guoliang's voice was very soft. Crimson particles are not only the source of abilities, but also a virus. They can unlock the locks in human genes, but they can also destroy them. The New World will release a high concentration of crimson particles during the Great Selection. Those who can withstand it live. Those who cannot die. Lin Yue looked at him. Can you stop it? No. Su Guoliang lowered his head. But you can. How? Su Guoliang pulled a folded paper from his military coat pocket and handed it to Lin Yue. It was a map marked with a location, 30 kilometers outside the city underground. Next to it were 2 characters' ruins. Ruins of an ancient civilization, Su Guoliang said. Inside is a machine that can produce antibodies for the crimson particles. Inject the antibodies, and one can withstand high concentrations of crimson particles. Lin Yue looked at the map. Have you been there? No. The New World has been chasing me. I didn't dare go. He'll go. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside him. He'll go with you. You stay? Why? Because the mall needs someone to guard it. Lin Yue looked at her. Qin Haoyan has joined, but his men are still unstable. With you here, they won't dare cause trouble. Su Muqing looked at him, pressing her lips together. Then who will you take? Wang Hao, old Zhao Nightingale. Qin Haoyan stepped out from the crowd, planting his spear into the ground. He'll go too. Lin Yue looked at him. You stay? Why? Because your men only listen to you. If you're not here, they might run. Qin Haoyan was silent for a few seconds. You're right. He pulled his spear from the ground. But you owe me one. Lin Yue looked at him. I won't forget. The next day before dawn, Lin Yue, Wang Hao, old Zhao, and Nightingale set off. They followed the route marked on the map, heading out of the city. After about 6 hours of walking, a small hill appeared ahead. It wasn't tall, but it was steep. At the foot of the hill was an iron door engraved with ancient script. This is it. Lin Yue pushed the door open. Behind it was a staircase leading downward, narrow and steep, with glowing crystals embedded in the walls, emitting a faint blue light. The staircase was longer. It took at least 10 minutes to reach the bottom. Below was a vast circular hall with a high ceiling from which hung a crystal chandelier. In the center of the hall stood a machine, silver white, shaped like a giant egg, its surface covered in complex runes. System prompt: you have entered the core area of the ancient ruins. Lin Yue walked up to the machine and pressed his palm against the shell. It was cold, like touching ice. The runes lit up and the machine began to hum. A crack appeared in the shell, revealing a syringe, silver white, filled with a pale blue liquid. System prompt: obtained crimson particle antibody. Used to permanently immunize against the crimson particle virus. Lin Yue picked up the syringe and tucked it into his pocket. Just this one? Wang Hao asked. Just this one. Over 500 people, one isn't enough. Lin Yue didn't speak. He clenched the syringe in his hand and turned back toward the staircase. When he exited the iron door, a man stood outside. Qingxue, wearing a black suit, holding judgment, its silver-white blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Behind him stood over 100 soldiers in black combat gear, wielding ability-based weapons. Mo Yuan, give me the antibody. Lin Yue looked at him. What if I don't? Then you die. Qingxue charged. Judgment slashed toward Lin Yue's head. Lin Yue sidestepped, and Firmament blade met Judgment. The two swords clashed, dark gold and blue light, exploding, sending both stumbling back several steps. Qingxue charged again, Judgment sweeping horizontally. Lin Yue leaped to dodge, drawing a dagger from his waist as he landed, thrusting at Qingxue's throat. Qingxue sidestepped Judgment, slashing into Lin Yue's shoulder for 2,600. His health dropped to 60%. Wang Hao charged from the side, Inferno blade swinging toward Qingxue's waist. Qingxue turned to block Judgment, meeting Inferno blade. Old Zhao rushed from the other side, stabbing at Qingxue's back with a short sword. Qingxue leaped to dodge, and Nightingale's longsword sent a wind blade from afar, striking his chest for 1,200. Qingxue staggered back several steps. His health dropped to 50%. His men rushed forward to steady him. Retreat, Qingxue said softly. His men began to fall back. Qingxue walked at the rear, looking at Lin Yue with a smirk. Mo Yuan, it's useless even if you took the antibody. One antibody can only save one person. Out of your 500, only one can live. He turned and left. Lin Yue stood at the foot of the hill, clutching the syringe. Wang Hao walked over, looking at the syringe. President, the antibody can only save one person. Then who do we save? Lin Yue didn't speak. He tucked the syringe into his pocket and turned back toward the mall. By the time he returned, it was nearly dark. Su Muqing stood at the entrance watching him. Did you get it, eh? Got it. How many? 1. Su Muqing fell silent. She knew what one antibody meant. Over 500 people, only one could live. Lin Yue walked into the courtyard and stood before everyone. He pulled the syringe from his pocket. The silver-white needle glinted coldly in the dim emergency light. Crimson particle antibody. It can save one person. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. One. Only one. I don't know who to save. No one spoke. Wang Hao rested Inferno blade on his shoulders, staring at the syringe. Old Zhao sheathed his sword. Nightingale put away her longsword. Qin Haoyan planted his spear into the ground. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside Lin Yue. Give it to me. Lin Yue looked at her. You am a mage, highest damage output. If I live, I can kill more enemies. Wang Hao shook his head. You're a mage, low health. Qingxue can hit you for 3,000 in one strike. I have thick health, so I can take more hits. Old Zhao drew his sword. I've lived over 40 years, that's enough. Give it to the young. Qin Haoyan pulled his spear from the ground. I owe you. Give it to me, and he'll kill Qingxue for you. Nightingale said nothing. She just stood there watching Lin Yue. Over 500 people, all watching him, waiting for his decision. Lin Yue clenched the syringe in his hand, his knuckles white. In the distance, the blood moon rose. Its dark red light streamed through the shattered glass walls, falling into the chaotic courtyard. He put the syringe back into his pocket. No one gets it. Su Muqing looked at him. Are you insane? No. Lin Yue drew Firmament blade from his waist. The dark gold blade reflected the blood moon's crimson light. One cannot save everyone, so we'll find more. Where? Ruins. The ancient civilization has more than one ruin. Li Yifei scanned the globe and locate all the ruins. Li Yifei ran down from the second floor, adjusting his glasses. There are at least hundreds of ruins worldwide, spread across every continent. The nearest one is in Europe. Then we go to Europe. Qin Haoyan looked at him. How will you get there? No planes, no ships. Lin Yue sheathed Firmament blade. Well, walk. When Lin Yue uttered the words, let's walk there, the courtyard fell into a long silence. It wasn't a silence of shock, but rather one of absurdity, caught off guard and unsure of what to say. Over 500 people were crammed together, some with their mouths agape, others wide-eyed, and some trembling while holding children. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade off his shoulder and leaned it against the ground. The dark red flames flickered as if asking everyone the question, are you crazy? Qin Haoyan spoke first. He planted his long spear into the ground, the dark blue flames at the spear tip dimming slightly. Mo Yuan, it's 8,000 kilometers in a straight line from here to Europe. Along the way there are zombies, mutated beasts, and people from the New World, as well as hundreds of rivers and dozens of mountains. If you walk, you won't make it by next year. Lin Yue looked at him. Do you have a plane? Qin Haoyan fell silent. Do you have a boat? Still no response. Do you have a car? Qin Haoshan's mouth twitched. A few but not much fuel. Is it enough to get to Europe? Not enough. Lin Yue drew the azure blade from his waist, the dark golden blade glinting coldly in the dim emergency light. Then let's walk. If we can't make it, we die. If we don't die, we can reach it. Wang Hao hoisted the flame demon blade onto his shoulder. President, I'm going with you. You stay behind. Why? Because the mall needs someone to guard it. Lin Yue looked at him. You are the head of the combat department. If you're not here, who will train those 300 plus people? Wang Hao opened his mouth, then swallowed his words. Old Zhao walked over, his one-handed sword hanging at his waist. I'm going with you. I'm old, but if I die, it's no loss. Lin Yue looked at him. You're not old. You're only in your 40s. In my 40s, that's enough. Not enough. Lin Yue sheathed the azure blade at his waist. You stay and help Wang Hao train the newcomers. You can teach better than he can. Old Zhao looked at him silent for a few seconds. Then who are you taking? Nightingale. Nightingale stepped out from the crowd, her gray cloak billowing in the wind. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Are you sure? Sure. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside him. I'm going too. You stay behind. Why? Because the mall needs someone to guard it. Lin Yue turned to look at her. If you're not here, Qingxue Ocean's people will be chaotic. If you're not here, I have no one I can trust. Su Muqing looked at him, pressed her lips together, and said nothing more. The next day before dawn, Lin Yue and Nightingale set off. The two of them carrying packs walked eastward. Lin Yue led the way, the azure blade drawn, its dark golden blade glinting coldly in the morning light. Nightingale followed behind, her long sword sheathed, but her hand resting on the hilt. They walked for about 3 hours before dawn broke. The sun rose from the east, casting golden light on the desolate land. Lin Yue stopped and took out a map from his backpack. The first ruin is in Poland. It's about 7,000 kilometers from here. Nightingale looked at him. 7,000 kilometers, how long will it take to walk? I don't know. But Li Yifei said that area hasn't been occupied by the New World, so the ruins should still be there. The two continued walking. After about a day's journey, as dusk approached, a small town appeared ahead. The town wasn't large, with dozens of houses, most of which had collapsed. Zombies wandered the streets, not many, just a dozen or so. Lin Yue crouched behind a low wall and counted. 12 ordinary zombies. Nightingale drew her long sword. They'll clear the left, you clear the right. The two charged out simultaneously. Lin Yue's azure blade struck the first zombie on the head, the dark golden blade exploding 4,500. With the second strike, 4,800. Nightingale's long sword pierced another zombie's throat, and a blue wind blade shot out from the sword tip, piercing through 3 zombies. The 12 zombies were cleared in less than 30 seconds. In the center of the town stood a small inn with its door open, the inside dark. Lin Yue entered first, the azure blade held horizontally in front of him. The lobby on the first floor was empty, with no zombies, no bloodstains, not even dust. The stairs led to the second floor, the steps clean, as if someone had swept them. Someone lives here, Nightingale said softly. Lin Yue remained silent. He ascended to the second floor, where a door at the end of the corridor had a warm yellow light seeping through the cracks. He approached and knocked. The door opened, revealing an old man holding a kitchen knife. His hair was completely white, his face covered in wrinkles, but his eyes were bright. Who are you? The old man's voice trembled. Just passing through. Lin Yue sheathed the azure blade at his waist. Can we stay for a night? The old man looked at him, then at Nightingale behind him, and fell silent for a long time. Come in. The room was very simple, with a bed, a table, and a chair, and a photo hanging on the wall. The photo was of a young woman holding a child, smiling beautifully. The old man took out 2 steamed buns from the cupboard and handed them to them. Eat. It's all we have. Lin Yue took a bun, broke it in half, handed one half to Nightingale, and put the other half in his mouth. The bun was hard, and it took a long time to chew and swallow. Nightingale took her bun and ate it in small bites. Do you live here alone? Lin Yue asked. The old man nodded. My partner died, my son died, and my daughter-in-law has also died. I'm the only one left. How did you survive? Hide. The old man's voice was soft. When zombies come, I hide in the basement. Oh, when people come, I hide in the wardrobe. If you can hide, hide. If not, you die. Lin Yue looked at him silent for a long time. Come with us. There's a safe zone to the north with food, water, and people. The old man shook his head. I won't go. I promised my partner I would die here, even if it meant death. Lin Yue did not try to persuade him further. The next day before dawn, Lin Yue and Nightingale continued eastward. The old man stood at the door holding the kitchen knife, watching their retreating figures. The wind blew, ruffling his white hair. He did not wave or speak, just stood there. Lin Yue did not look back. After about a week, they encountered a group of mutated beasts. They were not zombies, but beasts. Wolves twice the size of ordinary wolves, covered in black scales with blood-red eyes. There were at least 30 of them crouching in the middle of the road, as if waiting for them. System notification: Shadow Wolf LV-70, elite monster. Nightingale drew her long sword. 32 people, how do we fight? Lin Yue held the azure blade in front of him. You left, I right. The two charged out simultaneously. Lin Yu's azure blade struck the first shadow wolf on the head, the dark golden frost exploding 3,600. The shadow wolf didn't fall. Its claws struck his chest, tearing a hole in his combat suit, blood splattering 800. Lin Yue did not retreat. With a second strike, he stabbed into the shadow wolf's eye 4,200, and the shadow wolf fell. Nightingale's wind blade shot out from the sword tip, piercing through 3 shadow wolves' bodies. She was fast, but the shadow wolves were faster. One pounced from the side, its claws scraping across her arm, ripping open her combat suit, blood flowing out. Her health dropped to 70%. With Qingxue absent, there was no one to heal her. She took out a bottle of life potion from her backpack, drank it down, and her health returned to 90%. When Lin Yue killed the 8th shadow wolf, his mana dropped to 60%. He dared not use skills anymore, and could only rely on his normal attacks. The azure blade struck the 9th shadow wolf on the head, 1,800, or less than half of the crit damage. The shadow wolf didn't fall. Its claws struck his shoulder, 900. His health dropped to 70%. When Nightingale killed the 10th shadow wolf, her mana dropped to 50%. Her wind blade's power diminished, capable of piercing only 2 shadow wolves at a time instead of 3. The two fought while retreating, backing up to the hillside beside the road. The shadow wolves did not pursue. They crouched in the middle of the road, watching the two, their blood-red eyes glowing in the dark. They were waiting for the two to tire, for the two to bleed, for the two to fall. Lin Yue leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Nightingale leaned against another tree, the wound on her arm still oozing blood. She handed the last half bottle of life potion to Lin Yue. Drink. Lin Yue looked at her. You drink. I have more. Liar. Nightingale said nothing. She shoved the life potion into Lin Yue's hand, turned around, and looked at the shadow wolves. Lin Yue looked at the half bottle of potion in his hand, twisted off the cap, drank 2 sips, and handed the remainder back. Nightingale took the potion and finished the rest. Morning broke. Gray-white light leaked from the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the shadow wolves. Their scales glistened black in the sunlight, and the blood red in their eyes dimmed slightly. They began to retreat one by one, disappearing into the woods at the end of the road. Lin Yue straightened up from the tree and sheathed the azure blade at his waist. Let's go. The two continued eastward. Behind them, the footprints of the shadow wolves remained on the road, densely packed, resembling a field of black flowers. After about half a month, a city appeared ahead. It wasn't a ruin, it was a city. There were lights, walls, and people moving about. The walls were high, at least 5 meters tall, with searchlights mounted on top, sweeping beams of light across the night sky. The gate was iron closed, and a sign hung on it. Warsaw Survivor Base. Poland. We've arrived. Lin Yue looked at the sign and drew the azure blade from his waist. The dark, golden blade glinted coldly under the moonlight. Nightingale stood beside him, her long sword drawn. The ruins are in the city. Nightingale asked. In the city. Underground. The two headed toward the city. From the road behind, the howls of the shadow wolves echoed from afar, long and mournful, like a baby crying. Lin Yue did not look back. He walked to the city wall, gazing at the iron gate. The gate opened, and a man in military uniform stepped out, holding a gun. Who goes there? Just passing through. Lin Yue sheathed the azure blade at his waist. Can we stay for a night? The survivor base in Warsaw is larger than Lin Yue imagined. Behind the walls lies a complete small town with buildings, streets, streetlights, shops, and even a fountain that is still operational. The water is clean, shimmering with a white glow under the moonlight. People are moving about the streets, dressed in thick clothing and wielding weapons. Their gazes fall upon Lin Yue and Nightingale, as if appraising 2 pieces of merchandise. A man in military uniform leads them across the street and into a gray office building. The building is not tall, only 4 stories, with Polish slogans painted on the walls that Lin Yue cannot understand. The lobby on the first floor is crowded with hundreds of people, reminiscent of the atrium of Tianhong Mall. Some are sleeping, some are eating, and some are crying. The air is filled with the same scent of disinfectant, sweat, and despair. Where did you come from? The man in military uniform asks. His English carries a heavy accent, but is at least understandable. China, Lin Yue replies. The man's eyebrows raise. China. How did you get here? I walked here. The man looks at him, silent for a few seconds, then laughs. You are the craziest Chinese person I have ever met. He extends his hand. I am Andre, the defense officer of the base. Lin Yue shakes his hand. I am Lin Yue. This is Nightingale. Andre glances at Nightingale, then looks at the long sword at her waist. What are you doing in Poland? Looking for a relic. Andrei's expression changes. What relic? Left by an ancient civilization. Underground. Andre is silent for a long time. Are you talking about that glowing door? Lin Yue's pupils contract slightly. Have you seen it? I have. In the underground parking lot east of the city. A blue light curtain like a door. Andre pulls out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, takes one, and puts it in his mouth. We sent 3 groups of people in. Not a single one came out. Lin Yue looks at him. How many people? 5 in the first group, 10 in the second, 20 in the third. All dead. Nightingale's fingers tighten around the hilt of her sword. Lin Yue remains silent. He draws the celestial blade from his waist, its dark golden blade glinting coldly in the dim emergency lights. Take me there. Andre looks at him. Are you crazy? Maybe, but I need to go in. Andre stares at him for a long time, then takes the cigarette out of his mouth. All right, but I have conditions. What conditions? Take my people with you. Lin Yue looks at him. How many people? 5. What level? 60 to 70. Not enough. You'll die in there. Andrei's complexion changes. I will go in alone. Lin Yue inserts the celestial blade back into his waist. After I come out, I will give you half of what's inside. Andre is silent for a long time. Are you sure? Sure. Nightingale walks over and stands beside him. I will go with you. You stay behind. Why? Because if I die in there, you need to bring the news back. Nightingale looks at him, pursing her lips, and does not argue. The next day before dawn, Lin Yue goes alone to the underground parking lot in the east of the city. The entrance is wide enough for 3 cars to pass side by side, but all the cars inside have long been cleared out. The emergency lights are still on, casting a grim green light on the gray concrete walls. He walks for about 5 minutes, and ahead appears a blue light curtain identical to the entrance of the previous instance. System prompt: you have entered the Relic Warsaw Underground City. Recommended level 90,100. Lin Yue steps into the light curtain. Behind the door is a vast underground space at least twice the size of the previous relic. The walls are etched with intricate runes, and the ceiling is high, adorned with crystal chandeliers emitting a ghostly blue light. In the center of the hall stands a figure, not a person, but a statue. 3 meters tall, clad in armor, wielding a giant sword. Its eyes are blue, glowing like 2 flames. System prompt: Ancient Guardian Warsaw Guardian LV95, Lord Boss. The statue moves. It raises the giant sword and charges at Lin Yue. Its speed is incredible, so quick that he can only dodge to the side. The giant sword grazes his shoulder and strikes the ground, splitting the marble floor. Lin Yue's celestial blade strikes the statue's side 1800. Its defense is even higher than that of the ghost ship, with a backstab critical hit only dealing 1800. The statue turns, sweeping its giant sword. Lin Yue jumps to evade, drawing his dagger from his waist and plunging it into the statue's neck 1200. The statue's health bar drops by 1%. Its body begins to tremble, blue light seeping from the gaps in its armor. Lin Yue does not give it a chance, activating the shadow domain, with dark golden frost forming on the celestial blade. He circles behind the statue, stabbing the dagger into the back of its neck. Critical hit 3,400. The statue turns its giant sword, aimed at his head, but he sidesteps, striking the statue's knee with the celestial blade 2,800. The statue kneels on one knee, and Lin Yue leaps up, stabbing the dagger into its eye 5,000. The statue's health bar empties. Its body begins to dissipate into a myriad of light particles. On the ground lies a sword, a piece of armor, and a syringe. System prompt: defeated Ancient Guardian Warsaw Guardian, experience 100,000. System prompt: acquired Crimson Particle Antibody. Lin Yue picks up the syringe and stuffs it into his pocket. He picks up the sword, silver all over with a blue glow on the blade, similar to the Judgment. System prompt: Sword of the Warsaw Guardian, purple equipment, attack power 135,170, strength 25, critical rate 10. He stuffs the sword into his backpack and picks up the piece of armor, a black plate armor with the pattern of the Polish coat of arms engraved on the chest. System prompt: Warsaw Guardian armor, purple equipment, defense 200, constitution 20, resistance 15. He steps out of the light curtain and returns to the underground parking lot. Nightingale stands at the entrance, sighing in relief when she sees him come out. Did you get it? I got it. Lin Yue pulls out the syringe from his pocket, the silver needle glinting coldly in the dim emergency lights. 1. Enough to save 1 person. Not enough, but better than nothing. The two walk back to the base. Andre stands at the entrance of the office building, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Lin Yue. You made it out. I did. Where is it? Lin Yue takes out the sword and armor from his backpack and hands them to him. The sword and armor are yours. The antibody is mine. Andre takes the sword, its blade shining blue in the sunlight. He smiles. Chinese, you're a madman. But you're a good madman. Lin Yue looks at him. I'm leaving. Where to? The next relic. In Germany. You alone. 2 people. You're going to die. Maybe. Lin Yue draws the celestial blade from his waist, its dark golden blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. But I won't die on the way. The two bid farewell to Andre and continue heading west. The Warsaw base fades further behind the gray walls, appearing like a tombstone in the morning light. Nightingale walks to Lin Yue's right, her longsword drawn. She gazes at the desolate land ahead, remaining silent. After about 3 days of travel, they reached the German border. An abandoned checkpoint with the barriers down, the booth collapsed and documents scattered on the ground. Lin Yue picks up a piece of paper, a passport with a photo of a young woman smiling brightly. She tosses the passport on the ground and continues walking forward. The ruins in Germany are more extensive than those in Poland. The cities have been almost leveled with no intact buildings in sight. The number of zombies is also greater, swarming everywhere like a mass of starving ants. Lin Yue and Nightingale avoid the main cities, taking small paths, fields, and riverbeds. Their pace slows, but they do not stop. After about a week, a city appears ahead. It is not a ruin, but a city, larger than Warsaw with higher walls and more searchlights. A sign hangs above the main gate, Berlin Survivor Base. Nightingale looks at the sign. Is the relic in the city? In the city. Underground. The two make their way towards the city. On the road behind them, the sounds of zombie growls echo from afar, growing closer. Lin Yue does not turn back. He approaches the city wall, gazing at the iron gate. The door opens, and a woman in military uniform walks out, gun in hand, aiming it at him. Who are you? Lin Yue inserts the celestial blade back into his waist. He looks into the woman's eyes along with the muzzle of her gun. Just passing through. Looking for a place to stay for the night. The Berlin Survivor Base is larger than Warsaw and colder too, not in temperature, but in the chill of human relations. As Lin Yue and Nightingale walked through the entrance, the people around them merely glanced at them before returning to their own business, without asking where they came from or where they were going. A woman in military uniform led them to a gray apartment building, pointing to a room on the 3rd floor. Stay here. Leave before dawn tomorrow. The door closed and was locked from the outside. Nightingale stood by the window watching the soldiers patrolling the streets. They've locked us up. Yes. Why? Because they are afraid of us. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, resting the celestial blade across his knees. They fear we are from the new world, that we are spies, that we are here to steal things. Nightingale turned to look at him. We are here to steal things. We are not here to steal. We are here to find the antibodies. Nightingale fell silent, walking to another window, gazing eastward. There was a flickering blue light, weak, yet conspicuous in the darkness. The ruins are there. Lin Yue stood up, moving to the window to look at the blue light. Go before dawn tomorrow. The door is locked. Lin Yue pressed his palm against the door lock, frost seeping from his hand, freezing the lock cylinder. He twisted forcefully, breaking the lock. The door opened. The two stepped out of the apartment building, walking east along the wall. They encountered no patrolling soldiers, not because there were none, but because they deliberately avoided them. After about 20 minutes, they came across the entrance of a subway station. The entrance was sealed off by an iron fence with a sign hanging on it written in German, which Lin Yue could not understand. Nightingale glanced at it. Danger. No entry. Lin Yue grasped the iron fence, frost seeping from his palm, making the metal brittle, then he forced it open. The two of them crawled in, descending the steps. The subway station was very dark, the emergency lights had long since gone out, and only the dim golden light from Lin Yue's blade illuminated the path ahead. On the platform stood an abandoned subway train, the carriages empty, with dust covering the seats. System prompt: you have entered the ruins, Berlin Underground City. Recommended level 95,105. The light screen at the end of the platform was blue, just like the previous one. Lin Yue stepped inside. Behind the door was an abandoned laboratory. Not an underground palace, not a circular hall, but a vast room filled with instruments. The walls were lined with screens displaying various data and charts. In the center of the room was a cylindrical glass tank filled with pale blue liquid, within which floated a person, a woman. Lin Yue's pupils contracted sharply. He approached the glass tank, pressing his palm against the glass. Frost seeped from his hand, forming a thin layer of ice on the surface. He gazed at the woman's face within the tank. It resembled Su Muqing, but she appeared older, with fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. System prompt: subject no. 007. Status: alive. Prototype of scarlet particle antibody. System prompt: acquired scarlet particle antibody prototype. Usage: extract blood, inject into the recipient. Lin Yue took a syringe from his backpack, inserting it into the sampling port of the glass tank. The pale blue liquid was drawn into the syringe. 1 vial, 2 vials, 3 vials. He stuffed the 3 vials of antibodies into his pocket and turned to exit the laboratory. Nightingale stood outside the light screen watching him. Did you get it, eh? I got it. 3 vials. Enough to save 3 people. That will suffice. Lin Yue clenched the syringe in his palm. Let's go back. The two stepped out of the subway station, the sky still dark. A grayish-white light rose from the horizon, painting the sky in the color of ash. Lin Yue approached the city wall, staring at the iron gate. The door was open, and the woman in military uniform stood at the entrance holding a gun. You went to the ruins? Yes. What did you get? Antibodies. The woman looked at him, remaining silent for a long time. Give me 1 vial. On what grounds? On the grounds that I can use this gun to kill you both and take everything from you. Lin Yue looked at her, drawing the celestial blade from his waist, the dark golden blade glinting coldly in the morning light. You can give it a try. The woman glanced at the sword in his hand, and then at Nightingale behind him. She lowered her gun. Leave. Before I change my mind. Lin Yue sheathed his sword and walked through the iron gate. Nightingale followed behind him. The two walked eastward, the Berlin base receding further away, its gray wall resembling a tombstone in the morning light. After about a month of travel, they returned to Tianhong shopping mall. Su Muqing stood at the entrance, her silver-white hair shimmering with golden light under the sun. She looked at Lin Yue, then at Nightingale behind him. Did you get it, eh? Yes. 3 vials. 3 vials. Enough to save 3 people. That will suffice. Lin Yue walked into the atrium, standing before everyone. He took out the 3 vials of antibodies from his pocket, the silver syringes glinting coldly in the dim yellow light of the emergency lamps. 3 vials of antibodies. Can save 3 people. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. I don't know who to save. No one spoke. Wang Hao rested the flame demon blade on his shoulder, looking at the 3 vials of antibodies. He lowered his sword. Save Su Muqing. Su Muqing stared at him. Why, oi? You are a major, output is the highest. If you live, you can kill more enemies. Old Zhao drew his sword from his waist. Save Wang Hao. He is young and can live longer. Qin Haoyan planted his spear into the ground. Save Nightingale. She is strength stronger than I am. Nightingale shook her head. Save Lin Yue. He is the president, as long as he is here, the celestial blade will be. 500 people always like this. You push me, I push you. No one wants to live, all want others to survive. Lin Yue looked at those people, putting the 3 vials of antibodies back into his pocket. No one will be saved. Su Muqing looked at him. Are you going to search again? Yes. Where? Russia. The next ruins are in Moscow. Lin Yue drew the celestial blade from his waist, the dark golden blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Li Yifei scanned for the ruins location in Moscow. Once found, send it to me. Li Yifei rushed down from the 2nd floor, pushing up his glasses. President, the ruins in Moscow are located in the city center beneath Red Square. That area is occupied by the New World. Chen Mu's men are guarding it. How many people, eh? At least 500. Lin Yue looked at the red dot on the map, remaining silent for a long time. 500 people, I'll go alone. You all stay behind. When Lin Yue said, I will go alone, there was silence in the courtyard. It wasn't agreement, but rather a lack of words. Over 500 people crowded together, some with mouths agape, some with heads bowed, and some with trembling hands holding children. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade off his shoulder and held it in his hand, the dark red flames flickering slightly. He didn't say, I will go with you, because he knew Lin Yue would not agree. Su Muqing stepped out of the crowd and stood before Lin Yue. She looked at him for a long time. You're going alone again. Moscow has 500 people from the New World. I know. You will die. I won't. Lin Yue drew the azure sky blade from his waist, the dark golden blade gleaming with a cold light under the dim emergency lights. I promised you I wouldn't die. Tears fell from Su Muqing's eyes. She did not wipe them away, merely stood there watching him. You say that every time. Lin Yue did not speak. He sheathed the azure sky blade back at his waist and turned to leave. Wang Hao took 2 steps to catch up, then stopped. Old Zhao's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, but he did not draw it. Qin Haoyan planted his spear into the ground, the dark blue flames at the tip dimming slightly. Nightingale stood at the back of the crowd, her gray cloak billowing in the wind. She did not follow because she knew it would be pointless. Lin Yue walked out of the shopping mall alone, heading north. It was still dark, and a grayish-white light rose from the horizon, dyeing the sky the color of ashes. He walked for about 3 days, traversing desolate fields, abandoned villages, and dried riverbeds. On the way, he encountered a few zombies, each dispatched with a single strike, without wasting any time. On the 4th day, he reached the Russian border. An abandoned checkpoint, the barriers down the guard tower, collapsed papers scattered on the ground. He picked up a paper, it was a visa, and the photo showed a young man with a bright smile. He tossed the visa to the ground and continued forward. The winter in Russia was very cold. The wind blew in from the north, slicing against his face like a knife. Lin Yue turned up the collar of his combat suit, tucking his neck in as he walked. The snow was heavy, reaching above his ankles, and each step required effort to lift his foot. After about a week, a city appeared ahead. It was not in ruins, it was a city, larger than Berlin, with higher walls and more searchlights. A sign hung on the main gate, inscribed with words in Russian that Lin Yue could not understand. Red Square. He had arrived. Lin Yue crouched in the snow outside the city wall, watching the searchlights sweep across the night sky. He was counting people. There were at least 50 guards on the city wall, dressed in black combat gear and wielding special weapons. There were another 20 on either side of the gate. There were more inside. 500 people, not an exaggeration. Lin Yue entered stealth mode, moving east along the base of the wall. The beams of the searchlights swept over his head, but he did not stop. After about half an hour, he found an entrance to a sewer. The iron grate was rusty. He froze it with frost, pried it open, and crawled inside. The sewer was narrow, forcing him to bend over as he walked. The water was cold, barely above his ankles, with a pungent stench. He walked for about 20 minutes, climbed up a vertical shaft, and pushed open the manhole cover. Above was red square. He saw the entrance to the ruins. Not a light curtain, but a stone door inscribed with ancient characters. At the door stood 20 guards dressed in black combat gear wielding special weapons. Lin Yue crouched beside the manhole cover watching those people. He was waiting for the shift change, waiting for the gaps in patrols, waiting for the opportunity to rush in. After about an hour, it was time for the shift change. 10 of the 20 guards left, and the 10 newcomers had not yet arrived. A 10-second window. Lin Yue burst out from behind the manhole cover. The azure sky blade unsheathed, the dark golden blade gleaming coldly under the moonlight. He rushed to the stone door, pushed it open, and slipped inside. Behind the door was a steep, narrow staircase. The emergency lights were still on, casting a sickly green glow on the gray walls. He walked for about 5 minutes and reached the bottom. A circular hall resembling the previous ruins. In the center of the hall was a stone platform on which lay a metal box. He walked over and opened the box. It was empty. System prompt: Crimson particle antibody Moscow has been taken. Collection date: 7 days ago. Lin Yue's pupils constricted suddenly. 7 days ago. While he was still on the road, the people from the New World had already come. They took the antibody. He pulled out an empty syringe from his pocket. 3 syringes not enough. He needed more. But now the nearest antibody was further away, Asia, China, Beijing. Lin Yue stuffed the empty syringe into his pocket and turned back towards the stairs. Pushing open the stone door, he found a man standing outside. Qingxue, dressed in a black suit, held the judgment, the silver blade gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Behind him stood over 100 soldiers in black combat gear wielding special weapons. Mo Yuan, you are late. Qingxue smiled. The antibody has already been taken by me. Lin Yue looked at him. How many did you take? 10 syringes. Enough to save 10 people. Right? But you won't get a single one. Lin Yue drew the azure sky blade from his waist, the dark golden blade gleaming coldly under the moonlight. He charged forward. The azure sky blade struck against the judgment, dark golden light and blue light exploding forth. Both were knocked back several steps. Qingxue charged again, sweeping the judgment. Lin Yue jumped to avoid it, drawing a dagger from his waist, aiming for Qingxue's throat. Qingxue sidestepped and the judgment struck Lin Yue's shoulder. 2,600. His health dropped to 60%. Qingxue did not give him a moment's respite. The judgment struck again. Lin Yue blocked with the azure sky blade. The blades clashed, and he was sent flying, crashing against the stone door behind him. Qingxue was not there and no one was there to heal him. He took a life potion from his backpack and drank it, his health returning to 80%. Qingxue looked at him. Mo Yuan, you can't defeat me. Lin Yue did not speak. He held the azure sky blade horizontally in front of him, dark golden frost spreading from his palm to the entire blade. He charged again. This time Qingxue did not dodge. He stood his ground and raised the judgment. The blue light on the blade blazed intensely, dazzlingly bright. He brought the sword down. Lin Yue sidestepped, but not quickly enough. The judgment grazed his waist. 3,000. His health dropped to 50%. Qingxue raised the sword again. Lin Yue did not retreat. He charged forward, the azure sky blade piercing into Qingxue's shoulder. 1,800. Qingxue's health dropped to 70%. His body swayed, and the judgment slipped from his hand, falling to the ground. His subordinates rushed up to support him. Retreat. Qingxue's voice was soft. His men began to fall back. Qingxue was the last to leave, looking back at Lin Yue with a smile. Mo Yuan, you won. But you cannot defeat the New World. He turned and walked away. Lin Yue stood on red square, clutching the empty syringe. The snow fell heavier, landing on his hair, shoulders, and sword blade. He sheathed the azure sky blade back at his waist and turned south. When he returned to the shopping mall, it was nearly dark. Su Muqing stood at the entrance looking at him, covered in snow with a pale face, but said nothing. She simply walked over and took his hand. Her hand was cold, and she did not let go. Did you get it, eh? Su Muqing asked. No. The people from the New World took it away early. Su Muqing fell silent. Lin Yue walked into the courtyard, standing before everyone. The Moscow antibody was taken by the New World. 10 syringes. They can save 10 people. No one spoke. But there are more ruins. Beijing, Tokyo, New York, London. Lin Yue drew the azure sky blade, the dark golden blade gleaming coldly under the dim emergency lights. I will find them, one by one, until I find enough for everyone. Qingxue stepped out of the crowd, planting his spear into the ground. I will go with you. You stay? Why, oi? Because the mall needs someone to guard it. Lin Yue looked at him. Who will guard it if you're not here? Qingxue fell silent for a few seconds. Wang Hao will guard it. Wang Hao rested the flame demon blade on his shoulder. I can't hold it. You can. Lin Yue looked at him. If you can't hold it, no one can. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. Lin Yue turned and walked away with Su Muqing following behind him. I will go with you. You stay? Why, oi? Because the mall needs someone to guard it. If you're not here, Qingxue's people will be chaotic. Su Muqing looked at him, pressing her lips together. Then who will you take? Nightingale. Nightingale stepped out from the crowd, her gray cloak billowing in the wind. Again me. Again you. Nightingale looked at him silent for 2 seconds. All right. The two of them walked out of the mall heading east. The mall grew farther behind them, the gray wall resembling a tombstone under the sunset. Lin Yue walked at the front, the azure sky blade unsheathed, the dark golden blade gleaming coldly in the morning light. Nightingale followed behind, her long sword still sheathed, but her hand rested on the hilt. Where is the next ruin? Nightingale asked. Beijing. Lin Yue looked at the desolate land ahead. Under the Forbidden City. Lin Yue and Ying traveled for 3 days, arriving at the China-Russia border. An abandoned bridge spanned the frozen river, half of its surface collapsed. On the opposite bank lay China, the place from which he had set out. Ying stood at the bridgehead. Crossing the bridge means entering China. Lin Yue stepped onto the bridge. Halfway across the bridge he stopped. Ahead stood a figure on the bridge. No, not a human. 3 meters tall, covered in white fur with ice blue eyes, it held a massive ice spear. System prompt: Frost Giant LV-88, Wild Boss. Ying drew her sword. Shall we fight? Yes. Lin Yue charged forward. The Frost Giant raised its ice spear to strike. He sidestepped, and the blade of the abyss slashed at the giant's leg, dealing 1,800 damage. The Frost Giant turned to sweep its arm. Lin Yue jumped to evade his dagger, piercing into the giant's side, 1,200 damage. Yi Ying's wind blade shot in from afar, hitting the giant's chest, 1,500 damage. The Frost Giant let out a deep roar, smashing its ice spear down onto the bridge. The surface shattered, and Lin Yue and Yi Ying fell into the river simultaneously. The water was cold, piercing like needles. The two clung to floating ice to climb back up, their clothes soaked, shivering from the cold. Lin Yue stood up from the floating ice. You go left, I go right. They charged forward at the same time. The blade of the abyss struck the giant's leg, while the wind blade hit its chest. The giant's health dropped by 20%. Lin Yue's dagger pierced the back of its neck, and Yi Ying's sword stabbed into its side. 30%. The blade of the abyss struck the giant's head, and the wind blade pierced its throat. 40%. The Frost Giant's body began to dissipate, transforming into specks of light. System prompt: Frost Giant slain, experience 80,000. On the ground lay an ice spear, a piece of leather armor, and a book. Lin Yue picked up the ice spear, purple equipment he couldn't use, and stuffed it into his backpack. He picked up the leather armor, purple equipment he also couldn't use, and stuffed it into his backpack. He picked up the book, Frost Shield, a mage skill book. This is for Su Muqing, Lin Yue said. The two continued south. Across the river lay China. The snow had stopped, and the sun broke through the clouds. After walking for about a day, a city appeared ahead. There were lights, walls, and a sign hanging on the main gate, Harbin Survivor Base. A man in military uniform stepped out, holding a gun. Who goes there? Chinese. Just passing through, hoping to stay the night. Lin Yue replied, sheathing the blade of the abyss. The man looked at him, then at Yi Ying. Where are you from? Moscow. I walked here. The man stared at him for a long time. You're the craziest Chinese person I've ever seen. My name is Lu Jiangwo, the base leader. Lin Yue. This is Yi Ying. Lu Jiangwo glanced at the sword at Yi Ying's waist. What brings you to Harbin? Looking for a relic. Below Central Avenue, there's a blue light curtain. Lu Jiangwo's expression changed. We sent 10 people in, and they all died. Take me in. By yourself. Just me. Lu Jiangwo fell silent for a few seconds, taking the cigarette from his mouth. All right. They'll take you in. Yi Ying stepped forward. I'm going with you. Stay here. If I die inside, you must bring back the news. Yi Ying looked at him, saying nothing further. Lin Yue followed Lu Jiangwo into the subway station. System prompt: You have entered the Relic Harbin Underground City. Recommended level 90,100. The light curtain was at the end of the platform, and he stepped inside. Behind the door was a massive ice cavern, its walls adorned with ice columns, and the ground covered in thick ice. In the center of the ice cavern stood an ice dragon covered in ice blue scales, its eyes like 2 snowballs. System prompt: Frost Dragon LV-95, O Lord Boss. The ice dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a breath of frost. Lin Yue jumped to avoid it, and the blade of the abyss slashed at the dragon's neck, dealing 1,200 damage. Its defense was double that of the Frost Giant. The ice dragon's tail swept through, and he jumped to evade, stabbing the dagger into the dragon's tail, dealing 800 damage. The ice dragon turned its head to bite at his arm. He dodged its teeth, grazing against his shoulder armor, 1,200 damage. He needed to inflict 100 strikes. The ice dragon breathed frost again, and Lin Yue couldn't dodge in time, having to block with his sword. The frost breath hit the blade, sending him flying back against the ice wall, reducing his health to 60%. He downed a health potion, restoring his health to 80%. The ice dragon gave him no chance to breathe. He sidestepped to evade the dragon's tail, stabbing the dagger into the tail, 800 damage. The ice dragon turned its head to bite at his arm. he evaded its teeth scraping against his shoulder guard, 1200 damage. He killed the ice dragon. As the final strike pierced its eye, the ice dragon's body began to dissipate. System prompt: Frost Dragon Slain experience 120,000. On the ground lay a dagger, a robe, and a syringe. Lin Yue picked up the dagger. Frostbite tooth purple equipment better than Knight's Lament, and he equipped the new dagger. He picked up the robe. This one was for Su Muqing. He picked up the syringe, crimson particle antibody. 1 vial. He walked out of the light curtain. Ying stood at the entrance of the subway station. Did you get it, eh? 1 vial. Enough to save 1 person. That's enough. Lin Yue handed the ice spear to Lu Jiangwo. This is for you as payment for the stay. Lu Jiangwo took the ice spear, his eyes lighting up. I'm leaving now, heading to Beijing beneath the Forbidden City. Lin Yue said. Lu Jiangwo's smile faded. Beijing has been occupied by the New World. Going there is a death sentence. Perhaps. Lin Yue drew the frostbite tooth from his waist, the pale blue blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. But I have to go. The two left the Harbin base and continued south. Ying walked on Lin Yue's right. There are 500 people from the New World in Beijing. I know. You can't fight them alone. If you can fight, then fight. If not, still fight. In the distance, toward Beijing, a blue light rose from the horizon, growing brighter and illuminating the entire sky. Lin Yue stopped in his tracks. What is that? A relic, Ying said softly, bigger than all the previous ones. The blue light over Beijing shone in Lin Yue and Nightingale's view for 3 days. During the day, it was a bit faint, overshadowed by the sunlight like a thin mist enveloping the city. At night, it grew denser, turning a purplish blue like a beam of light shooting from the ground to the sky, dyeing the entire skyline in an eerie color. On the evening of the 3rd day, they arrived at the outskirts of Beijing. It was not a wasteland. Beijing had not been destroyed. The buildings still stood, the streets remained, and some streetlights were still lit. But there was no one around. Not that everyone had died, but they had fled. The ground was covered in footprints, densely packed, stretching southward and disappearing over the horizon. There were abandoned cars in the middle of the road, doors open, empty inside. The people from the New World came and drove everyone away. Nightingale knelt down and touched the footprints on the ground with her finger. The footprints were deep, recently left, no more than 3 days old. They went south, towards Baoding. Lin Yue gazed at the blue light beam ahead. The Forbidden City was directly beneath the beam, less than 10 kilometers from here. The people from the New World are beneath the Forbidden City. How many? I don't know, but it won't be few. Lin Yue drew frostbite from his waist, the pale blue blade glinting with a cold light in the twilight. He walked towards the Forbidden City. Nightingale followed behind, drawing her longsword. After walking for about an hour, night fell. The moon rose not blood red, but a normal silver white. This was the first time Lin Yue had seen a normal moon since his fusion. He stopped and gazed up for a long time. What's wrong? Nightingale asked. The moon has returned. Nightingale looked up at the silver-white moon. The blood moon has disappeared. Yes. I don't know when it vanished. The two continued walking. When the walls of the Forbidden City came into view, Lin Yue stopped. It wasn't seeing an enemy, but something familiar. A massive blue light screen larger than any he had seen before, extending from the ground to the sky, enveloping the entire Forbidden City. System prompt: You have entered the ruins of the Forbidden City. Recommended level 100,110. 100 to 110 levels. Lin Yue's level was 93. He was 7 levels short. Wait for me outside, Lin Yue said. Nightingale looked at him. Are you going in alone again? Yes. At least level 100 inside. I know. You will die. I won't. Lin Yue held frostbite horizontally in front of him. I promise, Su Muqing. He didn't wait for Nightingale to reply and stepped into the light screen. The world behind the screen had completely changed. It was not the Forbidden City, not a palace, but a vast battlefield. The sky was gray, the ground black, filled with broken swords and shattered banners. The air was thick with the scent of rust and blood, and distant battle cries echoed not of the present, but of the past. System prompt: Ruins of the Forbidden City, ancient battlefield. Current surviving challengers 11. Just Lin Yue. He walked deeper into the battlefield. After about 10 minutes, a figure appeared ahead. Not a monster, but a person, dressed in golden armor, wielding a golden longsword with flames dancing along the blade. His face was obscured by a helmet revealing only a pair of golden eyes. System prompt: Ancient Heroic Spirit Emperor, Yongle LV-105, Legendary Boss. Level 105. 12 levels higher than Lin Yue. Emperor Yongle raised his longsword and charged towards Lin Yue. His speed was incredible. Lin Yue barely managed to sidestep as the longsword grazed his shoulder, dealing 2,800. A single strike took away 30% of his health. Lin Yue's frostbite struck Yongle's side, dealing 800. The defense was extremely high. A critical backstab only dealt 800. Emperor Yongle turned and swept his sword. Lin Yue jumped to evade his dagger, plunging into the back of the Emperor's neck. Critical hit 1600. Yongle's health dropped by 1%. He needed to land 100 strikes, but he couldn't withstand 3 sword hits. Lin Yue did not retreat. The shadow domain activated and ice-blue frost formed on Frostbite. He circled to Emperor Yongle's back. The dagger pierced the back of his neck. Critical hit 1700. Yongle turned his long sword, cleaving towards Lin Yue's head. Lin Yue sidestepped the blade, grazed his ear, cutting off several strands of hair. Frostbite struck Yongle's knee, dealing 900. Emperor Yongle knelt on one knee. Lin Yue leaped up his dagger, piercing the Emperor's eye. 3,500. Yongle's health bar dropped by 3%. Emperor Yongle stood up, raising his long sword above his head, golden flames erupting from the blade. He brought the sword down. Lin Yue had no time to dodge and could only block with Frostbite. The two swords clashed, and he was sent flying, crashing against a broken flagpole behind him, his health dropping to 20%. He took out a bottle of health potion from his bag and drank it, restoring his health to 40%. There was one more bottle left. He only had one potion remaining. Emperor Yongle charged again. Lin Yue did not retreat. He charged forward. When the blade pierced Yongle's throat, Lin Yue's health was only 5%. His combat suit was stained with blood, both his own and the boss's. His left arm could barely lift, his right leg trembled, his palm was split, and blood flowed down the sword handle. Emperor Yongle's body began to dissipate, golden light particles floating in the air like golden snow. System prompt: you have slain the ancient heroic spirit. Emperor Yongle experience 200,000. System prompt: level up 9,394. System prompt: level up 9,495. A sword, a piece of armor, and 3 syringes were left on the ground. Lin Yue picked up the sword. Sword of Yongle, a legendary weapon, attack power 200,250, all attributes 35, critical hit rate 25. Better than the blade of the firmament. He equipped the new weapon. He picked up the armor. Yongle armor, a legendary equipment, defense 300, all attributes 20. He put it on. He picked up the 3 syringes, crimson particle antibody, 3 vials. He walked out of the light screen. Nightingale stood outside looking at him, bloodied, but with bright eyes, saying nothing. She simply walked over and supported his arm. Did you get it, eh? Yes. 3 vials. That's enough. The two headed south. The forbidden city behind them grew distant, and the blue light beam extinguished at the moment they exited the light screen. When they returned to the mall, Su Muqing was standing at the entrance. Seeing Lin Yue covered in blood with his left arm in a sling and limping on his right leg, tears fell from her eyes. She said nothing, just walked over and held his hand. Lin Yue took out the 3 vials of antibodies from his pocket and placed them in her hand. 3 vials. Along with the previous 4 vials, there are a total of 7 vials. It can save 7 people. Are you still going? Yes. 1 vial at a time until I find enough for everyone. Su Muqing tightened her grip on the antibodies. She looked up at him. You don't need to go anymore. Why? Because Wang Hao found a place. There's a ruin underground in Sichuan that the New World hasn't discovered yet. Lin Yue walked into the courtyard. Wang Hao approached, carrying the flame demon blade over his shoulder. President Li Yifei scanned it. Sichuan beneath Qingxue. A ruin that hasn't been discovered by the New World. What level? I don't know. But Li Yifei said the energy fluctuations there are even stronger than in Beijing. Lin Yue looked at him and drew the sword of Yongle from his waist, the golden blade shimmering with a cold light under the dim emergency lights. We'll go tomorrow. Wang Hao grinned. I'll go with you. You stay behind. Why? Because the mall needs someone to guard it. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. Qin Haoyan stepped out from the crowd, planting his spear in the ground. He'll go with you. Lin Yue looked at him. You stay behind. Why? Because you can guard better than Wang Hao. If you're not here, no one can hold the fort. Qin Haoyan was silent for a long time. You owe me a favor. I won't forget. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside him. He'll go with you. You stay behind. Why? Because the mall needs someone to guard it. Su Muqing looked at him, her lips pressed together. You always say that. Lin Yue said nothing. He sheathed the sword of Yongle and turned to face everyone in the central courtyard. Tomorrow, I will go to Sichuan. Beneath Qingxue. A ruin that has not been discovered by the New World. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. There may be more antibodies there. 1 vial at a time until I find enough for everyone. Over 500 people looked at him, and no one spoke. In the distance, the blood moon did not rise. The sky was a normal black, and the moon was silver white. Lin Yue stood there surrounded by those huddled together. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were holding children, and some were leaning on canes. Xiaomei ran out from the crowd and hugged his leg. Brother, don't go. Lin Yue looked down at her. I'm not going. I'll leave tomorrow. Xiaomei shook her head. She buried her face in his leg, her shoulders shaking. She did not cry out loud, but her tears soaked a small patch of Lin Yue's combat suit. Lin Yue squatted down, picked her up, and placed her on his shoulder. Wait for me to come back, and I'll bring you something delicious. Xiaomei looked up at him. Really? Really? Xiaomei extended her hand, pinky raised. Pinky swear. Lin Yue extended his hand and hooked her pinky. Pinky swear. In the distance, the silver-white moon hung in the air like a gentle eye. Lin Yue stood in the moonlight, the golden blade reflecting silver light. Tomorrow. Sichuan. Sang Xingdui. He tightened his grip on the sword handle. When Lin Yue returned from Sichuan, he brought back 12 vials of antibodies. They were not found in the Sang Xingdui ruins. He had entered that site and found no antibodies there, only a stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters. Li Yifei translated for 3 days, and the content was just a single sentence. The antibodies exist within the human body. The awakened ones are the antibodies. Lin Yue stood for a long time behind the window on the second floor, watching the crowd of people gathered in the courtyard. The awakened ones are the antibodies. This means that those who can survive in the crimson particles are in fact the cure. Their blood can be extracted to obtain antibodies to save others. Li Yifei came up the stairs adjusting his glasses. President, I have established a model. If each awakened person donates blood once a week, we can extract enough antibodies for 500 people to use. What are we waiting for? Draw for me. Wang Hao shouldered the flame demon blade. Su Muqing stepped out from the crowd and stood beside Lin Yue. Draw for me. Old Zhao drew his sword from his waist. Draw for me. Nightingale walked out from the crowd, her gray cloak billowing in the wind. Draw for me. Qin Haoyan plunged his spear into the ground. Draw for me. One after another, all the awakened ones stepped forward. More than 50 people stood in the center of the courtyard, extending their arms. Lu Yun took out a syringe from the medical kit and drew the first vial of blood. The light blue blood glowed faintly in the syringe. She placed the syringe into the centrifuge to extract the antibodies. The light blue liquid dripped drop by drop into a glass bottle. System prompt: acquired crimson particle antibodies. Current inventory 1. 1 drop equates to 1 vial of antibodies. A person can donate 1 vial a week. With more than 50 people, we can extract over 50 vials in a week. More than 200 vials in a month. That's enough. Enough to save everyone. Lin Yue stood behind the window on the second floor, watching the people lining up to donate blood. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. What are you thinking about? Thinking of the new world. Will they come back? They will. Lin Yue drew the Yongle sword from his waist, the golden blade shimmering coldly in the morning light. But when they come, we will be ready. Su Muqing looked at him, reaching out to hold his fingers. The next day, Lin Yue stood in the center of the courtyard, facing more than 500 faces no longer filled with fear. From today onward, everyone will be assigned to combat units. Players will join the combat department, while ordinary people will join the logistics department. The awakened ones will donate blood once a week to extract antibodies. Antibodies will be managed uniformly and distributed as needed. No one spoke. The people from the new world could arrive at any moment. We must transform ourselves into an army before they come. Wang Hao shouldered the flame demon blade. President, what will we train for? Practical combat. Lin Yue drew the Yongle sword, its golden blade gleaming coldly under the dim emergency lights. Fight zombies, fight elite monsters, fight mutated beasts. If we can't beat them, I will. If we can, you all will fight. From that day on, training in the mall increased from 8 hours a day to 12. Wang Hao led the combat department to the farm to fight zombies. Old Zhao took the logistics department to scavenge supplies from the ruins, and Li Yifei took the intelligence department to scan for enemy movements nearby. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, but everyone knew this peace would not last long. Chen Siki stepped out from the crowd, her palm glowing with holy light. Her mana had recovered 80%, and her complexion was a bit rosy. She walked up to Lin Yue and handed him a glass vial. The vial contained a light blue liquid that glimmered faintly in the sunlight. Antibodies. The first batch. Enough for 10 people. Lin Yue took the glass vial, looking at the light blue liquid inside. He handed the vial to Su Muqing. You keep it safe. Su Muqing took the vial, holding it tightly in her hand. In the distance, the sun was about to set. The grayish-white light transformed into warm yellow, and the ruins were coated in a golden hue. Lin Yue stood behind the window on the second floor, gazing at the distant gray skyline. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. What are you thinking about? Thinking of the new world. When will they come? I don't know. But Li Yifei has monitored their communication frequency growing denser. They are gathering. Su Muqing was silent for a few seconds. How many people? At least 2,000. 2,000. 500 against 2,000. A fourfold disparity. We can't win. Su Muqing's voice was soft. I know. Then why fight? Lin Yue drew the Yongle sword from his waist, the golden blade shining in the sunset. If we don't fight, they will kill. They will rob supplies, kill ordinary people, and capture the awakened ones as slaves. This is what the new world intends to do. Su Muqing said nothing. In the distance, the Myth Guild's camp was already empty. All of Qin Haoshan's men had moved into the mall. More than 500 people were crammed together, barely able to turn around. But no one complained, because the people from the New World were still outside ready to come at any moment. Lin Yue ran down from the second floor, his laptop hugged to his chest, his glasses askew on his nose. President, I intercepted communications from the New World. They are gathering in Tianjin, at least 2,000 people expected to arrive in 3 days. Lin Yue's pupils slightly constricted. 3 days. Everyone gather. His voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the courtyard. More than 500 people stood up from the corners and assembled in the center of the courtyard. In 3 days the New World will come with 2,000 people. Lin Yue's voice was not loud, yet every word was clear. We need to turn ourselves into an army in these 3 days. No one spoke. In the distance the blood moon had not yet risen. The sky was a normal shade of black and the moon was silvery white. Lin Yue stood there. Behind him were those gathered together. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were holding children, and some were leaning on crutches. Xiaomei sat on a cardboard box hugging her knees watching Lin Yue. Lin Yue walked up to her and squatted down. Wait for me to come back. Xiaomei looked at him, extending her hand to grasp his fingers. Brother, you will come back, right? I will. Lin Yue pried her hand open, stood up, and turned to leave. Wang Hao followed behind him, shouldering the flame demon blade. President, this time I will go with you. You stay. Why? Because the mall needs people to guard it. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. Lin Yue walked out of the mall. Su Muqing followed behind him. I will go with you. You stay. Why? Because the mall needs people to guard it. Su Muqing looked at him, her lips pressed tightly together. You always say that. Lin Yue said nothing. He drew the Yongle sword from his waist, the golden blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. He headed south. Nightingale stepped out from the crowd, following behind him. The two walked among the ruins, one in front and the other behind. Where are we going? Tianjin, the gathering place of the New World. 2 people against 2,000. We want fight. We will scout. See how many people they have, how much equipment, and how many superhumans. Nightingale said nothing. She followed him, her long sword unsheathed. After walking for about a day, the outline of Tianjin appeared ahead. The skyscrapers still stood, but all the windows were shattered, resembling a corpse with its organs hollowed out. The New World's camp was in the city center in a square that had been cleared. Tents were packed closely together, at least 200 of them. People were moving about, at least 2,000 dressed in black combat suits and wielding superhuman weapons. Searchlights swept back and forth in the night sky, their beams bright. Lin Yue crouched on the rooftop of an abandoned skyscraper, surveying the camp. He was counting people. 2,300 soldiers, 200 commanders, 50 superhumans. Chun Mu stood in the center of the camp, holding the judgment, the silver blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Behind him stood a person in a white robe with long hair and light gray eyes. The prophet. Lin Yue's pupils suddenly constricted. Nightingale's complexion turned pale. The prophet has sided with the New World. Lin Yue said nothing. He stood up and sheathed the Yongle sword at his waist. Let's go. The two descended from the rooftop and headed back to the mall. After walking for about a day, they returned to the mall. Su Muqing stood at the entrance watching him. What did you see? 2,300 soldiers, 200 commanders, 50 superhumans. Chen Mu and the prophet. Su Muqing's fingers tightened around her staff. The prophet has sided with the New World. I don't know, but he stood there without resistance. Su Muqing fell silent. Lin Yue walked into the courtyard, standing before everyone. The New World has 2,300 people, 200 commanders, and 50 superhumans. Led by Chen Mu, and the prophet is also present. No one spoke, but we have antibodies. More than 500 people, each of whom has been injected with antibodies. High concentrations of crimson particles cannot kill us. Wang Hao shouldered the flame demon blade. Then what are we waiting for? Fight! Lin Yue looked at him, drawing the Yongle sword from his waist, the golden blade gleaming coldly in the dim emergency light. Fight! But not now. Then when? Wait for them to come. When Lin Yue said wait until they arrived, the people from the New World were already on their way. Leading the way was Chen Mu, riding a motorcycle found among the ruins with the weapon judgment hanging at his waist, the silver-white scabbard reflecting the sunlight. Following closely behind him was the prophet, dressed in a white robe, walking instead of riding. His footsteps were light, making almost no sound on the gravel, like a ghost floating in the air. They were expected to arrive tomorrow afternoon. Lin Yue stood behind the second-floor window, gazing at the distant gray skyline. The Yongle sword hung at his waist, its golden scabbard glimmering coldly in the dim light of the emergency lamp. Su Muqing walked up beside him. What are you thinking about? Thinking about how to use 500 people to fight against 2,300. Have you made up your mind? I have. Lin Yue drew the Yongle sword, the golden blade shimmering coldly in the morning light. We'll fight at the farm. The terrain is open and they won't be able to form their ranks. We'll hide in the ditches and strike when they get close. Su Muqing looked at him. You fought at the farm last time and lost over 200. Last time we had no antibodies. This time we do. The high concentration of crimson particles can't kill us, but they have no antibodies. They are afraid. Su Muqing fell silent. She reached out and held his fingers. The next day before dawn, everyone gathered at the farm. More than 500 people stood in the desolate farmland, weapons in hand. Some were trembling, some were swallowing hard, and some were looking back at Lin Yue. Lin Yue stood at the front, the Yongle sword drawn, the golden blade shining in the morning light. There are 2,300 people from the New World, and we have 500. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. The numbers are 4 times different. But we will win. No one spoke. Because we are the firmament. In the distance, a black line appeared on the horizon. It wasn't people, it was vehicles. Dozens of military trucks formed a line heading towards the farm. Following the trucks were over 1,000 soldiers in black combat uniforms wielding superpower weapons. Leading them was Qingxue riding a motorcycle, Judgment, drawn, the silver blade glinting in the sunlight like a silver snake. The prophet followed behind him, his white robe billowing in the wind. Qingxue stopped at the edge of the farm. He jumped off the motorcycle and looked at Lin Yue. Mo Yuan, surrender. You can't defeat me. Lin Yue gazed at him. Only by fighting will I know. Qingxue smiled. He raised Judgment, the blue light on the blade suddenly brightening. Attack. 2,300 people moved simultaneously. But the farm's terrain restricted their formation. The farmland was divided into pieces by ditches, causing the 2,300 people to crowd together, with those in front rushing out, while the ones behind were blocked. Wang Hao charged out from the eastern ditch, the flame demon blade striking the head of the first person, dark red flames exploding, and that person fell, without even a scream. Old Zhao charged out from the western ditch, stabbing his single-handed sword into the chest of the second person. Qin Haoyan broke through the crowd, sweeping his spear and sending 3 people flying. Sum Yuking's spell fell from the roof of the livestock, shed a golden beam crashing into the crowd and creating a large hole. Lin Yue stood still. He remained in place, watching Qingxue. Qingxue was also looking at him. The two locked eyes, neither making the first move. The prophet moved. He walked out of the crowd and stood beside Qingxue, his white robe covered in dust. He looked at Lin Yue, his light, gray eyes devoid of expression. Mo Yuan, surrender. Lin Yue stared back at him. Have you sided with the New World? I have not sided. I simply do not wish to die. Nightingale charged out from the crowd, standing beside Lin Yue. She glared at the prophet, her eyes reddening. Brother, why are you helping them? The prophet looked at her, his lips barely twitching, not a smile, but an indescribable expression. Because I have no choice. Nightingale's tears fell. She drew her long sword, the tip aimed at the prophet's chest. You have a choice. You just don't dare to choose. The prophet said nothing. He turned and left, his white robe flowing in the wind, disappearing into the crowd. Qingxue watched the prophet leave, his lips twitching slightly. He raised Judgment, the blue light on the blade suddenly brightening. Mo Yuan, your people cannot defeat mine. When your people die, they will flee. When your people flee, you will lose. Lin Yue regarded him. My people will not flee. Why not? Because they have antibodies. They have no way out. Qingxue's expression changed. He charged forward. Judgment swung down towards Lin Yue's head, but Lin Yue sidestepped the Yongle sword, blocking Judgment. The two swords clashed, golden and blue light exploding. Both were knocked back several steps. Qingxue charged again, swinging Judgment, but Lin Yue jumped to evade, drawing a dagger from his waist and thrusting towards Qingxue's throat. Qingxue sidestepped Judgment, striking Lin Yue's shoulder, 2,200. His health dropped to 70%. The Yongle sword slashed at Qingxue's side, 2,500. Qingxue's health dropped to 80%. Qinxi's holy light shot in from afar, landing on Lin Yue's back, restoring his health to 90%. Qingxue had no healing available, his healer was blocked by Wang Hao and couldn't come over. Lin Yue didn't give him a chance. He charged forward. The Yongle sword struck Judgment, golden frost exploding from the blade, forcing Qingxue back several steps. His health dropped to 70%. Lin Yue charged again. The Yongle sword struck Qingxue's chest, 2,800. Qingxue's health dropped to 60%. His subordinates rushed up to support him. Retreat. Qingxue's voice was soft. His people began to fall back. But they couldn't retreat. The ones behind didn't know what had happened in front and were still pushing forward. 2,300 people were jammed together, unable to enter or exit, becoming live targets. Wang Hao's flame demon blade smashed through one person's shield, while Old Zhao's single-handed sword pierced another person's throat. Qin Haoyan swept his long spear, sending 3 people flying. Sum Yuking's spell fell from the livestock shed's roof, killing 6 people in one strike. Nightingale's wind blade shot out from the crowd, piercing through 5 people. Qingxue watched his troops fall one by one, his face turning pale. He raised Judgment, the blue light on the blade suddenly brightening. He slashed down a blue sword, qi shooting out from the blade, flying towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue sidestepped the sword, qi brushing past his shoulder, striking the livestock shed behind him and exploding a large hole. Lin Yue charged forward. The Yongle sword stabbed into Qingxue's shoulder, 2,600. Qingxue's health dropped to 50%. His subordinates rushed up to support him. Chunmu looked at him, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Mo Yuan, you have one. But you cannot win against the new world. He turned and walked away, his people following closely behind, moving quickly. The ground was left littered with hundreds of corpses and pools of blood. Lin Yue stood among the corpses, blood dripping from the Yongless sword. His legs trembled, his arms shook, and his entire body felt like a bow pulled to its limit. Su Muqing walked over, supporting him. You're hurt. Just superficial wounds. Su Muqing ignored him. She took iodine and bandages from Lin Yue and began to treat his wounds. Her movements were gentle, but Lin Yue still gasped in pain. Endure it, Su Muqing said. Lin Yue said nothing. In the distance, the sun rose to its zenith. Golden light spilled over the battlefield filled with corpses. More than 500 people, fewer than 400 survived. Wang Hao walked in front of Lin Yue, resting the flame demon blade on his shoulder. President, did we win? We won. But only for today. Wang Hao said nothing. Old Zhao walked over, sheathing his sword at his waist. The new world will come again. I know. Lin Yue sheathed the Yongless sword at his waist. But when they come again, we will be stronger. In the distance, a large patch of cabbage in the farm was trampled, the chicken coop collapsed, and many chickens had escaped. Lu Yin squatted by the field, propping up the trampled cabbages one by one. She did not cry, only lowered her head, her hands trembling. Lin Yue walked over, squatting down to help her with the cabbages. Sister Lu. Lu Yin looked up at him. President, how many chickens have escaped? More than 20. Can we find them again? Yes, but it will take time. Lin Yue stood up, gazing at the scattered chickens. Wang Hao walked over. President, I'll go chase them. Go ahead. Wang Hao took a few people to chase the chickens. Old Zhao led people to repair the chicken coop. Qin Haoyin took people to clear the battlefield. Su Muqing held Lin, she standing in the center of the farm, watching the busy people. Xiaomei ran over, grabbing Lin Yue's hand. Brother, you're bleeding. It doesn't hurt. Liar. Lin Yue looked at her, saying nothing. Xiaomei pulled out a crumpled handkerchief from her pocket, tiptoeing to wipe the blood from his face. 3 days after Chun Mu's retreat, Lin Yue held a victory banquet at the farm. It wasn't his idea, it was Wang Hao's urging. President, if we don't celebrate a victory, morale will crumble. People from the new world could come at any time. We can't let everyone wait in fear to die, can we? Lin Yue looked at him, paused for a few seconds, then nodded. The victory banquet took place in the clearing at the center of the farm. There were no tables, no chairs, everyone sat on the ground. The food was scarce, half a biscuit and half a bowl of egg drop soup per person. The eggs were collected from the chicken coop, not many but enough to boil a pot of soup. Lu Yun was in charge of cooking, adding salt found in the ruins and a few wilted green onions to the soup. With over 500 people, each received a small half bowl. The soup was thin with hardly any egg, but it was scalding hot, warming from the throat all the way to the stomach. Wang Hao planted the flame demon blade in the ground. The dark red flames danced upon the blade, serving as a campfire. Old Zhao sat beside him, holding his sword horizontally across his knee, eyes closed. Qin Haoyin sat on the other side, his spear planted in the ground. The dark blue flames at the tip dimmed. Su Muqing held Lin, she sitting to Lin Yue's right. Xiaomei sat on Lin Yue's left, cradling half a bowl of egg drop soup, sipping it slowly. Nightingale sat outside the crowd, her gray cloak billowing in the night wind, her long sword resting on her knee, unsheathed. Lin Yue did not drink the soup. He handed his half bowl to Xiaomei. Drink more, you'll grow taller. Xiaomei looked at him, took the bowl, drank a couple of sips, and handed it back. Brother drinks first. Lin Yue took the bowl, had a sip, then handed it back. Xiaomei took the bowl and finished the rest. Wang Hao stood up, raising his bowl, containing water, not wine, for they had no wine. Cheers to the president, he shouted. Over 500 people stood up, raising their bowls. Cheers to the president. The shout echoed loudly across the empty wilderness. Lin Yue stood up, raising his bowl. Cheers to everyone. He drank the bowl of water. It was cool, sending chills from his throat all the way to his stomach. Wang Hao sat down, pulling the flame demon blade from the ground, the flames flickering. President, do you think the new world will come again? Yes. When? I don't know, but it won't be long. Wang Hao fell silent for a few seconds. Then we will wait. Wait for them to come, and then fight. Qin Haoyin pulled his spear from the ground, the dark blue flames flickering. Mo Yuan, you owe me a favor. I won't forget. Qin Haoyin looked at him, a slight smile creased his lips, not a smile of joy, but one of relief after finally finding an ally when pushed to the corner. When will you repay it? After we finish with the new world. Qin Haoyin did not speak further. He reinserted his spear into the ground and closed his eyes. Old Zhao opened his eyes, looking at Lin Yue. President, I practiced what you taught me. Lin Yue looked at him. What did you practice? Combat. The knife hand switch and backstab into shadow step that you taught. Old Zhao drew his sword, the blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. I practiced and can use it. Lin Yue looked at him. You are not an assassin, you are a warrior. Warriors do not need to backstab. They do need to. Old Zhao sheathed his sword. Because I need to protect Qingxue. Her healing attracts hatred. The enemy will target her first. When I cannot hold them off, I need to eliminate them first. Lin Yue fell silent. Qingxue sat at the back of the crowd, her palm radiating holy light. She heard old Zhao's words, lowered her head, and her ears turned red. She stood up, walked in front of old Zhao, and placed her hand on his shoulder. Holy light surged from her palm, and old Zhao was momentarily stunned. I am not injured. I know. Qingxue's voice was soft, but your shoulder is shaking. You are afraid. Old Zhao looked at her silent for a few seconds. Yes, I am afraid. I fear the new world will come again. I fear I won't be able to stop it. I fear you will die. Qingxue said nothing. She retracted the holy light and turned to leave. Old Zhao watched her retreating figure. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Lin Yue stood up and walked into the middle of the crowd. Everyone looked at him. Today we won. But what about tomorrow? The day after? The new world will not give up easily. They will come with more people, more advanced weapons, and stronger superpowers. But we will also grow stronger. We have antibodies. The scarlet particles cannot kill us. We have ruins from which we can obtain equipment and skill books. We have each other. Over 500 people united as one. Wang Hao slung the flame demon blade over his shoulder. President, you have the final say. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue holding her staff. I will stand with you. Qingxue stepped out from the crowd, standing on Lin Yue's other side. I will stand with you too. Qin Haoyan pulled his spear from the ground. Count me in. Nightingale stepped out from the crowd, unsheathing her long sword. Me too. Old Zhao drew his sword. So do I. Over 500 people stood up, one after another. Some raised swords, some raised knives, some raised metal pipes, and some raised kitchen knives. They had all kinds of weapons, but they raised them up. Lin Yue looked at those people, drew the Yongle sword from his waist, the golden blade, reflecting a cold light in the moonlight. Tomorrow we will continue training. The day after tomorrow we will continue training. The day after that we will continue training. Until the new world comes. Until we win. No one spoke. Under the moonlight, over 500 people stood there looking at Lin Yue. Xiaomei stood beside him, gripping the hem of his clothes. She looked up at Lin Yue. Brother, what can I do to help you? Lin Yue lowered his head, looking at her. Help me stay alive. Xiaomei looked at him, silent for a few seconds. Okay. In the distance, the silvery moon rose to its zenith. Moonlight spilled over the farm's vegetable fields, over the chicken coop, and over those busy people. Lu Yun squatted by the field, propping up the last cabbage that had been trampled. She did not cry, only lowered her head, her hands trembling. Li Tingting stood beside her, holding a ledger, tears falling onto the book, blurring the ink. Lin Yue held Lin, she standing at the back of the crowd. The baby woke up, his bright eyes looking at the moon in the sky, reaching out his hand to grasp the moonlight. Su Muqing stood beside Lin Yue holding her staff. She said nothing, merely reached out to grip his fingers. Her hand was cold, but Lin Yue felt it was warm. In the distance at the New World camp, Chen Mu stood at the tent's entrance, looking in the direction of the farm. He saw the campfires, saw those who stood up, and saw the figure standing in the moonlight. He drew judgment from his waist, the silver blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Mo Yuan, you won once. But next time you won't win. He turned and walked into the tent. The prophet sat in the corner, his white robe covered in dust, his light gray eyes staring at the ground. Prophet, why did you side with the New World? The prophet looked up at him. Because I had no choice. Chen Mu smiled. You have a choice. You just don't dare to choose. The prophet bowed his head and said nothing further. In the distance, the silvery moon hung in the sky like a gentle eye. Lin Yue stood in the moonlight, the golden blade casting a silver glow. He sheathed the sword back at his waist and turned back toward them all. Behind him, those people were still busy. Some were cleaning the dishes, some were caring for the injured, and some were lulling children to sleep. No one spoke, but everyone was working. Su Muqing followed behind him, holding Lin Yue the baby asleep, his small hand gripping the collar of her clothes. Xiaomei trailed last, holding onto Lin Yue's hem. 3 people, one in front and one behind, walked in the moonlight. Brother, are you leaving tomorrow? Xiaomei asked. Not leaving. Really? Really? Xiaomei smiled. She released Lin Yue's hem, ran ahead, turned around, and looked at Lin Yue. Brother, I drew a picture for you. What picture? You standing under the moon holding a golden sword. Lin Yue looked at her, saying nothing. Xiaomei pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to him. The paper depicted a person standing under the moon holding a golden sword. It was drawn poorly, the person's head larger than their body, the sword longer than the person. But Lin Yue looked at it for a long time, folded the paper, and tucked it into his pocket. It's drawn very well. Xiaomei smiled, revealing 2 missing front teeth. In the distance, the silvery moon hung high in the sky. Lin Yue stood in the moonlight, the golden blade reflecting a silver light. He sheathed the sword back at his waist and turned to walk into the mall. Behind him, Xiao Mai's laughter floated in the night wind like a song without lyrics. After the celebration banquet, the young man did not disperse. Wang Hao rummaged through the warehouse and found a deck of playing cards, missing a few cards but sufficient for use. He squatted in the middle courtyard, spread the cards on the ground, and looked up at the people around him. Truth or dare, anyone want to play? No one responded. After the battle with over 100 lives lost, who had the heart to play cards? Wang Hao didn't give up and picked the cards up to lay them out again. If not truth or dare, then how about Do Diju? Who will play with me? Still no one responded. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the Yongle sword resting on his knees with his eyes closed. Su Muqing sat beside him holding Lin, she the baby asleep with tiny hands clutching her collar. Chun Siki sat in the corner, her palm glowing with holy light as she treated an injured person. Old Zhao stood at the door, a single-handed sword hanging at his waist, watching the moon outside. Qin Haoyan sat among the crowd, his long spear planted in the ground, eyes closed. Ying leaned against the wall, her gray cloak fluttering in the wind, the long sword resting on her knees. Wang Hao put the cards away and sighed. You people are really uninteresting. They'll play. Xiaomei jumped down from a cardboard box and ran in front of Wang Hao. They'll play with you. Wang Hao looked at her, grinning. Can you play? No. Teach me. Wang Hao spread the cards out and began to teach Xiaomei how to recognize the cards. This is a diamond, this is a club, this is a heart, and this is a spade. The higher number wins, the lower number loses. Xiaomei listened intently, her eyes wide open. After 5 minutes of teaching, she understood. Wang Hao played 3 rounds with her, and Xiaomei won 2 rounds. Wang Hao threw the cards down and sighed to the sky. I can't even beat a 6-year-old. Yilinger walked out from the crowd and squatted beside the pile of cards. They'll play with you. Wang Hao looked at her. Can you? Yes. I used to play often in the dormitory. Yilinger picked up the cards, shuffled them, and began to deal. Wang Hao watched her dealing gestures, his eyes brightening. Your shuffling skills are impressive. Yilinger glanced at him. Focus on the game. In 3 rounds, Yilinger won all 3. Wang Hao set the cards down and looked at her. Are you the reincarnation of a gambling god? No. You're just too weak. Old Zhao walked over from the door and squatted beside the pile of cards. They'll play a round. Yilinger looked at him. You can play too. Yes. I learned from my teammates when I was leading a team. Old Zhao picked up the cards, shuffled them slowly but steadily. Yilinger stared at him, her eyes narrowing. You are a master. No, just old and steady-handed. In 3 rounds, Old Zhao won 2 and Yilinger won 1. Wang Hao watched in astonishment. Old Zhao, were you a gambling god before? No. The team members were just too weak. Lin Yue opened his eyes and looked at the others. Su Muqing also opened her eyes and looked at the others. She stood up, handed Lin Shi to Lin Yue, and walked over to the pile of cards. I want to play too. Wang Hao looked at her. Can you? Yes. I played in the game before. Su Muqing sat down, took the cards from Old Zhao, shuffled them, and began to deal. Her movements were swift, too fast for Wang Hao to see clearly. Yilinger watched her, her eyes sparkling. You are a master. No, just quick-handed. In 3 rounds, Su Muqing won all 3. Old Zhao looked at her, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. You are stronger than I thought. Su Muqing looked at him. You are not weak either. Qin Haoyan stood up from the crowd, pulled his long spear from the ground, and walked over. I want to play a round. Wang Hao looked at him. You can. Yes. I played in the guild before. Qin Haoyan sat down, took the cards from Su Muqing, shuffled them, and began to deal. His movements were slow but powerful. Su Muqing watched him, her eyes narrowing. You are not here to play cards. Then what am I here for? To test me. Qin Haoyan laughed. You caught me. He set the cards down, stood up, and placed the long spear back into the ground. I don't play cards. I only fight. Wang Hao looked at him. Then why are you here? To see how you play. Wang Hao did not speak further. Lin Yue stood up, walked over to the pile of cards, and sat down. I want to play a round. Everyone looked at him. Wang Hao's mouth dropped open, able to fit a fist inside. President, you can play too. Yes. I learned from my teammates when I was in a professional team. Lin Yue picked up the cards, shuffled them, and began to deal. His movements were not fast, but very precise. Su Muqing watched him, the corners of her mouth slightly rising. You have hidden your skills well. Not hiding. Just had no chance to play. In 3 rounds, Lin Yue won all 3. Old Zhao looked at him, silent for a long time. Weren't you unable to play before? That was to deceive you. Old Zhao laughed. You kid. Wang Hao threw the cards down and lay on the ground. I don't want to play anymore. You are all monsters. Xiaomei ran over and climbed onto Lin Yue's back. Brother, you're so impressive. Lin Yue did not move. Xiaomei quickly fell asleep on his back. Lin Yue lifted her down, placed her on the cardboard box, and covered her with a blanket he found among the ruins. He stood up and looked at the people. It's getting late. We have training tomorrow. Wang Hao climbed up from the ground and brushed off the dust from his pants. President, what will we train tomorrow? Fighting. Practical combat. Who will we fight? With me. Wang Hao looked at him and swallowed hard. President, be gentle when you hit. Lin Yue did not speak. He drew the Yongle sword from his waist, the golden blade gleaming coldly in the dim light of the emergency lamp. He looked at his reflection on the blade, thin with deep dark circles under his eyes and a wound on his lip that had not yet healed. He sheathed the sword back at his waist, turned, and walked away. Su Muqing followed behind him, the two walking one after the other up the stairs. The window was open and the moonlight streamed in, falling on the floor white as frost. Lin Yue stood by the window looking at the moon outside. Su Muqing stood beside him, also looking at the moon. Lin Feng. Do you think we can win? Lin Yue was silent for a long time. Yes. Why? Because if I don't believe, they will believe even less. Su Muqing reached out and held his fingers. You are not alone. I know. You don't know. Su Muqing turned to look at him. You think you can bear everything alone. You went to the ruins alone. You went to Moscow alone. You went to Beijing alone. When will you learn to let others help you? Lin Yue looked at her. I can't learn. Why? Because I'm afraid you will die. Su Muqing's tears fell. She did not wipe them away, just stood there looking at him. We are also afraid you will die. Lin Yue did not speak. He reached out and wiped away the tears on her face. In the distance, the silvery moon hung in the sky. The moonlight fell on the two of them, stretching their shadows long. Xiaomei rolled over on the cardboard box, her little hand stretching out from the blanket, grasping at the air. Lin Yue held Lin, she standing in the corner, the baby, asleep, breathing lightly. Qingxue sat beside the injured, her palm glowing with holy light, her magical energy dropping from 40% to 30%, but she did not stop. Wang Hao lay on the ground staring at the ceiling, eyes wide open. Old Zhao stood at the door watching the moon outside. Qin Haoyan sat among the crowd, eyes closed, long spear planted in the ground. Ying leaned against the wall, her gray cloak fluttering in the wind. Yilinger squatted beside the pile of cards, picking them up one by one and putting them away. Lu Yin stood by the field looking at the trampled cabbages, not crying, just standing there. Li Tingting stood beside her holding a ledger, tears falling onto the ledger, blurring the words. Lin Yue stood in front of the window on the second floor looking at the people crowded together. More than 500 people, some sleeping, some talking, some crying, some laughing. He stood there watching them for a long time. Su Muqing stood beside him, not speaking. She just reached out and held his fingers. Outside the window, the silvery moon hung in the sky. The moonlight poured over the entire city, over the ruins, over the vegetable fields of the farm, over those crowded together. Lin Yue stood in the moonlight, the golden blade reflecting silvery light. He sheathed the sword back at his waist and turned to walk down the stairs. Behind him, Su Muqing followed the two, walking in the moonlight. The day after the celebration feast, everyone overslept. It wasn't out of laziness, but genuine exhaustion. After several days of intense battles and training combined with the excitement that faded after yesterday's feast, only deep fatigue remained. Wang Hao lay on the ground in the courtyard, clutching the flame demon blade, snoring loudly like a power drill. Old Zhao leaned against the wall, his sword hanging at his waist, his head tilted to one side and his mouth slightly open. Qin Haoyan sat among the crowd, his long spear planted in the ground, resting his head against the spear shaft, soundly asleep. Lin Yue was not sleeping. He stood at the window on the second floor, gazing out at the gray sky. The sun had yet to rise, and only a faint layer of golden light was visible on the horizon. Su Muqing approached and stood beside him. She too had not slept, dark circles under her eyes, yet her eyes shone brightly. Did you not sleep all night? Su Muqing asked. I couldn't. What were you thinking about? Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds. Thinking about the new world. Will they come again? Su Muqing looked at him. They will. But not today. How do you know? Because Chun Mu is injured. Several hundred of his subordinates have also died. They need time to regroup. Su Muqing said nothing. She gazed at the gray sky outside. The sun broke through the clouds, casting golden light over the ruins. Lin Feng. You said yesterday that you are afraid we will die? We are afraid you will die as well. Su Muqing turned to look at him. You always go alone. To the ruins alone. To Moscow alone. To Beijing alone. When will you learn to let others help you? Lin Yue looked at her. I can't learn that. Why not? Because I've been alone since I was little. My parents divorced, my grandmother worked, I was home alone all day with no one to talk to. I don't ask for help, nor do I let others assist me. Tears fell from Su Muqing's eyes. She did not wipe them away, just stood there looking at him. You are not alone anymore. Su Muqing's voice was soft. You have Wang Hao, Old Zhao, Qingxue, Lin Yue, Yilinger, Qin Haoyan, and Nightingale. And me? Lin Yue reached out, wiping away the tear stains on her face. I know. You don't know. Su Muqing grasped his hand. You always say you know, but you still go alone every time. Lin Yue said nothing. He looked at the golden sunlight outside, silent. Su Muqing. If one day I die, you won't die. Su Muqing interrupted him. You promised me. I said if. There is no if. Lin Yue looked at her. You are truly unreasonable. Su Muqing laughed. It wasn't a bitter laugh, but one that was tired yet genuine. I learned it from you. In the distance, the sun began to rise. Golden light filtered through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling on the two of them. Su Muqing reached out, holding Lin Yue's fingers. Her hands were cold, but Lin Yue felt them to be warm. Lin Feng. Where is your grandmother? Lin Yue remained silent for a long time. She died when I was 15 of cancer. What did you do alone? Worked. Earned money. Went to school. Played games. Lin Yu's voice was flat as smooth as a frozen lake surface. Later I achieved results and became a professional player. Then I retired and became a streamer. Later the fusion occurred. Su Muqing looked at him. Do you hate your parents? Lin Yue was silent for a long time. No. They just didn't love me. Su Muqing's tears fell again. She said nothing, just buried her face in his chest, her shoulders shaking. Lin Yue reached out, placing his hand on her head. Her hair was soft silver white, shining golden under the sunlight. Don't cry. Crying is not good for your eyes. Su Muqing lifted her head, looking at him. You truly don't know how to comfort people. I know. Su Muqing laughed. She wiped her tears and moved her face away from his chest. Who took care of you when you were little, eh? My grandmother. Lin Yue looked at the golden sunlight outside. She went to work in the morning and returned at night. I was home alone all day. Not eating, not drinking, not doing homework. Just sitting by the window waiting for her to come back. Did you wait? I did. Every night, she would bring back a steamed bun, break it in half, giving one half to me and keeping the other half for herself. Su Muqing tightened her grip on his fingers. The day she died, I was in the hospital. She held my hand and said, Xiao Yue, I'm sorry I can't accompany you as you grow up. Lin Yu's voice began to tremble. I said, Grandma, don't go. But she still left. Su Muqing hugged him. She said nothing, just held him tightly. Lin Yue did not move. He stood there, allowing Su Muqing to hold him. Outside, the sunlight grew brighter. The golden light fell on the two of them, stretching their shadows long. Lin Feng. From now on, you are not alone. Lin Yue was silent for a long time. I know. Su Muqing released him, looking at him. You don't know, but you will eventually know. In the distance, the people in the courtyard began to awaken. Wang Hao's snoring stopped, and he got up from the ground, rubbing his eyes. Old Zhao opened his eyes, drew his sword from his waist, and tested the blade. Qin Haoyan pulled the long spear from the ground, the dark blue flames at the tip flickering. Chen Siki stood up from the corner, her palms glowing with holy light. Lin Yue held Lin, she the baby, waking up, her bright black eyes looking at the sunlight outside. Xiaomei sat up from the cardboard box, rubbed her eyes, and looked at Lin Yue. Brother, did you cry, eh? Lin Yue touched his face. It was wet. No. It was the wind and sand that got into my eyes. Xiaomei looked at him, then said nothing. She jumped down from the cardboard box, ran upstairs, and grabbed Lin Yue's hand. Brother, I drew a picture for you. What picture? You standing under the moon, Grandma standing beside you. Lin Yue looked at her and took the picture. The drawing depicted two figures, one tall and one short, standing under the moon. The tall figure held a golden sword while the short figure held a steamed bun. It was drawn poorly, with heads larger than bodies and the sword longer than the person. But Lin Yue looked at it for a long time, folded it, and tucked it into his pocket. It's drawn very well. Xiaomei smiled, revealing two missing front teeth. In the distance, the sun reached its zenith. The golden sunlight bathed the farm, the vegetable fields, and the chicken coop. Lu Yin squatted by the field, looking at the trampled cabbages. She did not cry, just lowered her head, her hands trembling. Li Tingting stood beside her, holding a ledger, tears streaming down her face. Wang Hao walked over, shouldering the flame demon blade. Sister Lu, will the cabbages still grow? Lu Yin looked up at him. They will. But it will take time. How long? A month. That's enough. Wang Hao took the flame demon blade from his shoulder and leaned it against the ground. The new world won't come within a month. They've lost several hundred people and need to regroup. Lu Yin looked at him. How do you know? Li Yifei said so. He monitored communications from the new world. They are resting in Tianjin and haven't moved. Lu Yin nodded. She stood up, uprooting the trampled cabbages one by one and tossing them aside. These are no good. We'll replant. Wang Hao squatted down to help her pull up the cabbages. Old Zhao came over and squatted down to help too. Qin Haoyan walked over, planted his long spear in the ground, and squatted down to pull up cabbages. More than 500 people, one by one, squatting down, pulling up cabbages. No one spoke, but everyone was working. Lin Yue stood at the window on the second floor, watching those people. Su Muqing stood beside him, holding Lin, she the baby, asleep, her little hand clutching her collar. Xiaomei stood beside him, holding onto the hem of his shirt. Brother, is Grandma watching you from up in the sky? Lin Yue looked up at the sky. The sky was very blue without a cloud. The sunlight was warm, comfortable against the skin. She is watching. Xiaomei smiled. Then she must be very proud. Lin Yue said nothing. He gazed at the sky for a long time. In the distance, the sun began to set. The golden light turned warm yellow, dyeing the sky in a warm hue. Lin Yue stood there looking at the sky. Su Muqing stood beside him, saying nothing. She just reached out and held his fingers. Outside, the warm yellow sunlight fell on the two of them, stretching their shadows long. Xiaomei stood beside them, clutching Lin Yue's shirt. She looked up at Lin Yue. Brother, you won't be alone anymore. Lin Yue lowered his head to look at her. How do you know? Because you have us. Xiaomei smiled, revealing two missing front teeth. Lin Yue looked at her, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. In the distance, the sun was about to set. The warm yellow light turned dark orange, dyeing the sky with a warm fiery hue. Lin Yue stood at the window looking at the sky. Su Muqing stood beside him holding his hand. Xiao Mei stood beside him clutching the hem of his shirt. The three of them stood at the window gazing at the sky. Behind them people were busy. Some were pulling up cabbages, some were repairing the chicken coop, some were tending to the injured, and some were lulling babies to sleep. No one spoke, but everyone was working. As the sun set, dark orange light filtered through the shattered glass curtain wall, falling onto the chaotic courtyard. Lin Yue stood there looking at the sky. He drew the Yongle sword from his waist, the golden blade, reflecting dark orange light. He sheathed the sword back at his waist, turned, and walked downstairs. Behind him, Su Muqing followed, and Xiao Mei trailed behind her. The three of them walked in the sunset one after the other. As the sun was about to set, Lin Yue and Su Muqing stood by the window on the second floor. Warm yellow light filtered through the shattered glass curtain wall, casting long shadows of the two onto the ground. The laborers in the courtyard who had been harvesting cabbage were already done for the day. Wang Hao carried the blade of the flame demon on his shoulder, walking back towards them all. Lao Zhao followed behind him, a one-handed sword hanging at his waist. Qin Haoyan walked at the back, dragging his spear along the ground, leaving a white line on the concrete floor. Lin Yue watched the others without moving. Su Muqing stood beside him, also unmoving. The two of them stood by the window for a long time, long enough for the sun to completely set, long enough for the warm yellow hue on the horizon to turn to dark gray, long enough for the moon to rise in the east. It was silver white, not blood red. Lin Yue gazed at the moon, drew the Yongle sword from his waist, and the golden blade gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Lin Feng. Su Muqing called his name. You won't be alone anymore. Lin Yue turned to look at her. The moonlight illuminated her face, making it appear very pale. Her silver-white hair fell on her shoulders, shining softly in the moonlight. Her eyes were black, deep and bright, like two stars. Lin Yue stared at her for a long time. Su Muqing also looked at him without looking away. You have dirt on your face. Su Muqing reached out, wiping his face. Her fingers were cool, but Lin Yue felt warmth. He grasped her hand, not letting go. Su Muqing was taken aback. What's wrong? Lin Yue remained silent. He tightened his grip on her hand, his knuckles turning white. Su Muqing stared at him, her eyes reddening, but she did not cry. She reached out with her other hand, holding onto his. Both hands held his tightly. Lin Feng. Are you nervous? Not nervous. Liar. Su Muqing smiled, tears falling down. Your hands are shaking. Lin Yue lowered his head, looking at his hands. Indeed, they were shaking. He pulled his hand from Su Muqing's grasp and stuffed it into his pocket. Su Muqing grabbed his wrist, pulling his hand back out of his pocket, holding it again. Don't hide. Lin Yue looked at her without speaking. Lin Feng. I like you. In the courtyard, Wang Hao's snoring stopped. It was unclear whether he was awakened or had not been sleeping at all. Faint footsteps could be heard at the stairway, very light, as if someone had been standing there listening for a long time. Lin Yue stared at Su Muqing for a long time. Su Muqing. I like you too. Su Muqing's tears fell. She did not wipe them away, just stood there looking at him, holding his hand. When did you start to like me? Su Muqing asked. In the game. Lin Yue's voice was soft. The first time we teamed up. You used a holy light judgment, stunning the boss. You turned back to me and said, Mayuan DPS. I thought at that moment, this person is really beautiful. Su Muqing laughed. But you didn't see my face then. I did. The face in the game. Lin Yue looked at her. More beautiful than now. Su Muqing hit him lightly. You really don't know how to talk. Lin Yue remained silent. He reached out, wiping the tears from her face. His fingers touched her cheek, cool, like river water in winter before it freezes. Su Muqing grasped his hand, pressing it against her face. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering gently in the moonlight. Lin Feng. Will you always stay with me? Lin Yue remained silent for a long time. Yes. Su Muqing opened her eyes, looking at him. Swear it. I swear. Su Muqing smiled. She released his hand and took out a thin old red string from her pocket, as if it had been taken from somewhere. She folded the string in half, tied a knot, and slipped it onto Lin Yue's wrist. What is this? A safety string. It was left to me by my mother. Her voice was soft. She said to give it to the person you like, and he will be safe. Lin Yue gazed at the red string on his wrist for a long time. Your mother is still alive. Yes, she is. In Li Mu's laboratory. Su Muqing looked down. I will rescue her. I'll help you. Su Muqing looked up, looking at him. Are you sure? Sure. In the distance, the moon rose to its highest point. Silver white light spread across the entire city, landing on the ruins, on the vegetable fields of the farm, and on the people huddled together. Lin Yue stood in the moonlight, the golden blade reflecting the silver white light. He sheathed the sword back at his waist and held Su Muqing's hand. Let's go. Where to? Down. They are waiting for us. The two of them walked downstairs. In the courtyard, over 500 people were crowded together, some eating, some feeding children, some tending to the injured. Wang Hao carried the blade of the flame demon on his shoulder, watching Lin Yue, and Su Muqing walked down hand in hand, grinning widely. Lao Zhao looked at them, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Qin Haoyan planted his spear in the ground, glanced at their joined hands, but said nothing. Nightingale leaned against the wall, her gray cloak fluttering in the wind, watching them with an expressionless face. Xiaomei jumped down from a cardboard box, running up to Lin Yue, looking at their joined hands. Brother Su, sister, you're holding hands. Lin Yue replied. Xiaomei smiled, revealing 2 missing front teeth. Are you two in a relationship? The courtyard fell silent. Wang Hao's mouth dropped open, able to fit a fist inside. Lao Zhao's lips twitched. Qin Haoyan's fingers tightened around his spear. Nightingale's eyes flickered. Chen Siki lowered her head, staring at her palm, the holy light flickering dimly. Lin Yue looked at Xiaomei, silent for 2 seconds. Yes. Xiaomei beamed even more brightly. She ran over, grabbing Su Muqing's other hand. Su, sister, you'll be my sister-in-law from now on. Su Muqing's face turned red. She said nothing, just tightened her grip on Lin Yue's hand. Wang Hao carried the blade of the flame demon on his shoulder, walking over. President, congratulations. Lin Yue looked at him. Congratulations on what? Congratulations on no longer being single. Lin Yue kicked him, and Wang Hao laughed as he ran away. Lao Zhao walked over, patting Lin Yue's shoulder. Take good care of her. I know. Qin Haoyan approached, pulling his spear from the ground. Ma Yuan, you owe me a favor. I won't forget. Qin Haoyan looked at him, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. This favor you don't need to repay. Why? Lin Yue asked. Because you made her smile. Qin Haoyan glanced at Su Muqing. She hasn't smiled in a long time. Qin Haoyan then walked away, dragging his spear along the ground, the tip leaving a white mark on the concrete. Nightingale walked over from the wall, standing before Su Muqing. Su Muqing. If he bullies you, tell me. Su Muqing smiled. Okay. Nightingale turned and walked away. The gray cloak fluttered in the wind. Chen Siki stepped out from the crowd, standing before Lin Yue. She looked at him for a long time. Lin Feng. You must be happy. Lin Yue looked at her. I will be. Chen Siki nodded and turned to leave. Her figure appeared fragile under the light. Lin Yue watched her walk away in silence. Su Muqing tightened her grip on his hand. She will be fine. Su Muqing's voice was soft. I know. In the distance, the moon had tilted westward. Silver-white light streamed through the shattered glass curtain wall, illuminating the chaotic courtyard. Over 500 people were crowded together, some sleeping, some talking, some crying, some laughing. Lin Yue stood among them, holding Su Muqing's hand. Xiaomei stood beside them, holding Su Muqing's other hand. Brother, sister-in-law, when are you getting married? Xiaomei asked. Lin Yue looked at her. When you grow up. Xiaomei pouted. That will take a long time. Not long. Su Muqing squatted down, looking at Xiaomei. When you turn 18, we will get married. Xiaomei looked at her. Really? Really? Xiaomei smiled, revealing 2 missing front teeth. She released Su Muqing's hand, ran back to the cardboard box, covered herself with a blanket, and closed her eyes. A smile still lingered at the corners of her mouth. Lin Yue stood up, looking at Xiaomei. Su Muqing stood up, looking at Xiaomei. She will be a good sister. Su Muqing said. In the distance, the sun was about to set. The silver-white light grew dimmer, the sky starting to turn grayish-white. Dawn was approaching. Lin Yue and Su Muqing stood in the center of the courtyard, holding each other's hands. Over 500 people crowded around them, some waking up, some still asleep. No one spoke, but everyone was watching them. Wang Hao carried the blade of the flame demon on his shoulder, walking over. President, it's time to train. Lin Yue released Su Muqing's hand, drawing the Yongle sword from his waist, the golden blade gleaming coldly in the morning light. What are we training today? Combat. Practical training. Who will I fight? You'll fight me. Lin Yue looked at him, sheathing the sword back at his waist. Okay. Wang Hao swallowed hard. He turned and walked back to